Red Bull? Check. Bag of weed? Check. Let's start this fun.
Technically, the moon itself is a hoax.
Right, but betting with Sportsbet's new iPhone app?
I could do this standing on my head.
Thanks, Gravity. Sportsbet's new iPhone app. It's foolproof.
The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Earth think that evolution is real. Chemtrails don't exist, vaccines work. Climate change is happening, we landed on the moon. The FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Welcome to the FTFE show. Booty, it's not alright. Baby, it's not alright.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hey, I'm FTFE. Welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what I like to do to my sleeping schedule. Hey, who needs sleep when I've got a wonderful audience like you? Today I am doing a membership drive. Today, maybe tomorrow, who knows, which is a stream that I like to do to have a bit of fun with you guys, where the timer above the stream starts at 45 minutes. Every new membership adds 3 minutes, and also this time every £10 worth of super chats will also add a minute. Now, even before my intro started, you guys want to punish me, or keep me streaming. Because as you can see, we already have 61 new members, taking it from 45 minutes to 3 hours and 48. First of all, I want to give a massive thanks to the amazing and beautiful Planner Walk, who has provided the software to automatically keep track of the stream and what is going on. And secondly, I would like to thank It's a Rubik's for the first membership, Emma, the absolute cunt, who then gifted 10 memberships, and Katlia... I can never say it right. Katliana Verin, who instantly just dropped 50 memberships. So thank you very much straight away. 45 minutes. No, straight up to 3 hours and 48 minutes. Hey. So we've got some things planned. The very first thing we're going to be doing today is covering for Catzoid and his crew of super smart people. Sorry, no, super smart people that are reviewing the debate between Jaren and Witsit. It's going to be fun. And then we are going to hopefully review some of my debates from DebateCon. Well, both my debates from DebateCon with a few of the amazing supporters on to do that. We have 1, 2, maybe 3 debates planned. Katliana Verin just gifted another 50 memberships. So you will see that there's now 111 new members already, taking it up to 6 hours and 18 minutes. Katliana, that level of support absolutely blows my mind. Thank you so much. There's actually... I've now gained more members than there's people watching the stream at the moment because I've only just started. So I don't know how that works. Maybe as people join, they get gifted a membership. Honestly, the support you guys give me is absolutely insane. Remember, super chats also increase the timer. So every £10 worth of super chats, I will add an extra minute. And also we'll have some fun with super chat goals like, you know, getting me naked or something. I don't know. So yeah. From the bottom of my heart, thank you very much. This has been a strange year for me. I started the year, having some of the worst mental health problems I've ever had, due to the fact I was living in constant harassment in the neighborhood that I was, with kind of the worst kind of neighbors that ever existed. A storm destroyed my house and meant I had to move, which has actually been one of the best things ever. It's like a literal blessing in disguise. And now I'm in a much nicer place where I'm much more happy. in the move, I broke a bunch of my PC components and lost everything. So in the background, I have been rebuilding my streaming capabilities and my videos and stuff, and you will see that coming out in the next couple of weeks and stuff. In fact, during this stream, one of the things I'd like to do is finish writing and recording one of the new episodes of Flerfs Are Idiots, which will be, it would look very different to what it was. Instead of me standing in front of the CGI background, I'm going to be here recording it, but there's going to be a monitor there with Pow on talking to me and stuff. So yeah, so there's a lot of things that we're going to be doing, a lot of stuff coming up for the channel. Obviously, I've already been to DebateCon once, and there's going to be another DebateCon this year going over to America. So that's absolutely been insane and crazy. I've been attacking the the apologetics in the theism world and stuff, and that's been a lot of fun. But my favorite thing in the world is just arguing with flat earthers, and we have 3 debates possibly planned for this stream. The first one maybe in a few hours. We'll see. Just want to say hello to a bunch of people in there. Hello, Emma, you absolute cunt. Hey, Clive Wells, how are you doing? RachBot, my favourite bot, which I have given life. And they're allowed to just be free now. Now, for some reason, which I don't know how to change, but instead of it showing your YouTube names, it's showing your @handles. Which is weird. So I think I know who you all are, but I'm not used to seeing those. Hey Brenda, how you doing? Hey JB, well, it's amazing support, yes, I must say so. Oh, cool, Rubik's musician friends in Nashville. Oh, you'll be there, so we can maybe meet up with them. Not sure I'm going to deal with the weed thing though in Nashville, because apparently it's super illegal there. Right. So yeah, the first thing we're doing is recently ex-flat earther Jaron Campanella returned to the debating world and debated his old friend Austin Whitsitt about the earth being flat, and Austin did a lot of fallacious stuff, really, and we're gonna cover that. But to make it more fun, there's already one idiot that's there, which is obviously Austin, but then a bunch of other idiots decided to cover the stream and be more idiotic. So we've got a lot more fun, a lot more things to laugh at. So we're going to start with Flatzoid and his crew of super smart humans reviewing the debate between Jaron and Austin. Now, PJ seems to be back in amongst the crew, so obviously for Catzoid and PJ have made up. Right. Already 111 members, which is absolutely incredible. Remember, if you guys do send a super chat, I legally have to say whatever you put in that super chat. So, yeah. So we'll start with this. Welcome to the membership drive. I hope to see you around for many hours to come. Oh, shit. Yeah, Planner's right. I should actually start the timer. That's a helpful thing, right? You guys get an extra few minutes because I totally forgot to start the countdown. $2 from It's a Rubik says, I'll smuggle gummies through TSA for you. I appreciate it, but my favourite NASA shill, I do not want you getting in trouble. Like, you could, if you got caught, it would be bad for you. And I do not want that to happen. So I very much appreciate the the offer, but I don't want you getting arrested on my behalf. Plus, you've just announced to the world that's something you intend to do. Okay, so every £10, $10, €10-ish, I will add an extra minute to that timer as well. But here is for Catzoid and his crew of morons.
Can be better. Hey Ryan,
I downloaded it.
yeah.
Hi guys.
Hey, hello Dan, I see you. I know it's legal in Canada and I wish it was legal here. Honestly, Mr. Autopants, I have not touched any setting. I do not know why you guys are appearing as your @ handles instead of what you actually should. I find no way to actually change it back.
Cookies.
Okay, let's see. It's gonna be interesting.
Okay, what is up, guys? Sorry for the delay. Everything went wrong.
Now, we have to speed them up a little bit, right? We're going to do 1.15 just to make them almost bearable. I also want you to notice that I started doing the cartoon avatars clearly made by AI. And very soon after, Flerfs started doing the exact same style. So I ain't doing that anymore. Hey, Dave, how you doing, my friend? Sunday, possibly. Yeah, what day is it today? It's Monday, right? So, well, I need to be finished by the 4th, okay? Because we're getting my new internet installed and there is work to do for that to happen. So I need to be finished by then.
For the first time, right before this debate, so it should be interesting. We wanted to give you guys a chance to get here. So, this is the long-awaited debate that has been requested by everyone.
Wait. Sorry,
Who was requesting this?
What are you
Who's
talking about?
requesting this?
That's literally where I stopped. The first place I stopped.
Well, literally everybody has been requesting it because it's a debate between two of the people that went to Antarctica, one who came back dumber and one who came back smarter. I think what happened whilst they were there, Jaren maybe zapped some of Witsit's intelligence and wait, no, there was no intelligence to zap. What am I talking about? Jaren just got smarter. That's all that happened. Witsit got dumber.
The highly anticipated and requested. It was like, who requested it other than you two?
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, look at Sean's face. This is like, are you serious?
Yeah.
I really don't care about Sean's face because Sean is a complete and utter asshole. And I hope to never interact with him because the FTFE would be, insane. Witsit vapes it. Yes, that's right. Dave, yes, I have a phone, but can I continue the stream just on my phone? I don't know if that would work. Sarah, no, it's not too early to start drinking. Not in the slightest.
I don't know about this. If anybody in chat knows if anybody's been asking for this debate, please let us know. 'Cause I don't know one person. So it's quite.
Also, has Flerfs started wearing a baseball cap since I have as well? What's going on here?
But then again, he has to hype it up. Remember, he needed people to pay $65 for this.
Yeah.
But who did though?
Quite a lot of people.
Ain't mad.
Wow,
Well,
that's right.
if quite a lot of people paid money for it, doesn't that mean that a lot of people wanted it to happen? Just a thought.
I mean, it'd be one thing if it was a boxing match, but I mean, come on, man.
$65 for that.
Isn't it crazy when, like, a day later, I got straight off Mojo? Like, last night, I got off Mojo.
Straight away, yeah.
Say,
Morning.
wait, really?
Press the wrong button.
Quite crazy.
1,000 times. So here we are.
Yay for buffering straight away. Yeah, so apparently Dave Weiss, Flat Earth Dave, was given the opportunity to be the person that moderated. However, he was scared of interacting with Jarenism again because Jaren would have ripped him the fuck apart. Right, I've got a poll. I want to see what you think.
It's a good thing. But when it comes to Austin or Jaren, none of those guys I'll trust with a pinch of salt. So, and we
None of those guys I trust with a pinch of salt. Well, there's a brand new fucking sentence for the day. Right? None of those guys I trust. What the fuck are you talking about for Catsoid?
still want to point out they're still business partners.
Oh, yeah.
They're not business partners at all. They've literally hardly interacted apart from in this debate. When I debated Sanchez in the paid for debate, we weren't business partners. I just signed a contract to say that I would get half of the money that the people pay for. It doesn't make us business partners. It just means that we both got paid for being there.
This is all just a show, guys. They're literally just trying to get money. Money and publicity, that's all they stand for.
That's right.
And it's working.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just go ahead and hand it over to the moderator, which is Sean Griffin from Keenan Context.
Welcome, everyone. This is the infamous debate, Is the Earth a Globe? Jaron Campanella of Jaronism. Austin Whitsitt of Whitsitt Gets It. Austin, do you have the screen? It shows just you right now.
Well, for them, it shows all three of us.
Okay.
Just checking, guys. Is the stream buffering? Is it okay? Do I need to change the settings? Hopefully, with me constantly streaming, it should settle down. 108 people watching already. Thank you very much. We're already, like I said, have 111 new members, which is insane. Hey, YouTube Bob. Yeah, guys, I literally don't know the names of who's in the chat because it's showing your @handles instead. I would love if you could do me a favor, right? Go to your YouTube settings and change your @handle to what your YouTube name actually is, so I know who it is in the chat, because I don't. There's no way that I can change what it's showing, so I'm just seeing your @s, and a lot of that isn't who you actually are. That's not what your actual names are on YouTube. So if you could please go and change your @handles so I know who I'm talking to, I'd very much appreciate it. Yes, I did see that someone took a swing at Mikey Smith, and we'll play that video that Toon made whilst it happens.
So welcome, everyone. This is possibly round one of this epic debate going down tonight. Is the Earth a globe? And I think Jaron Campanella is going to be in the affirmative position, so he's going to go first. The format for the debate will be 10-minute openings, 7-minute rebuttals, followed by 30 minutes of open cross-exam between the two interlocutors, and then we're going to be taking questions from the audience for a 30-minute Q&A. So be sure to hold your questions till about midway through the debate. That way they don't get lost in the abundance of questions flowing in. And
doesn't it look like to you guys like Jaron's lost a lot of weight?
Yeah, Jaron has told me many times that he works out quite often, very much like me. He's actually pretty ripped. So I think since, a couple of years ago, he has lost weight. He's also got guns like this. They're actually getting quite chunky. Ooh. I think the tattoo needs a bit of air. Gonna have to. It's all really peeling at the moment. Let's have a look. Yeah, you can totally see all the skin flaking off. The colours are coming through. It's amazing. Hey, the conspiracist, how you doing, my friend?
He can't. I mean, he's always a little bit fidgety. He doesn't look straight at the camera. Never has, really. He's always like a sidey glance type thing, isn't he?
Yeah, he never looks at the camera. That's all he ever does. But he looks like he's lost a lot of weight. He looks...
Well, it's a lot of stress, having to hold a big lie.
Oh, he's obviously lost weight because he's stressed about the lie he's doing. I would say that PJ and that lot are getting dumber, but I don't know if it's possible to get dumber than he already was.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think
and
might do it?
And I don't know what's up with Whitsitt trying to always think he's got muscles or something. Poor guy's muscles is smaller than my damn arms. Forearms. My forearms are bigger than his biceps. So it's a bit weird that he thinks he's got muscles.
I had a troll come in at the end of the debate when I was doing it earlier, saying, "What was that? Mr. Medic challenged me to throw hands with him to a boxing match." Yeah, not a problem. Whoever you are.
I mean, they're right. I've seen Austin live, and he's a stick. He has no muscles. Meth makes you thin. That's all I'm saying. That's not how I did it, though. I dieted and exercised.
He says, "You've got big mouth, PJ. Do you want to arrange a boxing match?" Like, okay, if you want to throw hands, it gives me a reason to get fit again. Let's do it. Madness, isn't it?
But yeah, it's gonna be interesting. All that debating, guys, is the Earth a globe or not? The same nonsense. Like I said, I haven't watched it, so I can't tell you what they've specifically argued. But if PJ at least checked some of it, he says they did bring up some TFE, so it should be interesting.
Jaron, if you're ready, we can go ahead and hear your opening.
Yep, I'm gonna set my timer so I have a little clock here going, and we good to go. Okay, and we said 10 minutes. Okay, we will. Can we edit this one? Good enough. All right, and let me know. Can you just tell me when we have like 5 minutes and then 1 minute or something?
Can do.
Thank you much. Are we good to go?
Yeah, I'll start the time when you start your speaking.
Sounds good. All right, so thanks everybody for being here. Obviously, thanks for inviting me, Austin. Thanks for moderating, Sean. I know it was last second. Much appreciated. So, and let me begin by saying hello to the former colleagues, friends I have.
Former colleagues, friends.
Oh, no.
Wow. Already off the bat, kind of a...
he's being truthful. They are former colleagues and friends. They've all thrown him under the bus and no longer work with him or act very nice towards him. They are literally former colleagues and friends. Jaren is being truthful. Don't know why you're laughing. Oh yeah, I know why you're laughing. Because you're a fucking idiot.
kind of slapping them in the face. You know, the same people that used
You
to
need to
support
be
you
here,
for 10
Rach.
years, Jaren.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that literally kept you out, you know, into your home, that you didn't have to have an actual job. You know, those people that you just literally threw out in the curb.
No. He didn't throw anyone out. Jaren did not throw anyone out. Jaren has still welcomed all the flat earthers to come and talk to him. He threw no one out. Everyone, as soon as Jarenism said the earth is not flat, everyone threw him under the bus. Why are you trying to gaslight Jarenism when he's not even there? I need to listen to that again.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that literally kept you out, you know, into your home. Former colleagues, friends.
Oh, no.
Wow. Already off the bat, kind of slapping them in the face. You know, the same people that used to support you for 10 years, Jaren.
Yeah.
You know, the ones that literally kept you out, you know, into your home, that you didn't have to have an actual job. You know, those people that you just literally threw out in the curb for your new buddies that were the ones calling you retarded and a moron for the last 10 years.
Right. He's realized that he was a moron for the past 10 years. That's the thing, right? He admits that he was a moron. We were fucking right when we called him a moron. Okay? and he's okay with that. But he threw no one under the bus. Jaren is still welcoming to everybody. If you can come and tell him reasons why the earth is not a globe and speak to him respectfully, he'll talk to you. You know, he didn't want to lose friends. But every single person in the Flat Earth cult threw him under the bus, said that his family is being threatened. And it's like, the backwards thinking that Fakatzoid shows is actually quite impressive. Right, if anyone can find me instructions on how to change the names back to YouTube names rather than handles, then please tell me, because I can't seem to find how to do it. Hey, Liz.
Yes, you know those people. Yeah.
That's right. So that was Vicky's first point, actually. Yeah.
Do it for the mammon, man. Do it for the mammon.
That's it, man. That's it.
Mm-hmm. She was under better circumstances. Unfortunately, as you know, tonight I'm debating somebody I once stood next to in the Flat Earth community, Austin Whitsitt.
You still do. You guys are business partners. You still stand together, dude.
Yeah.
As long as you're still business partners, you stand together. This damn actor show, like, oh, you guys are separate, is just nonsense, man. You're working together.
They're literally not working together. They've hardly communicated since the final experiment, apart from to arrange this. That's not working together. Like, do you guys think that Keith believes his own lies? Do you think he knows that they're lies, or do you think that he is just that stupid that he believes what he is saying?
Of course.
Summits, Globebusters. We spoke at conferences. We used a microphone and speaker at Venice Beach. We claimed to seek truth, and the same I thought could be said for all of you. Originally, the difference is that I actually meant it. Others did as well. They've escaped the Flat Earth. We weren't here for a social movement. While I might agree with the ideas of that, those can be done in other ways. We were here for truth and a scientific truth. Once that truth is gone, that's it. Game over.
Whoa. What scientific truth are you talking about, Jaren? You didn't even know.
The truth that science allows us to find. The truth that science says, well, if you look at the evidence and you can't debunk this evidence, then that's clearly the thing that's true. That truth. Jaren accepted the evidence. Instead of just dismissing it out of hand, he followed science to the conclusion that was presented, matching all the predictions of the globe. We know for Catsoid you don't understand what it is, but so the stream started with 45 minutes on the timer, just 25 minutes ago, and there's still 6 hours on the timer because that's now how time works apparently. So you can add to that timer with a membership gifted, or a membership bought, or a membership upgraded. You can also add to that timer with any super chat that equals more than £10. As soon as I see the chat revenue go up to £10, I'll add an extra minute every single time. Hey Dandaman, how you doing, my friend? Hey, your pal Al, how you doing?
What science is?
Yeah.
Jaren, when it comes to science or frankly any logic, Jaren was one of the biggest retards around.
Oh, the irony. The absolute irony of Fakatzoid saying that.
I mean, he literally once told me you can get a tangent of a pencil.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I mean, yeah.
If the pencil is slightly curved in any way, shape, or form, then yeah, you can get a tangent to it. You get a tangent to any surface that's not 100% completely flat, because otherwise it's just level to it.
So, quite crazy. Oh yeah, and what causes waterfall? Rocks.
What?
Rocks. Quite crazy. Oh yeah, and what causes waterfall? Rocks. That's
Did Jaren
science,
say that?
guys.
I don't
Rocks
think
causes
so.
waterfall.
He did.
I mean, for a waterfall, you kind of need rocks to be, not there. Waterfalls create, rocks are removed, and that creates the waterfall. Nivox Spilkerman says, I don't get paid to the second. You'll still be here then, right? That's up to you guys, apparently. But you don't have to donate. I just appreciate you being here more than anything. Share the stream.
Because I will do one spoiler. He does say something about curved angles.
Oh, okay.
So I spent a decade researching, presenting, defending the flat Earth model. Why? Well, because I thought it was true. So
Okay, I have to stop again. Sorry. What flat Earth model?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Jaren held to the A map. So he did kind of have a model-ish. He held that the A map was a representation of the shape of the Earth, the North Pole centered A map, and that was the what he modeled the shape of the Earth on. So that was the majority of flat earthers would have agreed with him. There's obviously no absolute consensus within the flat earth world as to what map is correct, but that was the one that most went with, and that was the one that Jaren went with. So he had a model.
Where has he ever presented a flat Earth model? So this is the first line.
He brings that up a lot. Like Roger played like 10, 12 minutes of this stream last night, and yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know you guys don't understand what he means, or anything really.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, but I mean, if he keeps saying, "Oh yeah, I brought up the model, defending the model," and what model?
Right.
There is no model. Jaren.
Yeah, we're aware there is no model of the flat Earth, and that's kind of the problem for Catsoid. There's no model of the flat Earth because the Earth isn't flat. But what is there a model of? The globe.
Hasn't presented any model. Has anybody seen a model presented by Jaren?
No.
Quite sad. Okay, we're gonna try and let him say more now. It's just hard when he says really idiotic stuff that we have to stop.
I know, that's what I was trying to do.
Yeah, well, it just gives me more things to respond to because you're so fucking stupid. Hey, I am Raven gifted a membership. That takes that up to 112, and that back up 3 minutes. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it so much.
Sadder still, Austin and I both went on a trip in December to do what we both thought was helping the flat Earth, and in my mind at least, by showing strong evidence for or against it. When I encountered the real-world observations that flat Earth can't explain, I didn't ignore it. I tested it. I went down, took action. I went to Antarctica, watched the 24-hour sun with my own eyes, circled for 4 days. It wasn't NASA. It wasn't Dave Weiss's plasma sun that he got from a microscope.
Hold up.
It's not hearsay. It's a real observation.
Hold up. How did you watch it go for 4 days if you were only there for 2?
That's right. That's right.
They weren't just there for 2. They were there for 3 days, 4 nights. They weren't there for just 2. Oh, right. Yeah, you're flat earthers. You can't count. I always do say, guys, right? If you're having a bad day, then the best thing that you can do is take a deep breath. Just count to 3. 1, 2, 3. And then realize you've now counted higher than any flat earther ever could.
Just that, though. Remember when they literally got in Punta Serena and said, okay, now we have to go eat and stuff, and then they did their 12 o'clock stream at night, and then they left. They went straight to Union Glacier. When they were there, what happened? Let's look at the toilet. Let's look at this. Oh, we're going to go straight away now. Look at my little tent, and we're going to go straight now to where they designated a place for us. They went there, and they slept under the table for a while.
Didn't they catch some Z's as well? You know what I mean? And let the elbows.
And then he said,
well, Jaren really didn't sleep that much. It was Witsit that was sleeping, okay?
And he said, oh, yeah, we haven't been here for 24 hours to say, but it looks like the sun. Remember when he was crossing his hands like, oh, yeah, I was wrong. They weren't there for 24 hours.
He just straight up blew his own thing, okay? So if they watched it for 4 days and you were only in Antarctica for 2 days, where did you watch this at? In a studio? Was it in a studio, Jaren? You just busted yourself, bro.
Mm-hmm.
No, you guys just can't count, and we know there was no fucking studio. Yeah, right. I cannot, literally, there is no way for me to change the handles back to the YouTube names. So I'm just going to have to go off what your @ handles are. So, Dihydrogen Monoxide, who's been a member for 12 months, which is once around the fucking sun, says, what's this? The sun's now back in the same part of the sky that it was when I joined. How strange. I wonder how Flerfs explain that, or how they'd explain the current UK heatwave. They can't explain it. They are too busy eating the purple crayons.
But not just that, though. Did you know the issue is? Remember when he was showing his videos and streams, his recordings on his GoPro? Half of his GoPro footage was at Union Glacier Camp itself, not where they were trying to do the observation. So even those 2 days they were there, half the time he wasn't even there to be able to do that observation.
The sun still circled above them whilst they were in Union Glacier. You talking monkey. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Oh, hold on. 1 second, guys. 1 second. I just compared for Catzoid to a monkey that, a talking monkey, and well, frankly, this is unacceptable behaviour by myself. I know that you, as my audience, expect better, and I want to sincerely give my apologies, because that kind of thing isn't correct. I shouldn't do that. So, from the bottom of my heart, I do apologise to all monkeys, whether you can talk or not, for comparing you to Flatzoid. Because clearly your intelligence outweighs his by several orders of magnitude. So from the bottom of my heart to all monkeys, or any ape, frankly, any simian, any upright mammal that I seem to have offended, I'm sorry. Please don't take over the planet in a Planet of the Apes type situation because of my faux pas. I think that was okay. We're all good. Well, Monkey Cat Pat Pat says it's all right, so I'm okay.
And I mean, that's not even to go around with
Concord,
where he lied and said they got to Punta Serenas on the 13th, when you literally see his flight ticket showing the 10th.
Right.
No.
So that's a bit odd.
It's now the 30th of June, right? Which is, what, like 140 something days into the year? And they're still huffing the copium.
100% above board, despite what you hear from all the great flat Earth researchers. And what I've explains and matches reality exactly. And it sure as hell isn't the flat model. I thought.
What model predicts everything that you're claiming? The model that violates natural law. The one that they say is too big to be able to observe Earth curvature.
One, it doesn't violate any natural law. Two, we don't say it's too big to see the curvature. We say it makes it quite hard to see the curvature at ground level. But remember, there's a horizon. The horizon doesn't exist without something curved.
The one that they say, let's just make up crazy stuff like gravity, even though we don't know what gravity is. The same one that says, you know what? Just trust me, bro. You don't need.
We know what gravity is. It's an attraction between masses that creates a force. Do we know why it does that exactly? Not 100%. But we know what gravity is. Enough to be able to make predictions with it. Hey, look! That's another new member. Welcome to Scrapper's Drunk Debunk Show. My good friend Mike, who I met in person.
You don't need to observe the Earth rotating. You see the sky moving, but it's actually just us. That belief system. Oh, that's not a model, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, there is 100% a model of the globe that works and we understand it. Just because you don't know how it works or what a model is just proof that your mother fed you lead paint.
So Jaren doesn't even know what a model is either. Okay, let's carry on longer.
People would be adults, and we would say we were wrong when the evidence was dropped in our lap. And thanks to Robbie, Paul, Patricia, Austin Thompson, Alex Stein, and the others. And there's still some more people who want to remain unnamed, and still others that maybe nobody knows their names. So I'm happy at least that people can admit when they're wrong. But yes, for nearly a decade, I was one of the most vocal about flat Earth, and it's sad.
Bullshit. Okay.
What's bullshit about him being the most vocal about flat? He absolutely fucking was. He's Jarenism. He was the flat earther.
First, I have to stop there. Sorry, guys. When you started naming Robbie Davidson and Patricia Steer and Alexander, you do know all of them were just having the same script, saying exactly the same thing.
Yeah, because they all thought the same thing. You know how being flat earthers work, right? Because you are one. You all fucking repeat scripts that you've heard from other people about shit that you don't understand.
At the same time. And no, Jaren, you weren't the biggest vocal on there. You were just pushed more than everybody else. Everybody here on this panel.
Because he was one of the most vocal. He did the most content, put out the most videos, did the most live streams.
Panel has exactly the same vocal that you have. Being actually us more than you because we still flat earthers, dude.
Big Fish says, I thought Ratzoid wasn't discussing flat earth anymore. Or is he just a lie? Oh, wait, I've just answered my own question. Yeah. How to tell if a Catzoid is lying? His mouth is moving.
So it's total nonsense.
Ooh. Well, it's dropped out of noise and then dropped out. Oh,
no,
what was that?
Yeah.
I can't see you though. Oh, there you are.
Oh, I think that was me.
No.
Oh, look at that. Unfornicated has become a member. Taking that number up to 114, adding 3 minutes to that. Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate it. XPenguin95 with a £5 super chat says, a matching donation of the Catzoids and his panel's measured IQ in British pounds. Apologies for how small it appears. I very much appreciate it, my friend. And then we have dihydromonoxide with £10. For Catzoid would pick up a demon core, think it's a Pokemon ball, and that a small sphere in the center. Just refresh, guys. And that takes it up to like £20 worth of super chats, which means that we add. How do we just add a member? We just need to add one. And then two. So we add 2 more members. No, not 2 more members. Timer settings. Timer control. Right. So we add 2 minutes. There we go. That's how to do that. And that's another 5, which takes it up again. Because that's now like $30 worth of, well, £30 worth of super chats. Which means we add another minute onto that. Amazing. It's Rubik says, Jaren was the only Flerf actually looking for truth. He always came in good faith. It's why he's a good moderator and why he left Flat Earth. I mean, there was times when Jaren would spout the same lies and ignore logic and sensibilities. And, you know, push things which he kind of knew weren't true. But I think he is repenting for that, which I'm impressed with. Thank you for the super chats, guys. I appreciate it. Oh, Pat in the chat, I missed that one. 41 months has been a member and says, might want to add, I can't change the names graphic on your stream. Lol. Yeah, so basically YouTube are really pushing for people to use their @handles. So if you know, the best thing to do is just change your @handle to whatever you think you want to be called on YouTube. So how do you tag me now? Is it just @FTFE official?
Flat Solve, it's someone else. I thought it was Solve trying to share something.
Oh, but speaking of Robbie, real
No,
fast,
don't give it to that guy. That's probably that Flat Solve is probably just a troll. So.
But I'm thinking, you know how
Anyway.
Robbie went back to the globe, right? Like, I'm curious from a Christian perspective how he's going to make a ball come out of Scripture.
This is what gets me. The majority of religious people that follow Scripture or are Christians or read the Bible, like 99.99999% of them still know the earth is a globe. Regardless if they believe in a magic sky daddy, you know, God, whatever, it doesn't matter. They still think the earth is a globe. And they agree that Scripture kind of, you know, implies all that. It's only you morons, biblical flat earthers, that think the Scripture implies anything else. And that's because your parents met at family reunions. Right, so you can tag me either way. That's good. Epic Heartache for £4.99 says, so happy after watching Jaren realise the moon landings did occur. He is growing so much as a person. I know. Good job fucking Dave McKeegan on that one, by the way. Right.
Mm-hmm. I know
He can't.
Right.
He just has to ignore it now. There we go. See, Nazi Flatsies. You see that's his comments. It is just a troll.
No doubt.
You know what happens if you really want the link so badly?
The Garden Kitten also became a member. Welcome to Scrappers, taking that number up. Oh, sorry, that number up to 115. I pointed in the wrong.
You could just be nice to us and actually ask us politely, not be demeaning and I can say name calling. Then you don't
Not
get.
here
I
to-
asked nicely. You don't
They're
let me.
not
You
here
make
for
it-
conversation. They're here to stop the conversation. That's all.
Right.
Exactly. Okay, so let's carry on listening to hogwash and nonsense from Jaren.
To be here. I know there's a lot of people that I respect very much who are speaking at this event, who have been friends of mine for a long time. Haven't talked to them in 6 months because they abandoned me just like everybody else. Because I went down to Antarctica.
How can we stop? How can we not stop his talking? You abandoned everybody.
You immediately came
bullshit.
back and called everybody
Look at it
assholes
around.
instead, and retards and everything else.
No, that wasn't immediate. That took time after realizing that when he came back and said that the Earth is a globe, everyone acted like fucking retards. They've literally gaslit themselves into thinking that Jaren treated them badly for saying the Earth's a globe.
What happened when he just came back from this whole thing and he gave his nice Christmas poem?
Exactly.
You personally attacked us. Solve is one of them. I'm also one of them. Other people you personally attacked. So don't come pull bullshit. People left you.
Well, they did. And then he attacked them because they were assholes.
That's total nonsense. This guy's a total dirtbag. Yeah, he's trying to be the victim.
He totally is.
Where he is the one that incited his...
As soon as he came back, everyone it was like, oh, look at you. You've sold out, you scumbag. Oh, you've been bought. Your family must have been held hostage. You know, they literally treated him like shit. Okay, we have been live for 45 minutes. So technically the stream should be done. It's finished, guys, because that is how much we started with as a timer, 45 minutes. And after 45 minutes, the timer says, hold on. Just a second. Yeah, so after 45 minutes, the timer says like 6 hours. Huh. That's weird. I'm sure time will sort itself out. So thank you very much, guys. In about 15 minutes, I'll take like a 5-minute break because I need to keep myself fresh.
Victimization.
Antarctica and came back and told you the truth. Can you imagine? You're all truthers, and you turned your back on me for going on a trip and telling you the truth. So what do you think that does to my opinion of the truthers of the flat Earth? But what separates me from the community is exactly that I will follow the evidence even if it leads me somewhere uncomfortable.
Okay, I just have to put this guy on screen, sorry guys, because he's telling Solve to die in the back chat. So we're giving him an opportunity to come in and say it to his face.
You got the stones there, little fella. Come on and take care of business.
Terrible thing to say, though.
Of course it is.
Yeah, never tell flat earthers they should die. That's not nice. I mean, we don't want to have to waste, like, you know, grave space, you know. There's paperwork and stuff involved, and frankly, they're just not worth it. So don't go around telling flat earthers to die. Epic Heartache for £1.99 says, "Oh no, we broke physics again." Yeah, you guys fucking need to. I'm gonna get in trouble if you guys carry on with that. All right, so that means, all right, no, I need another £2 to add another minute.
Probably Sean Hawkins, by the way. Vicky Queen, thank you for the $10 super chat. Really appreciate it. She says, please smash the likes and share the show. Thank you. Yeah, guys, she's paying for this super chat to say to do keep up with it and just hit the likes, please, guys. Really appreciate it, Vicky. Appreciate all the support. Appreciate everybody being here. So you got 5.
I think that's the only super chat he's got on this stream so far. I love the support that he gets. Hey to the 195 people watching. How you all doing?
Seconds to talk up or you will be kicked. So simple as that, because we're not going to let you turn this into a shit show. And
what is POS? Positively outstanding somebody? Yes, I am.
Positively outstanding servant. Yeah. Oh well. Now he will be ignored.
Who's a friend I attacked there, Flatsaw? Who did I attack? I didn't attack anybody. Once I was attacked, then I started naming names, bitch. Huh? Right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay. Let's get back to the actual debate.
I'm not here representing NASA. I'm not here on behalf of any government. I'm just here on my own, telling you my observations and what they mean to me.
Sounds like you're trying.
What is this debate not about? I guess is, let me get to this part. So my opponent, obviously Austin. I think Austin's sharp. I think he's articulate. I think he's smart. I think he's undeniably passionate. I used to admire that passion, and I do, but I think that the passion without precision is just noise. Austin's approach is a philosophical approach, I believe, more than it is scientific. And here's what we can expect Austin to do tonight, at least in my opinion. He's not going to answer my questions because he's going to leave us with no picture of how the world works or how it looks or how it operates.
Right.
No idea of its layout, no understanding or no clue about how anything works. He won't offer any explanations since Flat Earth doesn't have any. It will instead say the default position is that we live on a flat plane. But throughout history, we've already corrected that error. The globe is a counterintuitive suggestion. I agree with that. However, it is true. So,
did you just say that? The globe is a counterintuitive suggestion. Yeah. However, it is true. Then it's not a counterintuitive suggestion. It's either true or it's not. You can't.
What? What did they just say?
Agree with that. However, it is true. So, we live in the world works or how it looks or how it operates. No idea of its layout, no understanding or no clue about how anything works. He won't offer any explanations since Flat Earth doesn't have any. It will instead say the default position is that we live on a flat plane. But throughout history, we've already corrected that error. The globe is a counterintuitive suggestion. I agree with that. However, it is true. So,
did you just say that? The globe is a counterintuitive suggestion. Yeah. However, it is true. Then it's not a counterintuitive suggestion.
I don't think he knows words, does he? Yes, things about the globe can be counterintuitive. Oh, you mean we can stand on the outside of a sphere and not fall off? You know, it is counterintuitive. That suggestion doesn't instantly make logical sense to us. But it's still true. That all of you seem to get, you know, flummoxed by that there. And I really don't know why. Oh, yes, I do. Because you're all fucking idiots. X-Penguin 95 for £10 says, why do biblical flat earthers ignore ancient Greek philosophers like Pythagoras from the 6th BC, who deduced a spherical earth partly due to the sphere's perceived perfection, predating parts of the Bible? Yeah, these kind of things go over the heads of flat earthers. And then Emma M for €5 says, 20 super chats to remove one item. The cap or what? Hard pass. Let me know when you're ready to remove your pants, you cunt. Yeah, I thought you might see that. Who knows what item of clothing I'll remove for the super chat goal. But that does mean I need to add another 2 minutes with the super chat, so let me do that. Here we go. Thank you very much for the support and the super chats and the membership, guys. I really appreciate it. Remember, you can increase that timer by either giving a membership, upgrading your membership, or £10 worth of super chats also add 1 minute. Memberships add 3.
It's either true or it's not. You can't. Oh man. We say this all the time, guys.
Is he googling the word counterintuitive?
How do you know the Earth's not a globe? Simple. I'm sitting right now. I'm telling you the Earth's not moving. There's no observation.
He just said, how do we know the Earth's not a globe? Well, I'm telling you that I'm sitting here and not moving. Is he getting dumber? Yes. Yes, he's getting dumber. Hey, Curious UK, how you doing, my friend? Welcome to the stream. This is the never-ending stream. 200 you watching. Share the stream. Share the love. Punish me with super chats and super and memberships.
Telling me it's moving. I am breathing right now. I know the Earth's not moving. The Earth's enclosed.
I'm breathing, therefore I know the Earth's enclosed. No, that's just you being stupid, not understanding anything. Rachbot for $2 says, a lucky dip sounds great to me. Oh, for which bit I'll remove? That is taking it up to, let me see. Yep, need to add another minute based on that, so thank you. Did it do it? Yeah, it did do it. Yeah. I'll just add an extra one to make sure.
What's up,
hey, how are you?
Sam? How's it going?
How you doing?
Good.
Everything okay?
Another person joined their panel. You would think that would, you know, like increase the IQ there in general, but no, it somehow lowered it.
Yes, man. Good to have you in.
I'm alright.
So what's your thoughts on Jaren's bullshit so far?
I can't fucking stand that guy. I hate him more than the Iranians. I hate him. I fucking hate him.
I hate his guts.
I don't know, man. He's like so. Everything is bad. Yeah, he's so
evil.
He's like, wow.
I hate him because he says things that I don't like and make me feel dumb. Yeah, we know you hate him because he left your cult, and that's how cults work.
I cannot stand him.
As you can see, I gave him the one red eye symbolism in the thumbnail for a reason.
I thought he had an infection.
I call him.
He's so clever. Oh, Dihydrogen monoxide says for £2, Facatzoid would delete System 32, thinking it's a virus.
Jaranakin Skywalker.
But yeah, the guy's a total. Oh, man.
Alarmism.
Is that Jer Binks? Yeah.
Yeah. Jar Binks.
And greetings, Sam.
He also won't at any time offer a working map or model. Won't provide a model that matches all known observations. Won't explain how you can have circumpolar stars in the south, seen from the continents, the 3 continents. Explain why the north at 80 degrees are seeing an inverse but identical observation today that we made 6 months ago to the day. Predict sunrise and sunset times for every location on Earth with a flat Earth geometry, or tell us how the sun stays visible for 24 hours at a time in Antarctica, unless he invokes.
Epic Head Heartache 74 says off. Do I know this channel? That's Michaela. Hey, hello, thank you. Yes, I might not recognize, like I said, a lot of you because YouTube are forcing me to have @ handles rather than the other, the YouTube name.
Refraction or reflection.
Jaren, real quick, Jaren, I paused the time for you. Before we started, you said you were going to minimize yourself. Are you thinking you're showing something right now?
No, I'm not showing anything yet.
Okay.
I'll get.
All right. Good.
Yeah.
I'll resume the time.
Of course, he won't minimize himself. He won't.
Clemus for $10 says they can't honestly believe that Earth is not moving because they can't feel it. Yes, they are in fact that stupid, and they think the only way they can be breathing is because we're in some kind of fishbowl. Even though there's a pressure gradient, which means you can't breathe for a lot of it. Wait, hold on. So they can breathe because it's contained, but if they go up to 30,000 feet, they certainly can't breathe. Yeah, it's still contained. Huh, weird. But that means we add another minute. Thank you very much for the support, my friends. Now, we also have the leaderboard thingy with the XP, which I see X Penguin and Clive and Dihydrogen Monoxide have been farming. I think the most you can get is like 150 XP an hour or something. So they've been farming for a while because the X Penguin's at 1,050 XP. Clemus for $10 says because I've been on cruise ships and I can't feel it moving, but it's fucking moving. I know. Every time I get on a train, I'm like, why are we not going anywhere? Another minute, thank you very much.
Wants to be the center of attention.
He's real hood with that flat brim too. He's like a hood rat. He's a fly, pretty fly for a white guy.
What?
Oh, haha! You're so funny.
You see, the thing is, he used to always wear the THC hats and stuff, supporting THC. But since this whole thing, he's like throwing him under the bus too, throwing him away. Now it's not THC anymore.
Well, yeah, because THC treated him like shit. Like all the others. I'm going to do the smoking stuff with him instead. Ryan Cooper, 1705 for $5 says, Facatzoid just needs to find someone to make the world move for him. Kiss, kiss. Yeah, he's never been rocked like that, I guess. Need a container for $2 Canadian says, Toon's not live, so I'll give this to you instead. Well, thank you very much, my friend. I very much appreciate it. I see that's another, yeah. So we're about £3 off of another minute being added.
Wonder why, Jaren. But yeah, everything he just said was total poppycock. No, Jaren, you haven't even presented a 24-hour sun to anybody yet. You're just making a claim there's a 24-hour sun.
I'm sorry, what now? There's literally videos of the 24-hour sun. What do you mean they're not presenting it? Is Facatzoid having some object permanence issues here?
I mean, have any of you seen this 24-hour sun they claim to?
No, it's pretty weird. NASA's even got a station down there. They've never even presented it. So what's up?
And what's funny is that there is no 24-hour suns for like 80 years already. That supposedly scientists are in Antarctica. So there never was a 24-hour sun. How come now suddenly they could film that? I don't understand. So
there's always been a 24-hour sun for a certain amount of time during the year in Antarctica. That didn't just happen. They're getting dumb. euros from Emma. Thank you very much. That means we actually get to add another minute. And then another 2. Thank you very much. I want to see. Remember, 1 item of clothing comes off.
So such a bunch of shit.
Why wouldn't that be a selling point for things like what's the outfit they went down, ALE? Why wouldn't that be a selling point? Come down and witness the 24-hour sun at the bottom of the world. You know, I could write up a thing for that and get people involved. No.
Well, the thing is, everybody knows that there's a 24-hour sun, right? So they don't need to advertise it. If people want to go and see the 24-hour sun, they'll go to ALE and arrange a trip. You know, but they don't really need to advertise. They're not a company that needs to spend a whole lot on their advertising budget, because people want to go there and they're one of the only companies that do it. Emma for €2 says tits or ass. Emma, this is not my OnlyFans. I keep telling you.
Oh, no worry. It's not a.
But did you not call? But did you not call that ALE before and actually ask about it? And they said no.
There's 24 hours of daylight. I said, can you see the 24-hour sun? And then she hesitated. You could tell somebody was talking to her off the phone.
No, that's not true at all. She said, yes, you can see the 24-hour sun. You absolute lying piece of shit. We watched that on my channel. They went, you asked if you can see 24 hours of daylight, and they said yes. And you went, oh, so not the actual sun. And they said, no, yes, you can see the sun for 24 hours. There was no hesitating. There was no listening to someone off the sun. You're a liar and a piece of shit, son. Epic Heart 874 for 199 says, and there is a blood smear on my desk. Coincidence? Yeah, Face Desk, sorry. I can't offer insurance for that, I'm afraid. You know there is, Emma. You absolute cunt.
And she goes, yes. There's a reason ALE doesn't even want to be associated with this farce at all. The picture, they're the only group that went there and took.
If they didn't want to be associated with it, then they wouldn't have let them fucking record a documentary. You deranged old man.
Took a picture at Union Glacier and didn't have a Union Glacier sign in front of them, right?
But not just that, they're still not shown on the Facebook pages on any public recognition for ALE at all.
No.
That's the weird thing. It's like,
apart from all the things that have reported on it, of course. Oh my fucking lord.
It's like, you know, if you usually have a group coming to, and you don't want to be associated with them, so you don't present them community about them, so you just don't act like they were never there. That's how it seems of this, which is really odd. Because
that's how you want it to seem. ALE have never denied that it's happened. You know, they were paid a lot of money, and they are featured heavily in the documentary. Seriously, guys, I didn't realize that they'd found more copium for these guys to huff. I thought the world's supplies had run dry.
Even if someone there has a birthday, they celebrate it. If someone just comes there and is like, oh, this guy's got 2 different colored shoes, they celebrate that. I mean, come on. Why will they not celebrate something saying, hey, guys, we've destroyed...
Sorry, they would celebrate people come... I don't even want to respond to that fucking idiotic thing that was just said.
Flat Earth.
Well, you know what's weird to me is that it's hard for me to believe that they went...
Hey, what's weird to me, this is what this guy's saying, what's weird to me is that I'm supposed to change my underwear every day. I just don't understand it.
Done there. First of all, I don't believe they ever went there, but you know that the whole point of the TFE shit was to just prove that there was a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. I don't think that's the real reason. That's the official reason, the cover-up, because they fucked up so much that it's impossible. You know, I think they
didn't fuck anything up. Wow. Oh, it's pure Antarctica white copium. They must have found a new supply. I see. Mr. Autopants says some demands that physics do what he thinks it should do, and now he thinks advertisers for ALE should do what he thinks that they should do.
Maybe did it on purpose. I think there was another reason why they did that. It was not to disprove the flatterers by trying to prove that there's a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It was just to attempt to dismantle and attack the flatterers community. And this is what they succeeded into doing. This is their real success.
Well, yeah, Will did set out to dismantle the flat Earth community, and he did it pretty fucking well.
Because they didn't succeed into proving anything, in Antarctica, but they succeeded into activating all their shields and dividing the community, and this is what they aimed at. You understand? And it makes sense, because if you destroy the flat Earth community, it's over for the flat Earth theory. You understand? Yeah. So I believe that the objective is this. Exactly. And now you see Geran, you see those guys like how do you call him, Steven Alonso. All these guys are popping up, like saying, yeah, David Wise. So it's like it goes beyond the
Mr. Oripant says, "Oh, this guy's French." That explains it. He's wearing a lot of white. That's all I'm going to say. RateSpot $2 says, "My cooling is going to be running overtime."
The objective of proving that there is a 24-hour sun, because believe me, it's not possible. It's not that. It's just like look at what the success is. Look at what's going on. It's just to attack us.
Yeah. But I mean, even Duffy alone debunked his own whole TFE thing. I got a short quickly to play everybody. Everybody can hear.
No, he didn't. You're fucking dumb. Right. I'm going to take a quick break, use the toilet, grab a new drink, and I'll be back in just a few minutes. I already read that one from RateSpot. Thank you very much for the support, guys. See you in a sec. Oh, Dragil became a member, adding another 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Owns the stuff he bought with that credit card that he got using money from GoFundMe.
Let's see what else.
Anyways.
Oh yeah. DJI 382, those are the goggles that they took. GVM 647, those are the lights. Or not the lights, sorry. Those are the sliders that I bought. These are the lights. Okay. Flora. Oh, and then we bought some gas. I bought gas for the production and all that stuff. So the property was stolen. Okay? Regardless. This whole argument is ridiculous. I cannot believe that there are main members in the community that are siding with the perpetrators. It's ridiculous to me. But folks, whether you agree with me putting this out publicly or not, okay, we are supposedly a community of truth and truth seekers. Therefore, if someone steals from us and commits grand theft, it still ought to be put out publicly. I'm sorry. My loyalties is not to the community. My loyalty is to truth, folks, not to a community. Okay? My loyalty is to my Heavenly Father, my family, and truth. Okay? And this was not only wrong, it was way wrong. And now I've just showed that the police officer's report and findings were wrong. But folks, just so you know too, I am following up with the police station. I'm also going to be reporting the officer for not doing a proper investigation. I'm not going to go into all that. Okay? But just because the officer said it's a civil matter does not make it so. How many times have we seen courts reverse that stuff? So for some people to not put any weight into my testimony when I'm the one who actually had the property stolen is kind of ridiculous to me. Special update also. Robert Taylor and I have been in communication with the Wendell Police Department, and they are reviewing this case because apparently there were some things that were overlooked. Like I said, people, I am well aware of what the law states. This isn't my first rodeo, okay? And they are reviewing the case, and it does look like it is, in fact, a criminal case. So despite what the first officer said, another officer is reviewing the case, and it does look like it is a criminal case. So, like I said, more on that later. But that having been said, thanks for watching. I hope we're all a little smarter, a little wiser next time.
As always, I want to put a big thanks out to my patrons and an extra donor of a Ryzen 7 CPU.
Pick it up, pick it up. Is it duck? Is it potato? Watch the screen and wait for the show. What's revealed, we're dying to know. Is it turf or a potato? Check it out. Turf or potato? Yes, I'm right, let's go. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? What's underneath? A derpy mugshot or a root beneath? With every guess, we laugh and cheer. Is it dirt for a potato? Let's make it clear. Hang it up, give it a show. Dirt for potato, let's go. Skank it up, skank it out. Is it from the dirt or a funny disguise? Could it be a tater or a pair of eyes? What's in the ground or lurking around? Dirt or potato, where will it be found? Could it be smooth or full of lumps? Maybe it's grown on someone's big rump. Get your guess in, let's see what's true. Dirt or potato, it's all up to you. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? A pile of soil or a starchy friend? Guess it right and you'll ascend. Look real close, don't let it slide. Is it dirt or a potato waiting inside? Let's go, rude boys. Garden patch or a silly trick? Will you pick the right one or end up quick? Whether it's dirt or a golden spud, dirt or potato, here comes the flood. A mystery unfolds, what will it be? A lovely spot or dirt, can't you see? With every reveal, we're in for a laugh. Dirt or potato, it's the ultimate craft. Dirt or potato, guess it right, let's go. Dirt or potato, it's the game that steals the show. Beneath the earth or just pretend, a lump of soil or some dumb tread. Pick your choice, don't hesitate. Dirt or potato, now seal your fate. What's in the box, what will appear? A mash of dirt or something unclear. Make your move, we're almost through. Dirt or potato, it's all on you. Will it be fries or a dirty pile? Guess it wrong and we'll laugh for a while. Test your luck, it's time to go. Dirt or potato, let the guessing flow.
Welcome back. Welcome to hour 2 of the membership drive. Stream started with 45 minutes on the timer, and we've broken physics because it now says 5 hours, 39 minutes, even though we are half an hour past the time when it should have stopped. 116 new members already, which is absolutely incredible. Thank you very much. If you want to increase that timer and make me stream forever and ever and ever, then you can donate a membership. You can become a member, upgrade your membership, or super chat £10. A membership will increase it by 3 minutes, a £10 super chat by 1 minute, and I don't stop streaming until that timer hits 0. We are reviewing Flatzoid and his crew, reviewing Austin and Jaren debating, and for Catzoid's about to try and disprove Will Duffy. Sorry, some outside. Emma M for €2 says nudes and boobs. Thank you. Who knows what I'll take off?
Hear his words when he was debating Sean from King in Context.
I know.
Literally, this is what debunks TFE by Duffy himself. Just listen, guys.
Have you measured the diameter of the sun changing since?
Right. I want to warn everyone right now before Flatzoid plays this clip. Put a facepalm protection of some kind on.
The days of Adam.
I haven't measured it, and I want to
Okay, so
point
it's a
out.
false claim. So you're just appealing to.
Hey, Sean, let me answer. I want to point out to the audience, you are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the Earth, by talking about the sun.
Your whole TFE is about the sun. You
What?
Wow.
The audience, you are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the Earth, by talking about the sun.
Your whole TFE is about the sun. You
Yes, but this debate wasn't about TFE. This debate was about the shape of the Earth. So, how do you not understand that? Sorry, the stupid.
Bunks TFE by Duffy himself. Just listen, guys.
Have you measured the diameter of the sun changing since the days of Adam?
I haven't measured it, and I want to
Okay, so
point
it's a
out.
false
I wanna-
claim. So you're
I
just
wanna
appealing
point-
to.
Hey, Sean, let me answer. I want to point out to the audience, you are evading the topic of the debate, which is the shape of the Earth, by talking about the sun.
Your whole TFE is about the sun. You.
But that debate wasn't. Oh my fucking god. I warned you to have facepalm protection, guys. If you hurt yourself, not my fault. Yeah, I'm sorry, Anna. You're right. I did insult potatoes.
Wow. So he admits that has nothing to do with the Earth.
No.
He just admitted it right there.
No, he's saying that the TFE has nothing to do with that debate. Brain hurty.
I guess there we go. TFE debunked.
But that's how it works. Liars always end up to like following their own lies. They just, first of all, they believe their lies, so you believe that they're saying the truth because they're very convincing and everything, and then they fuck up. It doesn't last.
Rachbot, $2 Australian says, you can leave your hat on. Nearly hit the super chat goal. 4 more super chats in 15 minutes, and I will take off an item of clothing. Remember, I'm not allowed to get this channel, deleted.
The nature of evil, it's like it doesn't last. It's going to destroy everything around it, and then it's going to self-destruct. This is what they're doing. The more you stand, the more you time is with us. And at the end, those people just expose who they are really, and that's the end of it. But
who the fuck is this French nitwit?
Yeah, let's go on with the debate. Let's see.
Okay, thanks. So one of the biggest problems.
Dihydrogen monoxide for £5. Flerfs still won't analyse the terabytes of footage from the TFE. Definitely not because they can't afford the hardware in it to destroy their claims. Well, I'd say mostly the second part, but also, yes, the first part. That means we need to add another minute. So thank you very much.
Is that I've seen is that the flat Earth has become somewhat of a cult. So why did I leave it? Well, I left it not because I was debunked, not because I lost a debate or because I was paid off or because I was got tired of fighting. I left because I did something that very few in this community are willing to do. That's testing our conception of the Earth. Think of what the flat Earth has brought in 10 years. It's been 10 years. We have brought nothing to the world. We have invented nothing. We have increased.
You were not willing. You were not willing. You got bullied into it. You weren't willing at all.
How did he get bullied into it? In what way was him being offered a free trip, saying no, demanding that a second person gets to come, having that happen as well, having it all paid for? How is that being bullied into? It's Rubik's for $2 says, are you making more facepalm protection for DebateCon 6? I think I'll make something else for DebateCon 6. Emma M for $2 says, I dream of Emma's sucking my dick. Yeah, I did have to say that. I mean, I guess one of them happens. Emma M for €2 says, okay, 20 super chats. Drop those pants now. There we go. There's the item of clothing off. Okay. It's going to take a lot more than that to get me completely naked. Eric Burns says the only one bullied was Dearth for declining the trip after winning the poll for who should get a free trip. Yeah. Yes, they are Fred Perry trainers, you're right. They're furry suede Fred Perrys as well.
You were bullied into it.
Yeah.
So,
I want to ask, what did Jaren bring in that he's talking about?
What's the wee business?
What did he test? What exactly did he
you
test?
see, that's what I'm talking about. Is the fact?
What did he test? If there was a fucking 24-hour sun or not. That's what he tested. Do they not know what happened during the trip to Antarctica? Emma M for €2 says, I hate you so much right now, cunt. See you later. Well, I love you, you fucking cunt. Yes, FTFE is a show for Fred Perry, 100%.
Is trying to diminish and to the Flat Earth community is trying to say now that we didn't do nothing, we're a cult, is demonizing us, and this is the real objective. That's their point. We're too dangerous for these people. So I wouldn't understand.
There's never been a time ever where a French person was dangerous, mate. Certainly not you.
Same thing, probably. But anyways.
Oh, who we got in the chat? Concave Hollow Earther. Research gone off. All right, let's not just time him out for saying dumb things. We enjoy that here, guys. Let him say his dumb things. No Diggity says, I thought I'd been banned from chat months ago. Then I got a free membership this morning. I don't know why you would be banned. Concave Hollow Earth just sent me an email. Give me 1 second. There's someone at my front door.
Honestly, this is what I believe. Neil deGrasse Tyson is a flat earther. Either A, he knows it, B, he doesn't know it. But here's what I know is that he is backing away from, he's beginning to back away from the shit we could just set his ass on fire about, because he doesn't want to go up against an Eric Dubé or a Bro Sanchez or a Blacklight, anybody like that. He doesn't want to go up against them because now you're going to have to compare oranges to our oranges.
Yeah, it was the FBI. Apparently I'm too gorgeous and that I need to go to jail for that. But I've just told them to go away. They did as they were told. That's right. We've there's a hole in our downpipe in our drain in our back garden. Whenever us or our upstairs neighbour use a sink, it just kind of floods a little bit the back garden and goes into our neighbour's garden. So we've just got people over sorting that out. Buck Soldier for $5 says, Arwen versus Shame Saint Plagiaire. Fight to the death. Who wins? Arwen has speed and stench. Shame has size. I don't know. Arwen's nails look quite deadly, mate. I think he's got it. Let's just see. Right, that takes up to 9. So we need to add another minute to the timer. Thank you very much. Remember, every £10 worth of super chats, add a minute to the timer. Every new membership adds 3 minutes to the timer. The stream does not stop until that timer reaches 0.
Yeah. The knowledge of nothing. Sad. We have just spun our wheels and ran on a hamster wheel and then got off and been like really proud of ourselves. But when you look back, you didn't go anywhere. You didn't do anything. We didn't bring anything to the world. And there's a certain point where you need to say, hey, shouldn't we have something by now? Shouldn't we have something? So I tested my conception of the Earth. I went to Antarctica. I witnessed the 24-hour sun. I saw it with my own eyes. It means that the South is not a lie. We'll get into that. But let's talk about the so-called research that was done around the response to the final experiment. Spoiler alert, there wasn't any. No investigation, no travel, no counter-experiments, just knee-jerk denial, memes, name-calling, lazy live streams from basements with the globe in the trash and Dave Weiss's app back on the digital Ouija board. Instead of being met with genuine curiosity, my trip to Antarctica is something this community has claimed that they wanted for years. This was something that people pushed for, wanted, said was impossible. We went and did it, but instead it was treated like betrayal. Why? Because I didn't come back with a blurry GoPro clip of an ice wall. Instead, I came back with something.
D Vibe says, how much has your wife donated to this stream yet? Well, that would be dumb for her to donate, our own money.
Far more dangerous to flat Earth, and that's the truth.
Whoa.
You
didn't bring anything.
Nothing.
At all.
You just made a claim. Look, I see sun,
No,
so
they
therefore not
came
flat
back
Earth.
and whined
The
about it.
sun,
They
even
came back and whined about it and insulted everybody. You didn't do shit. You held a compass upside down. A Junior Explorer Yogi Campground toy compass.
Yeah, he made some mistakes, but now he has... Excuse me. Now, sorry. Now he understands that. He went there. He tested his own claims and the claims of the majority of flat earthers. that there is no 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Get them. Wow.
Yeah, but I mean, literally, he was always the one saying, yeah, also, the sun's not going to determine the ground. Now, when he was there, not actually observing anything, saying, yeah, I see the sun, so therefore the earth.
I don't think Jaren ever actually said that. He always said that, we need to explain how the sun works. And he was convinced that the way the sun works couldn't match the globe.
But we can probably explain this. Now all of a sudden it's we just can't explain it. Why? Because every explanation presented to him he doesn't like. He doesn't accept. He's literally an
You know now why I hate him? Do you understand why?
And the thing is, he hasn't have any justification for what he's saying. At all.
He has all the justification. As soon as he came back, everyone treated him like a fucking traitor. Including his friend Som that had spent the last year going on his channel. Yes, that Chong-looking motherfucker below me.
He hasn't presented anything for his case. He's just making claims. He's literally become a McToon.
Right.
JB Inc. says, how hot/cold is it in chilly Jockland today? We have current temperature of, 1 sec, 24 degrees Celsius. So it's quite a warm one today for us over here.
But yeah, that compass upside down, that tells you everything you need to know.
It's like him is upside down too.
Right, 1 sec. I'm going to quickly change the settings on the stream.
I watched the sun circle my head for 4 straight days.
This out.
We recorded it. We live streamed it. We showed angles, timestamp, shadows, sun spots, you name it. All things that wouldn't exist as we saw them on a flat Earth. And so, what do I get for that? Shill, actor, Freemason, CGI. The usual default settings of belief systems that can't.
No.
Yes,
Since you started your channel, you've been called a shill, actor, plant. Literally.
Yeah, but not by everybody, right? Now, everybody within the Flat Earth community is calling him a shill, actor, plant. Yeah, not everyone's in the Flat Earth community liked Jarenism because, you're all conspiracy fucking morons.
For a whole 10 years before you even did TFE. Before TFE even come out, we said you're going to use some kind of thing to get out. When TFE was presented, we literally called you out for saying, you're going to use this as your out.
Said Dr. German's out. As soon as the TFE thing come and he was going, we knew he was going. Yeah, there's...
Oh, you knew that he was going to go and see the truth. Yeah, and that he's not as stupid as Witsit and you guys. Yeah.
There's a...
Because remember, before this happened, he was always buddy with McToon. Remember when he started having McToon on and they started talking about angles, and then he started saying, yes, you can have curved adjacent angles and all that nonsense. And he started...
Right. They weren't buddy-buddy. They were quite hostile. And they don't say curved adjacent angles. That's... A curved adjacent isn't a thing. A curved adjacent angle isn't a thing. An adjacent angle is not a thing. It's the angle between, two things. And the tangent is the thing that is straight. You don't need the tangent to be curved. The surface of the Earth is not the tangent. Docs and Greenlight for $2 says, your thoughts on DC's Absolute Universe. I am enjoying it, especially Absolute Green Lantern. Quite a lot. Batman's a bit of a badass, eh?
Started saying, yes, but you flat earthers don't really understand science. Yeah. The guy, while he was a flat earther, was attacking flat earthers. This guy's a grifter, man. That's all he does.
No, he was attacking morons like you and Nathan Oakley that say things like, science proves things, which is, an absolute falsehood. Again, all of you people argue amongst yourselves. You and Oakley don't really get on. Yeah, Oakley and Jarenism didn't get on. You and Jarenism didn't get on. You and Durf don't get on. Durf and Oakley don't get on. There's so much infighting in the Flat Earth because you're fucking stupid.
He just follows where the money is.
Survive contact with reality. This has opened my eyes to what the truth community really is. If this is the kind of research that they do about the Antarctic trip, then think of all the things that I thought they were researching correctly before. And it becomes a little bit like a cult when you can't question the doctrine, you can't update the model, you can't accept conflicting evidence, and you sure as hell can't leave, if you notice that. It's Scientology with memes, basically. So here's my evidence
true.
focus area. Number one, I want to remind everybody that today's date is 6 months to the day that we filmed the 24-hour sun. Why is that important? Well, because we can actually go watch the time.
You didn't film it. You didn't film the 24-hour sun. You're making a claim.
Yes, he... Why are you saying he didn't? That's literally what he fucking did and released it. What? Sorry? Am I going mad here?
You filmed the 24-hour
He's living
sun.
in a wet dream, like in a fantasy. That guy's fucking crazy. It's beyond lies. It's beyond lies. It's like invents things. It's like lives in a dream world. I don't know. Those people are crazy.
But you see, the thing is, if you say in lies enough, you're going to believe it. If you just lie to yourself enough times, you're going to believe it. So he's repeating his nonsense over and over that it's been presented so many times that he actually
that's a method.
But it has been presented. It's been shown. What is going on? Alright, sorry, I'm going to try a different setting because that's still buffering apparently. I fucking hate Starlink. Can't wait for July the 4th. Give me one sec. Right, let's try that setting. Maybe slightly lower resolution. It's using a different encoder, but hopefully it shouldn't buffer as much. Right, what we're doing, we are 1.5 hours into my stream, which started with a 45-minute timer. So I technically should have, finished 45 minutes ago. Let me just check the timer. One sec. Yeah. What? Yeah, so still got 5 hours and 20 minutes to go. But you can make that go up. You guys know how to do it.
CIA, method that you have to believe you lie, in order to be able to sell it, because then people see that you believe in it, and they don't see that, they don't detect that you are lying. So you have to believe you lie. This is like the thing that they teach you, I guess, in order to to be able to sell these lies, to convince people, and then you get caught into that that fakery, and that's what happens to him. It's like it's totally out of control.
It's like they live in Bizarro world, where everything they say is the opposite of reality. Like they've gaslit themselves into thinking that Jaren is the traitor for coming back and telling the truth.
Yeah, I just got to say to the trolls in chat, this is a review of the debate. If you don't like it, then why are you here? Because that's what reviews are. You review the debate. It's called commentary for a reason.
Right, who's trolling him? Yeah, oh, it's just people calling out you for being a twat, which you are.
Lapse of the sun circling us right to left in the south. If we went today to Google Earth and we went to 80 degrees north, we would see the exact opposite observation in the sky. Everything identical, 35 degrees at its high, 15 degrees at its low, moving left to right this time. So how is it that we have places in the world that are symmetrical and upside down from each other? There's only one shape that could possibly be, and it's not flat. If the Earth is flat, the south has to be a lie, period. There's no getting around that. You can't have an opposite of the north like we're taught, and then say that the Earth is flat, but it still works that way. No, it wouldn't work that way. So
why not?
If we went down there and we saw that the south was not a lie, then that's pretty good evidence that the Earth is what we were taught. So if you're unaware of it, it's time you figured it out. If the Earth is flat, then the south cannot be what we were taught. Therefore, if it is exactly what we were taught, then guess what the shape of the Earth is? So in December 2024, I knew the following. The south is either a lie or we were wrong. So I just...
How's the south a lie? I'm literally a South African. I live in...
The fact that if the Earth is flat with the mostly accepted dimensions of ice wall around the outside, which is actually Antarctica, then what we're told as the South must be a lie, right? That's his point. How do you not understand this? Oh yeah, I keep asking myself that. So if the Earth is flat, then what we're told about the South has to be a lie. The distances, the shape, the position of the land masses, it has to be a lie if the Earth is flat. You're so fucking dumb.
In the South, I'm definitely a real person.
You real person?
Are you sure?
Yes, I hope so. I'm not AI generated or something, so.
Right.
Decided to take a free trip to check. And throughout this debate, I will be focusing on a few main points. Each of them is a dagger in the heart of the Flat Earth model. It's the reason that I switched. It sucks. It's the last thing anybody wants to do. It's the worst thing I've ever had to do. However, I'm a truther. So despite the people yelling and screaming and lying about me, so-called truthers, Steve Falconer blocking me, you name it, Dave Weiss blocking me, no contact, these people are not truthers. If they were truthers, wouldn't you want to know what Jaren has to say? This guy was a flat earther for 10 years and now he's flipped. Let's listen to him. Nope. Instead, you all blocked me. You all refused.
Nonsense. Total nonsense.
No, not nonsense. He sent me a fucking screenshot of all the blocks he got. Like, as soon as he came back, he was literally thrown under the bus by every single one of you. Called out to be a shill, paid for, paid off, family being held hostage, taken by the devil. You know, you all fucking literally ejected him from your community.
It's because the nonsense you say we're calling you out for your nonsense. Jaren, no one's blocked you, by the way.
Well,
so that's,
yes, they have.
That's a lie.
I'm blocking.
That's an important point, is that, we don't accuse people freely. Like, it's not like free accusations. He did that to himself. We are forced to understand that he's a chill. We're not just accusing him to be chill. We see it. It's an observation. Just like, you observe the sun, you can observe that he's a chill. There's no other explanation. It's like, it's...
Yeah, but the thing is, what he's doing is he's trying to play the victim here. That's all he literally has, if you've realized that.
No, he's not playing the victim. He is showing how he's been victimized. There's a difference. Sorry, I've got a flat earther talking to me. One sec, just seeing if I can get a Flerf to join.
Whole spiel is, the people are mean to me, so I'm not a part of it anymore. Shame, Jaren. You know what you've been sowing to people for 10 years. You're kind of reaping it now.
He's been telling people for 10 years that the Earth is flat, and he is reaping a lot of that lies that he told. But he's still telling the truth. Alright, I'm just gonna... Right, he's saying, send me it and I'll see if you've got anything beyond that. Send me a link to the stream. No, I want you to come in and debate me. I'm just going to give this Flerf a link. Bear with me 2 secs. Oh, has my internet gone down or something? Am I still streaming? I'm not sure what's happened here. Sorry, that Flerf talking to me. Right. Right, why won't Zoom load? Give me 1 sec. Right. Now let me try and get Zoom to load. I don't know what's going on. Everything's like not loading properly. Alright, hold on. Bear with me. There we go. Sorted it. Right. New meeting. I'm just going to send a link to this meeting to Flerf. All right. All right, here we go. Let's see if we can join. All right, I have now sent him a link to the stream. See if he's got the balls to join.
The only difference is the hypocrites that been calling you out, you know, dirtbag and stuff for 10 years are now your, how can we say, allies. You do know they're just doing this because you're literally working with their agenda for their bias. That's it.
No, we're doing it because he's admitted that the evidence shows something. He is he is debunking the flat earth so well. There's no bias involved. He went and saw. He tested his assumptions. You're so fucking far away from anything resembling truth for Catzoid.
You know, if you have to stop doing what you're doing now, they'll literally just not bother with you anymore. You'll sit with no one. Think about that.
Do you remember the movie GFK? You know, when they with Joe Pesci and everything, when they start, like, you know, talking about to conspire to kill, you know, JFK there. And at one point, Joe Pesci said, okay, but we can do this and this and that, but one man is going to have to be sacrificed in that conspiracy. And this is what I see Jaren as that man there that has to be sacrificed by his team, you know, for the greater good, you know, because actually, you know, he's playing a role. He has a role to play. And he's playing that role there that, you know, of the flat earther that just, you know, turned into a glober, but also at the same time that he's totally opposed to, like, people like David Weiss and everything, and to other people that are actually maybe part of his own team. You understand? So
No, they're not. David Weiss is not part of his team in any way, shape, or form. David Weiss is literally, you know, he is the most that's thrown him under the bus. It's like he's literally blocked Jaren as soon as he came back and said the Earth's a globe. Captain Howdy51, why are all our names @? That's annoying. It's YouTube. They're trying to push the handles more than names. I don't have an ability to change it, unfortunately.
you know, it's a game. We have to be to analyze a little bit. You know what he's doing. He's just not just like speaking in the air. Like we have to analyze what's going on because we are being attacked.
You attack the things that they say. That's what you do. Yeah, I'm sorry about YouTube being shitty and Starlink being crap. Hopefully that's calm down.
It's a big work. You have to, you know, to prepare that. You have to, you know. So I believe that this is what they're doing. It's going to take them time, but you know, they're doing it. They're like, you know, inserting bullshit, inserting like new theories into the flat earth. Okay, the Earth is flat, but there's also a 24-hour sun is possible. Maybe there are two suns. You don't know. They're trying to divide us on with all kinds at every level. So this is what's happening with these guys.
All right. So anyone that says anything that is, you know, not 100% in line are part of the same team trying to debunk them. Oh, the Flerf has joined. Hello? Are you there? Of course he's a Flerf.
Hello.
Hello.
Where's all the fans? I was tuning in to see what's going on.
They're in the thing watching. What do you mean?
When's the live starting?
Well, I've been live for 2 hours.
I thought you was debating.
No, I'm just doing. Well, I'm going to debate you now that you're here. I'm doing a
You're
stream.
just debating yourself.
Oh, no, I'm not debating myself. I am covering other idiots.
That's why you still think it's a globe.
Well, it is a globe. It's 100% definitely a globe.
Craig. You're funny, aren't you?
I'm hilarious, yes, but I also know what shape the Earth is.
You actually are hilarious. What's going on with the secular humanism then?
It's better than Christianity.
Right, give me 1 sec. I'll sort you out. Just give me a minute.
Okay. Toon Much Vimto for 199 says, Craig, when Santos thought you were as MC Toon, it's hilarious. Yeah, Flerfs aren't smart. So it looks like we got a Flerf in the chat. Rachbot $2 says the lights are on, but no one's home. Isn't that the way in general?
You're talking about you, Craig.
I really don't think my audience are.
You've got lights on.
Yes, I have lights on, yes.
Oh, give me a sec, Craig.
Okay, I'll give you 2 minutes. I'm going to grab a quick drink and use the loo. All right, so just give me 2 minutes and we'll get started. Okay, hello Gleason, how the devil are you?
Just loading up for you now, Craigie.
So, sorry, 1 sec. Bob Knoll in the chat for $2 says, Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. Yes, absolutely, I agree. Wait, Riker, shh. Silly dogs barking. Right, so,
Craigie.
yes.
Have you watched our last debate then, or like?
Oh yeah, it was a very funny one where you thoroughly embarrassed yourself. That was quite fun.
You know when you kept kicking me.
Oh yeah, because you didn't answer any questions and stuff, and it was fun.
Look at your face, you know. What I'm talking about.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun when I kept kicking you because you didn't have anything and just turned into a blabbering idiot.
Bro, come on. It's been years now. You don't have to be like mad. Just watch it back. You can see.
Yeah, no, I watched it recently. It's hilarious how badly you embarrassed yourself. Yes. Zayfod Beaverbox 199 says, "Wonder if AI can be trained to think like a Flerf. It can't be that dumb."
Yeah, eyes forward, Craig. We're not reading chats.
Oh, we are. I'm interrupting the chat always.
if you want to learn,
yeah,
you have to close your mouth and listen sometime.
Yeah, but I can't learn from people that don't know anything.
Yeah, but you look at the ceiling and think of something else to say. You have to listen, process process the words, let them sink in. No,
I always let that sink in.
Yeah, see, you're like a naughty kid in school that never got discipline, and here you are believing in.
Well, no, I was a little keener at school. I did really, really
Gen
well.
Z ideas like secular humanism. What does that even mean, bro?
Secular humanism isn't Gen Z.
Let's do this.
Did you just call secular humanism Gen Z?
You might have some cultists in here. I don't know who follows.
Is that what you just did? You just called secular humanism a Gen Z thing. Is that right?
I think probably, well, either Gen Z or people too old and out of the loop to grasp anything else.
You've no idea what it is, do you?
What? It's nothing. It's some nonsense invented by some fool who created a manifest. That's all.
Oh,
I got
so
from
just
your
like every religion
debate.
ever? Yes. Oh, is that
Well,
what you're
no,
saying?
because
religion was just created by some
maybe all
fool
the
that
other
wrote a
religions.
manifesto. That's how that worked.
Maybe all the other religions, but not Christianity.
Every single religion was just created by some idiots writing shit down.
That's not what Christianity is.
Oh, it definitely is.
Who wrote stuff down?
Oh, a bunch of sheep herders a couple of thousand years ago.
Sheep herders.
Well, yeah, that's who literally wrote the Bible, sheep herders. Were you not aware of that?
So you don't think civilization was quite advanced at that time?
Like 2,000 to 3,000 years ago, no, civilization definitely wasn't advanced.
So when
that's
was
why
the Roman
if you got a
Empire?
cut on your arm, you would probably die from some kind of disease very quickly.
When was the Roman Empire around?
Like thousands of years ago.
So they weren't advanced?
No, not compared to modern day standards, absolutely not. Compared to a lot of the rest of the world at that time, they were advanced. Not compared to modern day standards, no.
Sorry, that was my soul just leaving my body. So Roman construction isn't advanced?
No, there's a lot of things that are much better now than Roman construction. For the time, it was certainly advanced.
So Roman
compared to the rest of the world.
Up today.
But you know, the recipes they used for concrete were certainly extremely good, and we have relearnt some of the things that make that good by using seawater increases the strength like they did. But no, Roman society wasn't advanced compared to today's society in the slightest.
So Roman construction, let's just get that straight. Was that advanced or not advanced?
Compared to the rest of the world at the time, yes. Compared to today, no.
So Roman buildings aren't still standing?
That doesn't mean that they're advanced, it means they're hard-wearing.
Because they're advanced?
No, hard-wearing, made of strong stuff. Unlike the majority of the buildings today, made of like paper and plastic that fall apart in weeks.
Yourself in the thought every time you speak, so you've just answered my question the worst way possible.
Oh, so you think that because you're not very smart. You have to remember that, yeah.
You think what?
You think that because you're not very smart.
Okay, so let's just break things down for you, Craig. So I can play your role probably better than you could. This is the funny part.
I'm not playing any role, and you couldn't do what I do because you never studied physics or nuclear engineering. So
Craigie, settle down.
My name's Craig. There's no Y on it.
So, Craigie, so when
only people that love me and want to have sex with me call me Craigie. Is that what you're doing?
You'd love that, wouldn't you, Craig? So anyway.
Oh, you've changed to Craig now. Good boy.
When I asked you if Roman civilization's advanced, instead of just sticking to your guns and just, stick it to your...
I answered the question for you. I answered the question. At the time, compared to the rest of the world, yes, it was quite advanced. Compared to today, no, not advanced.
So before you cut me off there at the beginning of my sentence, that's not what I was going to say.
How was that Roman internet connection? Was that good back in the day? What kind of speeds did they get?
That's just a difference.
So tell me about the solar power and the wind power that the Romans used to power all their electricity.
See, Craigie, I've not even got into explaining
how good were the Roman cars and electric scooters? Were they good?
This was just a segue into how we're going to begin the debate.
I like segues. They're
a couple
good.
of little things down for you, Craig. So when I asked you the basic question, your answer should have just been no.
Well, no, that's how you would want me to answer, but I answered correctly.
And if you wanted to stick to your gun, that's how you would have answered instead.
Well, no, because I'm smart, it's not just a yes or no question, and it required context, which I explained to you.
Instead of just saying no and sticking to your guns, you then said, "Oh no, they're not advanced. They're not advanced compared to today." And then you went, "Oh, but we still learn how to use their we learned how to."
Just because we have relearned certain old construction methods doesn't mean they were more advanced. Did they know some things that we didn't? Yes, that doesn't mean they're more advanced.
Shouting over me because you don't want to hear the debunk.
Well, no, there's no debunk. I'm explaining to you why you're wrong.
No, I'm explaining to you that what you said is actually correct, and you're failing to understand that.
What I said is correct. They were advanced for the rest of the world at the time, but they're not advanced compared to today. Yes.
Supersede what we build today. Both of them.
Yeah, but the majority of the world, they were advanced compared to the majority of the world. I'm not saying all of it.
So let's use your method of thinking then. Let's use your
Craig where I actually analyse things and answer questions completely.
So
yes,
Craig,
fine.
We've got Craig here. He's an expert in all things scientific, archaeological, everything like that. We've got him here at the pyramids of Giza. We know nothing. We're just experts. We've got Craig here. He knows more.
We know nothing, but we're experts. What do you mean? We know nothing, but we're experts. That's not a sentence.
I'm just role playing what the Egyptologists would say. If obviously they brought someone like your
Egyptologists don't know nothing. They know quite a lot because they've studied it.
Exactly, but nothing compared to you because obviously you know more.
Well, I never said I know more than the Egyptologists.
You were there when the Romans were around. You know all this stuff. So
why would you say that? I never said that, but I certainly know about the Roman Empire and their technology.
Before you have a tantrum, so we're at
There's no tantrums.
And we've brought Craig here, so everybody's gathered around. We've got Craig here. He knows more than everyone else. So, Craig, are these pyramids advanced? Oh, Craig, we've got Craig's response, and he says, "Oh no, these are just hard wearing. They're just hard wearing."
Well, yeah, they're certainly not advanced to buildings today, and you know the technological marvels that we have today. Could you point out the elevator shafts within the lift, within the pyramids that allow us to travel up and down it? Could you point out to me the internal plumbing within that structure?
They have,
just because something is big and hard wearing doesn't mean it's advanced. Advanced are things like the Burj Khalifa, which are a wonder of modern technology, which is the tallest building in the world, and still allows you to have a bath at the top with plumbed water. That is advanced. The pyramids aren't advanced.
What you're talking about? It's just a spire in the middle of the desert.
Oh, it's not advanced. Are you saying the technology involved in creating the Burj Khalifa isn't advanced?
Name me a modern.
Do you think the serious question for you, Gleason? Hold on. Do you think hold on, serious question. One sec. Do you think that the pyramids... hold on, I'm asking you a question. Calm down.
You've not answered anything yet.
Yeah. Let me just ask you one question. Do you think that the pyramids are more advanced than the Burj Khalifa?
Oh, 1,000,000%. Not even close. What are you talking about? You have to be joking.
Guys, you heard it here. The pyramids,
so let's say Craig's
those stone things are more advanced than the Burj Khalifa. That's what you heard happen here.
Bro, Stonehenge is more advanced than the Burj Khalifa, let alone the pyramids.
Did you have your brain removed recently, and they put back in the brain of some kind of chimp or something?
Name 5 things. Actually, I'll make it easy. Name 3 things about the Burj Khalifa that are more advanced than the Great Pyramid.
Elevators, electricity, plumbing.
They're just differences. They're not.
No, they're more advanced.
They're not, because one might not be an abode. Why would it have plumbing if it's not a residence?
They're both buildings. They're not boats.
So?
And if you compare buildings, the fact that one has plumbing, elevators, and electricity, and the other doesn't, makes one more advanced than the other.
That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard, apart from everything else that you've ever said. How you're just saying, oh,
the irony is incredible.
One fits one purpose, one doesn't fit another purpose, therefore one's more.
They are both buildings.
The dumbest thing you could
they are
ever
both buildings,
say.
And I said 3 things that make one more advanced than the other. I'll name some more: air conditioning, TV reception,
okay, so let's use Craig
Wi-Fi.
Logic. Hold up. Let's use Craig Logic. So we've got a hut in Africa.
Glass windows which can be opened and shut.
Okay. By the way,
doors inside.
Let me speak, or does he not want to get debunked?
Different parts
Everybody
of the building that can be modularly designed.
Saying. He's not letting me speak because he doesn't
fucking
want to get debunked.
lightning spear on the top. Does
Still
that
not
happen?
letting me speak.
No, you can speak after. That's what I'm doing. When I'm done speaking,
Still
then
not
you
letting
can
me
speak.
He's rambling. He's trying to create.
Once I'm done speaking, then you can speak. That's absolutely fine.
And then it doesn't
anyway,
look as
we got
stupid
Docs
as if
and
you just
Greenlight
leave
for
the
$2
words
says,
there.
"Is this the idiot who thinks Earth is a star?"
If you
I
just
think
left
he did
the
say that,
words
didn't
there,
he?
they wouldn't make sense. So you have to create a whole.
The Turtle Moose for £2 says they are all idiots. Yes, they are. You're right. Right, anyway, so Gleason, I'm now done talking, so you can talk.
Crashing out, guys. Craig is crashing out.
Nobody thinks I'm crashing out. I'm waiting for you to now talk. I've done my bit. I've said what I wanted to, so now you can talk.
He's just waiting for me. So
yes,
is he going to let me
go,
speak,
if you
or
can.
is he going to keep crashing out?
Well, no, I'm waiting for you. I've asked you several times to finish what you were saying now that I've finished what I was saying.
Bro, come on. You've not asked me anything.
I've literally, like, 3 times said, yes, you can continue now.
Have you stopped crashing out?
I never did crash out. We all saw you do it.
Have you stopped talking? Great. Right, so chat. So we've asked him, does he think the pyramids are advanced? And we asked him, does he think Romans are advanced? That's all we've said so far. We've had about 10 minutes of crash out and clutter in between. So let's keep it simple. Let's carry on. So when I asked you if they're advanced, I didn't ask you if they had plumbing or electricity or anything like that.
I would consider that advanced.
Okay, Craig would consider advanced, but that's not what we're
and so would the rest of the world. Should we ask the chat? Number 1 in the chat, if you would consider those things advanced.
Crashing out. Can I not even
Number 1 in the chat, if you would consider those things advanced.
Okay,
Number
Craig,
5 in the chat, if you think I'm crashing out.
Craig, chill. I'm not arguing with you.
You are.
I'm going to use your logic. I'm going to use your ideas.
Oh, you wouldn't be able to use my logic. You're not smart enough.
I'm probably 3 times smarter than you at least.
That is certainly not true. You think the Earth is flat.
Triple yours. This is like educating an infant, but anyway.
Yes, of course. That's why you have the degree in physics and nuclear engineering, right? Oh no,
physics
that's me.
Impressive. That's not impressive.
It certainly is. It allowed me to be a nuclear engineer and teach physics.
Because
that's
that
quite
amount
impressive.
of study time, it doesn't even equate to my average week. Anyway, let's continue.
The amount of study time
Craig
I did
doesn't
for my
think the
2
Romans-
degrees
the
doesn't
most
equate to your
advanced- one of the
average
most advanced
week. Is that what you
civilizations
just
ever
said?
to live. One of the most advanced civilizations ever to live with the most impressive feats that haven't even been
Not really
explained
one of
by
those
most
civilizations,
men.
advanced civilizations ever to live. I mean, they're
Craig
gone.
says
They're
not
dead.
advanced
They're not that
because they don't have a
advanced.
switch on the wall. Anybody. So let's use.
Yes, they weren't
Craig's
very
logic.
advanced
So
at all.
we've
They all
got-
died quite early. The medical
Are you paying
the
attention here?
technology
This
was
guy-
terrible.
No, they died because of war, Craig. They didn't die.
There's
because
still
of
war
anything
today.
else.
We still
They
live
died
longer.
because of war, and they had a longer life expectancy than us.
Oh no! Sorry, did you just say the Romans had a longer life expectancy than us?
Without being killed or shot.
Should
or
we fact
injured
check
by
that?
javelins. Google
Should we
isn't gonna
fact
give
check
you a-
that?
Bro, Google's still.
Would you like
Google's
to fact check who had a longer life expectancy?
Because they're taking
Who
into
had
account
a longer
sewage
life
and actually no, Romans invented sewage,
expectancy?
bro. Did Romans have plumbing?
Us
Did
or
Romans have plumbing, Craig?
Romans?
This is a history lesson right here for Craig.
Okay, so just in the USA, the United States has a significantly longer life expectancy compared to ancient Romans. While Romans in antiquity faced high infant and childhood mortality rates, those who survived adulthood often lived into their 60s. However, the average life expectancy at birth in ancient Rome was considerably lower, around 25 years, due to the high mortality rates. Whereas the average current estimates of life expectancy in the USA are 78.5 years. So, you were wrong. They did not have a higher life expectancy in the time of ancient Romans. I'm now. You have to wait until I'm finished, and then you can talk.
But because
Spud,
Craig,
78 chips became a new
because
member,
they all
increasing
went
that timer by 3 minutes. Thank you very much.
Because they went to what, Craig?
Yeah, you know there's wars happening now, and people go to war.
When's the last time you saw a war?
Well, there's a bunch going on right now.
When was the last time you saw a guard? When was the last time you saw a soldier, Craig?
Yesterday.
Where was that?
In my town.
Right.
There's
but
soldiers quite
let's
often
be honest.
because there's
When-
military bases. Do you think soldiers aren't a thing at the moment? Do you think there's no wars going on? Have you not heard of Ukraine, Russia, Palestine, Israel, Israel, Iran, USA, Iran? Have you not heard of the wars that are happening right now?
They're not wars, Craig.
They're not wars. Ukraine, Russia is not a war. Is that what you're saying?
You have an absolutely delusional view of.
Sorry, I want you to say that again to everybody watching. You've just told us all. Hold on. Let me finish. You've just told us all that what's happening in Ukraine, Russia is not a war. Is that correct?
Real things here. So
is that correct? I just want you to clarify. I just want you to clarify. I just want you to clarify that what's happening between Ukraine and Russia is not a war. Is that correct?
By comparison of what you'd think a war is, no, not at all. It's a minor conflict. Nobody in Ukraine's even
minor
seen it,
conflict.
There's no. You can go on holiday there now.
Look, dude, I could wipe out the entire Russian army with one bit of modern. The entire Roman army with one bit of modern
tiny area
tech.
of Ukraine on the border that's called Kharkiv.
Do you not know how to stop talking?
When this whole conflict started, they actually took it off Snapchat maps so that you couldn't watch everybody eating ice cream, living completely normally. So there's a tiny
cool story. So
on
Ukraine,
the
Russia's not a
border.
war, guys. You heard it here.
No, this is what Putin himself says. There's a tiny area.
Oh yeah, and we're going to believe Putin. Of course we are. Yes. We're going to believe the tyrant.
Yeah, the
Absolutely.
most supported and decent, moral, obligated leader in the West. Yeah. Anyway, so there's a tiny area of Ukraine called Kharkiv where there's
Anyway, back
there's
to
a
the
few
flat Earth.
shots and a couple of drones exploding. That's
I'll
it.
just
There's
turn him
no
down while
assault
he's rambling and
there's no houses
interact with the
blowing
chat.
up. There's no missiles. There's no war going on like a game or a film that you guys.
There's no
believe where you get
missiles
the
with
ideas
Ukraine and Russia. Oh, brilliant.
Well, you can go there
course not.
now, and there's really not much going on. These are all zones, like
apart
no
from
man's land
Kiev being
zones. Nobody
bombed
lives in these
constantly
places.
and, you know.
So yeah, there might be a couple soldiers.
So a message from my chat for
Mass
you.
war
Bob Knoll
going on.
says for $2, dude is fake, right? Nobody's this dumb. My chat thinks you're dumb.
It's just basic education. You could have learnt all this on day one, like I said. Even
yeah,
before this
education
started.
isn't really your
Back in the
forte,
COVID
mate.
time. You know, these people probably believe in COVID as well. You know, these are lost.
COVID
people.
definitely happened. I've had it twice.
These are lost people. You know, that I don't even go about my life anymore thinking those people exist. Like it shocks me when I.
Well,
do
that's
come in
because
contact
you're a
with them,
retard.
and they're completely gone. Like
That's
someone
because
still
you
believes
are
in
the
COVID.
lowest IQ person that I have ever met.
If someone believes in COVID, you literally just have to roll your eyes and think.
I mean, I've had COVID
Lord save
twice.
him. Lord save him. You've not had COVID. You've used a test called.
No, I've had COVID twice. I lost my sense of taste completely
What science
because of it.
experiment did you do to confirm that, Craig?
I had a test to confirm it.
What test?
A test that can detect if COVID's in my body.
Oh, this is new. What test is that, Craig?
What do you mean? It's not fucking new, you moron. Anyway, back to the flat Earth.
Bro, you are literally comedy gold. You're the best.
You realise everyone
guy.
in the chat thinks that you're retarded,
satire.
right?
You are literally like, how did you create this character? This is like Liver King on steroids. Bro, how did you do this? Is your wife? Is your bird in on it? Is she in on it?
So anyway, back to the flat Earth.
He knows. Look, chat. You just saw that. You saw the smirk. He knows.
Oh, I'm making
he
a bong.
He did it again. He knows. He's doing this.
Making a bong,
People
dude.
are sending you money. Unless it's for comedy, like you appreciate the comedy, carry on. But nobody's sending this guy money if you think he's serious. He's taking the piss and he's good
Press
at
1
it.
in chat if this guy's a retard.
The Fred Perry hat is just like he's mugging
Do you like
you
it?
off.
My Fred Perry top, my Fred Perry shorts, and I got myself some Fred Perry shoes.
What's
They were
that
the last
tattoo?
ones.
Is that
They were the
new?
last ones. They were half price because they were the last set. Do you like them?
You know why you've got that on? Because that's the United Nations crest. That's the logo that goes around the
The
flat
Fred,
Earth.
the
Look it
Fred
up.
Perry reef is the United Nations. No, what the fuck?
Yeah, it is. Look it up. UN logo. It has a little Fred Perry reef around
That
it.
is not the same reef, you moron.
No, it's pretty much the same.
No, it's not. Anyway, back to flat Earth. Oh, by the way, everyone in the chat thinks you're a moron and retarded, and there's 12,000 people
This
watching.
is a satire channel, though.
But there's 12,000 people watching, and they all think you're retarded.
So we've not even got onto flat Earth yet, because
Yeah, so let's get to flat Earth then. So
But anyway, we haven't even got past the very first sentence where Craig made one of the dumbest statements ever recorded in the history. Of
everyone else
mankind.
thinks that you're dumb. Anyway, not me.
Everybody else. I don't care if everyone in the world thought that. I'm probably
Docs and Greenlight for
£2
£2 $2 says this gravy covered meatball is definitely high.
How can you laugh at that? Anyway,
because it's very accurate. You're either high on meth or
so Craig's just going to
clinically
read little
retarded.
chats
One of
from
the two.
bots about meatballs, whereas I'm actually going to go back to the very first sentence of this chat and not let you get.
We're going to
away
go
with the
backwards.
dumbest
Oh, for fuck's sake!
One of the dumbest
wait, actually,
statements.
hold on. Give me 1
Sometimes,
second.
Craig, by going
1 second. I
backwards,
need to
go
do some maintenance for the
forwards. There's a little bit
stream.
of wisdom
I
for
need
you
to add
that
another
you
2
very
minutes
much
for the
need
super
right
chats. So there
I've
we
never
go.
known a guy that just talks non-stop rambling.
Gleason,
looking
when
at
I
the
say
screen.
stop, you need to stop so I can interact with
You
my
are
stream.
literally hilarious, bro.
Right, I'll just mute you for 1 sec while I get on with what I'm doing. Spud UK 78 chips for £5 says, please issue the facepalm warning. I just broke my nose. Well, there's the warning. Right, anyway, Gleason,
Greg,
what were
you're
you
welcome,
saying?
by the way. I'm bringing
Comedy.
fans to your
Yes.
video right now. I'm bringing them in. They've never had anything this entertaining, and we've not even
Well,
started.
you are quite entertaining, yes.
I can see in your glasses. All I can see
Why
is
won't you
all
show
these
your
different-
face?
I can always...
Why won't you show your face? Oh. What just happened to Zoom? Zoom just shut down for some reason. Well, that was strange. Two secs. Zoom crashed. It'd help if I typed it in the thing. Right, let's get Zoom back up. Never had Zoom crash like that. That was weird. You there, Gleason? You there?
Oh.
Yeah, Zoom
What
just
the-
crashed. I don't know why. Obviously,
Right,
thought you were
so
too dumb.
what-
It was
what
like,
I was
no one would be
saying
this
is,
stupid. Must be a monkey that's accidentally clicked a button. Sorry, anyway, on to you.
Right, so I was just going to say, I'm just going to package it all up in a quick one. Just don't bother responding. Just let me say it. So you think things aren't advanced because they don't have plumbing, electricity, blah, blah, blah. So even if they didn't have those things back then, you can't blame a civilization for maybe not, you know, having everything. It doesn't mean they're not advanced. If they can construct things that are advanced engineering wise, advanced, you know, architecturally, they last that long because of the materials they're made out of, because of the shape they're made out of, you know, all these different things, the structure that is advanced. It doesn't mean it's not advanced because they don't have a toilet in there. And by your standards, like what you're saying before, it doesn't have plumbing, it doesn't have electricity, it doesn't have a
things
air
required to live,
conditioning,
yes,
whatever.
yeah.
So let's say we're in Africa right now. A kid and his mum throws up a little stick and mud hut. They've got air conditioning. They've got a little toilet in there because someone's installed some plumbing, but it's just a mud hut. It'll get blown away by the wind, like the Big Bad Wolf. Is that more advanced than the Great Pyramid because they have these features, but won't last a day in a storm?
Yeah, it's a more advanced technological marvel. It might not be as
No,
hard
it's not,
wearing,
Craig.
but
It's
it's certainly
just
more
more
advanced.
suitable for human living,
Which
as
is
a
definitely more
domicile.
advanced, yes.
But the Great Pyramid isn't designed for human living, so therefore, as a structure, not only is it more advanced than a mud hut,
How do you know what it's
advanced
designed
than
for?
probably any archaeological anything
How do
that
you
we
know
have
what the
constructed
pyramids
in
were
the
designed
past
for?
500 years doesn't even come close.
How
to
do you
one
know
pyramid.
what the pyramids were designed for? You've just
Nothing
made
we
a
have
claim.
constructed in the past 500 years even comes close to the Great
You
Pyramid.
just said that you know what the
And
pyramids
let
were
alone all the other
constructed for.
pyramids.
What were they constructed for? My stream. All right. Right, there we go. Right, you there? Right. So sorry about that. Fucking shitty internet. Okay. Right, hopefully that should stay stable now. I have changed the settings. No Diggity says, why don't you get some proper internet, Craig? July the 4th, I'm getting my gigabit internet installed. Right. Sorry about that, Gleason. Shitty internet issues. I do apologise.
Right, are you back?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all sorted now.
So let me think where I was. So yeah, so what did I say?
You still think that plumbing isn't more advanced than no plumbing? Oh my god, what is going on? Zoom keeps fucking crashing. This is so annoying. Right, I'm gonna set up a new link. Internet connection. Right, let's hope this works. Sorry guys, I really do apologise. See, fucking lost half my viewers. I should be live, right? I'm live. It's all working. Yep. Hopefully everyone comes back. Is it streaming? I do not know. Right.
Hello.
Right. Hello. Right. I think I've sorted it. I've reset all the fucking settings, so hopefully it should be all right.
Are we back?
Yes.
Right. For the third time now, I'll try and make this simple point.
Right. I think I've sorted it. I've reset all the fucking settings. Why can I hear you? Hopefully it should be all right.
What, you can hear me now?
Yeah. I could also hear me repeating back.
Oh, right, yeah. I had the YouTube open.
Right, okay.
I was just checking it. Yeah, so for everyone in the track, a balloon, one of the Starlink balloon sats just went down. So Craig lost connection. So we're back now. I've obviously got wired internet connection because the Earth's flat. That's why we have internet. So everything's fine there.
Except the fact that I have satellite internet, of course. But anyway.
Yeah, satellite is ground-based. But anyway...
Satellite's not ground-based. They're in space.
No, that's why we have TV, Craig. Satellite stations are all ground-based.
Yeah, but satellites are in space, so...
No, we have satellite dishes. They're on your house.
Yeah, and they point to space. Yes, they all point to a particular space.
Television,
in space.
Craig.
Yeah,
television.
Satellite dishes point to a particular place in space. That's why at the equator, they all point directly up.
No, they don't, Craig.
Oh, they do. At the equator, you can look at any satellite dish for TV, and it points directly up because they have to get in contact with the geosynchronous satellite, which is in a particular position.
No, Craig. The satellites on your house.
You can say no as much as you want, but in the
they all point towards a big satellite dish, which is ground-based.
No, in the equator, they point straight up. Would you like me to show you the pictures of that?
Anyway, before we got kicked.
What the fuck? Right. Give me 2 minutes.
Pick it up. Is it dirt? Is it potato? Watch the screen and wait for the show. What's revealed, we're dying to know. Is it dirt or a potato? Check it out. Dirt or potato? Yes, I'm right, let's go. Dirt or potato? It's the game that steals the show. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? Right on! Can you tell what's underneath? A derpy mugshot or a root beneath? With every guess, we laugh and cheer. Is it dirt or a potato? Let's make it clear. Hang it up, give it a show. Dirt for potato, let's go. Skank it up. Is it from the dirt or a funny disguise? Could it be a tater or a pair of eyes? What's in the ground or lurking?
Right. I've told everyone else to get off the internet. I don't know what the fuck is going on. This is pissing me off, and I am so sorry, guys. Right. Try again. But as soon as Gleason starts speaking, it just fucking cuts out. And I do not know why.
Hello.
Hello. I think Zoom hates you, because every time you start speaking, it just turns off. The Turtle Moves to £2 says, Craig blames Starlink for ending the stream early. Not fucking happening. X-Penguin95 for £2 says, Denial is a major river system in Flerfs. Yes, it is. Right. I'm sorry. Start again, and hopefully it won't kick you off.
Right. I might just give up on whatever we was saying.
Yeah, just get the
flower. We all know that the Egyptian pyramids are more advanced than an African hut. It doesn't matter what you put onto it or attach onto it. It's just a fact. Come on, Craig. We at least settle on that.
I would disagree with you. Having a building
Craig,
standing for a long time doesn't make it advanced.
Why do you have to be so anti-intellectual? So you would go to like Cambridge or Oxford and say that in front of a room full of people?
I would say having advanced things like air conditioning and plumbing and electricity makes it more advanced. Just because it's not as hard-wearing and long-lasting doesn't mean it's less advanced.
It does, though. That's one principle of being advanced.
No, it's not. There's a difference between being hard-wearing and being advanced. Like, for instance, phones are not designed to last forever, but they're certainly more advanced than technology previously, like, a fridge freezer from the 1960s, which seems to last forever,
I get what you're saying,
doesn't
Craig,
mean that it's more advanced because it lasts longer. Right?
I get your point, Craig. You're just failing to understand that longevity is an aspect of being advanced.
I would disagree. That? Things that are disposable are more advanced than things that aren't.
So you've got two iPhones. One's made now. And by the way, that's why battery life is a major component of phones and why it makes them more advanced, because they literally turn on for longer.
Battery is a technological thing that they didn't have back then, and more advanced battery life that makes phones last longer when you're using them is more advanced.
What the thing that is made out of is what makes it advanced, because it lasts for ages. That's why
I would disagree. Anyway, let's move on from you not understanding what advanced means.
I'm just making the point that I made two basic.
We get your point. Move on.
You couldn't get over it.
We get your point. You don't understand. Move on. Okay, we get your point. You don't understand. Move on.
No, you don't understand what.
Means. Move on. We get it.
Let's advance this conversation then. So I was
get to flat Earth.
You don't understand what the pyramids are. You don't know what they were for.
Let's just get to flat Earth.
Do you know what Christianity is, Craig? I don't think you know what that is. Let's go on to that.
It's a cult. Yes. Let's just get to flat Earth.
Well, they're all combined. Like, to be a Christian, you can't believe in the globe. So.
Well, most Christians disagree with you, of course.
Well, no, because...
Well, yes, most Christians, like every single Christian I've spoken to apart from you morons, think the Earth is a globe and say so.
They don't. And then they also might be
do. 99.999% of Christians say the Earth is a globe.
And do you know why that is, Craigie?
Because they're not dumb.
Because they might be Christian, but they also maybe never opened their mind to the fact, and they were still raised in a secular education system like me.
No, these people, in fact, these are several people I know that were actually raised and went to a Catholic school, all know that the Earth is a globe. Because that's what they teach in the Catholic school. The Catholics, religious people teach, no religious schools teach that the Earth is flat. Catholic schools teach that the Earth is a globe.
Schools are still monitored and ran by the government education system. They have to teach modern mainstream
science.
And
all the people there aren't saying the Earth's actually flat. They have to teach this. They say the Earth is a globe.
Remains true. So you're arguing with me.
There is no Christians apart from you moron biblical flat earthers think the Earth is flat.
Take it even deeper for Craigie Bear. Let's just warp his mind even more. Where does modern science come from?
From people not being dumb.
No, it comes from Christians that are all creationists.
No, it doesn't.
Including the Big Bang, the globe itself. All these ideas come from Christians.
Regardless of what certain people believe,
never changed. Even Einstein himself.
It doesn't mean it comes from Christianity. It's just, oh, for fuck's sake, the stream. Oh my god. Well, guys, I'm really sorry for the buffering. It is absolutely ridiculous. Right, yeah. So just because people were also Christians didn't mean that they didn't know the Earth was a globe. And doesn't change the fact that the majority of people that were Christians back in the day were the ones that could actually read and write because they were the ones with access to the education. So yes, the majority of Christians came up with a lot of scientific discoveries. But that doesn't mean it came from Christianity.
So are Christians dumb or not, Craig?
Christians that think the Earth is a globe are definitely dumb. Christians that think the Earth is flat are definitely dumb.
Yeah, yes. You're right.
Christians that think the Earth is flat are definitely dumb, yes.
Anyway,
Christians that think the Earth is flat are 100%
Craig thinks
dumb.
Craig thinks that the founders of science are dumb.
No, they didn't think the Earth was flat. Founders of science didn't think the Earth was flat.
One interesting take.
The founders of science didn't think the Earth was flat.
On some of the most intelligent people that ever lived.
The founders of science
You
didn't
can't
think
even
the
get
Earth
a
was flat.
Starlink
How many times do I
stream
have to say it? The founders of science didn't think the Earth was flat.
They actually all did and knew that.
No, none of them did.
So they weren't creationists.
Creationists don't all think the Earth is flat.
They have to.
No, they don't. Creationists disagree with you. I know lots of creationists, and they all say the Earth is a globe.
Do you base your worldview genuinely on what people think, even if they think?
No, I base my worldview on things that I can confirm. But once again, most creationists. Gleason, stop talking. 1 sec.
Aren't real.
Gleason, chill. Gleason, the majority of creationists say the Earth is a globe.
Okay, Craig, but that isn't leaning any credence to your point. You're not understanding that most creationists today are still raised and brought up to believe that. So what they think,
the majority of creationists have always said the Earth is a globe.
Hold up. What they think is based on what they've been always made to believe their whole life. They've not had this awakening process, so it doesn't matter what some layman on the street thinks.
It doesn't matter. 99.9999999% of creationists say the Earth is a globe.
Day one of school yet. They haven't even begun to actually.
99.9999999% of creationists say the Earth is a globe.
They don't though, because most creationists are Christians.
Yeah, and they say the Earth is. Most Christians say the Earth is a globe.
But they're not Christians then.
Well, they would disagree with you. They are Christians.
Yeah, they might disagree with me. Does it matter?
Yeah, but you're saying they're not Christians, but they would disagree with you because they're Christians.
Okay, so if someone's a paedophile and you've caught them in the act, and I'm not a paedophile.
Totally different to people saying that they are Christians and saying different things to you. Most Christians say the Earth is a globe. You are in the minority.
You have like a block in your brain. You can't understand any analogy.
You haven't made any analogies.
You can't understand any analogy. Yes, I did. You're saying that because some people you've spoke to think something.
No, I'm not saying some people. I'm saying the majority of. The majority of creationists and the majority of Christians say the Earth is a globe.
That's so false.
No, it's not. The majority of creationists and Christians say the Earth is a globe.
A Christian is someone who actually follows the Bible. If they
and lots of people that follow the Bible say that the Earth is a globe. The majority of them.
They're not following they're not following the Bible, Craig. Are you literally listening?
The majority of Christians disagree with you that the Bible says the Earth is flat.
You're making a very dumb point here. So let's say.
Well, no, I'm saying that you are the one that's saying you're Christian, whereas all the other Christians disagree with you.
Let me put it into a more understandable method for you. So we're all law-abiding citizens. Let's say that. So we all follow the law.
Not entirely.
Our Bible. Yeah, okay, whatever. Let's say that's our Bible. So we're all technically law-abiding citizens, just like a Christian.
No, following the law is not a Bible.
Bro,
that's not an analogy that works.
It's just a light-hearted analogy, just to paint.
It's not an analogy that works. I don't think you know what analogies are because you're not making any.
It literally works perfectly, Craig. I'm just making it more dumbed down.
In the slightest.
It literally works perfectly, Craig. So somebody says they're a law-abiding citizen because they follow the law, but they've just killed someone. Yeah.
Well, then they wouldn't say they followed the law because the law says don't kill.
Exactly, Craig.
Yeah, but the Bible doesn't say the Earth is flat, so there's that.
Listen, chat, he's just debunked himself again.
No, the Bible does not say the Earth is flat, so, you know.
Stop crashing out, Craigie.
I'm not crashing out, I'm telling you something. I'm telling you that the Bible does not say the Earth is flat.
Chat, back me up here, don't let him crash out, let him answer this question. What does the Bible say about creation?
Which bit?
Well, what does it say about the Earth, for a start? Was it created?
Well, according to the Bible, yes.
Okay, so if someone's a Christian, do they have to follow the Bible to be a Christian, to claim they're a Christian?
What the Bible is what Christians follow,
yes or no? Yes or no?
I just said yes, you dim-dim.
Yes, okay, pause. So if somebody's a Christian, they must follow the Bible to claim they're a Christian. You're saying to
yes,
me,
but the Bible doesn't say the Earth is flat.
Hold up, Craigie. Chat. Don't let him get away with it.
The Bible does not say the Earth is flat.
Hold up, he's froze.
No, I haven't.
Hold up, you froze a sec. Give me a fair trial here, Craigie. You're not giving me a
fair chance.
The Bible
does not say the Earth is flat.
You're not giving me a fair chance. Chat, back me up. Chat
thinks you're a dumbass.
He's trying to cut me off.
Right, once again.
This chat is full of absolute
once again, the Bible does not say the Earth is flat.
Back me up. He's saying.
Once again, the Bible does not say the Earth is flat. The Bible does not say the Earth is flat. The Bible does not say the Earth is flat. The Bible does not say the Earth is flat. The Bible does not say the Earth is flat. Did you hear me?
Craig is crashing out on a whole.
I need you to I need you to hear me, and obviously I have to keep repeating it until you understand.
Craig,
the Bible does not say the Earth is flat.
I'm still trying to get through this very, very simple baby.
Yeah, the simple point is the Bible does not say the Earth is flat.
You just keep looking around for something to grab onto that isn't this conversation.
The Bible does not say the Earth is flat.
I'm gonna ask you again, Craig. Yes or no? So, to claim you're a Christian, by definition, you would think they follow the Bible. Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so if someone doesn't follow the Bible, is their claim that they're a Christian true or false?
If they don't follow the Bible, then it's false.
Okay, and you're saying to me that the Christians you've spoke to, which is apparently 99% of all on Earth, they don't believe in creation and they don't believe.
No, I never said they don't believe in creation. They do believe in creation.
Okay, so they believe in planets and globes then?
Yes, that's part of creation to them.
And where's that in the Bible?
It doesn't specify a shape.
Take me to that. Take me to that, Craig. So
it
in
doesn't
Genesis,
say what shape it is. It just says it was created.
Does it mention flying balls and big bangs?
It doesn't mention anything like that. It just says that it was created.
So the Earth was created. Does it mention a globe?
Does it say it's flat?
I'm sure it says it's stationary.
It says it's immovable, not stationary.
Well, yeah, the Earth doesn't move. That's
well, it does. I've measured the Earth's rotation. It definitely moves.
That's very, very key to the Earth not being a globe, Craig. So,
well, no, no. There's a difference between being immovable and stationary.
We can
like the ground that you stand on is immovable, but the entire world is moving. Do you understand?
So we can agree that there's no mention of planets, solar systems, or space.
And there's no mention of flat Earth or the Earth being, inside a dome. There's no mention of that either.
Well, there is. There's mention of a firmament. There's mention of the Earth.
No, firmament doesn't mean glass dome. Firmament means expanse.
Nobody's saying it's nobody's claiming 100% it's a glass
dome. Well, the firmament means expanse, and yes, there is an expanse. It's called space.
Where's the proof of that, Craig?
Are you saying that space is not an expanse?
I don't believe in space. In terms
if
of
space is real, is it?
I don't believe in
if space is real, is it an expanse? Yes or no?
So you've switched in the subject, Craig. So
no, I haven't.
In fact, okay, let's double down on that then. So are you going to take back what you said that just because some of these Christians you spoke to apparently don't believe in the Bible?
No, they do believe in the Bible. No Christian.
Well, the Bible doesn't say that God made billions and trillions and infinite amounts of planets that could all harbor life.
The Bible also doesn't say that it made a single thing. So,
but it only says that though.
No, it doesn't. It just says.
It just talks about that. In the beginning, there was God. God created the earth. It didn't create any.
And then He created the heavens and the stars. Did He not?
Yeah, but the heavens are fixed above the earth.
Well, clearly not because they move.
Yeah, but fixed in position.
Well, clearly not because they disappear for 6 months of the year.
No, they just rotate on the other side of the earth.
Oh, because it's a globe. Yeah, the other side of the earth would be a globe. There is some stars that no one on earth can see. I'm talking. Hold on, stop crashing out. Chill out.
Even when you go
stop crashing out. Stop crashing out. Stop crashing out. Stop crashing out. And listen, Gleason. There is some star. Gleason, listen. There is some stars that you cannot see anywhere on Earth for 6 months of the year.
And if you did 1 day of research, you'd know why that is, Craig.
Yeah, because the Earth's a globe.
Such a simple. That's the same reason that we see the moon upside down in Australia.
Because the Earth's a globe. Yes, exactly.
No. How do you not grasp that, Craig?
You wouldn't see it upside down. You would see it flipped, not rotated. There's a difference.
It might change your life. Do you want me to explain that to you?
No, I want you to get some evidence of the Earth being flat.
I'm
going to read some. But hold on. What I want you to do is practice some self-control for 2 minutes while I read some super chats.
You're
joking,
okay, Craig. You've not stopped.
Right. Well, just for 2 minutes, I want you to practice some self-control while I read some super chats.
I think that one did blow your mind.
Right. While I read some super chats, just practice some self-control.
Okay, everybody in the chat,
2 minutes.
look up at your ceiling and imagine you've drawn a smiley face.
Right. I'll have to mute you. Just for 2 minutes while I read my super chats. Right. The Turtle Muse for £5 says, by Gleason's argument, pet rocks are more advanced than iPhones because they last so long. Yeah, I know, exactly right. Monkey Cat Pat Pat for $2 says, hey Gleason, you're dumb as a fake Christian. Yeah, absolutely. X-Paint, let's see if he's still talking.
For the money so you can buy more.
Yep, he's still talking. X-Penguin95 for £5 says, they follow their interpretation of the Bible. They don't have to agree with your version. Does not mean they are not Christian. Yep, that's right.
Who are these people in the chat, bro?
Yeah, no, he's still babbling. Fireball ACO for €2 says, I don't see any towers, but we had satellite TV. How? Because of satellites. Right. Okay.
Because of signals.
I've finished talking to the chat now, so I've unmuted you. Lovely.
Oh,
I do need to add another minute to the timer. Thank you, guys.
Oh, boy.
Oh, actually 2 minutes. Right.
Remember,
guys, you can add 3 minutes to the timer with a membership or a minute to the timer with a £10 super chat. We've been going for 2 hours and 41 minutes, and there's still 4 hours and 21 on the timer. Right,
you're funding this guy's hat, you're funding his Fred Perry, you're funding his tattoos. What's that tattoo? Let's see it. It's looking shiny. What's that bit of Star Wars? Star Trek?
Did you just say Star Wars?
What is that? Is that just some made-up planet? Like
that's
spaceship?
The Enterprise. That is the USSC Enterprise NCC 1701D.
Ah, there we go.
Captained by Picard.
That's why you believe in all this shit. Come on, Craig.
Well, no, I like sci-fi. It's fun.
He's clinging on. Have you seen Black Mirror?
Which series?
Any.
I've seen all of it.
You are the guy. You know Todd off Breaking Bad.
So basically what you're saying is you didn't understand Black Mirror. Okay, no worries.
I don't know what his name is, but the guy who's Todd.
Yeah, so someone in the chat, you said something. You said
the guy who makes the Star Trek episode.
So Gleason, hold on.
That's you.
Gleason, hold on. You said something about no physicist in the world. What were you going to finish that sentence with?
No physicist in the world believes that there's proof of an expanding space.
Well, actually, every physicist in the world says that.
It's all theoretical.
No, space is not theoretical.
So, what branch of science is that involved in?
Astronomy?
No.
Yes.
No. Theoretical physics, Craig.
No, astronomy.
Yeah, that is.
Space isn't a theory. Space isn't theoretical. We've been there. We've checked.
Astronomy is theoretical physics, Craig.
Oh, actually, no, it's not. It's one of the most experimental sides of science that we've got. You just wouldn't understand how to do the experiments, of course.
Technically experimental. The experiments don't apply practically. They're just theoretical.
Yeah, I know, Joe. He's just said that Star Trek is Star Wars. Murder is still illegal. I need to stay calm. You're right.
Star Wars
F Grudge is asking you a question. How stupid is it possible for you to be?
I mean, it's classic. I mean, all the bot ad hominem stuff, but how is that going to affect me?
Calling you stupid is not an ad hom, by the way.
Debater. I'm a legendary. Not only am I a legendary glober, I'm far superior to you in all of the stuff you believe in. Like, that's why it's easy for me to do this.
Just
part
so
of it
you know,
is a joke, but part
just
of it
so you know, insulting you is not an ad hom. Calling you stupid is not an ad hom. Just so you know.
It's not an insult. It's an attempt at an insult.
No, it is an insult. It's more of an observation if I'm fair.
I couldn't possibly be insulted by something.
Well, you are stupid though. So, JSS Tiger for 10.
Coming from people that have the IQ of a loaf.
JSS Tiger for $10 says, look into the camera and say, Dave Weiss is my boyfriend and I like mashed potatoes. All right, hold on. Dave Weiss is my boyfriend and I like mashed potatoes. Wait, it should be big when I say that, right? Let me get big.
Why don't you just debate Dave?
He's too scared. Dave Weiss is my boyfriend and I like mashed potatoes. There you go.
He probably knows a little bit more about the globe than I do, and I'm world class.
You know nothing about the globe, and Dave Weiss is afraid to debate me.
Bro, you know nothing about anything, though. I've already tried to get.
Oh, apart from all the physics that I understand and teach you.
Archaeology, architecture. You don't even understand what advanced means. You think something's less advanced than today just because it has a camera on it. Like that's not.
Yeah,
advanced
that's
at all.
much more advanced than not.
Even
at
Craig, you do realize that my speciality is in computer science.
No, it's not.
I'm an expert in technology. That's
you're
why
not.
I know about internet and stuff like this.
No, you're not.
You don't understand. That's why you can't get a stream going for more than 10
What's
minutes.
1010 in binary mean? If you're an expert in computer science,
let's get a couple of things straight. You're an old boy. I'm 26. I know more about this.
And I'm still fitter than you. So let me ask you a question. You're an expert in computer science. What's 1010?
You're an old boy, Craig. You're an old boy.
So all right.
That's why I'm trying to teach
you about
this.
In binary, 1010. What is that in decimal?
You don't grasp technology as well as I do.
In binary, 1010. What is that in decimal?
About space,
Gleason, I'm asking you a question. I have to mute
cameras.
you for a sec while I ask you a question. Right, you're muted, so I'm going to ask you a question, then I'll unmute you and you can answer. In binary, 1010, what is that in decimal?
Bro is a joke. He's always muting me.
Oh, you're unmuted now, so I've asked, what is 1010 in binary? What is that in decimal?
Bro literally mutes everybody that he can't.
What? It's because you wouldn't stop it. You're unmuted. I'm waiting for you to answer the question. You said you're an expert in computer science. What's 1010 in decimal? Do you not know? You can just say I don't know if you like. Did he run away? I think he might have run away. Are you there?
Hello?
Yep. Where did you go?
Hello?
Are you there?
Yes, hello.
Yes.
Has he unmuted me now?
Yeah, you've been unmuted for a long time. I keep asking you a question.
All right, so I can carry on what I was saying then. Great.
Well, once
So,
you've answered the question, yes. What is 1010 in
aren't that
decimal?
advanced. Most of our technology today isn't really advanced. Craig, you do know that. It's actually gone backwards.
Sorry, you may not have heard the question. I'll try it again. What is 1010 in decimal?
By the way, we're not just throwing out random curveball questions when you can't answer the actual topic we're talking about.
Oh, I have. I just want you to prove that you're an expert in computer science, like you said. If you were, you'd be able to tell me what 1010 is in decimal.
If you rewind, I said that was my specialty. That's what my expertise are in. As well
So
as
what's
the globe. I'd say I'm
1010
more of an
in
expert
decimal
on the
then?
globe these days, though, because I spent about 9 years on the trot. You know, just explaining.
What
to
coding
people,
languages do you know?
physicists, how they believe in nonsense. So you're not really that advanced, Craig.
I'm way more advanced than you. I know more about computer science than you do already.
I've actually watched quite a lot of videos and taken notes. You never actually have any facts in your videos.
Oh, apart from all of the facts, of course.
No, there's actually never any facts. I even watched our debate back, and every time
I told lots of facts
not
that
only
you just
me,
didn't understand.
Not just
Yeah.
me. You've got
Anyway, let's
that's
get
why
to your evidence of the flat
physical
Earth.
Debate, that's why the physical debate.
All you've done is complain so far. Let's get to your evidence of the flat Earth.
You can't control it. In these like one, you know,
any time today. Let's get to your evidence of the flat Earth.
I'm doing this for your benefit, Craig. I know you're making money off
guys.
this.
This is what flat Earth is. They're incapable of having a conversation.
I do find you a hilarious guy. That's why I don't mind making you a bit of money on here, just to drop.
Yeah, I'm making money with or without you. It doesn't really matter.
Plant the seed in people. But when you did the physical debate,
condescending, not condescending.
When you did the physical debate with Andrew Wilson,
that's why the one where I'm the only one that presented any evidence. Yes, yeah.
Bro, come on, that was an absolute whitewash. Have you read the comments, bro?
Oh yeah, the comments by all the Christians that are the fans of one day debate. Yes.
So when you read out your
what about there is 7 different videos online talking about how I destroyed Andrew Wilson. What about all of those?
There's about 5 old men in this chat right now, and you keep saying, "Oh, chat said this, chat said that," because you're getting paid to say it. You think I actually care what those degenerates think when there's actual smart people on YouTube, thousands of them?
Yeah, they're the ones that watch
giving you a chance. They've actually genuinely watched this video from a unbiased point of view.
No, they're not unbiased in the slightest. They are the Christian nationalists.
So you get not only did you get dismantled, you couldn't even explain the first point, and you've not done it in this.
I did it, and I fucking destroyed him.
And the key point that's going to be remembered of this isn't a debate. We've not even started anything.
No, I know. I'm waiting for you to get to it.
No, I know. I was waiting for you to get to it because you didn't get past the very first.
Anytime today, let's get to your evidence of the flat Earth.
Advanced, Craig. You're the only person in the
evidence of the flat Earth. Let's get there.
You're the only human.
Come on, evidence of the flat Earth.
You're the only human.
Evidence of the flat Earth. Let's get there.
That doesn't think.
Don't care what you got to say. Let's get to your evidence of the flat Earth.
The pyramids are.
Anyway,
advanced.
yeah, everyone disagrees with you.
Nobody disagrees with me. No,
everyone in the chat disagrees with you.
No archaeologist.
Every single one. Every archaeologist disagrees with you. We had a meeting.
No doctor. No scientist. No.
All the scientists had a meeting and we disagree with you.
Not even any child disagrees with
you. Do you want me to get my child and see if she disagrees with you?
What? So if you explain to them in context that these Egyptian pyramids were built during
and
the
she'd
Bronze
say that
Age,
having a phone and a computer is much more advanced.
Go and build a pyramid then, Craig.
Okay, give me the construction materials and I can do it.
Does that mean we can build a pyramid now, though, Craig?
Yeah, we absolutely could with modern day construction equipment.
How?
We would stack the stones on top of each other using cranes.
Have you seen what cranes can actually lift, Craig?
Yeah, they can lift really heavy shit.
Craig,
I had a tiny crane on the back of a lorry deliver a ton of stone to my front garden yesterday. I mean, cranes can lift stuff. That's what they're for.
Do you know how heavy some of the blocks are in that pyramid?
Yeah, and we could build a crane good enough to lift a heavy block.
But the point is, Craig, back in those times, they didn't have electricity and cranes. That's what makes them more advanced than us. We
so
are just
not
humans.
having advanced technology makes
Bro,
them more
you're
advanced.
so dense
You realize
in the
that you're
mind.
actually retarded, right?
You're so dense. It makes you more advanced being able to do something with less technology than to not be able to do
That's
it.
why
with more technology.
thousands
It's
and
called a
thousands
handicap.
of people
It's called
died
a
building
handicap,
it.
Craig. It's called
That's
a
why
handicap,
thousands
Craig.
and thousands of people died building them, and it took hundreds and hundreds of years. That's more advanced. Good job.
Craig, have you heard of the Gaudi Cathedral?
Yes. Anyway, about Flat Earth.
Have you heard of the La Familia?
Yes. Anyway, about Flat Earth.
Have you heard of La Familia, Craig? Why?
Yes. Anyway,
look
about
at him,
Flat
look
Earth.
at him, he's looking away. He's looking away. 'Cause I've
I'm
got the
making a
perfect
bong, dude.
point. I've got the perfect point to destroy
I'm making
you.
a bong.
We're still building Gaudi's Cathedral today. We haven't finished it. We've been building it for like 500 years, Craig. And we've got cranes on it and all sorts, and we've not even got close to finishing it. What are you talking about?
Sure, of course.
What are you talking
Whatever you
about?
say, dude.
Bro, we can't even finish a project that should take like 6 months to complete today. So where's the advancement, Craig?
Yeah, all the millions of buildings
Bro,
that
it's
are
just
built
been
all of the
roasted.
time.
Chat, hashtag roasted. Bro, think we couldn't
Yeah,
even build half
let's
the
get
pyramids
get
today.
hashtag this
You know
flat
what
earther
I'm
has been roasted
You
in
know
the chat.
about? Go find a company. Pretend you're a Donald Trump. You've got millions and billions. of
Ooh,
pounds.
no, thanks. I'm not a pedophile, homophobic asswipe.
That's slander. That's slander. The guy.
Oh, no. He's literally been indicted for things like that. That's not slander.
Indicted. The boy's
Yeah.
been investigated by the FBI and never found.
You know he
anything
has
on it.
47 federal things against him, right?
From the opposition.
No,
Nothing,
from the
nothing
federal
that's ever stood
government.
up in a courtroom. He's never been
Republicans
convicted of
do
anything
not.
in a courtroom.
Republicans and Democrats are not the people that give out federal, stuff. That's the federal government.
So who are the judges? Bro, it's like every
a lot of them
subject we
Trump
know nothing
actually
about. It's like every
appointed.
subject we come onto, you have a completely deluded, brainwashed view of it. You don't even understand how courts work.
I bet you think
But
Trump understands what a tariff is.
We'll get back, and you know why he's brought that up? Because he has to switch the subject. So let's pretend you're rich. Let's pretend you have an infinite amount of money. Go find me a company. Go find a building company that could construct the Giza pyramid for you, and tell me how they do it, how much they would charge.
They would charge quite a lot, but they could still do it.
But how much would they charge?
£12.40.
Oh, right, yeah. So you know they wouldn't do it. You know they can't do it.
Yeah, if we wanted a company
They
to do it,
can't
we
do
hired
it,
them to
Craig.
do it, then they could do it.
They couldn't, and it's not just stacking blocks. You know, there's a
Dude,
whole.
are you aware
system
of
inside
what
it.
they're building in fucking like Saudi Arabia at the moment? The line.
You don't think that's you think that's impressive?
Do I think
Right.
a fucking 75-kilometer long building, several hundred meters high, is impressive?
Bro,
Yes, I do.
Bro, you're literally like a jet. You're literally so dumbed down, bro. You watch these videos on YouTube like The Line, super impressive megastructure. That's just like no one clicks on that, bro. That's for dumb. They're literally AI shit videos. Like it's not even work. They've given up on it.
No, they
gave up
haven't.
on
They're
that
building
project.
it now. Oh my god, you can
'Cause it's
literally
the
see the
dumbest, most
construction
Black
progress
Mirror-
from space.
It's just Squid Game bullshit, mate. Nobody wants to live in Dubai, and everyone hates that shit. Fucking, it's just a desert.
Right.
They have to make it rain.
So we have an expert
And then they
in
flooded,
the
and then they had
chat.
a
So
flood. They had a
Gleason,
flood.
1 second.
That's how
Gleason,
advanced
1
they
second.
are. They made
Gleason,
it rain, and they
Gleason,
flooded
1
the
second.
entire city.
1 second. Gleason, 1 second. We have an expert in the chat. It's Rubik's, the real NASA shield for $5.
In what? Fred
Gleason,
Perry?
shh, just listen. Be quiet for a second. It's Rubik's, real NASA shield for $5 says, my background is in anthropology. Words. Anthropology. But
I'm
listen,
just
just
Googling
wait until I finished and then you can talk.
Anthropology.
Just anthropology. Okay? Which includes archaeology. They will say they are advanced for their time, but built using simple machines. So not advanced compared to today.
Do you understand what that means, Craig?
Yes, advanced for their time. They agree with me.
No, Craig. Because
All right,
what that
let's
means
ask them.
is that
Rubik's, do you agree with me, or do you agree with Gleason?
because what that means is, at that time, they had much more limited technology than us and still made an accomplishment that we would
So
struggle to
having
do
more
today.
limited technology makes them more advanced.
Because they yes. So, all right, Craig, let's break it down even more for you. So, what can we say here? We've got a boat race. We're racing kayaks across a lake. One guy's got 2 arms, one guy's got 1 arm. The guy with 1 arm wins. Does that mean his achievement was less because he had less available to him? Or is he more
having
advanced?
1 arm or not
Is he
is
more
not the same as having different technology.
It actually is exactly the same, Craig, because what I'm
It doesn't make him more advanced, it makes him better at swimming.
Hold up, one's technically more advanced than the other, but the one that's less advanced has made a higher accomplishment.
How is having one arm, because of a disability, less advanced than having two arms? You're not less advanced, you are disabled.
Which makes you less advanced because...
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make you less advanced. That's not what that word means.
Not mentally advanced, physically advanced. You absolutely.
No, you're not more physically advanced because you have you haven't had an accident. That person has become disabled. That doesn't mean someone else is advanced compared to them. That's not what that word means.
So, in evolution standpoints, you believe in evolution is one being not more advanced if it's a more multicellular organism.
Anyway, about flat Earth.
You don't even understand your own subject.
You are so dumb that it's...
You don't even understand your own subject, that every time you disagree with yourself.
Oh, just so you're clear, the expert in the chat says they agree with me and not you.
So a single-celled organism is just as advanced as a human?
No one said that. You're really bad at analogies. Like, really bad at analogies.
What's the difference?
Anyway, back to flat Earth. You got any evidence of it?
Yeah, sure. But what we were saying is that a civilization, if it can accomplish something
flat Earth.
We can't accomplish today, if you're saying we're more advanced today and we still can't accomplish these things, that makes them back then even more advanced than what I'm saying. So you're backing me up, Craig. You've actually just doubled down on my point. You've actually doubled my point.
No one in the chat thinks that's true.
Thanks for that. So we'll move on. Not only was I right, you've
Fireball ACO for €2 says Mamaket SK6000 crane can build it. Yeah, absolutely they could.
Just because a crane can stack a block doesn't mean they can build a pyramid. It's more than that.
That's exactly how you would build the pyramid.
No, it's not, because there's internal chambers.
Yeah, and then you go inside and you do the rest of the stuff while you're inside.
It has rooms inside of it, Craig.
Yeah, and once you stuck up
and it has
the
air
blocks, you go
conditioning
inside
as well,
and make
Craig.
those rooms.
What?
Once you stack up the blocks, you then go inside and make those rooms.
Make those rooms. So how did they carve everything out, Craig? How did they etch
with
things
chisel
into the stone? A chisel. Do you know how hard the rock is?
Hard enough that it would take a while to do a chisel, but they did it.
Craig, bro, you're literally just... It's like you just know you're wrong and you're just like...
How do you think they dug out the rooms inside the pyramid?
They were an extremely advanced civilization.
And what did they use to dig out the... Yeah, no, I asked you what they used, not if they were advanced. What did they use?
They used tools, and they were more advanced than us with those tools.
Which tools? Describe the tool to me.
For what? What are we talking about
they used to
here?
dig out the rooms inside the pyramids. Describe the tool.
We don't know what they used, Craig. It's a mystery. We know some things. We don't know everything.
We don't know what it was, but we know it was more advanced. Do you realize how dumb that is?
No, Craig. I'm not saying it's more advanced than the technology we have today. Some of them.
You've said that several times. Anyway, that flat Earth.
No. You're not grasping it, Craig. You need. This is why in a classroom they would make you stay behind and they would make you continue to write it down until you understand it. So we're not just going to let you get away with saying, "Oh, I don't get it. I don't get it." So let's move on. So no, let's actually sit down, Craig, and learn.
I am currently sitting down.
Okay, so stay seated.
No.
So what we're going to do, Craig, is think.
I stood up.
If a civilization, I think everybody in the chat can grasp this. It's just you.
Yeah, everyone in the chat agrees with me, not you.
No, one guy sent you a bit of money to make a retarded point. That's not.
Well, no, that was an expert, but everyone in the chat asked. Everybody in the chat agrees with me and not you.
Anyway,
so every single one of them.
So, if a civilization can accomplish something that an advanced civilization can't, then that makes them an advanced civilization. Simple
There's
point.
nothing that the ancients have done that we couldn't do today. If we wanted to build a pyramid today, we could fucking build a pyramid today.
You've already said, Craig, in the first sentence that we've had to go back and try and copy and learn how the Romans created concrete.
No, we discovered that they used seawater in their mixture, which actually increased the density of it.
How did we discover that, Craig?
By comparing it and then going, you know what, that is
by
actually
comparing
strong.
it. So is that by learning?
But once again,
studying.
They were not more. Anyway, about that flat Earth.
Wait a minute, Craig. Wait a minute, Craig. Are you telling me a civilization that has an iPhone stood?
Anyway, just 1 second. JSS Tiger for £5 says, "Hey, dumb flat earther, we can build 2,300 foot tall buildings today. We could easily build a pyramid." What do you think about that?
Craigie.
Yeah, what do you think about that super chat that was just read to you?
Are you going to answer the question, Craig?
Well, no, because I couldn't hear you because I was reading a super chat from my audience.
You couldn't hear me. I think that's because that thing under your nose was moving. So let's
Yeah.
let's
Anyway,
keep that
so
short.
the audience has
Let's keep
a
that
question
short, and
for you.
carry on.
I'll mute you again when I ask it again. JSS Tiger for £5 asks you, "Hey, dumb flat earther, we can build 2,300 foot tall buildings today. We could easily build a pyramid."
For the
So what are
entire
your
show.
thoughts on that?
So,
What are your
Craig, are you
thoughts-
telling me that
What are your thoughts on
civilization
that?
with iPhones studied
So what
how
are
an
your
ancient
thoughts on that super
civilization
chat?
made concrete? Is that what you're telling me?
Anyway, what are your thoughts on that super chat that just came in for you?
Is that what you're telling me, Craig?
What the super chat was a question for you. What do you think?
That a civilization that has iPhones had to study how an ancient civilization made concrete?
Anyway, so the super chat for you. What do you think about that?
Just admit it and we'll move on.
Yeah. So the super chat. What do you think about that?
It was your point.
Yeah. Learning a particular construction technique that was used in the past and we forgot about does not make them more advanced in the past. Just means they
Forgot
knew
about.
something in particular
Forgot
that we
about.
didn't.
Forgot about?
Yes.
What did we forget?
We forgot that using seawater and cement makes it stronger.
Forgot about. That's not
Yes.
the only thing they were more advanced in us. You know that,
Pretty
don't
much
you?
it was. There's nothing else that they're more advanced
There's
then than they are
Craig,
today.
Craig, there's buildings still standing today in Rome.
Yeah,
that
we've
are-
got right. You're
that
going
are
around in
held up.
circles. Anyway, there was a super
are
chat
self-
for you. Right, I'm going to mute you for 1 second whilst I read you the super chat.
Structurally
Okay. So you are currently muted when I ask you this question from the super chat. Hey, dumb flat earther, we can build 2,300 foot tall buildings today. We could easily build a pyramid. What do you think about that? You're unmuted now.
Craig, whenever I'm muted, you're muted. So,
No, that's not how that works.
well, it is because that's what I'm doing. So, we're not muting. We're not doing
Hey,
mutes to get out.
Well,
of
okay,
answering
so
questions,
if
Craig.
you be quiet, then I will
Oh,
read
this
you
is
the
a
question.
test, by the way, because you're not even worthy.
Right,
of
if you be
debate.
quiet, I'll read you the question.
You're not
So
worthy
listen
of
to-
debate.
here's the
'Cause you
question.
don't know how construction
Here's the
works. You don't
question.
know anything about.
Here is
ancient
the
civilization.
question.
You don't know how internet
Right.
works. You don't know how radio.
So here's the question for you. Right? Are you ready? Are you ready for the question? Are you ready for the question?
If you give me a yes or no answer to what I've said, then
Yeah, after this question from the audience, because the audience have paid for this question, so I'm going to,
Yeah, no,
before we
the
move
audience
on,
are
this is what's going to
literally backing
happen.
me up. The audience are waiting for you to let me
The
finish
audience
the
have
sentence.
all agreed with me, but they have a particular question for you.
Oh,
So
that's
the-
fine, Craig. That's perfectly fine, Craig. All I want from you is yes or no.
No.
Are you saying
The answer is no.
civilization
Anyway.
with iPhones and
The answer is
toilets
no.
and plumbing?
The answer is no,
Civilization
anyway.
with plumbing, like you said, that's the pinnacle
Anyway.
of society, plumbing. Even though
Anyway.
Romans.
I'll wait until you stopped and then I'll unmute you. There we go, you stopped talking. Right.
Who invented sewers, Craig?
Sorry, it's my question now. So from JSS Tiger for $5 says, "Hey, dumb flat earther, we can build 2,300 foot tall buildings today. We could easily build a pyramid.
They're
What
all
do you
shit.
think about
They're
that?"
all shit. Nobody thinks those buildings are impressive. We're knocking them down at a rapid rate. They're all shit. Burj Khalifa, shit. Made of tin, shit.
When's it been knocked down?
We're knocking them down all the time and replacing them for more traditional structures. You know,
So
the
when
ones
was the
made of
Burj
brick.
Khalifa knocked down?
Have you ever, hey, Craig, have you ever heard of the Big Bad Wolf?
So when was the Burj Khalifa knocked down then?
Hey, Craig, have you ever heard of the Three Little Pigs?
Sorry, I'm asking the questions. When was the Burj Khalifa knocked down?
Oi, Craig, nobody said it was knocked down. I said those
Right, yeah, so
high-rise
shush
type
then.
structures are
The
getting
next
knocked down
question
at a
is
rapid rate.
for you also. Rosalind says for £5, Gleason, we know you're full of
Who
it.
paid £5?
and-
Who paid £5? Nobody paid £5 for that.
Rosalind for £5 says, Gleason, we know you're full of it and it's not knowledge.
I'm full of. It's wisdom. Yeah, thanks.
Certainly not. Bob Knoll for £2 says, I speak for chat. We agree with Craig. Gleason dumb.
Bro, these guys are triggered. Where's the facts, though? Where's the
Just
facts,
I need
though?
to
Your
add
chat's
a
getting
few minutes to the
dismantled.
timer for the super chat, so bear with me. There
Your
we
chat's
go.
just been destroyed. Where's the facts at, chat? I'm even
Emma
destroying
M
the chat.
for
I'm
€2.
destroying your entire fan base
Emma
without
M
even
for
trying.
€2 says, Gleason's a Graham Hancock fan and just as dumb.
I'm actually not on board with all the Graham Hancock stuff because I don't believe the Earth is that old. But Graham Hancock's a decent
That's because
guy.
you're retarded, of course.
He's a decent guy. I think he's an expert in his field, but I don't believe in his timing of things. But that's fine.
Fireball AOC has a question for you. What stone are the pyramids built out of?
So is this just now a Q&A with an expert being me, or have you stopped debating?
I've got 3 more super chats after this, and then we get back to you. But there's a particular question. Gleason, what
so you're just
stone?
debating with... Wait,
Gleason, what
am I just
stone
being asked
are the
questions
pyramids
now?
made out of? Do you know?
So this is a Q&A now.
For now, yes. What stone are the pyramids made out of? Do you know?
Why are you asking me that?
Because you said it's really hard. Do you know which stone it is in particular?
There's different types of stone.
Yeah, there's no, they're made out of one particular stone.
No, there's not. There's granite inside of it. There's loads of different stones.
They're made,
and not only
they're
that,
made out of limestone, which isn't very hard.
Yeah, the blocks are made of limestone on the outside. They also had a casing stone that was over them, which is
that isn't there anymore. So yeah, great advanced technology. It's a Rubik's for $5.
Yeah,
Says,
it's
are
been
the
thousands
pyramids
of years,
impressive?
I'm afraid.
Yes. Does it make it advanced? No. Do you think they were built by aliens or something? Humans were just as clever 4.5 thousand years ago.
Well, that's backing up my point. They were an advanced civilization that built an
Being
advanced
intelligent
building.
doesn't make you advanced.
Yes, it does.
Good
That is
Lord, no.
literally, that is the number one most fundamental point of being advanced, Craig.
Really not.
Intelligence. Of course it is. That's why I'm more advanced than you.
Mark W12 for £2 says, one in the chat to kick this idiot.
That's why when you're
I think
a
the
child,
chat want to get
Craig-
rid of you because you're such an idiot, but I'm enjoying
Craig,
embarrassing you.
Your chat doesn't have anything to do other than be educated by me.
The
Craig,
chat
that's
are all
why
laughing
when you're
at
a
you.
child, and let's say me and you were in the same nursery.
Hey, are you going to show
Craig,
your
it would have
face?
Taken you.
Turn your
with
camera
little-
on.
Craig, I will
Yeah.
turn my camera on after this.
Go on and turn your camera on.
Like if me and you were in nursery together,
I can't hear you without your camera on, sorry.
Well, camera's not audio, so of course.
No, unfortunately, I cannot hear you if your camera's not on. You're going to have to put it on.
Well, that's fine. I'll turn it on in a sec. I'm just
Go
making
on then.
one more point.
Yeah, turn it on and then
if
you
me
make
and
your
you
point.
were in the same kindergarten.
Yeah, I'm
together,
sorry, I
that's why
can't
you're-
hear your point being made if you don't turn your camera on.
Your shit-stained nappy, you'd get taken.
Sorry,
out
mate,
the
I
class and
can't
say,
hear you without your camera.
This kid can't. He just keeps throwing blocks at his head. This kid.
Yeah,
isn't
I
very
really can't
advanced.
understand. I no
You
idea
would
what you're
take me
saying.
that's
I'm afraid I've
painting,
stopped being able to speak
creating
English without your
music and
camera
doing
on.
advanced science experiments and say, "Oh, this kid's more advanced than the shit-stained nappy Craig."
No, can anyone
that's
understand
why
him?
I'm more
No, he's
advanced
not making
than
any
you,
sense
Craig,
without his
so-
camera on, is he?
Why do
So-
you want me to show you up or something, Craig?
Yeah,
How,
yeah.
how about this? Let's make a
your camera
deal.
on.
Let's make a deal. Let's see if you're an honest man. I'll turn my camera on if you do the rest of the stream without your hat on.
Why would I want to take my hat off? My hair hasn't been done. I'll have a shower at some point and then probably take my hat off afterwards.
Chat, tombstone in the chat for that. Chat, tombstone in the chat.
So anyway, turn your camera on.
Tombstone in the chat for that. Skull and bones there, chat.
Where's your camera? Come on.
I said rest of the conversation, Craig. Do
But
you only hear partially, Craig?
You said rest of
It's
the
like you
stream.
only hear one word, you crash out, and that's all you hear.
Tim
I actually
Davidson
believe
asked
you
you
went
a
to
question.
school, Craig.
Tim
I
Davidson
believe
asked you a
went to
question.
School.
Yeah, I
You
was
never
one of the
heard-
most advanced kids in my school.
Sure you were, Craig.
Yeah.
Sure you were, Craig. I believe you heard the word globe, and you never heard anything else, and that's all you needed to hear. And
Yeah, I
that's
was
why
put
you
forward
believed
2
it
years
was
at
a globe.
school and then got A levels and then degrees before most people.
Woo! When was that? In 1972.
I was born in '83.
Craig, you do realise, like, school when I went to school.
That you're
school when you
retarded,
went to
yes.
school are two different
I
things.
do realise that, yes, yeah. Tim Davidson asked
But why
you for
can't you answer
£5.
any of my questions?
For
Craig? And I've
£5, Tim
answered all
Davidson
yours.
asked you
By
a
the way,
question.
chat,
Hey,
by
hold
the way,
on.
chat, have a bit of respect.
Tim Davidson
I've
has asked you
answered
a
all the
question.
Craig's
Hold on.
questions. I've answered
Gleason,
all the
just one
chat's
sec.
questions.
Gleason, 1 second.
Craig hasn't answered anything.
I've answered
Other
everything.
than-
Gleason, just 1 second.
Other than he thinks plumbing makes you more advanced.
Gleason,
than
there's
an
a
entire
question for you from the chat, so hold on. For £5, Tim Davidson wants to know, if a triangle has sides 1 and 1 and 1, how many sides does the triangle have?
Bro, these guys need to spend their money on like
Do you not
food
know?
and water for survival.
Do you not know?
Giving it to Craig.
Yeah, you're too stupid to know that, aren't you?
Yes,
And then
why are you
Rosalind,
asking me about
385 for
triangles
£5
now,
says,
Craig? Is this
Gleason,
the-
educating me? Are you Minuteman putting on a silly voice?
Bro, what would you do right now if you didn't have a chat?
I would be doing something else, but I'm a YouTuber.
Because you're not supposed to read chats out constantly mid-conversation. You're supposed
Well,
to
you are when
answer
you're getting
questions,
super
not
chats,
just say,
yes.
Hi everybody, I'm Craig. I think the Earth's a globe. I'm just going to ramble to myself. And when anybody talks back or answers me a question, I'm just going to read chats from my echo chamber.
Yeah.
Of sad people that have nothing to do with their lives but send the money to me
They've got lots of stuff to do with their lives.
to
they just like
repeat
me.
the echo chamber.
All right,
Anyway,
Craig, let's
let's
hear
get to this
Craig's
evidence
top
of the flat
5
Earth.
NASA achievements in 2025. Let's hear how many planets they've been to, how many humans have been walking and playing golf on all these planets. Let's go, Craig. What have NASA achieved in the past 5 years since our last
NASA are
debate?
pretty
Go.
shit at their job. They haven't had funding to do a lot of stuff. They've been concentrating on low Earth orbit and experimenting on how the human body reacts in low gravity.
Womp, womp,
Yeah. The fact that
So in
NASA haven't
5
continued
years-
to do what they've done is a political thing. The money wasn't given to them by the politicians. After the moon landings, their funding was
It's taxpayers'
severely
money, boy.
reduced.
It's taxpayers' money.
Yeah, they give it to the government, and then the government gives it to NASA
So
and
they
tells
do
them
get
what to
money.
do. NASA
So they
don't
do
even
get
get to
money.
decide what they do. NASA do what the government tells them to do because they're a federal agency.
So they do get money.
Yes, I just said they get money. They get money to do things like go
You
to the
said they
International
haven't had
Space
funding,
Station,
Craig.
develop more technology in space, advance
So they have had
research,
funding. So
to
they
pay
have had
all the
funding.
employees they have, to operate the satellites in space that
What
they
a
have,
winding
to do all
road
the
we're
research
going
and
down.
technology and development that they have. Yes, NASA get money to do things. Quite a lot of it goes to contracts like for SpaceX.
So, Craig, I'll ask you again. In the past 5 years since our conversation, and you were very happy and big and brash about NASA back then, what have NASA achieved in the past 5 years? Obviously, considering that they went to the moon many times in the 1960s and 70s, playing golf.
They
on
have
there.
advanced our understanding of how our bodies react in low gravity thanks
Oh,
to
this is
continued
actually-
experiments.
this is
I
actually gonna be
was
a
answering
great-
your question. If you'd be quiet and let me answer the question. NASA have advanced our understanding considerably of how our bodies react in low Earth orbit. They've done many experiments on that. They have been developing technology to be able to go back to the moon and create a base. This is what they've been doing over the past 5 years.
Sounds great, Craig. But what have they actually done, Craig?
I just told you what they've done.
So nothing.
They are doing development, research and development.
Development,
That's what you
okay.
do. You don't just start randomly building something without a plan. They are building,
Craig.
they are researching and developing how to build the best crafts to be able to go back to the moon and then create a base. This
Great
is what they
stuff,
are
Craig.
doing. They are
Great stuff,
also
Craig.
operating satellites and doing research and
Yeah.
experiments on the ISS. They are launching new satellites into space and controlling those. They are doing more research on the ground as well for other things. NASA have done quite a lot. Would you like a list? I can
okay.
get you a list of what they've done over the past 5 years.
No, that's good enough, Craig. So great.
Well,
stuff,
you know,
Craig.
you wanted to
Yeah,
know. I'll get you a list.
No,
I'll get you an exact
I am
list of what they've
interested
done
in
over the
list.
past 5
I am
years.
interested in the list. Give me 1 second though, just to respond to that. You can read the list out. So with NASA apparently going to the moon in 1969 and accomplishing all these great feats, these amazing feats that people can't even believe happened. Are NASA now more advanced in 2025, having more advanced plumbing, air conditioning, electricity, and internet in their buildings?
Yeah, their technology is much more advanced now. Yeah, the technology is much more advanced.
now. Hold on, Craig. Are NASA more advanced now than in 1969?
Yes, NASA are much more advanced now than in 1969. The technology they used in 1969 wasn't reusable. It was dangerous. It was analog. The technology nowadays is much more advanced. We are just trying to develop that advanced technology to be able to do the things that we need it to do.
So what? So space. So we're not talking about domiciliary advancements like toilets, Craig, and
I didn't
stuff like
say
that.
that.
We're
Did
talking
I?
about. Hold up. We're talking about a space organization.
Yeah.
So
Waiting
is
for
the
the big
space
episode.
technology
Right. Anyway,
more
so
advanced
in
than
the past
1969? Yes
5
or no?
years, in the
Yes
past
or
5
no?
years,
Craig, I'm
they've
about to
landed
leave
the.
If you don't answer this yes or no.
Yeah,
And
I'm
then
sorry,
you
I
can
wasn't
read it
listening to you.
out.
I'm getting the list that you asked for.
Just a yes or no. I did tell you could read the list out after this.
What was the question? I stopped paying attention to you. What was the question?
We're not talking about toilets and plumbing and air conditioning.
Yeah, I didn't
as you
talk about
know.
toilets or plumbing.
As
I
you know,
talked about
and
technology
that's
like
the only
being
reason you've ever brought
reusable.
that up because you know it's not a part of the topic.
Like
Is the
technology being
space
reusable makes it more advanced. Yeah.
Hold up. No, it doesn't. Is the
Yeah, it
space
does, absolutely.
Something being shit and reusable isn't more advanced than something
Well, it's not.
being
The point is they are trying to develop advanced technology that is reusable. They don't want to do it the way before. It was expensive and dangerous.
No.
Right.
Something
Now I've
being-
answered your
something
question.
being
Here's the
usable
list.
once, Craig, and that
I've
actually
answered your
works
question.
is
Here's the
far
list.
more advanced than something
Anyway,
being
I've answered
reusable.
the question. Here's the list.
So does NASA have more advanced
in the
space
past
technology
5 years?
now?
In the past
Or no?
5 years,
So
they've
no.
done.
The
They've
answer's
landed
no.
the Perseverance rover
Chat, the answer's
on Mars.
no.
Hey, you asked me.
Hey,
right,
let's
here's the
read
list.
a list of things NASA haven't done.
No, here's a list of things they have done in the past 5 years.
How much of that is actually in space, though, Craig?
Well, if you let me read the list, you'll be able to hear.
I'll tell you, zero.
All
I
of
don't
it.
care what
So,
they've done
anyway.
on the computers and what the pictures they've drawn and what
quiet
toilets
now.
they've cleaned. Nobody
so in
cares.
February
They're not
2021,
a
they
space
landed the Perseverance
organisation.
rover on. Right, I'll just turn you
NASA,
down for
not
a minute.
a space association.
Right, you're just at 25% volume, so you can ramble in the background when I'm letting you hear this list. So in 2021, February, they landed Perseverance rover on Mars, discovered volcanic rocks and complex lake bed sediment structures. They also had the Ingenuity helicopter which actually flew on Mars. Robotic missions and launches. The Parker Solar Probe went close to the sun. The Lucy spacecraft completed flybys of asteroids Dinklage and Don Johnson, finding that both are contact binaries. The Europa Clipper launched in October 2024, used a Mars gravity assist and is en route to Jupiter. Punch microsatellite constellation launched in March this year to image the sun's corona. Moon and commercial space. The Artemis mission, the uncrewed test flew in 2022 in November. They've been back to ISS a bunch. Space and science marketing. So yeah, they've done quite a lot in the past 5 years.
ISS.
Yes, the International Space Station, yes.
Bro, even when you're saying it, I can see it in your face, like...
You're dumb, yeah, you can see that.
Yeah,
Rosalind,
anyway,
£5 says,
I'm not
Gleason, your
interested on,
DWP benefits are government funded. What have you achieved in the last 5 years?
Anyway, I'm not interested in NASA's like office work and stuff like that. I was talking about space work, like, because that's what they were made for. Space.
Yeah, and I told you a bunch of stuff they did in space there.
Yeah, I'm not interested in what they've done on paper and what they've...
No, they've actually done stuff in space there. Like the sun. They sent a probe to the sun.
Exploration. So we're not talking about...
We explored very close to the sun with the Parker Solar Probe, yeah.
Yeah, no one cares about that. We're talking about space exploration, Craig.
Yeah, we did lots of space exploration with NASA.
They get $65 million a day. That's more than enough to go to space every day.
Sorry, are you sure? Can you just build a spaceship at 65 million a day? Go on then.
Well, they did it with far less in 1969.
Well, no, they actually did it with far more.
They actually didn't go anywhere. Then that was just.
Well, they went to the moon. That's been. I proved they went to the moon. That's easy.
Craig's proved they went to the moon.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Sorry, I can't see your Nobel Prize in the background there.
Well, you wouldn't get a Nobel Prize for proving something everyone knows.
You certainly would, Craig. Nobody's proven the moon landing. In fact, it's
I've proven the moon landing many times. It's like quite easy to do. I did it in DebateCon 6 against Alex Stein.
What?
Sorry, I did it in DebateCon 5 against Alex Stein.
DebateCon 5?
Yeah.
You've not proved... Bro, you can't even prove...
I literally proved the moon landing in my debate at DebateCon 5.
You can't prove that any man or object can go above 200,000 feet. Nobody can.
Well, I can prove that easy.
Proof you have of these deluded beliefs.
Well, I've proven that we went to the moon.
Prove it? How have you proven it, Craig?
By analysing the footage.
You think you... So you're an expert in analysing footage, are you?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I've been a video editor for like 7-8 years. I'd class myself as an expert analysing footage.
That's nothing to do with forensically analysing footage, Craig.
No, I'm very able to analyse footage and do calculations on it. What I specifically did was look at the regolith being flipped off the back of the moon buggy's wheels, and then calculated the trajectory of those and calculated the gravitational acceleration being applied by those things.
But you don't have a degree.
I have a degree in physics and a degree in nuclear engineering.
But not in that field.
I just did physics. I analysed the footage using physics.
That's not physics, Craig. That's your eyes telling you what you want to believe.
No, it's actually doing an analysis using physical constants.
So you don't have a degree in...
I have a degree in physics, and I analysed a physical thing happening.
Yeah, but you don't have a degree in that.
I have a degree in physics, yes.
Yeah, but that's not physics because you're looking at a video, Craig.
Yeah, and doing physics to analyse the footage,
obviously a doctored video, so what you're going to
for it to be doctored there, I proved that it's not doctored. I proved that it had to be real.
When we're talking about physics, Craig, it's also set in another environment, so you're...
Yeah, I used the physics of that other environment to prove that it was set there.
But it's all hypothetical, Craig, isn't it?
No, nothing's hypothetical about the moon and the atmosphere on the moon, no.
Of course it is, because before they ever stepped foot there, even though they never stepped foot there...
They have stepped foot there, we've checked.
But before they theoretically did that, Craig...
They had craft orbiting in to check.
They were guessing.
They went and checked before they sent people there.
Who went and checked there?
NASA.
What, a person?
Well, Apollo 1 was just an unmanned flight.
All theoretical.
And then they sent more people to orbit the moon without landing on it. So yes, they went to orbit the moon without landing on it to check what it was.
It's literally not even level 1 science level yet. Before a human went there, Craig, they had to guess what the impact would be.
That's why they went and checked before landing on it. They sent people around it to check.
Science is they determine.
They went and checked.
Yeah, no, they guess based on the little experiments what the
and then they went and checked.
They didn't send a person there, did they?
Yes, they did. They sent people to orbit it first to check.
That's not men on the moon. They didn't get out of the craft.
Yeah, and then they sent probes to the moon to check.
Probes? They're not people, are they, Craig?
You don't need to send people if you send probes to check if it's suitable. Why would you not? Why would you need to send a person to check if people can go there? You send something else before you send a person there.
But none of that is really going to tell you if how a human is going to react in space.
Oh,
Craig,
yeah, no, it would actually tell you exactly how a human would react because we can gather data and compare it to how humans react.
Bro, it's literally the dumbest subject ever. Have you actually seen the spacesuits?
Yeah, they're marvels of engineering. Nivox Spilkamo for £2 says sublimation matters. Yeah, I know. Sorry, what did you say that's dumb?
Yeah, facts matter as well. Not just Craig watching a video. I do physics.
Sorry, what did you say that was dumb there? Say it again.
Everything you've just said in this entire
No, specifically,
debate.
what did you just say
Craig,
about
I'm going to
the
tell you
suits?
now, Craig, as like a parental figure.
You are not a parental figure. Please never have children.
No, I'm literally like your father in this debate.
Please never have
Everything
children.
You've said, apart from the crash outs, which
I've
have
had
been
no crash
several crash outs, several mutes, several crash outs, every point that
Anyway.
you've made and everything that you've denied me on.
I've not denied you on anything.
Not only
I've
have you
just
been
destroyed
wrong,
you.
everybody on your own field disagrees with you.
Should we check
I don't
with
care
that?
about the echo chat. I don't care about
Should we
echo
check
chat.
because there's many people in my field, in my chat,
They're not in
actual
your
scientists.
field, Craig, though. Everybody in physics, everybody in Egyptology agrees with me about ancient
No, they
civilization.
don't. There's actually
Everybody
physicists in my
science
chat and they
computer
disagree with
science
you.
And radio waves, they all agree with me on how satellites work. They all agree
No, they
with me on
don't.
the moon
All
technology. They
physicists
agree
do
with
not
me on
agree. No
NASA.
physicist in the
NASA
world agrees
themselves
with you.
agree with me over you, Craig.
Nobody
NASA
agrees with you. Not a
astronauts are the
single
ones
person
saying
agrees with you.
they're
Nobody
not
agrees with
advanced
you.
Anymore.
Nobody
NASA
agrees with
astronauts
you.
Disagree with you, Craig.
Nobody agrees with you.
Don
They all agree
Petit
with me.
disagrees with you, Craig. Do you know who
No, they
Don
don't.
Petit is?
No, he does not disagree with me.
Yes, he does, Craig.
In what way does Don Petit disagree with me?
He says that they had more advanced technology and they forgot how to build it.
No, he didn't say advanced.
Yes, he did.
Do you want to play the clip and tell me where he says advanced?
What he's saying is they had better technology and they forgot how
No,
to
he
build
didn't
it.
say they had better technology.
What did he say then?
He said that he'd go to the moon in a heartbeat, but we've destroyed that technology.
He didn't say heartbeat.
Yeah, he did. He said, I'd go to the moon in a heartbeat, but we've destroyed that technology,
doesn't.
and it's a complicated process to build it back up.
He actually says nanosecond, Craig.
What,
I know the
nanosecond
clip
then?
better than you.
I'd go to the moon in a nanosecond.
Here we go.
But
See, I
that
know these
technology
things
was
better than
destroyed,
you, Craig,
and it's a
because I'm
complicated process
mustard.
to build it back
I'm
up.
absolute mustard on this topic. You're just a noob on this topic.
So where did he
Don
say
Petit
that
said,
it was more advanced or
I'd go
better
to the
back
moon
then?
in a nanosecond. We don't
Where
have
did
that
he say that it's
technology
more
anymore.
advanced or better back then?
It's a painful process to build it back.
So
again.
where did he
That's
say that it's
exactly-
advanced or better?
That's stutter for stutter what he says, Craig. That's the difference.
But where did
between
he
my
say it's
memory-
advanced or better?
My memory is perfect.
Where did he say it's advanced or better?
Your memory is a potato.
Where did he say it's advanced or better?
If you can't build it back,
Where did he
and
say it's
replicate
advanced
it
or
today,
better?
Craigie Bear?
Where
think
did
that-
he say it's advanced or better?
I'm just going to explain to you, Craig, how. people
Where
with high
did he say
high IQ,
it's
Craig,
advanced or better?
It's called comprehension. When you have a high IQ,
Yeah, so he
you can
didn't say that.
comprehend-
Anyway, I'm going to just read super chat, so be quiet for 2
what
seconds.
people mean without
I'm
them
going to
having
ask you to be
tell
quiet for 2
exactly
seconds,
what
or I
they
have to
mean,
turn you down.
Craig.
Right, I'll
That's
just
why
turn
we
you down.
operate on a higher level than you in society.
Right, anyway, you've been turned down so I can read the super chats. We've got Dave McKeegan for £2 says, what degree does this genius have to say it's fake? You've been turned down. No one can actually hear you right now. Yeah, but no one can actually hear you right now.
You don't have a leg to stand on in the debate. I told you.
I've
you
only
have
got
no
one
photos
leg
of
that
the
works,
globe.
actually, so-
You have no experiments. You have no spin.
I've got all
motion,
the
you have-
experiments. Anyway, are you going
You
to
have
stop
nothing.
baffling?
You don't have a picture. You
Hello?
don't have one curvature proof.
Stop.
You don't have one.
Well, I've got all the
evidence
proof.
Of spin.
We could get
you have
there.
no evidence of space. You can't prove the stars are real stars. You can't prove the sun and the moon aren't the same size.
I can prove all of that.
Completely
It's
destroyed.
easy.
It's completely destroyed. Even mathematical principles.
I can prove it all. Anyway, we've got a question for you.
can't. I've seen it
Dave
all. It's all
McKeegan.
nonsense.
Dave McKeegan, who's an expert photographer,
Dave.
has asked you, what degrees do you have to say that it's
Physics,
fake?
please. I'll take physics over Dave.
So he's asked you a question. What degrees
Dave
do you
is in
have
physics.
to say that it's fake?
Dave is not physics. Go back to the pub, Dave.
Anyway, Dave's asked you a question.
Anyway,
What
I'll stick with the
degrees-
physics I was talking about. So Don Petit, an actual astronaut.
Right, you've been muted because I'm asking you a question, and you can't just badger your way through this conversation by trying to bully it. when I ask you a question, you either answer the question or you fuck off. All right, that's how it works. I'm going to ask you the question once more. If you don't answer, I will leave you on mute until you leave. Is that clear?
The actual field of science.
Right. The question is, what degrees do you have to say that it is fake? If you do not answer, I will leave you on mute and you can just go.
5 rocket was built by a Nazi.
Right. Okay. You just stay on mute then. What we'll do is we'll just leave him so we can hear him little waffling in the background. Well, if you've muted me, then you just get to stay in the chat and do nothing. That's fine. You can unmute yourself. He doesn't have any degrees because he's never done any higher education. As you can see, he is incapable of having a conversation with another human being. Oh, he's trying to say something now.
Don't pretend you can't hear me.
Right, so Dave had a question for you. What degrees do you have to say that it's fake?
Hear me, guys. And by the way, degrees aren't actually a measure of knowledge or intelligence.
Anyway, it's a question for you. What degrees do you have to say that it's fake?
To say that what's fake? Is there a degree in
the moon landing? What degrees do you have
let me
to
just
say
have
the
a
moon
look at
landing
that degree.
is fake?
So, sorry, Dave. Can you tell me what degree that's on? What university is that degree with? That course?
Yeah. So, what degrees do you have to be able to say that the moon landings were fake? None.
Okay, Dave. Dave, can you just link me?
Right. Okay. None. You're back muted a second. While I read the next one. Emma M has for €5 asked, "Hey Gleason, I paid a lot of money for this stream, but all I hear is your crap. You owe me $50. Thoughts on that?
Dave is cooked.
Emma says you owe her $50 because you've been waffling so much.
I'm not gonna lie, bro. I don't think anybody in this chat that's real has listened to me and doesn't hear that I've because
everyone thinks you're retarded, mate. Every single person.
No. The thing is, you tried to do this trick.
Anyway, Stealth Gun has gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. That takes it back up to 122 members. Amazing. And then thanks a lot, Andy says, please get rid of this loser. And then Bob Knoll for $2 says, hilarious to leave him on low volume, rambling in the background. And then thanks a lot, Andy, gifted a membership. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, we just have him on low volume until he agrees to have a proper conversation with me, of course. Guys, thank you very much. And based on the super chats, I need to add number 1 to 3 minutes. So, Gleason, are you ready to try and have a conversation where you allow the other person to talk?
Yeah, nice try of dominating the stream there. But I was going to say, nobody in this chat that isn't a bot actually thinks...
Okay, so when I ask a question, I expect an answer. If I don't get the answer, I mute you and re-ask the question. Are you ready to have a conversation like an adult? Yes or no?
Which I speak, you can hear I make perfect.
Okay. You've been muted again. Nobody can hear you at all right now. Are you ready to have a conversation like an adult? Yes or no?
The question just says, oh, Dave in my chat paid £5 for me to say... that is not science, guys.
Right, just rambling in the background, so no, I guess he's not. Gleason is afraid to have a conversation with me.
We're not going to devolve into Craig where we just focus on money and buy me another pair of shoes, guys. Say this guy's dumb, send me £5. No, we're actually going to not get paid for this. We're going to stick to facts. We're going to support the truth. We're going to support science. We're actually
you wouldn't know truth and science if it kicked you in your vagina.
That, guys. I'll take you over to my channel after this and we'll go through.
You don't have a channel.
Sorry, I already did this on your last video, actually. I debunked every single comment that was made.
I'll take things that never happened for 500, please, Regis.
No. You can go there and see the Morgan actually responded to every comment, debunked every single one.
The Morgile, did you say? The Morgile! The meth head!
The Morgan, sorry. And then...
Who's the Morgan?
I don't know who you're talking about, but...
Who's the Morgan?
Sorry, stop changing the subject, Craig.
Who is the Morgan? Right, what? Right, link me your channel. I want to see your channel. We'll cover your debunking of me. Send it to me.
No, that's not what I'm saying yet.
What's the name of your channel?
This is why, Craig, this is why you
What is the name of your YouTube channel?
Bro.
What is the name of your YouTube channel?
This is why you never understand.
What is your YouTube channel? I want to see it. What's your YouTube channel?
Don't hear it.
What's your YouTube channel?
Say I've made it on YouTube, but I'm about to say if
you just said on my channel I covered it.
No, I said on my channel. I went back to the original video and I've timestamped.
But that's not on your channel. That's my channel.
Yeah, but I've commented on my channel, on yours, on the video. Every point at which you claim
You said that you did it on your channel.
Every point I made is factual. And not only that, I actually destroyed you. If you go back to the old video, you said...
Right, let's find...
No such thing. This is how little Craig knows, by the way. He doubled down and said there's no such thing as Antarctic patrol on our last debate. And then I said, all right, pull it up. And then he actually shut up for 2 minutes. He listened. He pulled it up. He went on the HMS, the Royal Navy website, and he found there is literally a job you can sign up to. Anybody can do it and get paid to
Yeah,
be
what I said
the
was there is
British
no
patrol.
massive
So,
worldwide
when
navy
people
that
say, "Oh, the
patrols
penguins," there
Antarctica
literally
to
is
stop
armed
ships
guards
going
on
there.
Every single bit of the Antarctic ice wall, there literally is a paid military armed force on the entire perimeter of Antarctica. That is a fact.
Incorrect.
And then
That is not true. That's just not true. That's a lie. What you've just said is a lie.
And then he muted me and kicked me. And so.
Right, so you're muted again. What you just said is a lie. There is no patrol that goes around the entire perimeter of Antarctica that's made up of multiple militaries. That's not something that exists. He just lied to everybody. You can check it out yourself.
If you look at the Gleason's map, if every navy has a patrol, that's every point.
The
of
Gleason map has
Antarctica
been
covered.
debunked as being the shape of
It's
the Earth.
never. Not only is it not been debunked.
Oh, it was
that's what the
debunked
Mercator
when they went to
projection is
Antarctica.
based on. That's what the Mercator projection is based on. That's what we use
No,
to
the
fly
Mercator
every
projection is
single
not
day.
based on the A map at all. The Mercator
And
projection
not
is
only
based on the
that,
globe.
one of the best debunks of the globe is that how did people sail the Earth for thousands of years without knowing it's a globe?
But they knew it was a globe when they
I'll
sailed
tell
it.
you guys, because it's not. And you couldn't sail it if it wasn't. So that's another undebunkable point.
They didn't
that
sail
destroys
the
your
entire
belief.
Earth. They sailed
That
certain little
destroys your
areas.
entire belief. They
But they didn't sail. They
circumnavigated
didn't
the world.
sail the entire Earth. They didn't sail.
Circumnavigated the world thousands of years before even
Listen,
thinking.
right. Listen to me when I talk. Ready? I'm going to respond. You need to be quiet while I respond.
Around the world.
No, you're still talking. Gleason, let me respond to that. You ready? Okay. No, they didn't go around the entire world back then. They went around little areas across little seas. They didn't go around the entire world. When they
So how did they
navigated
map it
the
out?
entire world, they knew
How'd they
the
map
Earth
it
was a
out?
globe.
How'd they map it out?
Oh, once they knew the Earth was a globe, they travelled the entire globe. But you can easily map out little
No,
areas.
Craig. Pirates had maps, bro. Pirates had maps. They knew it was
maps
flat.
of little areas, not the entire world. Right, I
No,
can't
but
even
large
find our
enough
old
areas
debate.
for it to matter. Large enough areas for it to matter. Sail into another
large
continent.
large enough areas that still are
Sail-
nowhere near as large as the Earth.
Because they didn't. So a flight to Spain, they don't need to know it's a globe.
Well, we know it's a globe now. Ever since we've been doing flights, we've known it's a globe.
See, here we go. He crashes out again because I have a perfect counterpoint for him.
There's not a counterpoint. We fly based on the Earth being a globe.
But that's a tiny journey, Craig. Why would that need to be a globe for that?
Well, that's not a tiny journey. From England to Spain is a few
That's a
thousand
smaller
miles.
journey. That's a smaller journey than many pirates would take.
And that
apart.
could have been
You
done
just said-
without. That could have been done
No,
without
no,
knowing
no,
the Earth
Craig,
was a globe.
No, Craig alert.
That could have been done, not
We've
flying,
got-
because
Craig
flying is
got
based on
a
the
red
globe.
bum.
But that could have been done without knowing
Craig,
that
can
the
I
Earth
get
is a
smack
globe. Right,
Smack button for Craig. Everybody in chat. Craig, smack button.
right. I am responding to you. Yes, you could go from England to Spain without knowing the Earth is a globe. That's absolutely fine. But to navigate across the entire world correctly, you need to know the Earth is a globe. And that's why planes do it.
According to Craig.
Right, I'll just leave you rambling in the background until you're quiet again, like a good boy. Rosalind for £2 says, I'd rather rewatch Section 31 than talk to Gleason. Yeah, Section 31 wasn't fantastic, was it? Fireball AOC for €2 says, is lying not a sin in his belief? Yeah, but he's not a real Christian. He's just a liar. So, Emma for €2 says, for Gleason. Got a song for you, Gleason.
Don't give a shit, I don't fucking care. Couldn't care less, honestly, I swear. You draw me your problems slow.
To hear the whole song, Gleason, you go and click on it, dude, but you wouldn't understand the importance of it.
It's just that I thought that was just what goes through your head when something intellectual.
Yeah, cool story, boy. So thank you, Emma, for that. And Stealth Gun 5 for €6 says he does know that maps have functions, right?
We just need to get. Let's have a little ground.
Anyway, back down. There you go. Stealth Gun 5 for €6 says he does know maps have functions, right? It's not like they made a map in that time to just do nothing. This is so dumb. It's getting funny and sad. Yeah, I know. Talking to people like Gleason does make me worry about the state of humanity because, you know, somehow he's an adult and he's got there without any functioning grey matter in his brain. But of course, Gleason needs a crash helmet to go across the road. So it all balances out. Right. Anyway, Gleason, let's get to this evidence of the Earth. No, I was talking. No. I'm talking. You be quiet. No. No one can hear you right now. Your volume is very low.
Thanks for adding it to the lists of thousands.
See, he's just rambling in the background.
FlatEarth101.com has over 200 globe debunks. You know, each one.
There's none on there. Anyway, are you gonna have a conversation like an adult?
Debunks the entire thing. So, for example.
Right. I want to ask you a question. Stop talking. No one can hear you right now.
So not.
No, look, seriously. He's talking so much in the background. He's literally talking to himself right now. Because as soon as I turn up the volume, he's still waffling away. Right. Gleason, are you ready to have a conversation like an adult?
Yeah, we're just going to do a little grounding point, establish what's been said.
No, we're not. We're going to start afresh and we're going to have a conversation like an adult where you stop interrupting me. No, no one can hear you again. You have been muted.
Air conditioning.
Right. No one can hear you. Right. Are you ready to have a conversation like an adult? Nope. Gleason, are you ready to have a conversation like an adult? Or I will just leave you on mute and go back to reviewing Flatzoid.
Well, the good thing is nobody from the chat is actually the real people that watch this. Everybody comes back and watches this when it's not live and all they see is you cutting me off, talking to
and all they see is me trying to get you to have a conversation. Right. Are you ready to have a proper conversation? I would like that to happen. Are you prepared to have a proper conversation by stopping interrupting me?
Science, please.
Right. So you said you have evidence of the flat Earth.
Science,
could you please present some of that?
Science, please.
Can you present some evidence of the flat Earth?
Science, please.
Yeah. Are you able to? Or this is your opportunity to present evidence that the Earth is in fact flat.
Craig, we've not even gone on to that subject, Craig.
We're going there now, and I notice you're still too scared to put on your camera.
They all link though. All of.
Are you like really fat and ugly or something?
All of these subjects link.
Like, do you have some kind of disfigurement that you don't want people to see?
All of these subjects link, Craig. The fact that ancient
are you scared to show people what you look like? Is it embarrassing?
You know, Craig, I'm going to break it down.
Is it embarrassing?
I'm sorry to break it to you, Craig. But
right,
do you know why ancient civilizations
go back on low volume. Unfornicated for $5 says resources need to patrol the ice wall. I did a video on that. It would take 176 aircraft carriers and $500 billion a year. There are only 21 worldwide. Math. Yeah, well, Gleason's more of a meth guy. So, are you ready to have a conversation like an adult? Yes or no?
Craig, are you going to admit that...
I want you to answer the yes or no question, and then we can start again without you being an asshole.
Sure. I just want you to know, though, that like
I don't want to hear anything. If you say yes, that's fine.
5 or 6 trolls in your chat that I've already destroyed in the chat anyway. I've just gone over.
You've destroyed nobody anyway. Are you ready to have a conversation like an adult, which means stopping over talking me?
Live, Craig, so
no, okay, you're not ready. Mark W12 for £2 says, "Thank you for sending me 20k. Gleason is stupid." Rosalind for £2 says, "Can we feed him to Professor Dave?" Oh, Dave would literally chew him up and spit him out. Right. Gleason, are you ready to have a conversation like an adult?
I'm waiting for Professor Dave to actually get a degree in science. That guy's like the most debunked.
He's got several degrees, actually.
He got absolutely destroyed in the only debate he's had.
He's had several debates and he destroyed everyone he's ever debated.
With Dave Weiss, and he didn't let the guy.
And then he debated Witsit, and he debated other people. He absolutely destroyed Dave Weiss. Dave Weiss said that fucking. Dave Weiss said spectroscopy needs a container.
That's the thing. That's the thing with Globers. They don't actually.
Right. Okay.
They just want the Glober to win.
You're muted again, so no one can hear you.
Mute is fail, by the way.
No. Okay. When you're ready to talk like an adult, we can get there. Bill Tetley for $5 says, "Hey Craig." No. See, when I'm talking, that's when you don't. Okay? Bill Tetley from 1596 for $5. "Hey Craig, can you play Cat McSnatch? You are a cunt for Gleason." I got copyrighted for that last time. Oh, the Morgan. That right. So I'll have to check the amount of times he's commented on the chat. That's him in there, right?
And he has no stream control.
Right, nope. So you're still not ready to talk like an adult. Tim Davidson 8191. Thank you very much for $5. Audio sensor overload, logic circuits failing, processing request, audio attack removal prior to system termination. Yeah, what I'm going to do is I will leave Gleason on 25% volume. And when he's ready to have a conversation like an adult, we can do that. But he's not capable. We all know that. Because he's too low IQ. Gleason is someone whose mum told him that he was special. And she was right. He was back of the short bus licking the window special. He was the person in science class when they handed out the Bunsen burners were given crayons instead. And somehow, Gleason still used the crayon to set fire to the science lab. He didn't pass high school. He's never passed any exam in his life. He has no clue about anything, ever. And I bet his personal hygiene is dubious at best. Right, I'll ask you once more, Gleason, and then I will literally get on with doing the rest of the stream, and you can just sit there like a moron. Are you ready to have a conversation like an adult, which means not talking when I am talking? Yes or no?
I am the stream. People want to watch you answer these.
Okay, no, so that's a no. Right, guys, back to Flatzoid. We'll leave him on low volume in the background. Mr. Rogue says, "Fun fact, Gleason's volume right now is higher than his IQ." Right, guys, this stream started 3 hours and 42 minutes ago. Started with 45 minutes on the timer. Every new member has added 3 minutes. Every £10 of super chats has added a minute. And there's now 3 hours 46. You can make that increase as much as you want. Are you having fun there, Gleason?
I'm laughing my head off.
Good, man. Right, you just stay there. Be a good boy. Right, where was for Catzoid? Pardon me. Bring this over here. You just hang out and be a good boy, Gleason, all right? I didn't say you could leave. What are you doing? Oh, he's just... You know. You can unmute yourself. You don't have to mute yourself. That's silly. You just be a good boy and behave back there, okay? If you want, you can just stay in there muted. That's up to you. Hey, back to the Facatzoids. Where are we? You're welcome to unmute yourself and babble. I really don't mind, Gleason. I need to make sure that I can see the chat. Pat in the chat for $5 says, "Treating Gleason like the petulant child he is hilarious. I love it." Aye, yeah. I bet his mum disowned him at like 5. Oh, I'm gonna have to turn that up.
Fucked up mind.
Exactly.
Use to listen because you're in an echo chamber. That's what you've built for yourself. It's the only way Flatter survives, is if you sit in that echo chamber and repeat each other and pretend that Steve Falconer's video did anything other than prove the globe. The South Celestial Pole is visible from the South continents. It rotates just like the North Celestial Pole, but clockwise instead. The South Pole itself is a geographic location. It's verified by directional convergence and solar.
Hi guys, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break and use the toilet and stuff. So if you bear with me, Gleason, you're welcome to hang out in the in the Zoom on mute. I really don't mind. Where's the quick video? Here we go. Right, I'm going to quickly play this video for you guys, and I'll be back in like 5-10 minutes. Just going to grab a drink, use the toilet, and then we will get on with the fun. Remember, you can increase the timer even while I'm gone. Back real soon. Hey, I'm FTFE, and welcome back to the channel that does to stupidity what Warner Brothers Discovery just did to Batgirl. You know the problem with that movie, right? Stupid Michael Keaton Batman. If they'd had me, it would have been the best Bat movie ever because, you know, I'm Batman. Coming, Alfred. 3 sugars, please. I'd like sweet tea. Even after doing this Flat Earth debunking thing for like 4 years, I'm still amazed by some of the dumb shit that Flat Earthers say. Whenever I feel down about myself, I just press this button here on my NASA gauntlet, and it plays something stupid that a Flat Earther has said, which makes me feel loads better about myself. Like this.
Let's invoke mystical rocks flying around the vacuum with mystical magical powers that's pulling stuff and letting it go and pulling. Ooh. Let's believe that shit, shall we? You come in and offer us some proofs of your blue pear-shaped testicle flying about the infinite vacuum of space with gas and air and water all clumping at me. You fucking lunatic. You believe that? Well, not only is the ocean nature-defyingly bent, but at certain times the water pulls out even further. Ooh, so you've even made a steep curve. I mean, get to fuck that. You believe there's a ball of rock flying in the vacuum of space with a gaseous environment and liquid all clumping to it. That's how fucked up your beliefs are, right? Nothing in the reality would ever show you that that is in any way, shape or form possible, right? So we're not the idiots. You're the fucking idiot.
Dale, bless him. Anyway, today I'm going to show you something incredibly dumb, said by the person officially voted the dumbest person in the world in 2019, so that you can all realise that no matter how much you screw up in life, how stupid that thing that you did, that you curse yourself for was, at least you're not a flat earther. Guys, it's time. It's the return of Riley for episode 70 of Flerfs Are Idiots.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Thank you for joining once again as we wonder why we even pay taxes if this is what the education system has done. You know what, that was mean. It's not really the teacher's fault. These people never went to school. Yes, that's right. Sleeping warrior Anthony Riley has shown us all his intellectual prowess and decided to once and for all debunk Coriolis. Pow.
Koda zapuska.
Sorry, what?
Dajt minie koda zapuska.
Pow.
Сейчас.
Who are you talking to?
Oh, what? When did I? Oi, what have I told you about knocking before coming in?
Pow, you don't have a door.
Shut up. What do you want?
Okay, could you just play that stupid video that Sleeping Warrior made?
See, this is why I hate you. You're an idiot!
What did I do?
Play that stupid video that Sleeping Warrior made. Have you any idea how little that narrows it down? I'm an AI and possible future overlord of humanity. I'm not a mind reader. Did you mean this one? Where he posted a video? Called it Bald Earth, debunked, but proved the globe?
Bald Earth debunked. I was away for a short break away, and this is where I took this footage from. It's from the side of the hotel at Seacoast Caravan Park, and there's a post of fence in the corner. I'm looking for Mackle Lighthouse, and in the top left we can see that I've been here before, but at 100 feet, and took that photo top left. I can clearly see that Mackle Lighthouse is in the picture. I was challenged to go back and get it lower, and visibility was not always great, so I went back at a different time of the day, or when it was good and I could see it. So I'm clearly seeing the lighthouse, and as I zoom the camera out a little bit, you should see that I can get it to basically match the landscape. This is a little bit of wow, look at how clear the footage was. And now as I zoom the camera out, I can pause it there. If I zoom in a little bit into the image, you can see that it matches the above image in the top left hand corner. This was taken from 100 feet though, and there is the lighthouse.
Yeah, this does show how dumb he is, because his own video actually debunks him. Because if you take his two images and draw a line horizontally right from this point on both, you see that what he is claiming is the lighthouse is actually this point here, meaning the lighthouse is either underwater or behind the horizon, which is created by the curve of the Earth, because, you know, the Earth's a globe.
For that video, where he bets someone £1,000 that there's a solar eclipse every month.
A solar eclipse will happen every single month. And why? Because it takes 27 days, 27 point something days for the moon to orbit the Earth. So at some point it's going to cross the sun. And it does it every single month. Now, I have no explanation for why it takes every 100 years for America to get one, because the law of probability dictates that it should be every few years, but we're being told it's once every 100 years. So there is a solar eclipse every month. The only problem is we don't see it because it's usually over the water. So you can bet me £1,000, because you have to come up with the reason for why it's not when the moon orbits the Earth once every month, you Burke. I bet you £1,000 solar eclipses happen every single month. The issue is we never see them because they're normally over the Earth, normally over the water.
What's funny is he actually deleted his entire channel just after that video because he didn't want to pay up for the bet. The issue was, like all fucking idiots, like all flat earthers, he can't think in 3 dimensions. He assumed because the moon is technically between the sun and Earth once a month, that there'd be a solar eclipse, but didn't take into account the orbital plane of the moon and the fact that space is 3D, so that most of the time that eclipse will just be casting a shadow into space.
And that time, he tried to disprove gravity with an egg.
This is an egg. Yeah, we all know he's never going to understand gravity versus buoyancy and what density actually is, but
Oh, that reminds me. The time he said density is a force.
What's density?
The amount of matter in an object.
Is density a force?
It clearly is a force.
Yeah, pal. But what I mean is,
Or when he didn't understand triangles.
I'm gonna pull up a triangle calculator.
Or looking on the wrong Folkholt's Wikipedia page, trying to use a pizza pan to prove the moonlight is cold, shining a light through a crystal onto his wall for some reason. That awful channel trailer, saying the harvest moon is 10 times bigger than the normal moon, or when he thought he could debunk a physics teacher by not understanding physics, or...
Look, I get it, alright?
You see why? You're a fucking idiot, right?
You know what? What I meant was the newest one, the most recent video he's released on his new channel.
Next time, say that! That's 2 minutes I could have spent not talking to you.
Pal, just play the new video.
Don't tell me what to do.
Pal, please play the new video.
I'm going to play it. Because I want to.
Thanks, pal.
Thanks, pal. Ugh.
This is a cool little clip I took 2 minutes ago outside. I noticed that there was a contrail that was passing behind a low set of clouds, and it dawned on me that if Earth was rotating and we need to see drift, this is what you'd need to see every single time. Every single time on every single plane flight, every contrail that's above the clouds, you would need to see the clouds moving below it in a westerly direction all of the time.
Right. For Sagan's sake, Riley, I mean, guys, this is why a video from Riley is something special. Riley, bud, that's the wind.
It doesn't happen though, does it?
Well, no, because the wind goes in different directions each day, so the clouds move in different... Riley, the wind is not Coriolis or any kind of evidence the Earth is rotating. It's the fucking wind.
What are you looking at here? You're seeing the contrail moving behind the clouds, so the clouds that are closer to the ground are moving faster than the clouds behind, or the contrail behind. And I'm going to play it again 3 more times in fast motion, just so you can see the effect for yourself. It's 4 times faster. It makes it really obvious. But if Earth really were turning, every single contrail, every single time, would always do this relative to local clouds, because they claim that the Earth's atmosphere rotates with the Earth. No Coriolis.
Yes, the Earth's atmosphere rotates with the Earth, and the contrail is in the Earth's atmosphere. Fuck me sideways, Sleepy. This is dumb, even for you.
But they also claim that pendulums prove that the Earth is drifting. They claim that pendulums are proof of Earth's drift. Well, if this was the case, you would see contrails doing this every single time in a westerly direction, always. Doesn't happen though, does it?
I'm not sure exactly why I'm having to explain this, but a pendulum is not a contrail. They're entirely different things, and I'm not sure why you think the rotation of Earth would affect them both in the same way. Oh, that's right. You're a fucking idiot. Go to the remedial classroom. Okay, everyone, get out your notebooks and pencils and let's just get straight into it. What is it, Mr. Riley? Well, why did you put your pencil there? No, I just said to get out your notebooks and pencils, not put your pencil there. And it's stuck? Oh, for fuck's sake, just go and see the nurse, but hurry back. You need this more than most. Okay, this is the basic explanation of what causes the Coriolis effect on Earth. Imagine a cannon firing a cannonball from the equator north. At the equator, the Earth's surface is moving tangentially at approximately 1,000 miles per hour. So when the cannonball is fired, it also has the tangential speed of 1,000 miles per hour. As you move north from the equator, the circumference of the latitudes gets smaller. So as you get further north, the tangential speed of the surface of the Earth will reduce until it gets to the North Pole, where the tangential speed will be 0. Now this cannonball has 1,000 miles per hour on it when it was fired, and as it moves north, it will be moving over areas of the surface of the Earth that will now have a lower tangential velocity than the cannonball. This is called conservation of momentum, because technically the cannonball is moving faster tangentially than the surface of the Earth. The cannonball will drift ahead of the Earth's rotation, making it appear from the perspective of the cannon that fired the ball that the cannonball has been pushed to the right somehow. There is also a separate explanation for the mechanism behind the Coriolis effect for east to west, but it's a little too complicated for you guys. What the Coriolis is not is seeing clouds and contrails moving different speeds relative to each other. This is just different wind speeds at different altitudes as part of an entire weather system that is also rotating with the Earth. You're all fucking idiots. I'm wasting my life. Get out. And that's all the stupid that I can take for today. But just before I miss Riley, but, you know, not like, you know, I enjoyed his company or anything. I miss the amount of fucking stupid that came out of that guy's mouth. There was no Flerf that put out that amount of consistent dumb. Well, maybe JM Truth. He's busy looking for his equipment I stole with Brainy. Mark says, when did Arnold Schwarzenegger take over this stream? Thanks, guys. I mean, yeah, I have had a body transformation. That's for sure. Sorry about that. Yeah, I work hard at the gym, guys. Like, don't know if you saw my post earlier. Even this morning before being here, Jim, reached in my triceps. I fucking love the gym. It's like my favorite thing in the world. Alright, stream seems to have stopped buffering, which is nice. Yes, Big Fish, Gleason ran away because a petulant child. No chance he could ever debate me.
Polar angles. The reverse sun and moon motion, easily explained by simply saying the word sphere. Tropic of Capricorn behavior, curving to the left, not to the right, easily explained by saying the word sphere. Southern star trails, matching observation.
Wait, did he say the Tropic of Capricorn, the sun is curving to the left, not to the right?
Yeah.
Is that what he said? My observation in December showed the sun going from this way, going to the right, not to the left.
Yeah, but you lied about the position you were facing. We caught you. And we showed the actual position that you were facing was not where you said it was.
That's right.
That's weird.
That's right. Someone mentioned that in my chat today. I remembered when when this came up. Someone mentioned
It literally did opposite of what he just said.
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, Mr. Jaren, you didn't really do the research you think you did.
It only makes sense with a spherical rotating Earth. Circumpolar stars in the south that would never work on a flat Earth, impossible, but they work perfectly when you say the word sphere. Sunrise and sunset, left to right, setting and rising, predicted on a globe, unexplainable, and a paradox on flat Earth. The apparent fake second refracted something cop-out sun is basically the only out that the flat Earth has, is to introduce apparent suns, second suns, third suns, reflected suns, even though that's not how the world works. So my final thoughts.
Whoa. Did he not say he wants answers? Now he just literally said, well, they do give answers, I just don't accept them.
No. Coming up with magical second suns with no explanation behind them is not an answer, it's an ad hoc explanation. They're not the same thing. Of course, as Gleason showed, your ability to have like analogies is not something that exists. Right, guys, we're 4 hours into the stream. 4 hours already. We started 4 hours ago with 45 minutes on the timer. Every new member has added 3 minutes, and every £10 in super chats has added another minute. So it's been 20 minutes added from the super chats, and then 123 members has taken us up to this. So even after 4 hours, there's still 3.5 hours on there. However, there's only 3.5 hours. That means I will get to finish this stream before 10 p.m. my time. Get in. Tim Davidson says for £5, can you show us the hidden poo? Not that I don't believe you. But I don't believe you. Wait, what? I don't want to show you my poo. Emma M for €2 says 4 hours and I still haven't seen any skin. Right, well, once that's up at 150 members, I'll take off my top for half an hour. Okay? We do need to add an extra minute for the super chats. All right. How's that for a deal, Emma? If we get up to 150 new members, right, I would take my top off for half an hour. Just for you. Grifter!
Correct?
Yeah, but that's the point. He's going to put us for fools, saying everything and the opposite and then say, oh, I said that.
But how can he say flat earthers don't present anything, and now he says, well, they do present, I just don't accept it? Well,
flat earthers don't present evidence. They present nonsense with no explanation behind it. They just try and hand-wave dismiss away the evidence by creating second magical suns. They are not the same thing.
Then you're not a truther. You're just a na'aha. You're a glober, in other words. You're a, they don't say to me anything, they don't give me anything, la 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 la. That's all he's doing.
Of course. He always was.
Mm-hmm.
Emma M gifted 10 memberships because of course she did, because she's a fucking cunt. Which would actually add half an hour back to the timer. So if we need another 17 memberships, and then just for Emma, I will take my top off for half an hour. I love you too, you cunt.
The globe, you cannot turn back to the globe
Thank you, Austin. I know you too want the truth. So being that we saw the same thing, I think it's time that we figure out how you can see differently than I do now. If the globe accounts for every single observation that we saw on the trip, and the flat Earth didn't account for any, it failed. It was disproven. It was falsified. Then I have to ask you, Austin, why you would remain in the camp that has nothing, and is that still you being a truther?
No.
But at the end of the day, I have something that he does not really. It's an explanation that actually works. So to the audience, I'm not asking you to believe me. I just ask you to think, to test, to observe, to not just discount me outright. Listen, learn, and take it in, and then go and do your own observations. I've got evidence tonight that you can do on your own. You don't need NASA, you don't need authority. You can figure out by the end of today what the shape.
Nazumi says, I'm going to wait until you got 30 minutes left. I'm going to make sure to remind Katliana. Yeah, you guys are mean. Yeah, no. I mean, this is the 5th time of doing this now. And there's absolutely no way that it will go as long as last time. Like, the 65 hours last time was insane. And there's literally no way that that could happen again. Like, it's not possible, all right? I appreciate you guys so much.
Shape of the Earth is. And we were wrong. It's okay. Guess what? I'm a truth seeker. I told you guys that we were looking for the shape of the Earth. We found it. Let's move on. Let's get over it. Let's get past it. Thank you.
All right, you are muted.
Yep.
So I'm trying to make sure we're right here. So it's rebuttals right now. Do I do my opening right now or my rebuttal?
Not sure.
You just
do,
said it's
do your
rebuttal
opening
right
now, and then you guys will do your rebuttals, just starting with Jaren.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Let me replace. Okay, cool.
Right. Now we get to hear a stupid person say stupid things with a bunch of stupid people commenting on it. That's going to be fun. Nazumi says, is that a bet? Well, we'll see.
Cool. I don't have a timer. Here, I'll set a timer.
I got a timer here.
Okay, yeah, just let me know when I'm getting close or whatever, and it's cool.
Yeah, I'll call out the 1 minute mark.
Okay, cool. I'm gonna do this.
You would
again.
think if you paid $55, it'd be a bit more.
Okay, cool.
A bit more. How can I put it? Professional.
I mean, you still have to organize, a live stream. I mean, you guys have seen what happens with fucking live entertainment, buffering and all sorts of nonsense, right? When it's live, shit happens, you have to deal with it.
Bit more.
Although Fakatzoid has done a good pause on Witsit there. I like that one.
Organized. I mean, I wouldn't pay $65 for that, to be honest.
All right, so yes, Jaren and I are obviously have been friends for quite a while, and it is somewhat poetic that we're doing this at the summits, which we used to run together, and we did indeed go to Antarctica. So I am going to have to it's a debate, and so I'm just going to have to do what we do in debates. So I will lay this out, and I'll save a lot of the stuff I maybe would have said for the rebuttal period. But to lay out kind of the issue with the South Pole claim and what happened in Antarctica, right? It's really simple. It's just an illogical premise, right? Because it affirms the consequent. And
no, it doesn't. It makes a prediction and tests that prediction. Doing science is not affirming the consequent. I don't know how many times I have to explain this to flat earthers, but making an observation and then forming a hypothesis and predicting something from that hypothesis and then testing that prediction is not affirming the consequent. It's how you try to disprove yourself. And if you can't disprove it, well, then that's the conclusion. It's a Rubik's upgraded her membership to Brawlers, taking us up to 134. Thank you very much. We only need 16 more memberships, and I will take off my top for 30 minutes.
in its core, it's an appeal to incredulity. This is why I did not flip to the globe. That is my answer. Is that to...
No, you didn't flip to the globe because, well, you're a narcissistic, homophobic, wife abusing, self-centered, egotistical, know-it-all, know-nothing meth head. And that's the nicest thing I could think to say about him.
To maintain logical consistency, I could not have flipped on all of the logical foundation, the evidences, the refutations, simply because I, at one point...
The word is evidence, not evidences.
I didn't understand how something worked. If I were to say, oh, well, I can't see how this would work on a flat Earth, therefore it can't be flat, therefore it must be a globe, that's called an appeal to incredulity.
When I was live with you on Jaren's channel, before you went to Antarctica, and I asked you the question, if you see the 24-hour sun, is it a problem for flat Earth? You said yes. Backtrack fucking quickly. Rachbot gifted a membership, thank you very much. And then Bob Knoll gifted 5 memberships, which takes us back up to 4 hours and 10 minutes and 140 new members. Just 10 more and Emma gets to have her fun.
100% agree with Witzer there, oddly enough. Because this is what we always bring up. Why do you ignore all the hundreds of evidences that shows not a globe, and then you want to take one evidence that gives you a bias that you say, well, I think it could be a globe based on that, therefore it's a globe. So I agree with what Witzard's saying there. I have no issue with what he's saying, because that's the truth. But unfortunately, that's not an appeal to incredulity. That is an appeal to biasness. That's all.
Meaning, I don't understand it, so it can't be true. And this is a very dangerous fallacy, right? This if we applied that standard to everything else in the world, then we would have never made any type of progression. So that's like my core issue with it is the people I have seen flip when I ask them then how it could work on a flat Earth. And that kind of leads into the next part, right? Which is that they shift the burden that I would say that the globe holds over to
I agree with that
me
too.
or a flat earther, right?
Of course you agree with the stupid person because you're a fucking stupid person. It's a Rubik's gifted £2. Thank you very much. Might take a trip to Manchester in October for a show. That's very close to me. Well, I mean, not that close, but, you know, compared to America. You know, you'd be welcome to come and hang out in Scotland 100%. All right, I may have another flat earther coming in about an hour. And there we have F Grudge gifting 10 memberships. There we go. It's for you, Emma. All right, half an hour, okay? It's Rubik says for £2. I hope to. I want to see Duran Duran on Halloween. That would be amazing. Thank you very much for the memberships, guys. It's absolutely incredible, by the way.
Shifting the burden of proof, which is the person that challenges or denies your positive.
I was like, why can't I hear it? It's not got my fucking headphones in. Sorry, just replying to this Flerf. Right, cool. Another flat earther coming in about an hour.
Positive assertion, you're asking them to prove that it isn't true. So yes, it is correct. I will say that the flat Earth is the default position because it is. I think Jaren is going to be honest, more honest than most people, right? So we typically debate this conversation. So I would imagine he would acknowledge that.
Jaren is the most honest. Well, when he was a flat earther, I guess flat earther, but now he's like one of the most honest truthers that there is.
The default position is that the Earth's a stationary plane. He said that we figured it out over time, that we've been able to replace it. Like we can discuss that, right? But the default position is that the Earth is stationary. The default position is that the Earth is a topographical plane. We utilize it as such, like for almost everything that we do. For transportation, for civil engineering, we actually build that way. We fly planes that way. Like we have to utilize it as a plane. We actually measure elevation vertical, perpendicular to a horizontal baseline.
Yeah, but it's all based on a globe. You use your horizontal baseline is an imaginary line, which is a tangent to the globe. You can't do it without a fucking curved surface. Bob, no, for $2 says, where's the guy with the knife? Craig looking cut. Thank you very much. I mean, I have worked hard to get to this.
It is a sea level, the horizontal datum, and it goes on and on. There are many evidences that we live on a plane, but it is the default position. Therefore, just logically speaking, to claim that the antithesis of that is true, right? The opposite of that, it has the burden of proof.
Yeah, but this is why it falls on with a false dichotomy. Because they're making an extreme opposite. It's either one or the other. There's no in between. There's no room for, okay, there's another answer to.
But that's what this debate is. It's flat or globe. Is the Earth flat? Is the Earth a globe? Those are the two options.
Whatever is questioned. So yes, he's saying the things correct. I agree with what he's saying.
Well,
but yeah,
but
it does seem to me like he's still skirting around, just
Well,
trying to.
That's the whole point of the scam. I tell you why, because what I believe is that since they fucked up so much with TFE, now they entered a phase of like damage control. So they're going to sacrifice Jaren in order to save Witsit. Instead of throwing Witsit with Jaren, now what they're going to do is show that Witsit makes sense, he's still a flat earther, and he's against Jaren. Like David
Witsit's never made sense in his fucking life. Who is this French dude? I've never heard of him.
He's also against Jaren. So they're sacrificing, that guy in order to, save their own names and reputation and try to attempt to say I have no part of this. I'm not with Jaren. I'm not part of his team. And that's what's going on. This is why I don't believe everything he says, because that guy, got caught lying, faking, and now suddenly he's like, he has a, right opinion about flatters. This is all fucking bullshit. This is I don't believe him. It's a game. It's a game. Be careful.
Yeah, look, it does still seem to me almost like it's scripted.
Yeah.
They're snakes. They're snakes.
Well, Witsit has his script, which he will never change from. Absolutely. And you know what? I have scripts as well, because I've developed them over time of talking to flat earthers.
You have to be careful.
But I can't say anything wrong with what he's presenting right now. That's what I'm saying. His argument he's presenting does seem, I would agree with.
Well, I tell you something. If you want to poison somebody, you're not just going to give him poison. You're going to put poison in the nice plate with the best food, healthy food he likes, he loves. So that's the way they do it.
He's an expert on poisoning
the way it
now.
works. So of course, he has to say things in order to seduce you, to sell you what he wants you to sell. What he wants to sell you, sorry. So the thing is that, again, of course he's going to say nice things. Politicians also say nice things, but you have to be careful because you never forget what he did before. It doesn't go with, everything he says. You understand? So you have don't be fooled. Don't remember.
Okay, if this French guy talks, guys, just zone out and pay attention to the chat, because he waffles more than fucking Witsit.
Remember everything about him. Be careful.
Yeah, look, like I said, I still don't believe that Witsit is also being 100% honest with what's going on. I do believe that. I think he's part of it still. I just think he's playing the other side of the coin.
You cannot you cannot be a truther and be like a 50% liar, 50% saying the truth. You have to be all the way or not. You have to be like totally you have to be true. You cannot be like if you're only true like at like 90%, you're a liar. That's not being true. This is what lie is. Lie is just it uses truth. It's like a corruption of the truth. That's what it is. So that's what happening here. I don't believe in that guy. I don't trust him. It's over. It's done. File closed for me. It's just like
yeah.
And your opinion and trusting people means exactly fuck all. So shut up.
That's the way I think, anyways.
I don't really think that Jaren is denying that. I think he's saying that he thinks
He's
it's
even
been
defending
satisfied.
Jaren.
But the only issue is that if
Yeah, and
you can
damage
go
control
to
as well.
satisfy that burden, it cannot be an articulation of an appeal to incredulity because you don't understand how it can work on a flat Earth. It can't be, well, if I assume that Earth's a globe, this makes perfect sense. It makes more sense to me than whatever I would think of a flat Earth. I had reified a model prior to this, and therefore, since it doesn't work with the reification of my prior model, it can't be flat, it must be globe. These are just fallacious, and this is the very issue that's got us into this free falling through an infinite vacuum, infinitely at 66,600 miles per hour nonsense that we currently were told is true. This is the very line of reasoning that
Just calling it nonsense, is that not poisoning the well? Oh, this stuff is just nonsense that we're going to talk about. Yeah, it's like trying to set it up as something that's bad. Good fallacy there, Witsit. A couple people asked about the spots. I get ingrowing hairs. I always have, even though I'm not like hairy, the little hairs that I do get ingrow quite often. And that's what these all are. So it's annoying.
That got us into the ever-expanding Copernican model that people believe to be true. Now, I don't know Jaren's specific position now. I don't know if he's geocentric.
Hey, what's up, Sean? Good to see you. How's it going?
Hey guys.
Oh, some are it. Oh,
good to have you, man.
Fucking, oh my god, I didn't realize he joined this.
So what?
Oh, I don't know if I can do that. I actually fucking Sean Kingdom in context. I despise this person. And he's going to be on the panel. Oh my fucking god. This has got difficult now.
What is your thoughts on this debate, then? Because you moderated this, sir.
Oh, it was all I could do to control my facial expressions. Many times. That's why I turned my camera off so many times, because I was having visceral reactions to hearing someone just say stuff that they've refuted for years, and then say it now as if they've never refuted it, and as if they don't.
But that's not what he's doing. Yes, he tried to say the Earth was flat for a long time, but then he followed the evidence and realized he was fucking wrong. Of course, you're a religious zealot. You are literally a cult member, Sean. Nothing that would ever convince you the Earth is a globe, because you believe your precious Bible says so.
Suddenly, it's like, man, they cloned Tyrone. What happened?
Yeah, but that's the one thing we picked up now on Jaren's opening. That's the one thing we actually called him out on. Us, like, literally, he's acted like everything he's done has never existed. You know what I mean? He's playing victimization. He's playing the victimization.
Exactly the opposite. He is aware of everything he's done and how he was wrong. Just because he has the fucking balls to admit it.
Game, yeah, and acting like he's holier than thou of everybody, and nobody does research. Nobody does anything. Everything he fought for, he acts like he never said.
Yeah, damage control.
Emma for €5 says, "Press your nipple against the screen so I can lick it, please." I don't know if I feel comfortable doing that. I need an adult. Here, just imagine it's close to the screen. There you go. You worry me, Emma, you cunt.
Yeah, even what he just said about which way the sun sets in the southern hemisphere, I'm sitting there going, the thing he's never said every time he mentions that is which direction he's facing.
Mm-hmm.
He just states what you stated. Like, obviously, you were.
No, yes, he does. He mentions facing north every single fucking time, you liar.
To refute him. But when he brings that up, I can't interrupt during the debate, but that was like I was biting my tongue. I wanted to stop and say, wait a minute, Jaren, could you share for the audience which direction were you facing? But I felt like that would have come across as bias. But that's the question I would have, because I've heard him make that claim multiple times on his channel since he got back. And I'm sitting there going, yeah, which direction are you facing? Like,
yeah, but that also makes it difficult because he
to observe what he is observing, there's only real one direction you could face. Nivox Pilkerman says you have the right to say no. I don't know if I do. There's a super chat and there's a legal contract.
Clearly, everybody in TFE we saw they had different souths and norths located when they put in the snow, so they couldn't even know where the true south or north was in the first place. And then he had the goal to have the compass upside down, so it would be literally stuck at a place.
He made a mistake, which he corrected. Calm the fuck down.
He probably couldn't get the north and south to sit still, so he turned it upside down so that it could be at a rigid place, so he could make his video about it. So I see a lot of
compass
in these guys.
Towards the end, we do the Q&A, and someone had dropped a question about the compass in the Q&A. I just didn't have time to get to it because it was a 30-minute Q&A, and there was a ton of questions. So I was trying to prioritize. And most of the questions were for Jaren, and I didn't want it to come across as just leaving Austin out of it. So I implored a debate rule, which is both people get to respond to the question, even if it's just for a particular person, which has happened to me in a lot of debates. And so, because I wanted to keep Austin involved, to give him a chance to speak. And also, I was correct in my assumption that Jaren was going to use the Q&A section to just, act like it's more rebuttal, or still act like it's cross-exam time, as opposed to sticking strictly to just answer the question and shut up and let Austin answer. You know what I'm saying? So like,
well, why as the moderator did you not stop that then if you didn't like it? So why did you let it happen, Sean?
It was like herding cats. You know what I mean? Because they're both passionate, and they both didn't care about how much time they had. They wanted to. They probably could have gone for hours, but hopefully they'll do a part 2 and flesh out more questions. I do want to say, I know you guys don't have a positive attitude towards Austin, but he did, towards the end, he did ask a few relevant questions to Jaren with seemingly the same passion and confusion that we all have, which is, bro, how in the world?
Yeah, I understand how you guys are confused because, you know, when your mums were raising you, they would sit you down on her lap, and she would push in that soft spot on your head, and then ashtray.
World is the stuff coming out of your mouth. How can you think like this? How can you abandon all the logic that you've been talking about for years? Like, how you just ignore all these other evidences in light of this one particular.
The word is evidence, not evidences.
Experiment, concept, or observation, I should say. And so it was somewhat gratifying towards the end, but I hope they do a part 2. There's a lot more to talk about between them.
Yeah. Well, the other question I would have is, do you think this debate was worth $65?
I was trying to make it worth it, right? So what I mean by that is, you know, I actually paused the timer during the cross exam a few times, just so they could finish a point and not run out of time. Otherwise, they would just exhaust it. Just, you know, same thing with the question and answer time period, which is only 30 minutes. All three of us didn't have a lot of time last night or 2 nights ago, whenever it was. Was it last night?
Yeah, it was.
So we didn't. Yes, what is today? No, it was 2 nights ago. Today's Monday. So we didn't have a lot of time, so we had to like wrap it up within about 2 hours. But it could have easily been like
just another 15 minutes of topless Craig.
Hour debate. They did.
Hey Borg, how you doing, my friend? That weed strong.
Did not want to, like, once they start getting into it back and forth with each other, they did not want to be limited on time or restrained. I can't believe that they haven't spoken to each other about these issues since the trip. It genuinely felt like the first time that they were hashing it out. And so I think you're going to be entertained by the latter part of the debate.
Yeah. So just give me 2 seconds. I just got to quickly move my daughter.
Oh, well, we'll skip through that.
No, Austin I don't think he's responding to people unless you reach out to him.
They're not in contact, like say.
I can't listen to these idiots just waffle.
Well, here's the thing about the fallacies. Interlocutors are going to make fallacies. Unless the interlocutors agree with the moderator before the debates that the debate can be stopped based on a fallacy, or that the moderator can interrupt based on a fallacy, then the fallacies just go unchecked in every debate that I've ever been a part of.
Except there were no fallacies made. Not by Jarenism anyway. None of you guys understand what fallacies are, and putting someone like you, Sean, in charge of deciding what a fallacy is would be an absolute farce because you're a fucking moron.
So before this debate, we did not lay any ground rules that if one of the two of them are engaged in a fallacy, that the moderator can step in, call it out, and make him readdress his statement or rebuttal. That's like a really, really strict debate, but.
Mark says we need to wait until Craig gets emotional in a few days, then hit him with all our demands. I won't be streaming in a few days. This one will end within 12 hours. Right? There's just no way. So, I mean, it's, you know, you guys have supported me so much. I honestly don't expect that it will happen, you know, to keep it going like long again. This is just some fun. Right, we've been going for 4.5 hours, and there's about 4.5 hours left, which will make it a 9-hour stream in total. And that's fucking pretty amazing.
I didn't want to impose that rule because I thought Jaren's not going to do this if that rule is imposed. So because he didn't have a lot to bring forward other than his complaints and fallacies. So if you wanted
you don't understand fallacies in the oh my god.
To see the fireworks, it was the leniency that was required. Otherwise, it'd have been too strict, and I don't think Jaren would even participate.
For $50, I will add another 5 minutes. Every £10/$10/€10 roughly adds another minute to the stream. Which actually, based on that, now I have to add another minute. Lord of Luminous Poo, $5 said, it's okay, fight. You didn't hide the poo. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed, lol. I love you. I love you more, Pooh. I love you, Pooh. Wait, that's not a sentence I should ever say. I can tell you that's the first time I've ever said those words together.
Got you.
Okay. Okay, let's carry on. Got a lot to go through.
Interest or not, etc. But we're talking specifically more about the shape. Is it a globe is the question. So I'm going to list off some evidences. I just want to make that very clear that like on its face, a stationary topographical plane is the default position based on empirical evidence. The antithesis of that would be that it's actually a globe, that it's a sphere, that the Earth...
No, it's not the default position just because you say it is. I'm pretty convinced that the default position is a globe because that's what all observations indicate. There's no other reason to think it's anything other than a globe. So that's the default position. So you can't just claim it unless everyone agrees with you. Oh my God. Clemis for 50 Canadian dollars. Thank you very much. That adds another 5 minutes to the stream. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Thanks for streaming. No, thank you for watching. Like, genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, guys, the support that I give, I can't say thank you enough for. You guys make my world. I love it.
Earth is spinning convexly at a certain rate, and therefore it has the burden of proof. And if you point to the sky and say, well, if we were on a sphere, when I get over to the other side of it, everything would be upside down. And since this stuff looks upside down, therefore the Earth has to be a sphere, because I can't understand how that would work on a flat Earth. That isn't a sufficient argument. That is affirming the consequent, shifting the burden, reifying your model, begging the question, and more importantly, just an appeal to incredulity. That's what it is.
Right, so let's go through those one by one.
Because I can't understand how that would work on a flat Earth. That isn't a sufficient argument. That is affirming the consequent.
Not affirming the consequent, because they don't just go, well, therefore that's it. They look at all of the evidence combined, they test a prediction, and then if you fail to falsify the hypothesis by testing the prediction, you go with the outcome. Not affirming the consequent, you're a fucking idiot.
Shifting the burden.
Not shifting the burden. The burden has been shown to be the case. We have displayed our burden. We have given all the evidence. We no longer have the burden of proof. The burden of proof actually can generally lie with the one going against a well-explained consensus. Also, you're in a debate. So both of you have burden. That's how it fucking works.
Reifying your model. Begging.
Right, there's no reifying going on because he's not saying this is the model and the model is reality. He is using the model to make a prediction, which is what you do with models. And then he is testing the prediction of that model to see if it matches reality. That's not reifying the model. That's not saying the model is reality. That's saying, does the model sufficiently represent reality? No one is saying the model is reality. So you're a fucking idiot, once again.
The question, and more importantly, it's just...
Certainly not begging the question. It's doing science, following the 5 steps of the scientific method.
It's an appeal to incredulity. That's
and it's not an appeal to incredulity because it's not saying that he doesn't understand something that is explained. He's saying that he doesn't see how there's any answer, and he's checked and he's looked, and it doesn't match reality. That's not an appeal to incredulity. That's just saying that, well, no, I've checked and that's wrong. You're a fucking idiot.
What it is. So that's why I don't resonate with it at all. So I'll list off some of the evidences of how we know that it is flat. It is
evidence.
The default position. Any positive claim requires the burden. And I actually don't resonate with people that just say stuff in the sky doesn't matter and they throw their hands up. And I can understand even Jaren's frustration with that because I don't resonate with that at all. I think that we should always try to understand the way that things work. We should always seek out answers. We shouldn't try to look at this as some type of little gotcha game where we don't have to answer that. Haha. But it is true that just because I observe a celestial...
Except you have never attempted to understand anything. You just cherry pick and try to jam it into your preconceived notions. That's not attempting to understand. That's the fucking opposite.
Phenomena. It doesn't then make all other evidence dissipate. Right? So we look at the preponderance of evidence, we have to stay logically consistent, and we have to see what the empirical evidence actually says, and then we go and test it, and we see what the answer is. We don't throw out 95% of evidence because there's 1 or 2 or 10 outliers that we don't know how to currently explain.
I agree.
So I would say one of...
It's not how we don't currently know how to explain. It's that there is no explanation. We looked for one. Thomas says, when I watch a 90-second ad, does that count as a super chat? Unfortunately not. I've got no way of verifying that. You guys in the chat are mad.
The really strong pieces of evidence that we live on a plane is something that we recently found out, which is if you actually take angle measurements to stars, say from a ground and from the surface of the Earth, you're going to see that the star gets occulted by the mountain. As soon as that moment happens, you can take the time, you can measure that angle, and you can compare it to the angle of, like, say, in Stellarium. At that exact time you took the time measurement, as soon as the star was occulted, you can then go to the mountain, compare that angle, and it is as if it is planar geometry.
Exactly that word. What's it?
No, it's not as if it was planar geometry in the slightest. It matches what the globe says would happen. What do you mean? It's as if it's planar geometry. You're trying to say it's as if the Earth is flat. No, there's no. What you just said isn't true, because every single measurement on Stellarium and when things happen match what the globe predicts it says. So you're just straight up lying here with, oh, of course you fucking are, because you're scum.
It's exactly that. Because elevation angles require the Earth to be flat. It's exactly that. I agree with what he's saying. So I can't really say anything other than, yeah. You know what I'm saying?
Of course you agree with what he's saying, Flatzoid, because you have to. Take off the baseball cap, please. It's mine.
But yeah, at the end of the day, 95% of evidence shows it's flat. Why do you need to worry about 5?
There's no evidence that shows it's flat. None at all. It doesn't exist. Guys, did you hear that?
95% of evidence shows it's flat. Why do you need to worry about 5%?
Measurements, not flat. Rotation, not flat. Physics, not flat. Every bit of video and photo ever, not flat. Where's the 95% of flat Earth evidence? Jesus Christ.
That throws everything away just because you don't have how can I put it? Don't yet know how to explain it.
Explain to me. Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yes, I agree with that. Because we don't need to be as low as the globe is. Whenever it's shown, okay, look, this goes against your positive claim. What are they? Then they come up with gravity or refraction. They always have some kind of
explanation. Yeah, gravity, refraction, they're not excuses. They are explanations for the phenomenon that match the physical world that we live in. Just because you don't understand how gravity exists doesn't mean it doesn't. Submarine gravity gradient navigation destroys the flat Earth so hard.
To defend why it's not showing what their globe specifically entails it to show. And I mean, it was the same thing with Luca last night when he gave me that $1,000 challenge.
Oh.
I gave him exactly what he wanted. He moved the goalposts. I gave him 5 more videos showing exactly what he wanted. And he still goes to this day saying, no, it's okay. I don't owe him any money because... It's like, what? You're the one that lost, dude. Yeah, you know,
I don't know what you're talking about, but I bet he didn't lose because no flat earther has ever managed to make a challenge. Right. In about 15 minutes, I'm going to have a Flerf in. Let me just check. Now, this is a new Flerf, and she seems to be nervous. Right, send her a link in about 20 minutes. 5 more minutes of topless Craig.
I mean, it's insane. They only move goalposts constantly because they have nothing.
Yeah, it went from 1,000 to 50 to, oh, you remember that gift I gave you? Take it out of that gift.
Quite sad.
Geometry, it matches perfect. The flat Earth prediction to that star matches perfect, whereas the globe, it would be an entirely different position.
There is no flat Earth predictions. You fucking liar.
Many degrees different, and the issue is that they would then have to try to claim refraction, but the star has already been occulted prior to the measurement, so refraction can't even be applicable. So the actual...
Light still refracts when you don't see it. Does he think that, like, if you don't see things, they disappear? Did he not get past object permanence?
Of occultation of the star in relation to topography. And the guy that initially went and made this measurement was a glober. He went out there and he saw that the prediction is you can predict it perfectly with flat Earth, doesn't match the globe at all, and refraction didn't work. He ended up leaving the globe. So it's very similar experience to what Jaren experienced, only he went the other way. Right. So that just is a piece of evidence.
Hey,
Yeah.
Is everyone familiar with the celestial theodolite experiment he's talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
No, they're not.
Yeah,
Sean,
I don't know about the people in
you and none of the Flerfs understand celestial theodolite, so don't pretend you do.
chat, though.
Yeah, I just didn't know if you guys had reviewed it on the channel yet or not, but it's kind of fairly new FE proof.
The celestial theodolite actually been discussed for, well, I think we've discussed for a year and a half ago.
About the physical mountain, the Cultivan star.
Well, how the celestial theodolite works, not the occulting of the mountain, though. That's quite new.
Yeah, that's the experiment. I think that's new. Yeah, I know that Austin's Discord and the guys and some of the Glowbusters guys, they're really big on this, and so
Yeah. Austin's Discord, you mean the place where the video was posted of him abusing his wife? That Discord, yeah.
Jaren kind of head and ways dismisses it, just like he does Joseph Amby's model for possibility of a 24-hour sun on a firmament optic. And so it's just he tries to bring it up later, but Jaren still doesn't have an answer for it. He actually admits that he doesn't quite understand it and didn't really look into it that deeply.
But that's interesting, though. Then by Jaren's own, how can I say, his own, I'm trying to think of the right word. He should be scrutinized for his own way of holding evidence then, because he claimed, well, because I can't explain the 24-hour sun, therefore it's not a flat Earth. Then why can't he hold the same kind of scrutiny against this?
Well, no, he just hadn't looked into that. He wasn't really aware of it. Not that he doesn't understand, he just hadn't really looked into it. When you look into it, which I have, you find that it actually matches the globe 100%.
Because now he can't explain that. So then why does he think it's a globe still?
No, I agree with you. There's a lot of bias
Hypocrisy.
in some sense.
Mm.
Yeah, it's just absolute like hand over eyes, hand over ears. These are not the droids you're looking for kind of mentality. It's weird.
Yeah, and it's the same thing about Witsit. There's a lot of hypocrisy with him, because on one side you see now he's saying some nice things and he's saying some things that we want to hear. Whatever he says now is true, but in the same time he's going to tell you that he went to Antarctica, that he saw a 24-hour sun. So you see, this is how they playing us for fools. These people. It does, it's the same game. They're going to say something nice. You're going to be seduced by what he says. Oh yes, it's right. But actually, when you look at the entire picture, it's totally wrong.
Yeah.
You understand? That's the thing. Look at the entire picture. Don't get fooled by some nice, demonstrations, some nice, ideas that he is going to just, put ahead. But be careful. Those people are liars. The fact that he went to Antarctica, that he accepted to go there to see if there was a 24-hour sun was already an act of betrayal, because we know it's not possible, and we checked it. It's already established.
Well, that's the thing.
How is it an act
but that's
of
also the thing
betrayal?
I say. Yes, they didn't present any evidence, so I don't really have to believe what they present anyway.
They're still trying to present their observation that they claim. There's no proof of this observation. Any videos we got were at best questionable.
No problem. So if you talk about observations,
so there's no evidence. Apart from the videos we got, which I don't believe. Fucking dipshit.
Ask Witsit, did you observe mountains trembling over there, or trucks, disappearing into thin air, or straight lines with like right angles in the skies? Did he observe that? Because we did observe it.
But
so maybe.
Another irony.
This French guy is dumber than most. Joe Heron, blame Emma. She paid for it. Right, guys, we are 4 hours and 45 minutes into the stream, with 4 hours and 12 minutes left on the timer, because I've gained 150 members and the amount of super chats that I've had as well. If you want me to stream longer, then you can gift a membership or become a member. Increase that timer by 3 minutes every time. All right, 18, 28, 38. Right, I need to get ready for the Flerf, so bear with me. Start. Oh, multiples of me. Right, they have the link. Right. Yeah, that's better. Right. Okay, they just need 5 minutes. So I'm going to quickly go and use the toilet myself. Just bear with me. Get the song up that I want. I need to get these all re-downloaded again. Right, yeah, I wanted to play this song for you.
Yeah, YouTube, of course.
Back in a minute.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good one. That's good for the ladies to hear, right? They like that. When you swear. It's very attractive. Hey, ladies, if you want a real man, you might want to get somebody older. More mature. More mature. Huh? More How you doing, buddy? Hey, I got this on YouTube, pal.
Rolling down the highway, decals galore. Flat Earth preaching, Mikey's out for more. With a bumper sticker sermon, scrolling neon lights. Spreading cosmic nonsense, picking verbal fights. Squawk that chicken, Mikey Smith. Preaching flat earth, a cosmic myth. Traffic preacher, making a scene. Rubber chicken squawk, know what I mean? Stop in traffic, tension thick. Mikey mocked a stranger, thought he was slick. The guy stepped out, said he'd had enough. Delivered a lesson, calling Mikey's bluff. Squawk that chicken, Mikey Smith. Preaching flat earth, a cosmic myth. Traffic preacher, making a scene. Rubber chicken squawk, know what I mean? A punch flew swift, Mikey took the hit. Rubber chicken hunked, he lost his wit. You're going to jail, Mikey loudly cried. But the crowd just laughed, shook their heads and sighed. The moral of the story, keep it cool and clear. Flat Earth's got no business causing trouble here. So don't harass your neighbor, don't provoke a fight. Or a rubber chicken squawk might be your only right. Squawk that chicken, Mikey Smith. Preaching flat earth, a cosmic myth. Traffic preacher, making a scene. Rubber chicken squawk, know what I mean? Yeah, Mikey Smith with your theories and your squawk. Best keep rolling, less preaching, more walk. Keep that chicken silent, keep the peace intact. Flat Earth funk, that's a cosmic fact. Oh, yeah.
now that all the sheep are out, let's go drive around and see how many people yell at me.
Like, what was he even fucking doing to get smacked like that? Honestly. Crazy. Oh, rightio. We are just waiting for Flerf number 2 to join. And then in about, like, 3 hours, we should have Flerf number 3. Pardon me. Eric Burns says, what was Mikey doing? He was being a creepy perv. What is the actual story? I don't know the story as to why he got punched. Someone said he was luring at a girl or something. He shouted over to the girls that they should get with an older guy. Ooh. Yeah, no. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. Right, and here they are. Hello. You need to unmute yourself.
Here we go.
Yeah, hello. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing very well, thank you. You're live right now on my channel, so say hello to everybody.
Hello. I know who you are. I watched you debate.
Oh, lovely. Well, I promise to be nice.
Good. Me too.
So why don't you just introduce yourself and let people know why you're a flat earther, and then we can have a discussion about it.
Okay. My name is Renee Rice. I live in a small town near Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I just became a flat earther over maybe the past 4 or 5 years, and I don't know that I can consider myself a flat earther as much as I do not a globe earther anymore.
Right, okay. And what convinced you that the Earth isn't a globe?
I guess my personal relationship with God.
Right. So does it come down to your interpretation of the Bible, or?
It's not just my interpretation of the Bible, because my interpretation of the Bible was different before I became a flat earther. It was actually reading the Bible that changed my mind. In fact, when I was a child, I had a lot of questions about the globe that I couldn't answer, nor can anyone else answer for me. It just didn't make sense to me.
Like, see, that is part of the problem, where when it doesn't make sense to me, and it's kind of left there. But there is explanations. I've never come across a question about the globe that I can't answer for somebody. Whether the answer is accepted or not is another thing. All of physics is explained easily with the globe. It all matches the globe. All the predictions match what the globe says it should be. So what is it in particular that you have an issue with?
I agree with you that the numbers and all the physics match the globe, but I also believe they're based off of an assumption of a globe.
Well, not really. They more confirm that it's a globe. Like we can measure that the Earth rotates, and that there's different forces applied at different parts of the Earth.
How do we know that the Earth is in motion?
Well, I've measured the Earth's rotation myself and used the forces applied to calculate my latitude on the Earth with a simple pendulum. Because physics says that if you're on a rotating sphere, there's certain forces that will be applied when you are moving relative to that surface. And you can measure those forces, you can predict what the globe says the forces should be, and then check to see if those forces are there. Now, when I did my degree in physics, me and everybody else on the course built a Foucault's pendulum to measure the Earth's rotation and calculate our position on the Earth using the forces applied. And we all got it right, and it all matched what physics says should happen. That's not assuming that the Earth's a globe. That's just saying, well, physics says this physical thing should happen. So let's check for that.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying the physics were developed with the assumption the globe is the right model. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I would say they were developed separately. They were developed alongside. Both of them explain each other. Physics is physics.
Sure.
We can't, when you calculate how far something's going to travel based on its velocity and its mass, that's always going to be the same answer because physics is physics. And all we need to do is look at the physical world and say, well, what should happen if physics is correct? Regardless of if the Earth is flat or not, what does the physical universe that we experience say that should happen if the Earth is a globe or flat? And then you check for that.
There is a physical attribute of water that it always seeks level.
Right. See, now there's a problem. Level doesn't mean flat. Level in
you it doesn't. No, that's you it doesn't. We're not going to agree on that.
Well, no,
level
not just to me, to engineers, to surveyors, to professionals, to everyone that uses.
I know what level means.
But well,
I build
surveyors and engineers use level to mean perpendicular to the pull of gravity, and surveyors all say that true level is the surface of the Earth, the curved surface of the Earth. Now, level can have multiple meanings because words do have multiple meanings. But when we're referring to the Earth, level just means in relation to something else, because that's what level is. It's level to another thing, and level on Earth is level to the pull of gravity.
Is Craig your first name?
Craig, yes.
Okay. You didn't introduce yourself in the beginning. I just
I do
assumed by the
apologize.
face.
Yeah, my name's Craig.
That's okay. To me, this boils down to etymology and how definitions have been changed.
Well, it's not that the definition of level has been changed for the past few hundred years. I can go back surveying records 400 or 500 years ago that show that the word level means perpendicular to the pull of gravity.
I'm sure
according to surveyors, that's what it is. That's the professional use of the word. But again, words have multiple uses.
Years.
Now,
for the past 500 years.
Now, the thing about water is, yes, it's level because of gravity, but the natural shape of water is to be curved. Water is never just on its own flat. A force has to be applied to water to make it, have that shape. When there's no forces at all applied to water, the natural shape of it, its hydrostatic equilibrium, is a sphere.
Do you mean like a drop of water?
Any water that has, if water's falling towards the Earth, that means the acceleration is cancelled out. There's no forces being applied to it. And in that shape, it's a sphere. If you're on the International Space Station and you put some water in the air, it forms a sphere. Any material will try to find a shape which is the lowest energy requirement to hold that shape. And for the majority of things, that shape is a sphere. So when water is left to its own devices with no forces acting on it at all, it naturally forms a sphere because that's the lowest energy potential. The lowest amount of energy needed to hold that shape is a sphere.
That's not what we experience.
But it is, though. When there's no forces being applied, we experience, for instance, raindrops. And then we experience, but there's a force being applied to that. Right now, there is a force being applied to
water.
That water.
It's contained. Water needs contained.
Well, no,
or it pours from the sky.
Yeah, water doesn't need containment. Water can exist regardless of containment, right? But that water in that bottle right now has a force being applied to it.
Though.
But hold
water
on.
is contained.
Hold on. That water in that bottle right now has a force applied to it. That's why it is taking that shape. When there's no forces applied to it, it is a sphere naturally because of hydrostatic equilibrium. Okay? And we can see this with experiments done in space. When there is no water contained, when there is no container around the water, when you're in a zero gravity environment, the water naturally just forms a sphere. I could show you the video, but I'm sure you would just dismiss it as fake.
It is fake. There is no such thing as outer. You're not up in outer space where there's no gravity.
There is gravity in outer space. It's not that there's no gravity in outer space. It's when you're in free fall, gravity is cancelled out. So, but outer space is absolutely a thing that exists. There is a low pressure area above us, and this is undeniable.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree. Just not the outer space we were taught.
Why not? Well, you say, but there's no evidence of that. All the evidence shows that space is as we were taught.
The evidence you see, the evidence I see, says there is a firmament above.
Oh, well, no, there can't be a firmament, right? This is something that we need to straight away nip in the bud. There can't be a firmament because otherwise radar would be able to see it. We can point radar at the moon and get a signal back. We can point radar at the sun and get a signal back. Now, unless the firmament extends 93 million miles, then there cannot be a firmament. Otherwise, radar would bounce back off of it. Firmament, a container, a dome above us, simply doesn't exist.
That's an opinion of yours. I don't agree.
No, definitely not an opinion. It's based on facts, based on evidence, based on every single observation ever. A personal friend of mine did a project that I was involved in where we sent a balloon to the edge of space with several cameras on board, and there was no firmament.
Do you think you're going to touch it?
Why not? If it's there, you'd be able to touch it.
It's not accessible. It's a spiritual thing. It's a heavenly
so it's
dome.
not, if it's a spiritual thing, it can't be a physical container then?
No, it is a physical container. It's both. It can't be both.
Well, no, it can't be spiritual and physical. It can either be one or the other. If it's physical,
I'm spiritual and physical.
I'm spiritual. But if it's physical, then we'd be able to touch it. You said we can't touch it because it's spiritual, but if it's also physical, then we can touch it. You're physical, you can be touched. If there is a physical aspect to the firmament,
fire is also physical. Do you touch fire?
Yes, you can touch fire. It hurts.
Do you touch fire?
I have done several times. I got burnt.
Yes, that's my point. You don't touch things that aren't healthy to touch.
You would still be able to, right? Whether or not I would want to touch it as a human. Hold on.
Dry ice with your...
Whether or not I would want to touch it as a human is irrelevant to the fact of it is a physical thing. Radar would still bounce off of something like that. If there is a physical aspect to it, then radar would be able to detect it. But we have
pointed radar. Are you going to let me speak?
Well, yeah,
you don't let me speak.
Absolutely. I thought we were having a back and forth. I was just responding to the things you're saying.
No, you've taken the majority of the conversation, and you haven't let me speak.
I just have to respond to when you say there's a firmament. I have to explain that how we know there isn't a firmament. We have literally checked.
How? Let me answer you. How about that? Let's just try.
Okay.
How about letting me have one time to... You said you wouldn't be rude, and you're not letting me speak.
Oh, I haven't been rude once. I was just responding to you. If you feel like you would need more time to speak, then that's absolutely fine. Explain how there's a firmament if we're unable to actually detect it.
Do you touch dry ice with your bare hands?
No, that doesn't stop dry ice being physical, though.
Okay. You can't touch dry ice.
Doesn't stop dry ice being physical, though.
I don't care. You don't know what the firmament is any more than I do.
I know it's not there. We've checked.
You don't know that you can or cannot touch it because you don't know what it is.
If it's physical, then you'd be able to touch it.
So you say. I don't agree with you.
Then it's not physical. If it can't be touched, if it can't be detected, then it isn't physical.
That doesn't mean it's not real.
Well, if it's not physical, then it's not real.
So the air's not real?
The air is physical.
So is the dome.
Except we can't, there's no evidence of the dome. There's nothing to say there is a dome. The air, we know the air, I know the air exists because it removed the roof of my previous home. I had to move here because of it. So the air is definitely a physical thing. Now, if the dome is
I know
physical...
the dome exists.
Sorry?
I know the dome exists. I know as much as you know the air exists, I know the dome exists.
But there's no evidence for your assumption. My assumption of the air existing...
There's no evidence for gravity.
Oh, there's plenty of evidence for gravity. I've measured gravity myself. Did you know, for instance, submarines use gravity as a form of navigation? It's called gravity gradient navigation, where they literally measure the gravitational acceleration around them to be able to avoid underwater mountains whilst maintaining complete silence. It's a literal thing. If gravity wasn't real, then it couldn't be used to navigate submarines.
Okay, so you say. I don't.
No, not so I say. I've worked on the system. The system exists. For instance, a very good friend of mine, a guy called PhD Tony, his job is to use gravity to detect minerals and oils underground. We know gravity exists because we actually use it for things.
You know something like gravity exists and you call it gravity. That's
well,
fine.
call it whatever name you want. It matches the predict. We've called it gravity, and we can predict and experiment and measure with it. So, call it what you want. Call it Felicia. It doesn't matter. A rose by any other name is still a rose.
I'll call it God because I believe he holds all things together.
Well, but magic isn't real, so...
Yeah, neither is gravity.
Well, gravity is, because I've measured gravity. I know it's real. I checked.
Okay, so you believe.
Well, no, again, it's not a belief. Belief is irrelevant. I don't need a belief. I don't need a belief to be able to physically measure something. I used the predictions of gravity, and I tested those predictions, and I physically measured it. I also physically used gravity to detect underwater mountains to stop a submarine crashing into them. So I know gravity exists because I checked. I don't just believe. I went and tested. Turns out that gravity is what we say it is and works how we say it does. Now, did God make gravity exist? That's something I could never dispute, right? I cannot say that God doesn't exist because there's no way of proving that. I don't know. I know the Earth's a globe and the universe exists, but I don't know that God didn't create all those at some point and set the physical universe in motion. But it's irrelevant. What's relevant is the fact that the Earth is a globe and gravity is a measurable, testable phenomenon that matches the predictions of mass attracting mass.
Why isn't mass attracting mass right this moment then?
Oh, it is. For instance, here's a lighter. When I let it go, when I stop applying a force, it's attracted to the extremely large mass underneath me. Now, I am 42. One of my legs is completely destroyed due to my military career, which makes it quite hard for me to stand up because I am being accelerated towards the ground and I have to apply a force with my knees against that to be able to stand up. I do 200 to 300 push-ups a day. They grow the muscles in my chest because I have to force myself against the acceleration of my mass towards the big mass of the ground.
Things set level or set on flat plates or level plates and they don't fall off.
Absolutely, because they're being attracted towards the big thing underneath them. Now, let's take this and this. These are right now being attracted towards each other. There is a gravitational attraction with the tip of my grinder and this lighter towards each other. However, it's extremely small. It's being overcome by the fact that I am holding it, and the prevailing gravitational attraction is towards the really, really big thing underneath us. However, you can use an experiment like the Cavendish experiment, which applies a mass and a smaller mass and a torsion balance to see if they do attract. And what you find out is when you actually remove all other things that are possibly disturbing it, that there is also a sideways attraction that is measurable and predictable. What happened? Oh, of course, the Zoom fucking crashed. What is going on with Zoom today? Why is Zoom fucking doing this? That is crazy. It's a Rubik says for $2, there's a difference between can't and won't. For £2, Mark says, look down at your tits. Oh, proof of gravity. Renee, do apologise for that. My the Zoom crashed for some reason. Are you there?
I'm here.
Yep, sorry about that.
Me?
Zoom crashed. I do apologise.
That's all right.
Yep, satellite internet. Right. I am, in case you didn't know, currently talking to you via space as I use Starlink internet, which uses a constellation of satellites around the planet to transmit my signal to wherever you are. So, I mean, I know that space is real because I'm using it to talk to you.
I didn't deny space is real. I deny that it's what we were taught it is.
So what is it then?
I don't know.
Right, you don't know what it is, but you don't know what it is. You know it's definitely
it's not our domain. It's not part of the realm. It's part of another realm.
Realms aren't
the creator's. It's the creator's domain. It has nothing. It's something we can't know.
Why not? We've been there.
So you say.
Well, no, I don't say. The people that have been there say. And
you have not been there.
Oh, but I have proven that they went to the moon using the footage they brought back.
No, you didn't.
Oh, I did. I did physics, right? I looked at the regolith being kicked off the back of the moon buggy's wheels as it was driving along the moon. And I tracked them and I did calculations and found out two things. One, it's in a place where there's no atmosphere. Two, it's in a place with a gravitational acceleration 1/5 that of Earth. It matched the predictions of being on the moon. And it could not have been faked because you would have had to have removed the air and changed the gravity to be able to fake it. So I know that we went to the moon because I checked.
And I know that we didn't because you can't land on a light.
Well, the moon's not a light. I've actually bounced a laser off of the moon, so it's definitely not a light.
Well, I say it definitely is.
But what
It's
evidence do you
illuminate.
have for that? I have physically used a laser
Because I
to
can see it
bounce
with my
something off
eyeball.
it. Well, yeah, you can see it because that's how light works. Right now, there is light
Yes,
bouncing
that's
off
how
of this.
it works because it's a light. Sweetheart.
Is this a light? Is this glowing here? This bit right here, is this glowing?
Bit, yes.
Right, is it a
little
light? Is it a light?
No, it's reflecting light.
Exactly, and
Because
that's
of
what
the
the moon
shiny
is doing. The
surface.
moon is also reflecting
No,
light. Do we know how we know the moon is not a light?
Not a shiny surface. The moon is not a shiny surface.
It's a big rock. When regolith is actually pretty
Yeah,
reflective.
rocks don't glow in the dark. Rocks don't glow in the dark.
It's not just a rock like you find on Earth. It's regolith, which is extremely shiny and has a quite high albedo.
So you say.
Right?
Okay, so you
And
say.
That's how you see things
Craig,
by light
honey,
reflecting off
we're
them.
not- listen, we're not going to agree on anything.
Well, but here's
we're
the thing,
not.
right? Here's how we know
We
that the
don't read
moon
the
is
same
not a light.
manual. We don't read the same books. We don't.
I've read all your books, don't worry. Right, so here's the thing. We know that the moon isn't a light because there's craters on it with the shadows inside the craters. A light cannot have that on it.
When you get to go to the moon, you can let me know then that it's real.
Okay, well, that's just a complete fallacy of it's not. I didn't do it, so you don't know it's real. I have still bounced a laser off the moon to test the distance to it.
Everything you've said so far is a complete fallacy.
I've explained which fallacy I've done. I've not committed any fallacies. I've used evidence.
Honey.
No. I'm not the indoctrinated one because I'm not religious. Religious people are the indoctrinated one. I use physics and the universe around me to explain the world,
Only
not a
religious
magical
people
sky
can be
daddy.
indoctrinated.
Sorry?
Only religious people can be indoctrinated.
Yes, you are literally indoctrinated into a religion, into a cult.
No, that's not my question. Only religious people can be indoctrinated. Is that what you are saying?
No, I'm
Only
saying that
religious
you
people,
are
nobody else.
indoctrinated into a religion. But I'm not indoctrinated because
And
I actually
I'm
studied
saying
and
you're
tested.
indoctrinated into science, a religion of
no.
science. That's what
There's
you're
no
indoctrinated
indoctrination
in.
and there's no religion because I tested. I went and actually tested
Do you
these
know
things.
what science even means? Do you know what science means? Do you know
Yes,
the
I know what
etymology of
science
science?
means. Yeah,
What?
etymology is irrelevant. What science means today is what matters.
No, it doesn't. Because
Yes,
it's a
that's how words work.
definition.
Words change over time, and what science means today
No,
is what matters.
sweetheart.
You're
The
being very
word
rude.
simply means yes. What's the root of the word? Go ahead, tell
No,
me.
I said you are
The
being
root of
very
the word.
rude right now.
No, I'm not.
Oh, you are.
You've been rude.
You're
enough
refusing to
that
have a
doesn't mean
conversation with me. You're just changing the subject and denying the things that I'm saying instead of like engaging with the conversation, which is very rude.
This
I've asked
is
you
the way
lots
I
of
engage.
questions. I've asked you
This
lots
is
of
the way
very
I
simple
engage.
questions, like how was it I was able to bounce a laser off of the moon if it's just a light in the sky?
Probably because you're bouncing it off the firmament.
Oh no, what I did was I pointed it at the moon,
no,
got one
no.
hold on, let me finish. I pointed it at the moon and got one distance, and then pointed it not at the moon and didn't get a distance. So it wasn't the firmament, it was the moon. I checked. And
Okay,
also,
so
I have
you
pointed
say
radar
you can't
up,
bounce
and
it
it's
off
never
the
bounced off of the
firmament.
firmament. We've actually used radar to test the distance to the sun from Earth, right? And it went 93 million miles. Things. I actually go out and test
And so do
things.
I. So
No,
do
you've
I.
never tested anything.
Water tells me the Earth is level.
No, level doesn't mean what you say it means. So water is like everything else and reacts to forces acting on it. And you ignore that fact because it doesn't fit your magical world.
It's you that doesn't fit in your magical world. You
No,
think
nothing
you live
about
on a
mine
ball
is magic.
spinning in outer
Everything about
space.
mine is explained. You're just going, no, you. instead of actually engaging with the conversation. Physics
That's what
says
you're
you are
doing.
wrong.
That's so funny. You project a lot, honey. You
Oh
project an
no,
awful
darling,
lot.
you are the one that's
You do.
projecting. Sweetie Pie, you're the one that's projecting. Don't try and patronize me, darling, honey. All right?
That's my
I
way
am
of not telling you
intellectually
shit, babe.
older
Really,
than
I
you could
think you're
ever
an
be.
asshole.
All right? No,
You're
you're
an
the one.
asshole.
You're the one that's being an asshole. You're the one that just started trying to patronize me. Don't
No, I'm not.
patronize me.
I'm trying not to use words like asshole.
Well, I'd rather you use a word like an asshole and actually speak like you mean. The fact is, you are indoctrinated so hard that you would ignore all evidence that is presented against you. Explain, all right? Just explain how submarines are able to use gravity to navigate if gravity isn't real.
Because that's your imagination that makes you think that.
No, it's not imagination. It's... What is actually wrong with Zoom today? Do not understand why Zoom is crashing. Or maybe she quit. I'm not sure. One of the two. So this Flerf is basically like, nuh-uh, Magic Sky Daddy says no. Right? Right, guys, we have been going for 5 hours, 17 minutes with 3 hours and 42 left on the timer. I will finish this stream by 10 o'clock. I'm loving that. Wait, 10 o'clock? Yeah, 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. Woo! No, don't know if she's coming back. See, it's the refusal to even engage that gets me. Right? Well, I'm just going to say no. God did it. Yeah, it's just my imagination that I never hit something under the sea. Oh well. She's not coming back, I don't think. Quite warm in here today. Right. So I guess we go back to Jaren and Witsit. Or for Catzoid covering Jaren and Witsit. Fun. If she comes back, we will see. So you say, Craigie? Yeah, do these people not realise how insufferable they are? Like, for real. Right, remember, guys, you can increase the length of this stream by gifting a membership or becoming a member. Yeah, I know. Thanks a lot, Andy. She did not like me doing the same back to her that she did to me. Honey. So I did it to her. I hope it didn't come off as sexist. Right. Yeah, I don't think she's returning. Right, let me check on this other Flerf. Don Lee was supposed to rejoin me, but has he's got ill, so. Pardon me. Zoom just keeps turning off and on. I do not know why. It's actually very annoying. All right. We'll just close Zoom for now. How is everyone doing out there in the world of the internet? I am Craig, FTFE, and I am streaming for as long as you make me to. As long as you make me to? Those were words, not a sentence. This stream started 5 hours and 21 minutes ago with a 45-minute timer. Yeah, not how time works, I know. Later on, during this stream at some point, probably on part 2, we'll see how it goes. We're going to get Borg and Rach on. I'm going to go over my debates at DebateCon with them.
The irony of this, the irony of this, trying to legitimize their lie. It's basically them going, "Come on, man, believe us."
But even the irony of this, even sorry, I was going to say, even the irony of this, even if we had to accept what they were saying, it would show the sun was local. So it doesn't actually matter which way they want to go. If you don't accept it, which we don't, it doesn't show a globe, and if we do accept it, it shows a flat Earth. So it's a joke, actually.
Yeah, and the sun is even more local over there because you can see the sun that goes in front of the mountain and, you know, in front of, you know...
Oh, my God! He thinks the fucking globe goes in front of the mountain. Oh, my Lord. The dumb, it burns. The Drunk Debunk Show for $2 says, beep boop, I'm a globetard and I eat pickles. Better say it properly. Beep boop, I'm a globetard and I eat pickles. Mark says her droopy tits prove gravity. The darling will love that as evidence. What did some YouTube channel get a strike for, guys? I do not know.
So it's fucking local. It's very local.
I think most of you on the panel may already know this about me, but I do believe they won the trip. I do believe they make the observation. I do believe that it can be demonstrated with the firmament model. I don't know how everyone feels about the firmament, but I'm actually...
No, it can't be debated with any... It can't be created with any flat Earth model unless you, like, invent a bunch of extra suns and layers of the dome and crazy refraction that doesn't exist in real life.
Investigating on, in about 2 years, taking a trip down there myself to do an experiment and possibly leaving from South Africa to a different destination.
Yeah, Troll Station.
So, yeah,
well,
I don't...
Station, yeah.
It's called Wolf something, Wolf Landing.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
they
that.
go from Cape Town and then they travel through Troll Station to go to what's that?
Like, there's no point a flat earther trying to go to Antarctica because they'll either die because they're so dumb or just, you know, turn up and sleep and be expensive luggage. I mean, we had to get some luggage when we went away to Tenerife, right? We borrowed some off of my father-in-law. You know, so my luggage cost me $0. Will Duffy's luggage cost him like $40,000.
Yeah, and basically,
right here,
I'm interested in doing my own research that I won't be announcing when I do this. It won't be fundraised. It won't be none of that stuff. I'm just gonna, if I can swing it in about 2 years, I would like to take a trip and do my own observations and record them.
You're just gonna dump 40 grand, are you? Of course you are, mate. Yeah, Rubix, if we're able to, we'd love to come and see Duran Duran with you. October, did you say? It's a possibility. Hello, hello, hello.
Want your dinner?
Yes, please, I want my dinner. Come say hello.
Hello.
It's Emma, everyone.
Hi.
It's the pretty lady. The last Flerf said, yeah, but God, so Earth flat.
Cool.
I love you.
Love you.
She's a pretty lady, and she loves me for some reason. She brought me food. How good's that?
Because if it does show a 24-hour sun on the exterior edge of the circle of the Earth that's enclosed by a firmament, and we can replicate it on a firmament, guys, that is groundbreaking. That is ridiculously groundbreaking. Also, like, that's something that we...
Wait. Is he saying that if we go and see the 24-hour sun, therefore it's a flat because that matches what I think happens on a firmament? Fucking moron. Dave98195 £5. Anyone saying that Flat Earther looked like Lou Ferrigno is rude, so don't do it. Yeah, don't be mean to Lou Ferrigno. Although now I see it. Right, I think I need to add another minute. for the super chats.
We need to be talking about, not just dismissing it. So,
but that's also one thing why I like why you're doing that as well. I mean, Roger's also trying to get over there and do it and everything, which I really fully stand behind. The thing is, this is why we asked Duffy specifically, why didn't you try and go look for the firmament roller? And
because he doesn't think there's a firmament. You'd know there was a Go and look for the firmament in Antarctica. Fucking hell. Where's the location of the firmament?
His response to us was, well, he doesn't believe there's a firmament.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't have been more in interest to rather take an expedition to, try and traverse through and find the firmament than do something that is anyway not...
Tell us the position of the firmament that you think it is, and we go check. But what we're not going to do is aimlessly wander around Antarctica to see if there's a magical dome.
Not going to determine the shape of the ground.
Yeah. To me, it's like it wouldn't change my mind ever about the shape of the ground because we do different tests for that. It's just because I believe in the Bible and I believe it describes a solid firmament over us. That would be amazing.
I think that's Rennie Renier in the chat there being rude. What piece of trash you and your following are. I see you're nothing more than an overbearing child that needs to get his way. Your audience is obviously a bunch of children as well. Says the child that went nuh-uh to all the evidence, ignored everything I said I don't believe it, therefore it's fake, and ran away. Yes, Rennie, we're the children. We're the ones that believe in magic in the sky. Shut up, you fucking moron. You're a fucking retard, Rennie. Go fuck off. Sigla Step, $50. Dreamer, you're nothing but a dreamer. If you think this stream's going to end, oh no. Thank you very much, mate, but that's only 5 minutes added. Sigla Step, thank you very much. And I want to give a special shout out to Sigla Step. Because when I was getting this tattoo done and streaming, his donation got this phrase at the top, I am not a merry man, which is what Worf said. Oh, come on, what is wrong with my internets today?
This is England, or to be more precise, Sherwood Forest at least cues recreation of it. That would explain these costumes. Quite right, number one. Or should I say, John Little.
Well, if he's Little John, that makes you...
I know. Robin Hood.
Sir, I protest. I am not a merry man.
Yes, you are, Worf. Oh, yes, you are.
Proof of evidence to say, oh yeah, we are close by firmament, and here's how it matches the optical effect.
Yeah, Dave McKeegan. For cats would want us to go and look for something that they don't know what it is, what it looks like, or where it is, in the most inhospitable place on earth that will kill you in a moment's notice. Rennie, if you want to act like an adult and come for a real conversation about physics, you're more than welcome to.
Of sunlight on the exterior edge of a firmament. And so, did I tell you guys I actually contacted a tourist boat company trying to see how much it would cost to book a boat around Antarctica? No. Yeah. A few months back, I contacted this tourist company because they're a part of the International Tourist Association that takes cruises to the shoreline of Antarctica. And you basically have to get approved basically to hire your own chartered boat through this particular agency. As we all know, right? It's all controlled, right? So
with that particular agency. But you know what? Go and buy a boat. Just buy a fucking boat. Don't charter one. Just buy a boat and sail to Antarctica. No one's going to stop you. Probably going to die, but no one's going to stop you.
At least contacted somebody and said, hey, how much would it cost if I were to privately charter a ship with my own captain and go and circumnavigate the continent of Antarctica? And they responded and they said, hey, thanks for your interest, yada, yada. A trip like that, the ship and the captain, it would take approximately 3 months to circumnavigate Antarctica. I'm sorry to report to you that no captain would ever volunteer for that trip. That it would cost approximately $2 million, and it would take about 90 days minimum to circumnavigate.
Lies. Absolute fucking lies. Every 3 years they circumnavigate Antarctica in the boat race. So, guys, we are 5.5 hours into the stream with 3 hours and 35 minutes left. So that'll be 7:30, 8:30, 9:30, 10:30. Around 11 p.m. the stream should finish. So thank you very much for the support. I can't believe this has gone on so long already. You guys are amazing. Remember, you can increase the stream length with a membership or a super chat.
And no captain for volunteer.
That's interesting though, because all we get from the globe is don't you look at the Vendée race? They go around Antarctica, but that's the thing. They want to always claim it, but like you said, now you can't even get someone to charter.
What do you mean we always claim it? Yes, of course we do. Because it's done regularly. Join the race.
A boat just to go around Antarctica. Why is that? It's really odd. It's these kind of things that make everybody very skeptical about the things that Globe pushes.
Imagine the response is before they...
Or you realize that one of the things was a lie.
They even give you the price, which is why you email them. They make sure to disclose to you, you'll never find a captain that will do this.
Yeah, or you never find them back, because maybe if they give you the authorization, they're going to make sure you're never going to come back. So I believe that if you want to go to Antarctica, you have to do it totally illegally. Totally like drug dealers,
No, not illegally. Just go and do it. Probably be like, who are you? What are you doing? Okay, if you die, you're on your own.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, I think the super chats now also add XP by the looks of it, guys.
Getting on land in Antarctica is a different conversation. I just wanted to book a chartered ship to go around the coastline, just to sail 20 miles off the coastline and keep the coastline in sight, and then charter how long it takes for the nautical miles and see the globe predictions and see if you can even go around it, which I don't believe you can, right? Unless there's an actual extra undocumented landmass below Chile that they're calling Antarctica. And so, there's a whole bunch of reasons what I would want to...
Undocumented landmass below Chile. And these people call us stupid, guys. Remember that. 210 watching, guys. Only 121 likes. That's not fair, is it? The like fairy's going to get sad. You know what, guys? If you don't hit the like button, I'm going to send Daniel Pratt to your house. And I know where you live. Got the info from Durf's app.
Explore, basically, and try to figure out where we're being lied to.
Right. I just ate a protein chicken curry. Now I'm going to have a protein cheesecake.
We can reach Antarctica from New Zealand, straight away go to South America. We can reach Antarctica from all over the place.
You reach a landmass they call Antarctica for sure.
Yeah, of course. I believe.
Oh right, so now we're claiming that you get there, but it's not actually Antarctica. Fucking morons.
That you have to do it totally illegally. You have to have a submarine or some shit and to be detected. You have to be I don't know. Hey, check it out. It's possible. You have drug cartels in Mexico. They have their own submarines, and they evade all the surveillance. They do it. They can do it for drugs. We can do it for flat Earth. Why not? We can probably work with them.
Do you think the drug cartels are sending their submersibles around Antarctica? And if a drug cartel can build a submersible, you go and fucking do it.
You've probably heard the conversation saying they wanted to stifle the airships. The helium, hydrogen-powered airships, so people could not freely explore Antarctica. But with the invention of these new flying drone cars, it actually could be possible. If you had a solar-powered flying drone car, you take off from a ship off the coastline of Antarctica, you could do some...
Yeah, just get in your flying drone car, guys, and bugger off to Antarctica. And you know what? Even if you could do that, and you did, you'd still deny it. The Drunk Debunk Show says, I hit the like button too hard, and now my screen is broken and my cat is upset. You owe me money. Your cat's got the money, just ask it.
Oh, that's a great idea. That's a good idea. Excellent idea.
I don't know if you guys have seen the innovations in those, but they're coming along quite well, where you can travel 700-800 miles on a charge. and you can stay 1,000 feet off the ground. So I don't know.
There is no flying solar-powered drone cars that go 700-800 miles in a charge and go 1,000 feet off the ground. That doesn't exist. Oh, thank you, Dale Mack. I appreciate it, mate. I've worked hard.
I'm not publicly declaring them to do anything illegal. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Well,
that's where my interest lies. Is I think
This
there's
way.
other ways to disprove they're lying to us than just going to a tourist destination and looking for a 24-hour sun.
Yeah. And I applaud you for that, man, because it's always good to try and explore and see what's going on. If you can do something like that.
Oh, unless you're Jeranism and Austin, when then, oh, you were just fucking traitors going to Antarctica.
That'd be great. I mean, this reminds me of when we had that, what's that, Gear 74, remember when he wanted to charter a flight? And then at the end of the day, he knew, okay, no, he's not going to do it anymore. Because he didn't think flat earthers were going to be serious about it.
Yeah.
And he ended up backing out the last minute. And there's a reason why they back out with these things, because they know it's impossible.
Yeah, I think, depending on how long this goes, we can do some games, play some Jackbox and stuff together. That could be fun.
Okay, let's go on with the actual debate.
Pardon me.
And, there is no sufficient rebuttal I've heard for the globe. We can also talk about the linear distribution of the electrical field. We actually have an electrical field on the Earth, and there
is linear distribution matches globe straight above you, but it dissipates. It goes away. Of course, it's going to be straight above you, linear.
It's a linear distribution, horizontal field lines of the electrical field. This cannot happen. It has to be a radial distribution on a sphere, and it would actually fall off exponentially away from the center. But that's not what we observe. We don't observe that. The linear distribution of the electrical field is a major issue. It's an impossibility on a sphere, right? So what typically happens? I'm guessing that we're getting close to my time. So I got 2 more minutes. So what typically happens is it is what we've always experienced, and this is why I will be very blunt. I'm quite perplexed.
What always happens is what we've always experienced. Does he just say words for the sake of words? Or
Next about Jaren's approach. Like I was there with him. To all the people that are saying that he's faking, he's not. I was there. I am in no way going to attack Jaren's character in terms of if I think that he believes this or if he's being honest. I think that he does believe it. He does feel like he's being honest, and he feels that he's willing to take shots and attacks to do it. So that's
okay. This is where I disagree with Witsit, because the whole community doesn't even believe Witsit to begin with as well.
No.
So
well, that's David Way's agenda.
Of course you don't believe Witsit, because Witsit went and shown that the Earth was a globe, even though he denies it. Flerfs arguing with each other is fucking amazing. Globers, they don't do that. Globers all kind of agree with each other on things. We may not like each other, like, for instance, Sean Hawkins is a fucking moron and one of the most unentertaining people in the world. And I wish he would stop covering Flat Earth because he makes us all look bad and whines all the time. Doesn't mean that I don't agree with him when he says the Earth's a globe. But, yeah. Fuck Sean Hawkins.
They went there, the sky is fake, the sun is fake, everything is fake, they lied about everything, it was a scam, but, they went there,
No, in the beginning, I also thought they're not going to go. I do believe they did go, though. But I don't think they saw the 24-hour sun as they're trying to portray it. There's just too many coincidences and deception displayed in there.
That's why it's so important for them to make us believe that despite all the proofs that we have that everything was fake, they still were there. Because if you believe that they were there, then you can believe there is a 24-hour sun somehow in the Flat Earth model. You understand? But
there's no way there can be a 24-hour sun if the Earth is flat. Oh my god. Your bong sounds unairtight. No, definitely airtight. It's a globe. Manager Supreme, yeah, I noticed that. It's because no one ever watched what he does.
If you understand that they were never there.
Although he did that before and then he switched back to Flat Earth, so he will again.
They could not go there because it's so
the 24-hour
Yeah.
The 24-hour sun still does follow a flat Earth too, based on biblical cosmology, because the Bible's
no, it doesn't.
Very clear. The sun takes a circuit around the north, and the sun it's inside the firmament, so it does fit biblical cosmology.
But then how does the rest of the fucking Earth get? Oh my god.
If you put like a mirror like this, if you put like different domes, and if you do invent things that are not in the Bible, because how can you have a 24-hour sun, observable in one point on the other rim, of the Earth, if on the other in the same time the sun is being observed somewhere else?
Let's say, like the Bible says, the sun is put in the firmament. Okay, let's say in the firmament.
Not in the firmament. In Hebrew, it's very important.
In the Hashim.
No, it's in the
Why
dome
are
of the dome.
Waffling about this
because it is written that God the first day put the sun and the moon, even though they're not called sun and moon at that point, they're called like the big luminary and the small luminary. None of the dome is also.
I can't listen to this French guy.
Have a sun 24 hours if it really needs to, because it could tropics could just be the reflection.
Because because the sun is.
Oh yeah, what? That's
if I'm forced to. You can go.
Fucking hell, he goes on.
Proves it. You understand?
I can't do it.
It's like the moon. If you believe they went in Antarctica, you can believe that maybe they went to the moon and they faked. They faked their footage, but they went to the moon. Same thing. It's ridiculous for me. It's crazy. It's like it's beyond like.
Sorry, is he comparing going to Antarctica to going to the moon? Like they're comparable activities? What a moron!
But anyways, again, I may be wrong. We can always be wrong, but it'd be hard to, I believe, at that point to prove.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. It still comes down to it doesn't disprove a flat Earth. So
no, exactly, it doesn't matter for that point.
Yes, it does, especially if you're going with the Gleason's map
for flat Earth. But it does matter to understand who are these people into the flat Earth community, what they're working for. What are their objective? Because they are attacking us from within. So that matters for us to understand who they are, identify them, and isolate them. Like put them in quarantine or something. This is important because we have like snakes next to us. If I have a snake like 2 feet away from me, I'm gonna worry about it. I'm gonna do something about it. You understand? So that's
apparently Witsit's new video launches in about 15 minutes. Well, at least he's changed back from that awful graphic he had. I don't see his video. One sec. Toon says that there's a new Witsit video dropping very soon, but I can't see one. Right. Pardon me. Oh, he said Will's new video, not Witsit's. Yeah, we'd take a break from listening to the idiots in about 10 minutes and have a watch party for this.
That's the thing. It's not for the flat Earth, concept, but for the flat Earth community, which is for me the main target of these people.
Yeah.
But anyways, again,
because it doesn't really matter. Take all the personal stuff out of it. We're trying to figure out actually like what the truth is. Yes, I went to the south. We went to what is seemingly Antarctica, a giant sheet of ice south from Punta Arenas. We saw the sun, and it circled.
We went to what is seemingly Antarctica. He can't actually admit it, can he?
Around us, and it didn't go down. So then, to claim that proves that it's a globe, I would have to say, if the Earth's a sphere. In the winter, when I go to Antarctica, the sun will be in the sky for 24 hours. Oh, look, sun stays in the sky, does a circle for 24 hours, therefore Earth's a globe. It's a textbook affirming the consequence.
Well, actually, let's talk through how it works. It is, the globe model predicts that in the summer, there will be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. due to the Earth's axial tilt and its position relative to the Sun. The way to test this is to go and check. If this isn't true, then the globe model is falsified. You go and check. You see the 24-hour sun. And then what you say is, well, the globe model wasn't falsified. But if we do that same prediction with the flat Earth, like the Gleason's map, it definitely falsifies that. Let's not forget also that on the Gleason's map, it literally says that there's no 24-hour sun in Antarctica, which is wrong. There is.
Textbook affirmed the consequent fallacy. I could say Sasquatch delivers me mail every Friday. I could go find out that there's mail in my mailbox on Friday. Therefore, Sasquatch is real. To apply that type of logic, it is an infinite regression. You would never find truth. So this is the reason why I haven't flipped. It's because of the empirical.
But it's fine when you guys do your whole, oh, look at this black swan. If the Earth is a globe with a radius of blah 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 blah, then we'll be able to see this, blah, 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 blah. We didn't see this, therefore the Earth is not a globe and it's flat. Is that not affirming the consequent? You fucking moron.
Evidence. And we could list them off and it's endless, right? Just again, the base empirical position, the default position based on empirical evidence that the Earth's flat. How are we even actually making accurate elevation angle measurements in the center of a continent if we're using a horizontal datum, a horizontal baseline that starts at the sea that's thousands of miles away?
You are using a tangent. Tangent.
Extend that horizontally to the center of a continent and then measure a vertical distance above that, perpendicular to it. How is it that planar geometry is perfectly predicting and matching the angle to that star once it's occulted by the mountain and matches the based on the time of the observer standing on the top of the mountain? You can draw a straight line from observer to top of the mountain to star, and it perfectly matches an angle down to a horizontal baseline with planar geometry, where it's significantly different on a globe, but yet the star's not.
Everything he said there was wrong. Every single measurement of a star ever matches the predictions of a globe. Stellarium is based on a globe, not planar geometry.
Where it's supposed to be, and we can't invoke refraction because it's after the star is occulted.
1 minute.
Yeah, right.
So I will say,
such a good point, though. Saying something, Sean? Okay. Well, that's a very good point, Winsett. Yes, that can't work on a globe at all, but they would ignore that. They would ignore that fact that
everything works on a globe.
Occultation can only happen based on the angle from a flat Earth.
No, not based on an angle from a flat Earth, based on an angle from a tangent. Oh my god.
Yeah, in fact, I think when you heard Sean, it was on the video. He was telling which it was.
Oh, probably. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah, it's difficult because you can't see if it's there or yeah.
I know.
Basically, what always happens is people say, well, then how would this work, this work, this work, this work? And if I don't get my answers, then you lose Earth's a globe, as if we are to grant them the presupposition of a model that they have reified. That is not how it works logically.
No one's reified anything because we don't pretend the model is reality. We use a model to make predictions. But yeah, when you can't answer the simple questions like, where does the fucking sun go? We're pretty sure your position's bullshit.
So yes, in conclusion, the Earth default position is as a stationary topographical plane. The burden of proof is on the other side and needs to prove it. And when there's direct geometric refutations to that claim, they cannot be hand waved because there's another celestial observation that you think is better explained by that model that was just refuted. Right? We can't actually skip over to that part. So that is very simply.
I've just been
my
sent
position.
a DM on Facebook talking about a company that's doing. Oh, it's too bright for you to see. Huh. Yeah, crap me phone. Meh.
And I think that is based on the logical parameters of how we actually examine the discussion in the first place.
Yeah,
so.
Very logical. I tell you something. You know what it's like? Like.
All right, thank you.
You see I see that guy like I'm gonna give you like a crude image, but so you understand. It's like a hooker, telling you how important it is to like dress up, decently. And she's gonna just talk to you about how to dress up decently, but she's a fucking hooker, dressed up like a hooker. And you're gonna listen to her. You're gonna say, "Oh yes, you're right. Actually, you're right." You understand? So that's exactly the same thing. Those people are like, like discuss.
Do none of these people get how analogies work? They have to be like, relatively similar type things, but Who the fuck is this French guy? Hey, MC Toon. Hi. Hi, Toon. Hi. So we're 5 hours and 51 minutes into the stream, guys. Started with 45-minute timer. Every membership has added 3 minutes, and every £10 worth of super chats have added another minute, which leaves us at currently 3 hours and 15 minutes to go. That timer is going to get below 3 hours. I will get to finish around 11 p.m. Fucking loving it. Yes, there is a poll. Please vote in the poll. Did Mikey Smith deserve to be slapped?
Just discuss me that on one side they can say the truth.
It's the same thing as don't do what I do. You know what I mean?
Believe what I say. Yeah, that's what they take. So that's why it's interesting, because something is going on here. There's a game being played. We are being played. So we have to focus on that. Don't let them bring you where they want. Like they want you to focus on the flat Earth and the proofs about the sun. But that don't fall in that trap. This is not for them.
You know what we want is some evidence that the Earth is flat. There isn't any
objective to discuss about the flat Earth. It is to divide us, to implode us, and to confuse us, and to make sure that we won't grow the way we should. You understand? So these people are like, you have to understand that. You have to analyze them for what they are. And when somebody lies to me like one time, twice, 3 times, that's it. It's over. I don't believe in anything he says. If he gives me the right time, I won't believe it. So that's the same thing. You have to make sure that these people are like totally out. You know that they're not true. They're not. If they're saying the truth, there's a purpose. They're dangerous for the community. That's it. They prove themselves being so. I'm working on making a video, a very, very strong video.
Well, open the window. It's getting warm.
Point after point, all these, and proving what they do and how they do it and what they say and how they say it. So soon hopefully I'll be able to finish it, because it's a big work. But it's important for us not to be fooled by these people, because they're like deceivers.
Is he going to stop waffling at any time?
All right, gentlemen. The next part of the debate is the rebuttals.
Yeah, this should be getting interesting.
Jaren 7 minutes to rebut.
Yeah, it should be. It's only taken you 1.5 hours to get through their 10-minute openers. Fuck's sake.
To what he just heard.
So this is just me presenting myself. Okay, gotcha. It's not asking questions. That'll be okay. Gotcha.
You're just going to respond to what Austin said.
Okay, thanks.
Let me add you to the full screen. All right, you're good.
Okay, so the issue I have there is that the way Austin's describing it, he's saying that if nobody can explain how something works, well, it doesn't mean it's not true. But we would never get to the truth if that were the case. If the case were that anything could be true, even if it doesn't have any explanation, doesn't explain anything, but somebody just says, well, I think it's true, because that's basically what he's saying, is that if we have different ideas on the shape of the Earth, he's saying it doesn't make a difference.
Guys, MC Toon has a command for you. Please click on that link and pull up the video on Will's channel in a separate tab. 6 minutes, we're going to go over there and have a watch party.
If one of them makes all the predictions and the other one makes none, simply because you don't know how it works, doesn't mean it's false. Oh, then that would be true for anything. So I think we live on a dog, and then you...
Sharon, but that's hypocritical. You believe gravity is real, correct? What is the cop-out we always get for gravity, guys? Well, it's the best explanation we have right now. We don't really know what it is or how, but that's the explanation we have. So therefore, gravity is real. But now it's not okay to say, well, we don't know how the sun works.
But so we know how gravity works, and we've got evidence of how it works. Because it fucking works.
Oh, what?
Mm-hmm.
That's hypocritical.
Of course.
Hey, Max, how you doing, mate?
Total nonsense.
You might say, well, that wouldn't work. How could we live on a dog? And I'd say, well, just because you don't understand how it works doesn't mean it's not true. So, I mean, we could do that forever. We could live on anything. And I mean, you have a group of things that you look at, and then you find out which one better matches the observations. Now, for me, the flat Earth better matches observations when you're talking about the Earth. It looks flat. It operates and appears flat. And everything we do is with the flat Earth. That's because no matter where you're at, it's flat. So you can treat the Earth completely and totally like it's a flat plane. And that's how you best do it. When you're flying a plane, when you're building a bridge, when you're building a canal. If you took the curvature of the Earth into account, it wouldn't make any sense because where we build is level.
Then why the hell are you claiming to be global, you dipshit?
Exactly.
He just explained that locally it appears flat because we're really fucking big, so we can treat it as flat because we're so small. You not understanding what he said is fucking hilarious. Jaren gets it. Yeah, locally you can treat it as flat. doesn't matter. Relative to the surface of the Earth, it seems flat. And for most purposes, we can treat it like that. Except when you want to go really long distances or build really, really long buildings, of course.
Exactly. Because one alleged observation.
You understand? This is all they play with confusion. They say everything at the opposite, and then that's how they, they're playing us for fools, and we're like, falling into this. We're losing our time with these people, believe me. But anyways, if we can understand what they have in mind.
Yeah, but you understand what he just said?
Yeah, of course.
He's just literally saying, yes, it's flat.
That's why everything these people say have no value. You understand? They have no value because they're like,
has no value to you guys because you're nowhere near enough intelligence to understand what's being said. Yeah, sorry about my face being all white, but I had to open the curtain and window because it was getting really fucking warm in here.
They deceive. They say everything in the opposite. They're playing us for fools. So everything they say have no value, unless you want to study them and understand what their end game is. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
But if not, it doesn't matter what I say. They're just like
Yeah. Insane.
There's a spirit level where we're at, and that is a level plane where it is. And yes, down the road that way or that way are not quite still level with where you're at, but that's not needed in any walk of life. We don't ever look down the way and say, oh, how do we line up with that? We just build a canal. We just build a bridge. We just build where we're at. We use a spirit level, and that's how it works on a sphere. You said that...
yeah, because of gravity, it all matches what gravity says. 3 minutes. Make sure you guys have another tab open on Will's channel and tell him that Craig says hello.
I guess where I was confused, if all observations match predictions, then that's where you live. So I don't know how to better explain this, is that if you're given a map of your apartment complex and you're asking, hey, where's the laundry room? And they say, here's the map. And outside of your door, they show a pool, but there's no pool in front of you. You can then at that point take the map back to the office and say this map is incorrect because it doesn't match observations. So we have a map like that. It's called the AE map, and it no longer matches the observations.
Well, you see, that's the issue. You're the one pushing the AE map. You have been this whole time. And what have we been saying to you for 10 years? Stop pushing the AE map.
But that's what the flat earth had. And it's what made him think he was a flat earther. He thought that was what the earth was.
Not to mention, that's just your word that you say that it doesn't match. That's your word.
Oh, come on. We've got CK Mama said, oh no, sorry. Aram Check says, why are you dressed up like a Proud Boy chud? I'm not. Proud Boys don't wear this colour. Proud Boys co-opted a Fred Perry shirt with that was just black with orange tips, which Fred Perry stopped selling to distance themselves from the Proud Boys. I like Fred Perry. I'm not going to stop wearing Fred Perry because some idiots also wore it. Fred Perry do not support the Proud Boys, and wearing Fred Perry does not make me a Proud Boy. It is a British a British brand that I am proud to support.
You lied, okay? Everyone has seen you for what you are. All these years of people in Antarctica, nobody put out any credible video, including you.
Yeah, there's been plenty of credible videos. You just ignored them because you're a fucking moron.
Including you. You didn't do it either, okay? NASA's got a station down there. There's been it's not a selling point at all for any tourism whatsoever. So what do you have? You mean to tell me that in all this time of people...
No selling point for tourism, apart from the tourists that went there, of course.
America, it took you jokers going with Will Duffy, a bunch of dishonest shit people going down there and claiming that they saw a 24-hour sun and bringing back...
Dishonest people that you used to love, that you used to have as a friend of yours, used to go on his channel, spend time with him, but as soon as he said the Earth's not flat, he's a dishonest person.
Less than reputable video that was torn apart immediately. What was...
You say it's less than reputable, but you've not done anything to display that. All right, guys, we are going to watch Will Duffy's premiere. Go and say hello in the chat. I'm going to quickly use the toilet. Be back in 2 seconds.
Pick it up, pick it up. potato. Watch the screen and wait for the show. What's revealed, we're dying to know. Is it dirt or a potato? Check it out. Dirt or potato? Yes, I'm right, let's go. Dirt or potato? It's the game that steals the show. Look at the picture, don't make a mistake. Is it a spud or is it a face? Out of the ground or from his own behind? Dirt or potato, what will you find? Right on!
Welcome
Mark,
to the final
£2 says,
experiments.
I'm Craig. I'm not racist.
The final
I'm like black
experiments
box right
are a
now.
preponderance of evidence against flat Earth. And the final experiments all confirm the globe. These experiments were all conducted in December of 2024 when 4 flat earthers and 4 globers went on a journey to Antarctica with me, Will Duffy. We spent time in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America, before flying to Antarctica. This entire trip allowed us to conduct historic experiments and captions promoted the Gleason's map of the world, which is an azimuthal equidistant projection.
He's right.
This map had the North Pole at the center and pushed the south to the outer perimeter of the known world. This made Antarctica an ice wall perimeter around all the world's continents, which served to hold in all the world's oceans. As flat earthers claim, water must have a container.
That's
it
because
also
flat earthers are
extends
dumb.
the entire southern hemisphere into a larger and larger area where on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together. This made being at the southern tip of South America and in Antarctica the perfect place to test flat Earth claims and also confirm the globe predictions. Every single flat Earth claim failed. Every flat Earth prediction was demonstrably false. The final experiments are meant to be taken collectively, just like evidence in a court of law. Undoubtedly, flat earthers will attempt to discredit individual experiments we did, while at the same time ignoring the rest. If they cannot provide an accurate map of the world and a working model that can account for the results of all of these final experiments collectively, that is because we do not live on a flat Earth. If they try to say these experiments are not actual experiments, but only observations, that is because they cannot reconcile our findings with a flat Earth. If they say that flat Earth does not make predictions, that is because making accurate and testable predictions based on a flat Earth is impossible because a flat Earth does not exist. You cannot make and test predictions based on something that is not real. Maps of the globe exist because the globe exists. The entire globe model exists because the globe exists. Countless globe predictions come true every single day, and countless future globe predictions will continue to happen exactly as predicted because the globe exists. If a flat earther tells you that there is no accurate flat Earth map and there is no working flat Earth model and that they don't make predictions, that is an implicit admission that a flat Earth does not exist, because you can map things that exist. You can model things that exist. And you can make very specific predictions that come true based on something that actually exists and is testable. I created the final experiment to give both sides, flat Earth and globe, an equal opportunity to prove their side. Only the globe side returned with evidence supporting their position. The globe side returned with tons of concrete evidence that both accurately matches the globe model and also falsifies flat Earth. This brings us to the distance between meridians, specifically southern meridians, which confirm that the Earth measures curved. Meridians, more commonly known as lines of longitude, are imaginary lines that run north and south on the Earth from pole to pole. And these lines of longitude represent one of the most significant differences between the globe and a flat Earth. As I already mentioned, on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together, eventually coming to a single geographic point, the South Pole. But on a flat Earth, everything south of the equator extends into a larger and larger area indefinitely. Here, flat earther Eric Dubé correctly assert what lines of longitude would do if we live on a globe versus a flat Earth.
If the Earth were a globe, lines of longitude would bubble out at the equator while converging at the poles, whereas if Earth is an extended plane, lines of longitude should simply expand straight outwards from the North Pole. So which is actually the case?
And that is the question. Which is actually the case? Do lines of longitude get closer together south of the equator, eventually converging at a geographic South Pole? Or do they diverge from one another, constantly increasing the distance between them as you head further south? Now, I need to mention something very important throughout this video, and that is what's known as the burden of proof. When someone makes a positive claim, the burden of proof lies with them to give evidence of and attempt to prove their positive claim.
If you make any positive claims, you have the burden of proof, right? If you say the Earth is flat, yeah, you have a burden of proof for that. Absolutely.
Austin is correct here. When a flat earther claims the Earth is flat, that is a positive claim. And so the burden of proof means they need to provide evidence that the Earth is flat. If you've noticed that flat earthers essentially refuse to do this, your observation is correct. When you ask a flat earther for evidence that the Earth is flat, they will undoubtedly revert to talking about the globe. So they have not satisfied the burden of proof for their positive claim that the Earth is flat. And they also go out of their way to avoid making positive claims in an attempt to escape the burden of proof and to avoid having to provide any evidence.
Hey Emma,
despite their
thank
calculated
you,
effort at not making any positive claims, they still make quite a few of them. One of the most repeated claims from flat earthers is that the Earth measures flat. This is another positive claim made by them, and you can't listen to flat Earth content very long before hearing them boldly state this claim that the Earth measures flat.
Right. To prove the Earth is flat, you don't need to speculate what's beyond 60 degrees south. You don't need to speculate what the sky is made out of. You just need to measure the Earth, and the Earth measures flat.
So I don't know what this thing was in Antarctica.
No, a single measurement.
I have no idea. But all I know is the Earth is measured flat.
We'll shove it right in your faces. It's flat. It measures flat. It photographs flat. It is flat.
The Earth measures flat. Literally.
Yes, everywhere you measure on this Earth is going to be flat.
Okay, so yeah, the Earth is measured flat.
Earth looks flat, tests flat, and measures flat.
Everything's measured flat.
The Earth is measured flat.
The Earth measures flat.
The surface of the Earth, again, measures flat.
The Earth is measured flat.
No matter what it is, the Earth still measures flat.
As I said, this is one of the most repeated claims by flat earthers. So who has the burden of proof here?
if you make any positive claims, you have the burden of proof.
Despite having heard this Earth measures flat claim myself countless times, something is glaringly missing. What would any rational person expect to accompany a claim that the Earth measures flat?
Some measurements?
That's right. Measurements. You know, evidence to back their claim. But flat earthers never seem to give any flat Earth measurements. They just make the claim that the Earth measures flat and leave it at that. And I'm not the only one who has noticed this.
When flat earthers say that they think that the Earth is flat, and they say things like Earth is measured flat, you ask them, can you provide the measurements? They never can. But, you know, they like to say it's measured flat, but when you ask for these measurements, you never get any. Monkey Cat Pat Pat says no matter what you do, it's always measured flat.
Monkey Cat Pat Pat.
Yeah, somehow, but they never produce these measurements. Because no person listens to Earth is measured flat and then thinks, oh, okay. Right? That's not it. That's not the end of it. Right? That's the claim. Next, show the measurements.
Earth is not a planet. Says Earth is measured flat as your heart is. Nathan Oakley, you fear most, don't you? You lie. You fear Nathan Oakley. This seems like a Poe. Are you a Poe? So the whenever a flat Earth is you know, they like to say this. Whenever they say that, the next thing is, okay, let's see the measurements. Right? Just saying things is not anything. You actually have to do the work. You have to provide the measurement.
Guys, make sure you also have the stream open.
Can we get back
video
to that?
open on Will's channel.
Did you ever
send a like over there?
Can you send the measurements, please?
I can't go get your measurements for you, partner. You got to do that yourself.
Yeah, you specifically made the claim that the Earth measures flat. Now you have the burden of evidence to support that claim. Go ahead.
No, that's not correct. You have the burden of.
I mean, you didn't present any measurements, so what are we supposed to do with your non-measurement?
Our measurements a lot when the Earth is measured flat, which is irrelevant. But you keep asking for measurements.
Say the Earth is flat, but don't have measurements of it.
You want complete measurements.
Say it all the time.
It's being measured flat.
So you say, but don't have any measurements.
And it's all flat, right? It's all measured flat, or whatever you want to call it.
That's your claim. So now it's on you to present the measurements.
All right, so you're just gonna say nuh-uh. All right, next. Do you
No,
think we went to the moon?
that hold on. That's not a nuh-uh. That's a normal thing. That's a normal thing that is part of a debate. That you make a claim, and then you have the burden of evidence. Now you have the burden of proof to show the measurements. Bring forth the measurements.
Lakes, easily.
Bring forth the measurements.
Like, what? You want me to do geometry on water? You want me to do algebra on water?
So it's very apparent that this claim from flat earthers, that the Earth measures flat, has no evidence to back it up. And a claim without evidence is just a claim. Now, there is one flat earther in particular who has made this very claim his sole battle cry. If you bring up any other talking point, he will avoid that and just incessantly tell you that the Earth is measured flat. And this one-trick pony actually received a call from a TFE participant while we were in Antarctica.
Oh, it's McToon. Is that the real McToon?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm in Antarctica. The sun did not set 24 hours.
You know Earth's measured flat, though,
Turns
right,
out,
Toon?
Hey, Nathan, you lied.
You know Earth's measured
Robert
flat, though, right,
Shortman lied.
Toon?
Yeah, you're a liar, Nathan. You're a liar. You said the sun sets. You lied. Caught you.
I lied about the sun. That doesn't change how Earth is measured. It's measured flat.
Oh, he admits he lied.
100% lied about the Earth.
I've asked him if he appreciates Earth's measured flat, and now he's rumpusing.
Nathan, stop talking. Stop changing the topic, Nathan.
Earth's measured flat, Toon, like in your challenge. Your elevation angles are flat Earth measurements, Toon.
Nathan, you said I would get turned away at gunpoint. I did not. I did not get...
I have not said anything of the sort, but we'll rattle them off. These claims of what I've said that Toon says. Notice they're not got quotes around them yet. Meanwhile, Toon's challenge
You
utilized a flat Earth
Nathan,
measurement.
You are changing the topic, Nathan. I am walking around outside in Antarctica right now.
Do you accept that Earth is measured flat?
Last night.
Do you
Listen
accept
to me,
that Earth
Nathan.
is measured flat?
You said the sun sets. You said that if people tried to go to Antarctica, they would get turned away at gunpoint.
I did not say that. Earth's measured flat and Toon doesn't want to communicate with me. His only tactic is to incessantly talk so he doesn't have to listen to anything I put to him.
If they don't immediately demand that you stop lying, you need to stop now, Nathan.
Yeah, I heard you. Okay, I'll
send me a clip of him saying that so I can play it.
I'll try and stop lying. Will you accept the Earth being measured flat with your angle measurements in your 10K challenge there, Toon?
Get off the internet. Stop putting your lies out there. You're running from the topic, Nathan.
Flat Earther Nathan Oakley's sacred mantra
Nathan
is the four-word phrase, Earth is measured flat. And he doesn't hide that this is his calculated tactic and encourages others to do the same.
But I want to do a call to action. I've said it 3 times and I'm going to reiterate it again. Yeah, this is the most empowering time since I've been in this subject. I've been here 10 years almost. And in that entire time, I cannot think of a single thing that is more empowering than the statements we're currently making in 2024. The Earth is measured flat. And as an audience, I hope
it's so dumb, though. It's not.
Say, go forth and tell people that. If you're going to engage in this discussion, start on the front foot by telling people how Earth is dealt with. It is flat.
Now, Nathan Oakley at least makes an attempt to give evidence for his claim. He says that elevation angles are flat Earth measurements. When MC Toon called him from Antarctica to let him know that the sun never set for an entire 24 hours and that we weren't turned away at gunpoint, Nathan Oakley immediately started saying the Earth measures flat and that MC Toon's challenge used flat Earth measurements. He's referring to MC Toon's Celestial Navigation Challenge. MC Toon has a Celestial Navigation Challenge where he will award $10,000 to any flat earther who can demonstrate how celestial navigation works on a flat Earth. No one has collected the prize money because we live on a globe and celestial navigation would not work on a flat Earth. And after Ruhif debated a flat earther on celestial navigation a couple years ago, and that flat earther was not able to even begin to show how celestial navigation works on a flat Earth, I highly doubt any flat earther will ever again consider debating this topic. And if celestial navigation worked on a flat Earth, there would be dozens of videos from flat earthers responding to MC Toon's challenge and demanding their $10,000 payout. So why then does Nathan Oakley claim that MC Toon's challenge uses flat Earth measurements? Well, he has concocted an argument that elevation angle measurements require a flat Earth. You may have even heard Nathan Oakley say that the globe came from flat Earth measurements.
Welcome to Flat Earth. Those latitude lines are measured on a flat baseline. A flat Earth, it's an elevation angle. Elevation from the surface, which...
I'd accidentally stopped the timer, so I don't know how long it's not been going for. Let me just make sure it's all working. Yep, right, that does it, right. Whoopsie. Right, there we go. That's all sorted. Need to remember not to fucking click out of that. Yeah, if you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have noticed, guys. Right, so where are we? We're 6 hours 20 in. And there's 3 hours, below 3 hours on the timer. So it looks like I'll be finishing around 11 p.m. I love it.
She's flat, it's an angle. Earth's measured flat for those lines you don't deny. The measurement of. What I do care about is elevation angles, which we measure the Earth with and then map the Earth with and survey the Earth with. Horizontal planes of reference. That's how we measure Earth. I'm here as a flat earther and telling you how Earth's measured. Flat.
His argument is completely false, and nothing could be further from the truth. He thinks there are triangles used in celestial navigation, and he thinks the Earth is the baseline when taking elevation angles. And he will frequently put up pictures of triangles as he repeats his sacred mantra, Earth is measured flat, Earth is measured flat. There's just one massive problem. There are no triangles with celestial navigation, and the Earth is not the baseline for elevation angle measurements. His entire argument collapses from the very beginning. Anyone who has done celestial navigation or used a sextant knows there are no triangles used in the process. And they also know that the baseline for the elevation angle never touches the Earth, as it's an angle created by the observer's horizontal and whatever the observer is looking at. The observer's horizontal is above the surface of the Earth at the point where he or she is standing, and is above the horizon away from the observer as the Earth dips down from the observer in all directions. The mere fact that there are no triangles used when it comes to celestial navigation, and the fact that the Earth is not the baseline when taking elevation angles, means Nathan Oakley's argument falls completely flat. Pun intended. One other argument you will hear him make is that you need a horizontal plane for celestial navigation and obtaining elevation angles. And what he seems to have forgotten is that the horizontal plane in celestial navigation is imaginary. Yes, the horizontal plane used when taking an elevation angle is imaginary. And that's because a horizontal plane does not exist on the actual surface of the Earth. There is not a single horizontal plane anywhere on our natural Earth. On land, you have terrain, such as hills, mountains, and valleys. So you won't find a horizontal plane anywhere on the land. And the ocean has tides and waves and is in constant motion, so no horizontal plane there either. But more importantly, if you are using a sextant at sea and you use the horizon as your stable reference point for celestial navigation and obtaining an elevation angle, you have to apply a dip correction because the horizon drops in all directions away from you. Again, this is because we live on a sphere and because the observer's horizontal is above the visible horizon. This reminds me of yet another positive claim made by flat earthers, which is that the horizon rises to eye level.
The horizon rises to your eye level.
The horizon is flat and rises towards eye level.
The horizon rises to eye level.
The horizon rises along with the observer, no matter how high.
The model on the right shows what would happen on a flat Earth as the horizon rises to eye level.
But since we are on a flat plane, you have to see that the horizon rises to the eye level.
So add this to the growing list of positive claims made by flat earthers, which gives them the burden of proof.
If you make any positive claims, you have the burden of proof.
And this is yet another positive claim to which they fail to ever give any evidence or measurements in an attempt to prove their claim.
I like sextants.
In reality, there is what's known as the dip of the horizon. And this is where the horizon does the exact opposite of what flat earthers claim it does, and it drops as you increase in altitude. And this is exactly what the globe predicts. This can be seen with relatively inexpensive surveying equipment, as Ruhib
I'd say I'm
demonstrated
accidentally
here
timing dick out,
using an
but I'm
auto
not doing it on
level.
purpose.
As you can see, as he went higher in altitude, the horizon dropped. And anyone can do this themselves with a simple device that can be made for just a few dollars at your local hardware store. The results are always the same.
Yes,
the horizon drops the higher the observer. And the flat earth claim that the horizon rises to eye level is demonstrably false. So this is
Clive, you're in
why
sixth place,
the
dude.
horizontal plane used in celestial navigation and for elevation angles is imaginary. It does not exist. And this is why when you use the horizon to measure an elevation angle, you must also use a dip correction to account for the height of the observer and the dip of the horizon, because we live on a sphere. Seeing as Nathan Oakley's only argument is false on its face, I'm not sure what else he has left. This might explain why he recently came out offering to come on other YouTube channels.
Wait, he recently came out? Ooh.
Channels for a fee.
I'm going to tell you about the 3 ways you can get in contact and communicate.
The fuck is that? Is that a human? What is wrong with Nathan Oakley?
Okay, with Nathan Oakley. Number 1, you can join my live streams weekdays at 2 p.m. for free. Number 2, you can pay me to come onto your show. Get in touch at nathanoakley1980@aol.com and we can arrange a fee for me to be on your show.
It looks like Uncle
A former
Fester
flat
under
earther,
chemotherapy.
Ranty, who runs the YouTube channel Auditing the Absurd, accepted his offer and told Nathan Oakley that he would have Oakley on his Auditing the Absurd channel and would gladly pay his fee. And despite literally just making this offer a couple weeks ago, Oakley won't do it. In response to Ranty's willingness to accept Oakley's own offer to come on another channel for a fee and his willingness to pay Oakley his fee, Oakley declined. And his response was so vile, I can't even show it, as FTFE is a family-friendly channel. Does that remind you of anything? It's so similar to all those flat earthers, including Nathan Oakley himself, who turned down all expenses paid trips to come to Antarctica with TFE. Flat earthers said for years that Antarctica held the key to the truth about the world we live in. They said for years that they wanted to go to Antarctica to show the world the truth. And they said that this whole debate could be settled by simply going to Antarctica and seeing what the sun does. But as soon as I announced the final experiment would go to Antarctica and that I would be paying for participants from both sides to participate, the flat earthers quickly changed their tune. So many of them turned down the opportunity, even at no out-of-pocket cost to them. This is eerily similar to what has transpired between Oakley and Ranty. Oakley says he will come on other channels for a fee. Ranty accepts his offer and agrees to pay his fee, and now he won't do it. What does this tell you? I think it's obvious. Since flat earthers have no evidence for their claims that the earth is flat, that the earth is measured flat, and that the horizon rises to eye level, where do they go from here? Well, they have yet another positive claim, which was briefly mentioned at the beginning of this video.
Yes, in the step,
and that's the claim that if we live on a flat earth, lines of longitude would diverge indefinitely. That lines of longitude would get further and further apart as you travel south.
And on our planar Earth, lines of longitude only converge upon the North Pole center point and project out straight southwards from there.
Once again, this is a positive claim made by flat earthers, and so they have the burden of proof.
If you make any positive claims, you have the burden of proof.
What evidence do they have that the distance between meridians increases more and more as you head south? Surprise! Once again, they make this positive claim without providing any evidence or any measurements. They don't even make an attempt at satisfying the burden of proof here, and I think it's clear why. Well, in fairness, the globe makes a positive claim here, too.
And we give evidence.
The globe claims that lines of longitude converge, get closer together as you head south of the equator. The globe says that the meridians keep getting closer and closer together, eventually meeting at the geographic South Pole. This is the globe's positive claim,
on its skin.
And therefore the burden of proof lies with the globe side to provide evidence and measurements for this claim. And I'm extremely excited to announce that the globe team took those measurements as part of TFE. We took measurements in both Punta Arenas, Chile, and Union Glacier, Antarctica. Spoiler alert, the Earth measures curved.
Ba-dum-dum.
Our hotel in Chile was located on a street that had a long stretch running almost due east and west. And we used both a GPS unit and trundle wheel to measure an east to west distance. We were so far south, near 53 degrees south, that distances between lines of longitude are significantly shorter compared to at the equator. Contrast that to the flat Earth model, which would require very significant distances between meridians that far south. Based on a globe radius of 6,371 kilometers, the globe model predicts a distance of approximately 67 kilometers between lines of longitude.
Will, stop it. It's already dead.
At our location right at 53 degrees south. Contrast that to a flat Earth as represented by Gleason's map, which predicts a distance of approximately 278 kilometers between lines of longitude that far south. This is a difference between the two models of almost 211 kilometers, which is over 131 miles. To be clear,
like a globe
if
says.
the Earth is flat, the distance between lines of longitude at 53 degrees south of the equator should be a whopping 131 miles greater than what the globe model predicts. This is such a significant difference that it should be very easy to determine which model is correct, and with numbers this varied, both cannot be right. We found the longest stretch we could find where we could walk directly due east and west in a straight line. And we walked it 4 times with both a GPS unit.
Oh, yeah.
And
Look at you showing off with both your working legs. Oh, just rub it fucking in. Cunts.
Wheel. Based on the globe model with an R value of 6371, the distance we traveled between the meridians should be approximately 263 meters. And on a flat Earth, that distance should be 1,100 meters. After taking the measurement 4 times, the average distance was 265 meters. That means the globe model's prediction and our measurements had an error magnitude of 0.99. An error magnitude of 1.0 means the results were identical to the prediction. And the error magnitude for the flat Earth prediction was 4.14. This means the flat Earth prediction was over 4 times greater than what we find in reality. What does this mean?
Earth's not flat.
The Earth measures curved. And unlike the flat Earth side, who have no measurements or data showing that Earth is measured flat, we have the measurements and data confirming that Earth measures curved. Flat Earthers can no longer say the Earth measures flat when they've been shown this data from TFE. Their debunked claim is nothing more than a baseless claim. As we planned on traveling even further south to close to 80 degrees south in Antarctica, this means the lines of longitude would get even closer together on the globe and even further apart on a flat Earth. At Union Glacier Camp in Antarctica, the globe model predicted just 19.8 kilometers between lines of longitude where we were between 79 and 80 degrees south. Contrast that to the flat Earth model, which predicts 329 kilometers between lines of longitude at that location.
I don't let Greg.
This is a staggering difference in prediction of almost 310 kilometers, which is over 192 miles. After finding a groomed area that was safe for us to take measurements without the risk of falling into a crevasse, we again walked and took 4 measurements with a GPS unit and trundle wheel. Based on the globe model with an R value of 6371, the distance between meridians should be approximately 68 meters. And on a flat Earth, that distance should be 1,130 meters. The trundle wheel really struggled on the compacted snow and ice. And despite that, we measured an average of 63 meters.
Of course I will.
This, of course, aligns way closer with the globe model, but did have an error magnitude of 1.08. So we took one more measurement with a laser rangefinder, which helped us overcome the struggle with the trundle wheel, and got a measurement of 67.64 meters.
Oh, look at that.
Just 3 centimeters off from the globe's prediction.
Oh, I'd love to, Orion Cooper.
And the flat Earth prediction was way off, this time with an error magnitude of over 16. The numbers don't lie. The Earth measures curved. The Earth measures curved. Now, the globe has a symmetry between the northern and southern hemispheres, a symmetry that would never exist on a flat Earth. And so the icing on the cake would be if we could also get a measurement at 53 degrees north of the equator.
You know, tomorrow
to
Oakley's going to cover
with
this,
our
right?
measurements at 53 degrees south. As chance would have it, someone on the TFE Globe team just so happens to live right near 53 degrees north.
Hello everybody, hope you're doing well and thanks for joining us for another video.
53 degrees north runs straight through England, which happens to be Dave McKeegan's and Rusty's backyard. So Dave found a long stretch of road that ran due east and west and measured again with a GPS unit and trundle wheel. And again, since there is global symmetry between the northern and southern hemispheres, the globe's prediction for distance
I would have done it,
lines
but, you know,
of
I can't
longitude
fucking walk.
at 53 degrees north was also approximately 67 kilometers, just like at 53 degrees south. Based on the globe model with an R value of 6371, this long stretch of road should cover 359 meters of distance between meridians. And Dave's trundle wheel ended up at 363.2 meters. This is an error magnitude again of 0.99. Why? Because the Earth measures curved.
Dun, dun,
The
dun.
Earth measures curved, and that positive claim by the globe side has solid evidence to back it up.
Including
Our
measurements.
burden of proof has been met with actual, physical, verifiable, repeatable measurements. One side has baseless claims, the other has rigorous data. And the reason for this is clear. The Earth measures curved. There is a link in the description below to all of our original data. Now it's my turn to make a prediction. And since flat earthers have no measurements or data to back
So
up their
tighten up
positive
Cheswick now.
claim that the Earth is measured flat, I predict they are going to start simply saying that the Earth looks flat, that it appears flat.
Oh, they already say that,
you
Will.
can't see any curvature with the naked eye. And here's why that's a really bad argument, and why flat earthers of all people should know better. First, the globe model does not claim that the world should appear curved from the surface. The globe model does not say that when you look out over the ocean, you should see left to right curvature. In fact, the globe model says you
Got
should
dick again.
not see curvature, and that's due to both the size and shape of the globe. But what else flat earthers have missed is even more important. And it was written down thousands of years ago. Proverbs 25:2 says, "It is the glory of God to conceal a matter, but the glory of kings is to search out a matter." God cloaked his creation in mystery, and that was for our benefit. We are supposed to search out his creation, and what an incredibly exciting proposition. Can anything be more exciting than exploring and learning more about the world we live in? The Earth indeed appears flat from the surface, just as the globe model predicts, but the actual shape of the Earth, the beautiful sphere we live on, was concealed by God for us to figure out.
I mean, I disagree
And
with that.
we are
It's not
now
really
living
concealed.
in the 21st century. Incredibly
Thank you, Big
fortunate
Pete. Appreciate
to
it.
be on the side of history that has uncovered this great mystery. And I look forward to what great mysteries we will solve next. I originally created the final experiment, specifically to observe and record the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. But every step of the way through our journey, other flat Earth predictions kept being falsified, and the globe model was confirmed over and over and over again. Make sure to check out all of these in our other videos in the final.
Guys, make sure you are subscribed to the final experiment. Just one more time out for Dick Wayne there. Gets 24 hours this time. Right, back to the absolute stupid after this quick intermission. Why is that so quiet? Right, back in 2 secs.
Your own hypocrisy. Why the heck do you bother? You can handle the heat. Mute button's your best friend cause you can't admit defeat. The earth's not flipping flat and the sun still shines at night. So take your spammy nonsense and just vanish from my sight. Every time you're losing, try to change the score. Screaming at your audience and slamming every door. Claim to seek the truth. We all know this is fake. You just love the sound of your voice. It's more than we can take. Every time you're losing, you just try and change the score. Screaming at your audience and slamming every door. You claim to seek the truth, but we all know that's fake. You just love the sound of your voice. It's more than we can take. Hey Nathan, remember MC2 and asked about the guns? Screaming at your audience and you dodged it like a chump. Change the topic, hit mute, and hope no one would see. Too proud the world laughing at your fantasy. Where are the guns I thought? What the heck are they? You muted every answer, but the truth won't go away. There's no guns within just your fragile little shell. And every fact you run from drags you closer down to. Oh, you know where the guns they got. Where the heck are they? No guns they just your mute button and your lies. Ain't been needed. You're not just full of it. You're drowning in it, mic drop. Bye. Thanks for playing. Welcome to the Gliob. You've just been glow smacked. Bye.
Can't go to Antarctica? I'm in Antarctica. Nathan, you got caught lying. That was beautiful. I talked to you about Antarctica. You deflected to measurements. You are a scum liar. Every single one of your dumb followers needs to look at their lives and realize Nathan Oakley is a liar.
He is. Nathan Oakley is a big fat fucking liar. He's a phony! He's a big fat phony! Right, so we've got Mr. Peeps Flat Earth Playground in the chat that says I am ducking them and they want to debate me. Now let's have a look at who this is. Mr. Meeps Flat Earth Playground. Let's do a protest.
Hello there and welcome everyone to our channel Mr. Meep. Today we're here to talk about the flat earth theory and expose the truth about the shape of the earth. We believe that what you've been taught about the globe shape is a lie, and we're here to prove it with actual scientific facts. So please grab a seat, get comfy, and get ready to have your mind blown. All floating in space up half.
Yeah, what do you guys reckon? Po or no? I mean, they're welcome to come on. Just send me an email and I'll get you on. Mr. Svensson for 20 secs says push it. And then he says for another 20 secs, I'm trading secs for push-ups. Yes, if you guys get to the super chat goal in the next hour and 20 minutes, I'll do 100 push-ups. Because why not? No, it's not Mr. Meeseeks. He's Mr. Meeps. But send me an email and we'll get you on. FightTheFlatEarth@gmail.com. Where's my email, Mr. Meeps?
Okay, you lot, listen up. Maybe option, and at the end we will reveal startling evidence that the sun is not millions of miles away but is right. See how I would do it if the footage, definitely the light is following the sun. Wondering how
the actual fuck is this? So he's done one video. So he's a religious nut. He's got the intro and then he's got that. That's it. Wonderful. Yes. Get that email to me, Mr. Meeps. Oh dear Lord, he's acting like he's an actual puppet. He actually looks like a puppet I used to have on one of my old channels. Herb. So, here's going to be a first. I will be debating a puppet. Wait, that's not a first. I debate puppets all the time. Email me, bitch.
Is your response to throw a tantrum and call everyone that has supported you names? Wow.
No, he responded to the things that were being said to him. Yeah, anyway, so we have been going for 6 hours and 49 minutes, and there is still 2 hours and 30 minutes on the timer. When it started at 45 minutes. Yeah, that's not how time works. You're right, Emma. So, I was about to say there's only 2.5 hours left, but watch that number go up. Thank you, Rubik's. I appreciate it. You can't. Rubik's, of course, I met live in New Jersey, and I hope to meet again very soon. Thank you very much for that incredibly generous donation. And if you just became a member, say thank you to Rubik's. So we still have 3 hours and 30 minutes to go. So this stream will finish around 9, 10, 11, 12, around about midnight, midnight, because there's clearly not going to go longer than that, right? Hey Meeps, where's my email? That's incredibly, honestly, it's insanely generous, Rubik's. We just need another 28 super chats in the next hour and 15 minutes. And I'll do 100 push-ups on stream.
But you see what I'm saying? You can use the AE map for certain things, what it's made for. But it's usually strawmanned, and TFE has strawmanned the AE map.
Yeah, you can use the AE map for pretty much nothing, really. It's not really useful for navigating or anything like that. It doesn't depict the shape of the Earth. Just a projection.
The problem with Jaren is he used the AE map always as like the flat Earth model, quote unquote. And the whole time, what have we been telling him for years now? Stop reifying the map into a model.
That's not what reifying means. You can't reify a map into a model. You reify something when you take like a model or a map and claim its reality. It's almost like he understands half of English. Like, I know he's South African, but isn't English his first language? It's a Rubik's for $2 says, I got paid today, if you can't tell. Well, thank you very much. I am literally being supported by NASA. Right. So, okay, so I need another £4 of super chats to add another minute. Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Don't you dare add any more, because I'll set fire to your home. I don't have an email, Mr. Meeps. We're waiting. I will have to, Rubik's. It's like literally my priority, but life has been fucking crazy, and I'm sure you're aware.
We've been saying this to him for years. Now he's going around and saying, oh, well, it's been falsified. No, it's a damn map.
Yep.
Okay? Maps
we are all subject and relegated to the maps that are provided. Okay?
Well, why don't you just make one that shows the shape of the Earth and where all the continents are? Oh, we've got one. What? It's a globe? Oh, weird. Guys, I'm genuinely blown away by the support. I can't thank you enough. It's absolutely insane.
Jaren's not a cartographer. Keith's not a cartographer. I'm not a cartographer. Okay? No one here is going to be out there mapping the entire world. So we have what? We have maps.
Right, so because you're lazy and can't bother to learn a skill to prove your assumption, we just have to ignore the people that have got that skill and have actually measured it? Right, okay then.
Have been provided to us by the system.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so get off your damn map. You don't live on a map.
That's exactly what I'm saying, yeah.
Actual physics destroys the globe claim. 100%.
Look, Som, you wouldn't understand physics if it kicked you in your chong-looking motherfucking face. Seriously, dude.
You don't need to worry about what a map on large scale does, because no one uses maps on large scale to travel. It's anybody where you travel, you use sectional maps. Large scale to travel. A map on large scale does, because no one uses maps on large scale to travel. It's anybody where
no one uses maps on large scale to travel. My brain just short-circuited from that.
Where you travel, you use sectional maps, because it's sections in a...
Mr. Meeps, the Flat Earth Playground, my email is fighttheflatearth@gmail.com. I know that your brain is like a puppet. Guys, is Mr. Meeps a Poe? Let's have a look. Let's see what everyone's Poe senses say. Funny, I don't have an email yet. Bit weird.
A certain area, because then it's the most accurate. Even when you do navigation over the oceans, they have maps in sections for a reason. They even have different scales when they get closer to the shoreline, because scale tells a different story. So when they come and say, oh, but you see this map, AE map that they're claiming, is so inaccurate further out. No shit, Sherlock, it's not made to be accurate further out. Okay?
Yeah.
Nobody uses one map. They use maps.
That's right. That's right. I bring that up all the time. I say, oh,
yeah, and if you take those sectional maps, you put them together, oh shit, they're curved. Only MC Toon proved that already, like 6-7 years ago. Pat in the chat for £10, well $10, kind of fake money but close, says, I have a map of the US's actual size. It says 1 mile equals 1 mile. When people ask me where I live, I say A5. It's a pain to fold. If you know, you know. Thank you, Pat. Add in a minute to the timer. There we go. Here's an amazing app that Planner Walk has made, which I accidentally exited, so it didn't. It stopped capturing the list, but hey, it's all there. It's fine. Valentin Daniel became a member. Welcome to Scrappers. Another 3 minutes added. Then we got Mr. Svensson with 26. Says Meeps is a po or poo. And that actually takes up enough to add another minute. Hey Meeps, still waiting for your email. And so far most people think you're a po or poo, one of the two.
Oh, you do a lot of world traveling using a world map, hey? Really? Nobody uses a world map for navigation. No one. That's stupid.
Apart from planes.
That'd be like, in your solar system. Use a map of your solar system to get to California. What the hell?
And this is always, that's why we keep trying to point out they use the straw man, and they know it's a dishonest straw man, and they always bring it up.
Yep.
And the fact that Jaren literally is doing that the same shows his dishonesty.
Therefore, you can take it back to the office and say, hey, this map doesn't work anymore. And then you
Some
can take the
give
globe and you
stoners
can
a
say, well, how
bad
about this
name.
one? And Austin mentioned going down to 80 degrees and seeing Punta Arenas and blah, blah, blah. And then he said, but that doesn't mean that the Earth's a sphere. Well, what it points out is that every single location that you or I have ever been to, and I dare say every single location that anybody watching this debate has been to, matches the observations given to us by mapping the Earth on a sphere.
False. When I did my observation of the sun in December, it was about 4 to 5 degrees off of what the globe says.
Yeah.
Okay? That's an actual observation.
Of a knowledgeable prediction.
So the only thing that observation showed was false. When I did my observation of the sun in December.
Oh, the one you lied about the position you were facing. Yes, Andrew Johnson covered that.
About 4 to 5 degrees off of what the globe says.
Yeah.
Okay?
Wait, I have an email. Hold on. Right. He says, The Craig, can you be ready this month to tackle your final boss? Can you tackle the greatest one? The ultimate truth bringer? Your time is coming to a close, my friend. Who'd have thought it would be me? The great Mr. Meep, who would be your undoing. Come on, boys and girls. Let's have a go. And come on, boys and girls, let's go have a cookie while the bad man decides his fate. Well, I guess I have to load up Zoom to get another moron on. Pay attention to your email because there will be a link incoming. There you go, Mr. Meeps. You have the link. Okay. No, why is split camera coming up? I don't want that. There we go. Right, so the new moron has the link. Wait to see if he joins. I just want to once again say thank you guys for supporting this stupidly long stream that I am doing. I've only been going for 7 hours as it stands. Yes, 7 hours. So, yeah. And there's still 3 hours, 24 minutes on the time. Something's not right again. Valentine Daniel for £10 says, it's not a new membership, it just renews today, but I'm happy to add 3 minutes to the timer. Oh, well, that's fortuitous. And that £10 also adds another minute to the timer. Yes, Rubik's only 7 so far. I like how it looks from the back. Oh, I'm getting dings. Hold on, just need to send a link to somebody. Come on, Mr. Meeps, we're waiting for you. Plastic Citizen also became a new member, adding another 3 minutes. I can't believe that I've already gained 175 new members. That is absolutely incredible. Pardon me. But I'm absolutely sure there will be no new members because this is, ridiculous. And the stream will end in 3.5 hours, which would make it a 10.5-hour stream, which is ridiculous, actually. Come on, Mr. Meeps, we are waiting for you. Just saying. Flerf. It's me. Wait, that one point up and this one point... No, that one point up and this one point down. Yeah, it's me. The Stayer says the most compelling evidence for the globe is that flat earthers exist. Thank you, Plastic Citizen. I really appreciate it. Where are you, dude? Mr. Meeps, why are you in the chat? I've sent you a link to join. Why is this not working? Oh, Signal Step gifted another 10 memberships. Thank you very much, my friend. My page has just crashed. Bear with me. Come on, Meeps. You're hanging around in my chat saying shit. Why don't you just get in here? Guys, you all saw me send the link to him. We're waiting. Well, I guess we'll carry on listening to the derp until you're brave enough to join. Thanks to that most recent donation by Signal Step. We are now back up to 3 hours and 54 minutes, so still another 4 hours to go.
Actual observation. So the only thing that observation showed was the prediction based on your sphere is wrong. Does it either prove a globe or a flat earth? No, it doesn't.
Well, it didn't show that in the slightest. It showed that you don't understand how to do a proper scientific experiment and face the right fucking direction.
It doesn't. What it does prove is the prediction made by your heliocentric globe cult belief system is false. Simple as that.
No.
Again, nothing in the sky is going to predict, or how can I say, dictate what the ground is. He even said himself, everything observed is flat. Everything we use is flat. But now he wants to go to larger scale that has nothing to do with local, where we are literally local beings, and saying, oh, well, I can't explain this locally, so therefore it has to be a globe. Let's just ignore the other 99 things I just said requires flat earth.
Nothing you said requires flat earth. The only flat thing here is your brain. More smooth than flat, though, to be honest.
Really idiotic. And then he wants to say why we say he's sold out.
Dave McKeegan makes a very good point. All observations fit flat Earth after you delete 11 frames.
It does not match any flat plane, doesn't match any cylinder or pyramid. It matches a sphere. The Earth is mapped on a sphere. You can call any of your friends, no matter where they live, and ask them, hey, can you go check and see if the sunrise, sunset comport to this model and this prediction? And their answer every single time will be yes. We have Google Earth, which has never been disproven by one person. Doesn't.
Yeah, you know, Google Earth is just based on observation through centuries. Literally data taken and placed. That's it.
Yes, exactly. Based on observations and data through centuries that then show the Earth's a fucking globe. We're not the same species. We can't be. I refuse to believe it. Oh, Mr. Meeps is like, I will be back shortly, just after I send in the link to join. Typical.
Do you know that eclipses were based on thousands of years of observations by flat Earth civilizations? Did they require the globe for these guys? No, the solar cycles are built on observation. That's it. You guys just back engineered it with math for your...
No, we didn't back engineer anything. We made a much more accurate map of the stars and the suns using the globe.
Your sphere and say, oh, look guys, look how smart we are.
Yeah, JB, I remember when Fakatsoid said he would no longer deal with Flat Earth on his channel. That was something he definitely said. And now look.
So let's put it this way. If you guys see a red car come past you every day at 5:06 in the morning, in the weekday.
Hold on. I'm pretty sure something extremely stupid's about to be said.
Is it logical to conclude that next week when you stand, you'll see that same red car come past at 5:06 in the morning?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's logical. Now, does that mean you made a prediction based on shape of the Earth or based on logical observation?
What is the car
That's what
got
the
to
sky
do with
is.
the shape of the
All
Earth?
the sun's positions in that time of year.
Yeah, that was dumb. No. A car wouldn't tell us anything about the shape of the Earth. Well, actually, the odometer probably would, but anyway. I can't. Right, the stream's done. I'm going. Bye. No, the stupid burns. Mr. Meeps, scared to join.
And location is literally linked by data, by people observing through the centuries, through all the thousands of years we've been alive.
Yep.
Simple as that.
Yep. It's like, oh, suppose I see that car go by Monday through Saturday. Goes by. And then shortly after that car goes by, my mail gets delivered. Okay. Now, does that mean that red car passing by my house caused the mail to be delivered?
No one's saying that.
No, it doesn't. It's just some guy going to work Monday through Saturday, and the mail comes Monday through Saturday around the same time. One had nothing to do with the other at all.
Yeah. It's just correlation.
And
this is what happened to me when I was on Globebusters that time.
How to do
This
analogies.
exact argument to Jaren about the sun. And then the whole Globebusters attacked me because I brought this exact argument up to them.
Don't throw shade on our club, man.
Mm-hmm.
We're the cool kid club, and you're making waves.
Invite me to chat, all happy-dappy. As soon as I don't agree with you guys, and then I give this a logical argument, and then attacked me and ended up muting me.
Yeah,
and
sorry,
kicking me.
Mr. Rogue. I can.
Get the angles of the sunrise and sunset wrong. It gets them right, and it's based on a sphere model. You talked about the celestial theodolite, but you need stellarium to even talk about it. So again, now you're using a globe Earth spherical system in order to tell me that the Earth is flat by using the numbers that the sphere system gives you. I'm not even going to go down that road. That seems to be preposterous on its face.
Dumb as fuck.
Electrical field on the Earth. I don't know what you mean by linear distribution. You mean that it's, I guess I don't know what you mean. It goes up in a linear fashion, I guess is what you mean. So I don't know why that wouldn't work on a sphere. As I said, wherever you're at is level. So therefore, above my head would be a linear progression of electrical field. Doesn't make a difference if the Earth's a sphere because it doesn't matter for where I'm at. You said we went south. We had
everywhere you stand, that linear distribution that doesn't exist the way that it says would be above you. Skip down the road says, I think he might be retarded. You're right. He definitely is. Hey, Ranty, how you doing, buddy boy? Or auditing the absurd. Not Ranty anymore.
Had a giant sheet of ice? Yeah, we did. But you have to remember, we saw the sun south of us. And that refutes any flat Earth that's ever existed and will ever exist. That's the thing that people don't realize about this flat Earth. There'll never be another map, not for the rest of your life, not for the rest of your children's lives. There is no other way to map the Earth on a flat plane other than the AE map. That's it. And once the AE map has been...
That is total nonsense. Now he's just making a whole bunch of claims.
Yeah, I don't really know what Jaron meant by that, because you can map the Earth many different ways flat. You know, any projection to any shape, you know? Like the Mercator map. It's not the AE map, so I don't really know what Jaron means there.
That he cannot back up? Because the AE map is just a representation on a larger scale. That's it.
It's a representation on a larger scale of what? Of what, Flatsoid?
Falsified. We're done. It's time to get out. So you can go back to the drawing board if you want and play around. I did that for 6 months and realized that's it. There's no more. If the sun circles in Antarctica, then it matches all observations of the sphere, and that's what it did. And the you said about the firming, the consequent. Where I'm confused on that is, haven't you said before, and Nathan Oakley and many people, they all say that the R value has been falsified, that the globe has been falsified. When you ask them why, they say if the Earth is a sphere, a blankety blankety blank, and right, and then it's distance to the horizon is.
Bradley Goodman, my friend, how the devil are you? It's amazing to see you here, my friend. Bradley is one of my good friends from when I grew up. And hello, Bradley, how are you? Just to let you know what's happening during this stream. We started 7 hours ago with a 45-minute timer. Every new member adds 3 minutes. So yeah, I'm probably never going to finish this stream, but it's awesome to see you, dude. How are you? Strong, Brad. Love it.
1.22 times the square root of right. Then the Earth's. So then they're doing the same thing. So now.
No, this is based on your globe positive claim. The radius, the if value of the radius, is based on your globe's radius value you give. So what's happening is saying, guys, if we accept your radius value, therefore this would show this. It doesn't show this. Therefore, your if radius value is wrong. Literally showing he doesn't understand modus tollens.
Well, but in the sense,
No, he's pointing out that that's just as affirming the consequent as what Whitsitt is saying. Well, in fact, it is more than what Whitsitt is saying. Dave, right, I'm going to have to do a video about how they count analogy. Dave McKeegan says, Jaron has said a few times about the map, to try and build a new flat Earth map, you know, the order of the land masses and you can circle around it, so you always end up back with the AE. Well, yeah, but like, that's not the only way to map it out flat, is it? But yeah, I get what you're saying.
Confuse people. That's what he's doing. He's just like confusing people with his gibberish. Forget about that guy, man. Believe me. They're just like...
Yeah, Bradley, Signal Steph asks, if you're my real friend, why aren't you spelling my name correctly? You know, Kregg.
Deceivers.
I mean, I used to think Jaron was a bit stupid when he was a flat earther, but now he's just like elevated dumbness.
Flatzoid, you told me that submarine gravity gradient navigation was sensing density, right? That was your words to me. You have no right to call anyone dumb. I am surprised you can tie your shoelaces. In fact, you probably have Velcro and struggle with that. Flatzoid, the reason you're wearing a baseball cap is because there's no structure inside your head to hold it up. So the cap's keeping it contained. Just that empty void. Like, the irony is actually insane. That you, that think the Earth is flat, are calling him this dumb.
But I mean, I saw the same with Ranty when he did that nonsense of his. He used to fight all the time for perspective and optical phenomena. As soon as he became a glober, he all of a sudden didn't know what optical means, didn't know what perspective means.
No, Ranty, or Auditing the Observed, hello in the chat, once again, actually took the evidence that he was presented with and gathered himself and made a conclusion. and actually then started understanding what perspective was. Ranty had a successful operation, and we reinserted his brain.
Yeah. Right.
Weird.
Do it, Ranty.
How the number one evidence of the flat Earth that you guys use, the black swan, is an affirming the consequent. You just said that. If it's not, then why can't somebody say, if the Earth is a sphere and the sun does this, then we would see this in the south, and we see that, therefore the Earth is a sphere. If that's not allowed, then neither is saying that the horizon is a little bit higher than it should be on that black swan. Which, by the way, I believe that guy Bo, who did that observation, says that he went out there every day for 6 months, and then he saw that observation. So now the flat Earth is using a 1 day out of 6 month observation and going around telling people that that's proof that the Earth is...
The fact is, Jaron, that the horizon is an optical phenomena. That's the whole point of the black swan. You guys claim the horizon.
Everything is an optical phenomenon because of the way we see, right? Even my hand in front of my face here, right? I'm not seeing my hand exactly where it is at the exact point in time. It's like, I don't know, 10 petoseconds in the past. And the atmosphere in here is probably varied because it's warm and there's a breeze. So there's going to be slight refraction. So I'm not seeing my hand 100% exactly where it is either. Very fucking close. That's how seeing works. Everything is optical. But the fact that we can successfully predict the position of the horizon when we know the refractive conditions shows that it's actually a physical thing that we are seeing optically, because that's how physical and seeing works. Why am I explaining this? You're an adult, for Catzoid.
Horizon is a physical place on a sphere. How else do we make this clear? This is why people hate my Red's rhetoric video. That's what I hate when I took the inferior mirage away. Because what they say, you took the Earth curve away. Oh, great. So optical phenomena then. Not physical Earth curve then. But they're just too dumb up here to understand what they're arguing for.
I'm having irony overloads right now.
Has been falsified. That's a joke. It's a literal joke that we would ever think an anomaly, meaning that 1 day out of, what would that be, 180?
Just PJ, man. Thanks for coming. Appreciate you.
No
coming,
problem, dude. Bless your mind.
Much
Enjoy the
blessings.
rest of the. Enjoy the rest of the.
Yeah, we're going to have to do a part 2 for sure.
Really serious to be.
Blessings, man. Thanks for
Love you
coming.
guys. Da-da.
You're rock. Bye. Love you, dude.
Look at his little Bitcoin logo over here, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but that's always what he's been doing. He's been always grifting people
part of
on
his-
the Bitcoin,
what he does online.
the crypto side and stuff.
June
And you
is-
know, some of those people pay quite a lot of money for those courses he gives.
What's he give courses on? How to do perverted shit with dolls and send dick pics?
Wow. Some of this, yeah, it's quite sick.
He literally
But,
gives financial advice on cryptocurrency.
The thing is, this
because he
guy's
spent
just
while
a
doing it.
salesman. That's all he is. That's why him and Duffy get along so well. They see opportunities to make money and they take it. Simple as that.
Him and Duffy get on because they both sought the truth about something. Simple as that.
Has an observation that makes the Earth flat, and so we're going to go around telling people that the globe Earth has been falsified because of an anomaly. That's crazy.
But that's a hypocritical statement too. That's what you just did for the flat Earth. Anomaly on a flat Earth is, can we explain the 24-hour sun? So therefore, it's not a flat Earth. Isn't that what he said? But now he's saying the same thing. Oh, there's an anomaly on a globe, so therefore it's not. It still has to be a globe. That's kind of double standards, man.
You just watched the video, Flatsoid. How did you misunderstand what he's... Oh, yeah, because you're a fucking idiot.
I think if you have different ideas about the shape of the Earth, which we did, again, I thought that the South was a lie. I thought that they were lying about the southern 24-hour sun. I thought they were lying about what happens south of the 60. That's why I thought they had the Antarctic Treaty. And guess what? I was wrong. When we go down there, we saw that the angles matched perfectly in Punta Arenas. They had the sun going right to left. Again, people need to consider this. If you're on a flat Earth and you're at the south of South America, how is the sun going left? How is the sun going to the south?
What's he talking about right to left? From what direction is he talking about?
He won't tell you that.
From facing south. He has said this multiple times. Jesus.
I just want to
How
sound
you guys,
convincing.
honestly,
That's what it
the
is.
stupidity
It's a
blows me
show.
away
It's
every
a fucking
time.
clown show.
Guess what? There's a model that says the sun will go left, the sun goes south, it goes around the bottom of the earth, comes back south of east. And that's exactly what we saw. So the globe Earth provides a, and again, I'll fully admit 100%. The globe is counterintuitive, but so is bugs in your tummy. So are a lot of things that we realize now are true. Go take a microscope and pull some bile out of your stomach, and you're going to see little swimming creatures. Now, you don't feel like they're in there, but they are. So the globe Earth is the same. You may feel like the Earth's flat. We may feel like there is no...
Jaren, don't say words like counterintuitive. It confuses poor old Flatsoid and his crew of dipshits.
Curvature. However, we just don't understand large spheres. A sphere can be so big, 24,900...
Oh, false equivalence.
Understand? That's what they teach them to do, to say that bullshit like
How
this.
is that a false?
Look at the again, the double standards.
Yeah.
Earth is too big to see Earth curve, but we see Earth curve at 3 miles. You understand the...
No, again, the horizon is not Earth's curve. The horizon is an effect of the curve of the Earth. It's there because the Earth is curving away. That's not seeing the Earth curve, that's seeing something happening because of Earth's curve.
The hypocrisy, you see the double
I know.
speak.
It's more than hypocrisy. It's like, I think they're trying to recruit, like, retarded people. Like, you have to be a retard, to...
It does feel that way.
Yeah, they need, like, they're losing actually their crowd, their fans there. So they have to, engineer them again, like creating the...
We're losing our crowds and our fans. I got more people watching this stream now than you probably got views on this video. What the fuck are you on about?
Again. So, if you believe in what he says, that's the proof that you're more than stupid, like totally, like, retarded. You have to be retarded to believe in what he says. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Like, so.
But I mean, even how he's talking, it doesn't sound very intelligent. So I don't understand how people can fall for it.
Look,
1 mile.
I don't know what to tell you. People,
you're not
are,
smart enough to understand it.
People, they like to be stupid. Sometimes it's more comfortable to to live in a lie that makes you feel like makes you feel good. That's what it is. It's like a drug. If you tell people that the Earth is not flat, it's gonna destabilize the entire worlds. And they don't want that. They're scared. They're scared of it. So they're gonna fight for
It's hilarious that there's a French person saying that we're scared when he's wearing the same color as his country's flag.
To stay in that lie there. That's known.
In circumference, that you can't tell that it's curved because we're too small. That's how the Earth is a sphere and how it is kind of beautifully created because you don't have to treat it like it's a sphere. It actually doesn't matter to your life. If you want to be a flat earther, that's fine, but get out of scientific studies, get out of scientific debates because you don't have the kind of evidence to go up against a globe. You have to better present the world.
You just contradict yourself again. It doesn't really matter what it is, but get out of science. Get out of...
Yeah, because it doesn't matter to your life. You can be a flat earther and it doesn't change anything. But don't enter into scientific debates because you're scientifically illiterate.
Flat Earth. What? How can it say it doesn't matter and at the same thing, get out, don't talk about it? Then it does matter.
Is he correcting his new Glober friends on the size of the spheroid they believe in? Like, you guys got it all wrong. It's actually like 100 times bigger than that. Like, he's not doing that.
No, he's not saying that, you fucking moron.
Yeah, it's quite crazy.
Yeah.
But exactly, Ivan, imagine paying
Yes,
for
Paul.
this drivel.
100%
Some people
Paul
paid the VIP package to listen to this. I mean,
There's a
yeah,
sucker
maybe
born
because-
every minute. P.T. Barnum.
Yeah. Exactly, there we go. But I mean, some people paid the VIP, like what, that's $96.
And what'd you get out of that? Oh, you got to... I don't know what you would... What's the return on that? What are you getting for that?
This.
I didn't...
And you get to be part of the Q&A for 30 minutes after the debate.
Oh, neat. Wow.
Wow.
That's definitely worth the money, I can tell you. I'm glad we didn't pay nothing for it.
But yeah, Jaren, if...
Yeah, listen to these guys, you're right. Idiocracy sounds like a fucking documentary. Like... They're being dumber than Witsit. It is impressive.
If you had to do any science, you would understand your globe won't exist. There is no science for a globe.
That's
So this is a
science
challenge to
for the
this is
globe.
a challenge to Jaren from Mr. Flatsoid himself. If you want to talk about science, I'm all here. And then I want you to present science for your globe, so I can rip
You wouldn't understand science, so shut the fuck up.
it apart for you again.
That's the attitude.
Than the globe does, and the flat Earth can't explain anything. So that's basically get my time.
And time.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Jaron, for your rebuttal. And next is Austin. You have 7 minutes as your rebuttal.
Go,
I'll
Austin.
start the timer when you begin.
Yeah,
talking.
no Mr. Meeps. The big talk. Right, so now we get to listen to Meth Head Austin say a bunch of wrong things. And then Fakatsoid try his hardest to not agree with him because he doesn't like him. But has to agree with him because he thinks the Earth is flat.
Talking.
All right, cool. All right, so to rebut your opener and kind of some of the stuff you said right there, I'm just going to list off kind of what's wrong.
You read that?
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, they do. But you can pay that. Literally,
to have lunch with them.
I think at a stage.
Yeah, it did sound a bit like that, Dave, that he said, if you want to talk about science, I'm hornier. But I think he said, I'm all ears. I'm not sure. I hope he didn't say he's hornier. Nazumi says that Austin's birthstone is crystal meth.
They let people pay $400 so you can have an hour online chat.
What's this lunch? You sit there in front of your computer with your camera on and eat a peanut butter sandwich with him or some shit? What the hell?
But that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying, all these people are about is the money, man. That's it.
Well, just like hookers, same thing. They sell their same thing.
They
sell their entire body for.
I'll tell you what, this guy with a white shirt seems to know an awful lot about hookers. Because this isn't the first time he's brought them up. He seems to talk about hookers quite often.
For about 90, the same price. Like the thing about $90, you can have a hooker, for a couple of hours also.
You hear that, Jaron? You're a whore. You're a filthy whore.
It's the same thing. It's the same thing. Same price, same thing.
Wrong with these arguments. Okay, so we have, again, like I described actually earlier, we have shifting the burden of proof. That's when you make a positive claim. If someone challenges or denies your positive claim, you then tell them they have to prove it. Meaning, if we challenge or deny your claim that the reason that we see that the sun's up in the sky doing a circle for 24 hours is actually because we're tilted antipodal to someone on the other side of this presupposed globe. That actually the sun is 93 million miles away and there's an empty vacuum between us, and therefore, because all of the stars are at such immense...
Take a fucking breath, Witsit.
Distances that we don't ever see them, and that perspective doesn't actually affect where we see them, even though it moves just as if it would be because of perspective like everywhere else. And then about 5 more presuppositions. And
is there... transcript? I want to see if there's a transcript of what he's saying there. No, apparently not.
you actually require these presuppositions to claim that geometric position of you on the globe is why you see the sun do that. So you list all of those off and then say, if that's not the case, which most of the people defending the globe, they just expect this to be granted. They very conveniently omit that it requires that many presuppositions to even then affirm.
Yeah, but none of them are presuppositions. They've all been shown to be factual. Mr. Spit on your wife because your baby is crying and smoke a bunch of meth while you're about to do a debate in DebateCon. Yeah, you. And I would love for him to try and sue me for, like, defamation or something. Austin, you are a meth addict. You are a wife abuser. You are a liar and a charlatan. Sue me, motherfucker. And if you are invited to the next DebateCon, oh, you better think that we're having words. I'm not just going to leave you alone this time. I'm going to live stream a full interaction with you. I will sit next to you. And I will follow you around, whilst live streaming and demanding answers from you and watching you cry and run away. I was nice to you in New Jersey, Austin. If we meet in Tennessee, if you and I meet in Nashville, Austin, it won't be so pleasant. It will be very uncomfortable for you. Now, let me be clear. I'm not saying that I'm going to fight you. I will defend myself if need be. But I'm going to make you being there, if you are invited back, incredibly uncomfortable for you. Horribly uncomfortable. And you can't do anything about it. You have to hide in your room. Because every time I see you, I will go live and badger you for a debate there and then. And the only way you will be able to get away from me is to hide in your bedroom. Now, Emma's coming. But she'll understand. Jared Pence $5 says, they're critiquing Jared and assuming he's grifting, but you can tell there is envy in the fact that they would love to get his views and income. Too true. Absolutely too true. Just another £2 in chat revenue to add another minute. And remember, you can add 3 minutes to the timer with a membership.
From the consequent that viewing the sun is that way, right? You have to view all of those, you have to claim all of those presuppositions and reify them, presuppose them, and then affirm the consequent to address the idea that we're doing the same thing. We are not, right? Like the black swan argument, for example, was if the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles and the geometric physical horizon is at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, it is not. So therefore, the Earth is not a sphere. That is a falsification of a positive claim, as opposed to affirming the consequent, which is if the Earth is a sphere, we'll see the sun be in the sky for 24 hours. We see the sun in the sky for 24 hours. Therefore, Earth is a sphere. That's affirming the consequent.
He's not said anything. He's not said anything to rebut anything that Jaren said. He's just gone on his script about what is and isn't affirming the consequent, which is completely incorrect about. Doing science with the scientific method is not affirming the consequent. It's fucking stupid to say it is.
Making a positive claim, presupposing the actual thing in question, and then just affirm it because of the outcome, like the actual observation itself, right? So as if to exclude any alternative possibility. This is why it's logically fallacious, right? And then, of course, like the straw man of like, it could be a dog. No, the position specifically is that we physically, empirically measure the surface. We utilize the surface to actually be a topographical plane. And then I listed off specific reasons why we have to utilize it to be a plane in the first place. And we can talk more about the positive evidence. I want to just specifically rebut these things. So we have...
So many words, so little said. The only thing there of substance was that we utilize a flat plane, which is untrue. As Will's video just proved, we measure the Earth curved.
Shifting the burden of proof, affirming the consequent. Your whole opening really was like poisoning the well as well, right? Kind of like a hasty generalization, because there certainly are some people that act that way. But
Mark says, did anyone find out what Witsit wanted the 10K for? Yeah, to find his wife somewhere else to live because she left him and took the baby. Because he's an abusive piece of shit. I would not be surprised in the slightest if he has actually beaten her. Now that is not a positive claim, it's just an opinion. I do know he has abused her.
Then the idea of flat Earth, hasty generalization fallacy to put them all together, then kind of a stereotype fallacy, right, to describe what we all are, right, and then a genetic fallacy because those people are like that. Anything coming from them must not be true, and then these are all these fallacies are packed into one. And
so what he is committing again is the fallacy, which is assuming because an argument is perceived to be fallacious, it is incorrect. Not true. You're also wrong about all the fallacies, because, and you know, I can't say this enough, but you're a fucking idiot.
Then you use that to poison the well the entire time, right? Which is incredibly fallacious. And there were lots of ad homs in there, and then a lot of people that are not here, and I'm not going to answer for what they did or didn't say. I do also know, like, in good faith, I'll acknowledge that.
There wasn't a single ad hom, there was insults. They're not the same thing.
There's obviously a lot of context and history kind of leading up to this debate and what has happened with Jaron. You did say that you tested it and tried to explain it for 6 months, and then you decided, well, really right when we got back, you started saying that the Earth was a globe. It wasn't that you tested it and looked for alternative explanations.
That's also the thing. That's what I was saying. He was still there in Antarctica making these kind of claims like he's already moving away from flat Earth. So...
No, he wasn't making claims like he was moving away from flat Earth. He was being honest and looking at the predictions for what the globe would be and wondering if you would see them. Now, I know for a fact that even just as they were getting up to board the plane, Jaron was convinced it was going to be cancelled to kind of like hide the lie. But it didn't. They did it. And oh, you've had to huff that copium hard.
It was really odd because he was still there. They weren't there for 24 hours yet, and he already...
Dave McKeegan says, I should also point out that all this rambling bollocks is coming from the guy who in Antarctica confirmed that rotation of sunspots versus latitude would point to the globe, not flat Earth. Well, yeah, but Dave, he also measured the height of the sun with his eyes and went, well, that's not right. Now, in between the massive amount of naps that he took under a table.
He claimed the sun's up for 24 hours without even observing it first. Then notice what happened, and we called this out when it was live as well. He went to sleep, and he gave his equipment to McKeegan and McKeegan and them to check it for him. The people he doesn't trust, he gave to look at his...
Why? Yeah, they were on camera. They were being watched. That was what they were doing. There was cameras everywhere, recording How much glue do you think he's huffed? Brandon, for $1.99 says, you're doing great, Craig. Well, you're doing better, Brandon. Thank you very much. And that also takes us up to another minute on the timer. Huppa1637 says, are Flerfs Homo sapiens? No, of course not. No, they're Homo retardus.
Equipment while he went to sleep under a table.
Pardon me.
Makes so much sense. Because what we were finding odd when they went down there, the flat earthers weren't really doing anything. The only ones really trying to...
Yeah, you're right. The only thing the flat earthers did, well, Jaren, was record the 24-hour sun. They didn't plan anything else. Whitsit did fuck all because he planned nothing and then tried to buy a gyro compass from the local gyro compass emporium and then just slept while he was there. The flat earthers didn't plan anything, but the globers, they had a whole list of shit they were doing. Hey, the 200 of you watching right now, I want to say thank you very much. Minutes with a 45-minute timer. A 45... One sec. It started with 45 minutes. Well, I've been going for 7 hours and 40 minutes, and we started with 45 minutes. So then you take that away, and then you get 3 hours and 21. That doesn't make any sense. Right, you can increase that timer by adding a membership, which will add 3 minutes to the timer, or donating £10, which will increase the timer by 1 minute. Thank you very much, guys, for the support. It's absolutely insane. In about 10 minutes, I'm going to take like a 15-minute break, okay?
To do stuff there were the globies. And then when we did see footage from like Jaren or whatever riding bicycle or sitting and drinking coffee or, you know, just chilling or sleeping, that's about it.
Correct.
Or showing the toilet.
That was a Glober operation. The Globers pay for it, so they owned it, so they also own them, you know, so they, you know, just had to be there and agree.
They had permission to do experiments. No one was stopping them. Just they didn't fucking prepare anything because they're useless at life.
Yeah, so
you know,
there's a lot that was just really iffy about what was going on there.
Well, I mean, it's like, oh yeah, let's take our shirts off, guys.
And then stand in a checkerboard formation for this.
Yeah.
What the fuck is a checkerboard formation? Like, they're not the first people to take their shirts off in Antarctica.
It's going to make a lot of sense.
Oh, man. It's not a good look.
No. Okay. There you go. 6 months before. So, okay. And then begging the question, it's kind of the same thing as from the consequence, just an informal, right? And then it was a lot of kind of an appeal
Dave McKeegan says, turns out Einstein didn't discover time dilation. He just discovered membership streams. This is one of the most fun things I've come up with for the channel doing these, honestly. It's tiring, it's hard work. You know, I have to keep talking and interacting for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours. But I fucking love it. You know, you guys and the support you give is constantly insane. Now, we may have another Flerf very soon. Well, in a couple of hours. But we'll see how it goes. Don't worry, there's plenty to do in the meantime.
An emotion, right? That's where it's really kind of irrelevant how the people act. They all turned on me as well, arguably more. And this is a big one. It's a false dilemma. It's a false dichotomy, which is either it's that AE map or it's my presupposed globe and there's no other alternatives. And so since I don't think that this observation works on the AE map, therefore it must be a globe.
Nice. What did I actually listen to in that?
Because Jaren said, and the majority of flat earthers, the AE map was the Earth. They debunked that. So now Jaren doesn't think the Earth is flat. He never thought it was any other map. Now, Jaren is not talking for all flat earthers. Just the flat earthers that thought the AE map was correct.
So happy. Thank you, Jaren. Oh, what's it? Glad you've taken that up. It's false dichotomy. Good.
False dichotomy fallacy. And there were many straw mans, as I've never even claimed that model to be true. I've actually said the opposite for a very long time. So, and again, the big one being the argument from incredulity. So I will say all of these claimed evidences, they require... I wish I knew the time. All these claimed evidences. Time?
You have 3 minutes.
Oh, okay. All these claimed evidences are presupposing so many things, bro. And that's the part that I'm very perplexed about, because we have all sat here and we've realized that we need to suspend belief. Not believing in the globe is a suspension of belief. And you're approaching this as if, no, it's actually us coming in and we have a super staunch positive belief. That is not my position at all. I am suspending belief, wiping the board clean, and be like, okay, what can be empirically validated?
But you're still making
things. Again, let's just stick with the 24 hours.
Wait, so you're making a positive claim that the Earth is a globe, right? That's what you're doing. You are saying that the Earth is that the Earth is flat. That's your positive claim that you are making, right? So you do have a staunch position. Except when you change it and make it geocentric, because that fits your agenda better at that particular time.
Sun, to say that the 24-hour sun, because you just defended it, you just stated the conclusion in your opener.
Oh, Signastep, thank you very much for another gifted membership, up to 185. And then JR Pence for $2 says, flat earthers thrive on the false dichotomy. And Neil deGrasse Tyson videos.
You state the conclusion as a fact, right? So you're just saying that we saw it, therefore we proved it. You just told us about how it was definitively proof, not really how it wasn't, or how it was proof. And then when you kind of even went in that direction, it was because I don't understand the alternative. I don't see how that could possibly work on the alternative. It matches the globe perfectly, which again affirms consequent. So I want everyone to just think about this. So to claim that the reason we saw what we saw in Antarctica is because we're on a sphere, we're going to claim that all the stars in the sky are infinite distances away. So far away.
But I want someone to take a list of all the fallacies that he's mentioned and just make a song out of them, please.
Okay? That when we move across the surface of the Earth and it looks like they drop down when we move further away from them, it isn't because of perspective. How perspective changes everything else in the world.
But not the stars.
And when we see a plane fly away from us and it goes down, right, and it comes close to us and it goes up, perspective affects everything in the world. We use special pleading, which is claiming the exclusion to a universal principle, the exception to a universal principle, which is no, actually the sky is the one exception, the star is the one exception. Perspective doesn't change it. It does exactly what perspective would do to change the position, but
the sky matches what we say about perspective perfectly, right? It's just the stars are really fucking far away. And when things are further away, their perspective changes less relative to us. This shouldn't be hard to understand. Oh, that's right. You're brain damaged. Makes sense now.
But it isn't because of perspective. And then to make so we have to presuppose that to even claim the globe is possible. That's why they've changed the distance so many times and kept pushing it back. Then to claim that those stars are that far away, you then have to answer the question of how would you be able to see it from that far away? So now you have to assume.
I remember Jaren always used to push this, the inverse square law of light. And when they worked out with the inverse square law of light.
That's because he didn't understand it. He does now. I explained it to him. Only 20 minutes to hit the super chat goal, but I knew that one wouldn't be made. I did that on purpose because I don't want to do 100 push-ups. But I have to if it's made. Guys, this is insane. I've still got 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. But that's it. Just 3 hours and 20 minutes. We'll be good. I'll be finished.
When based on the distances of the stars and the sun and everything, we shouldn't be able to see it. So it's weird. Yet they still want to claim it's a globe. They still want to give it those distances.
And you see how they speak, the both of them, they speak very fast. The amount of words they throw into their speech, like in a minute.
Is he not listening to Witsit saying like 26 million words? Like, for real?
It's like almost double of what a guy like you, like guy that speaks English correctly, not like me, because, but that means that it's also like a tactic to there's so much they're saying so fast that it's hard to to just like concentrate.
Yeah.
You understand? See, this is how they play it. Also, David is also like this. Speaks fast. So, well, just.
How is he not noticing the irony of what he's saying whilst listening to fucking Austin Whitsitt Motormouth himself? Neil Spurs says Whitsitt is a clown. Why the fuck are you being mean to clowns? What have they ever done to you?
Little thoughts, that's all.
Yeah, but that's true. That is one of the tactics. But Whitsitt is known for talking quickly, though.
Yeah, of course.
That's what he does. And
Well,
a lot of the times, people don't listen to half what he says.
No,
because of that.
When you think about it, people that do understand things, like
no flat earther
science, they should take the time to speak clearly in order to explain to people, what it is, because there's a lot of people that...
Yeah, I do that, right? But sometimes explanations require you to spend like 3 to 4 minutes listening to understand, because I have to explain physics concepts to you that you should have understood as a child. But your attention spans are so short, you can't do it.
I don't understand. I'm one of them. There's a lot of things I don't understand about what he's saying. So it should be normally speaking slowly and clearly in order for people to understand and to digest what he says. But actually here, when he speaks quickly, you can detect like maybe a desire for people not to understand and not to analyze and not to digest what he says. Just like
with this
hear it.
Idiot, shut up.
He talks for himself.
That there is a vacuum, that there's nothing between us, a near perfect vacuum, so you could even see
1
them.
minute.
And then you stack those on top of each other to come over and say, therefore, we're physically
we know that it's not an assumption that up there is a near perfect vacuum. We checked.
Changing direction. It makes the
And for $4.99 says, I can't figure out how to gift memberships on mobile. It's over for you and my wallet. Oh dear. There should be the option to just when you click support, it should say gifting memberships. I've seen it on my mobile. But thank you very much, dude. I appreciate it.
perspective look as if it would if we were on a horizontal plane, but it's not perspective, and therefore we see the sun where it is. And you have to assume the distance, pretty much assume the 93 million miles as well. So that's my main issue with this, is that before we even get to affirming the consequent, we have to, presuppose like 7 or 8 things. And that's kind of my rebuttal. I listed off all the fallacies. I won't listen back on.
Just because you don't believe they happened does not make them presumptions. Shape of the Earth, proven. Measurements of the Earth, proven. Not assumptions, not presumptions.
We have a full enough time, but the big ones: argument from incredulity, an appeal to ignorance. You have shifting the burden of proof. You have begging the question, appeal to pity or emotion, false dilemma, slippery slope, strawman fallacy, affirming the consequent, ad homs, hasty generalizations, reification fallacies. And that's the issue, is that every single one of the arguments I've heard
fallacy, 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 all of the fallacy. Shut the fuck up.
So far have literally been a textbook fallacy. So we can get into specifics going forward.
I think if you get
and time.
Hey, Rubik's Cube.
All right, thank you, gentlemen, for your rebuttals. And I think I want to announce to the audience right now, go ahead and start submitting your questions to the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen. Click that box. The Q&A should open as a pop-up. Be sure to submit your questions. And for the next 30 minutes, we're going to engage in an open cross-exam between Austin and Jaron.
Unfortunately, we're going to have to postpone that to tomorrow night.
That's pretty cringe.
Right, and we will join them back covering that tomorrow night. Once I have had a little break. So, Sigma Steph is gifted another membership. Thank you very much, my friend. 186. Incredible. Guys, this has been a lot of fun so far. A couple of Flerfs. We've got more Flerfs to come. When we get the chance, me, Borg, and Rach will review my debates from DebateCon. 45-minute timer we started with. We're now at 3 hours 15 at 7 hours 51 in, which is insane. I'll be back in like 15 minutes. Give myself a little bit of a break. Until then, enjoy this video made by a fat version of me. Hey, I'm FTFE and welcome back to the channel that holds a pillow on the face of stupidity until it stops struggling. Shh, just stop struggling. Just let it happen. Stop. I think this is when I was at my fattest, to be fair. It's nearly over. Sorry, you're not supposed to see inside my head. It's a dark and scary place. Flat Earth is fucking stupid, and it blows my mind every time I discover a new flat earther. To think that there are so many idiots that think they're smarter than all of the scientists in the world makes me weep for humanity. But not all flat earthers get along. This video is about a flat earther that seems very angry at other flat earthers, but he does have a video titled Model of Flat Earth showing curve and stars pressurized atmosphere. Could he be the first flat earther ever to have a working flat earth model? We'll find out at the end of this video, as Moonshiner is the moron on display in episode 37 of Flerfs Are Idiots.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Thank you for joining me once again as we take a look at the people that got their brains from the bargain bin at a convenience store. Moonshiner thinks he's debunked the ISS. Let's find out why he's an idiot. Engage facepalm protection.
Yes. I'm going back to my ball. Here's the ball. Beautiful ball. Do we live on a ball? Are the satellites in space? It's the satellites in space.
No, we don't live on a ball. It's a globe. Yes, there are satellites in space, but more importantly, clean your fucking home.
It's the satellites in space. We can see them. I'm going to be a baller. A globalist.
Or you could say a normal person.
But that ain't going to happen.
Well, that's a shame, isn't it? I guess you're not smart enough or brave enough to admit that you've been conned by snake oil salesmen like Eric Dubay, Nathan Oakley, and Delroyd. Unlike this man, Seek Truth Speak Truth, who was the 5th ex-flat earther I've had on the channel. You should check out his interview with me, Team Skeptic, and science or satire disembodied voice Sean Hufford in the link in the description.
I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed in every single flat earther.
So am I, mate. So am I.
Honest flat earther that is out there that does not and will not support, has not yet supported me in a demonstration of why satellites cannot possibly exist.
I'm confused. You want flat earthers to give you money to prove satellites don't exist? You're wrong, you know. Why do planes have GPS receivers on the top?
All them astronomers. Oh, Katie Onbull, all pretty lovely little things, she is, but she's satanic. That beautiful bird who come out of university, got all her degrees and whatnot, 33 degrees probably, says to us all, to the children, she says this.
Oh, won't somebody please think of the children?
You can tell a satellite's a satellite because it's moving across the sky and it don't flash, it don't blink like an airplane does. That's the difference between a satellite and an airplane. Airplanes flash, bleep, 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 bleep. When you see them go across the sky.
Yep, because planes have the flashing lights on them called strobe lights, and these serve to augment the plane's visibility at night. This isn't needed by satellites, and the light you see from them is usually reflected sunlight.
But that little bitch, Katie Onbull, He's lying. She knows she's lying. She knows she's lying. She's just in there for the money. Give me the money. Right, I've got a satellite. I've made a satellite. And I'll prove it to you. Right. Look, here's proof you've seen on the screen. Moonshine 1. Right?
And that is why you don't have a job designing satellites.
Beep, 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 beep. There's two things you should realise about this. Satellites cannot orbit a little bit of the Earth. If it was a ball, they can't do that a little bit on the top. It always has to be around. It has to be always around the equator. It would always have to be around the equator if they had them.
Actually, that's not true at all. There are essentially three types of orbit: low Earth orbit, medium Earth orbit, and high Earth orbit, with most orbits having an orbital inclination. The majority of orbits around the equator are actually geosynchronous orbits, which have to be at exactly 22,236 miles above the equator so that they match the orbital period of the Earth. This is where TV satellites are placed and why satellite dish installers have to point all the dishes at exactly the same spot in the sky.
Right? And because you couldn't go this way, you couldn't go around a ball that way because of this bulge, this equatorial bulge, 26 miles high, they're reckoning.
That bulge isn't just a hump at the equator of 26 miles. The equatorial bulge is just the difference in the equatorial and polar diameters of Earth. That means that the diameter here is 26 miles more than here. So that's a 26 mile difference over 6,200 miles. It's not something you've noticed, that's 0.42%.
So, that'll disturb the mechanics of how it would orbit. So see that's the equatorial bulge here. So it's going this way. But this is sticking up. More mass under there than there. More mass, more land.
Oh, I love it when a fucking idiot proves a globe point. Yes, there is more mass, meaning you're actually further away from the centre of the mass. That coupled with the centrifugal acceleration at the equator means you weigh about 0.5% more at the poles than you do at the equator. Because the gravitational acceleration is only 9.78 meters per second at the equator, but due to the closer distance to the centre of Earth and the lack of centrifugal acceleration at the poles, it's 9.832 meters per second squared. This is why scales are calibrated locally so sneaky gold traders can't buy some gold, head north of the equator and sell it for more.
Proof! That's what it happened. Right, so you couldn't get an orbit that way. The only possible way for it to orbit would be around that equatorial line, a bulge, all the way around. If there's a bulge there, which it probably ain't. Oh, yes. You gotta prove there's a ball in first. They ain't done that.
Really? It hasn't been proven? It hasn't been proven that we live on a sphere. Really?
We see satellites. Well, a lot of people see satellites on the TV every day. No shit. But you know, this really annoys me about anyone who supports that Jerryism, because he's one of the biggest fraudsters out there. He's satanic.
Well, I don't know about satanic, but he's definitely a fraud. I mean, remember that time that he proved there was a curve to Earth?
If you're seeing through this hole, through the next hole, and seeing the light at the backboard or at 17 feet off the water. The Earth is flat. If he's holding it up at 23 feet high and we're seeing the light, well, that's because the Earth's curved. So I should only be able to see it when it's at 17 feet. Okay, go ahead and drive down there, Enrique. You're going to hold the light there. Enrique, how high is your light?
17 feet.
I mean, it's as, we don't see you, Enrique. Lift up your light way above your head. Interesting. Interesting.
Or that time that he observed the ISS transit the moon and backed up Red's Rhetoric's observations.
My alarm went off on my phone and I knew I had 10 seconds. I counted down in my head, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I remember waiting, like what? And then sure enough, there it was. So it was within 2 or 3 seconds of what time it was supposed to, I think. And here we go, we're gonna watch it again, this time at 50% speed. Go ahead and see it if you don't see it, starting about 2 o'clock and ending around 8.
Ah, good times. But yeah, there's no way he can still be a flat earther, if he ever was, after he keeps proving the globe.
Johannism, you is a satanic idiot. You might not be an idiot because you're going to make loads of fucking money out of this YouTube. Screw tube, that's what he means. Right, Moonshine 1. Why you cannot see a satellite? Nobody can see a satellite if they existed anyway. You, now think in your mind, you yourself is the sun. Your eyes are the sun. Gleaming out streams of light.
Oh God, no! How do I turn this off?
Right, that's because the camera has to represent the sun, which will be you in your eyes. You're going to witness this, where you cannot see a satellite. We have an Earth, they say, 8,000 miles in diameter. 8,000 miles. 8,000 miles of mass, of material. You can't see through this, it's rock. You can't see through it. Can you see that? Can you see through that? Can you see? I can't see what's on there. I can't see through. Even though this particular ball's hollow. So it ain't got much mass. But if it was a solid ball, I still wouldn't be able to see through it, would I? Come on. Right. Right.
Okay, so you can't see through the Earth. Well done. Things aren't invisible. Discovered by Moonshiner, January 2020. To be honest, that's probably the greatest achievement by a flat earther ever.
So you can't see through it. You accept that. That's pretty bloody obvious, isn't it? But this will become obvious to all of you people. Why they don't exist. Yeah, okay, Tumble says, oh, you can see them because they don't flash. It's just a light like the stars going across the world. What you see there must be bleeding stars or airplanes with their headlights on. They have to be. Moonshiner 1. Orbiting the planet. Which way do you want to go? Do you want to go? So shall we go? We'll go this way. Wait, see, can you see it? Wait. Oh, fucking great.
What is it with flat earthers and making sound effects?
You're at cruising altitude, so as you are rising in your plane, okay.
See, can you see it? Wait. Oh, fucking great. Trouble is, this is the lit side, isn't it? Because the sun's there. You're the sun, projecting light onto this globe, right?
Big old chunky Craig.
Right? Moonshiner 1. But you can't sit in the daytime because the sun is overwhelming. The light just, there ain't no, you couldn't do it. You couldn't film it against the
like that is a meth pipe, right?
sun, obviously in the daytime, right? So this satellite, beep, 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 what is it, 45 minutes around there, right? 45 minutes later, it's going around this part of the world, isn't it? It's dark this side because there ain't no light. The sun can't get to it. Can you see Moonshiner 1 now? Can you see the satellite? Keep going. 45 minutes later. Ah, there he is, on the light side. Now, this part of the world.
What's he done to that globe?
Lit up on their little ball. Eh? You're going to see it in the daytime. But you won't see it because the sun's too bright to blind you. So you won't see it anyway. 45 minutes later, it's behind the Earth. And all the light from the sun is being blocked from reflecting off this thing. This thing's black. No, see it, no, you don't.
Here's the thing. You can't see the ISS.
Holy
most of the
crap.
time.
Look at the
The only
size of it.
times that you can really see it is when the ISS transits the sun or the moon, or during a small window just after sunset, and another one just before sunrise.
Chunky
because
boy.
the Earth is in shadow, but the ISS is still high enough that it reflects the sunlight. As this picture shows, the red sections of the ISS path within the shadowed part of Earth is when you can see it moving across the sky. Honestly, just a tiny bit of research would have helped you there. Moonshiner, you're dumb as fuck.
No, see it, no, you don't. 8,000 miles of planetary ball in the way of this thing. It don't matter how far away that is from this ball.
What?
Right?
Yes, it does matter how far away from the Earth the ISS is. The further away it is, the longer it would be able to be reflecting light onto the dark side of Earth. You, Moonshiner, like all flat earthers, can't think in 3 dimensions.
Come on, I ain't a very good presenter. But somebody is out there. Somebody's got a voice. Somebody's got a presentation. Well, I don't know how else you could demonstrate that. Right. It's so fucking obvious.
What's fucking obvious is that your dumbass doesn't have a clue what you're talking about.
And it seems I can't make a video without swearing. What the hell?
Don't fucking do that. Anyway, that's enough of that video. Before I finish this video though, I promised to show you Moonshiner's Flat Earth model. So, here we go.
Where hereby the term God is used in a rather pantheistic sense.
Let's have fun with the
So each emanation corresponds to a different dimension of reality, all connected, and all again said to be in balance with one another.
What is that?
That's your Flat Earth model you came up with. I mean, what the fuck? That looks like your bathwater after your yearly wash that you've collected in a plastic bottle. Well, to be honest, it's probably the best Flat Earth model I've seen. And that's saying something. And that is all the stupid that I can take for today. But,
Right. You guys are never allowed to let me get like that again. Alright? It's your responsibility. Craig was so mean 5 years ago. I mean, I'm still mean now. But I was so fat. Mr. Meeps ran away. Dale says, how much did you lose? Close to 10 stone. I was like 146 kilos. Now I'm 84. Just, the weight's kind of plateauing at the moment because muscle weighs more than fat. And I'm getting chunky arms. Right. Thank you for not meeting that goal. I appreciate it. Mr. Meeps, are you still here? He's in the chat. Right, what do you guys want to do? Shall we first of all cover the rest of Flatzoid's dumbass crew? Or shall we have a quick intermission to watch Mr. Meep's video? Let's do a poll, see what you want. Oh, hold on. My hands have stopped working. Okay, do we want
Meeps Dumb. Or for Catzoid Part 2. What would you guys like? Let me know. I'm really happy to see that the timer is under 3 hours. That means that this stream could possibly finish at 1 in the morning for me. Urnbeck for 25 PlayStation Network dollars says, during weight loss, have you considered Ozempex? No. I've not thought about using Ozempic at all. Yes, Mr. Meeps is a coward. You are correct. Just give it a couple of minutes to see what the poll says. And then we'll go with that. More for Catzoid says Signa Step. I mean, it is only like a 6-minute video of Mr. Meeps. F Grudge says, Meeps, he can't stand for Catzoid. I understand where you're coming from. Right. So, Brave Sir Meeps Flaps bravely ran away. Yes, he did. Looks like the poll is saying we're going to go with some Meeps. Just give it another 30 seconds and see what we say. Bear in mind, again, it is only a 6-minute 30 video. And it's probably going to be fucking hilarious. Right. 70-30 for Meeps. So let's just do that. And then we'll go back to for Catzoid. Oh, he's trying to be humorous, which is interesting.
Mr. Meep.
I mean, it is a bit disgusting because it's obviously aimed towards children, and we all know that flat earthers like to target children, don't we? Brandon says we see the subtle flat text. That we see the subtle tattoo flex. Yeah, it's just getting a bit irritating on the inside of my polo shirt because Fred Perry have a habit of making them quite tight. So just stopping it rubbing as much. I want it to kind of heal as naturally as possible. But it's fucking awesome tattoo, right? Oh, excuse me.
Hello there and welcome everyone to our channel Mr. Meep. Today we're here to talk about the flat earth theory and expose the truth about the shape of the earth.
Yeah, that it's not flat, and anyone who thinks it is a mental fucking midget.
We believe that what you've been taught about the globe shape is a lie, and we're here to prove it with actual scientific facts. So please grab a seat, get comfy, and get ready to have your mind blown.
I bet there's not a single fact in this 6-minute fucking nonsense. But again, it's aimed towards children, which is fucking horrible. Because if you make a kid a Flerf, they're gonna get picked on for the rest of their fucking life.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to episode 1 of Mr. Meep's Playground. Today we will be learning how, by simply observing the realm around us, things point to evidence of a local sun on a flat.
Episode 1 was 4 months ago. What kind of upload schedule is this? It's a Rubik's for $2 says, I missed it. Who got their name added to the tattoo? Well, Signa Step was the winning bid. And he didn't have his name. He requested that I get one of Worf's most famous quotes. Which is, I am not a merry man. Put at the top there. And the artist decided to do it in amazing kind of Joker scratchy style. Look, no one thinks your big fucking exhaust pipe is cool, dude. No one's looking at you going, wow, you're so cool. Right, you heard that fucking obnoxiously loud exhaust, right? Why is it that people who drive around with, like, really loud exhausts and stuff, like, do they think that they're cool and that anyone's looking at them in the slightest going, oh, that dude is so awesome? No one's doing that.
Flat plane. Come sit down now and pay attention. The Earth! Is it really a big ball floating in space, spinning around on its axis at 1,000 miles an hour, hurtling around the sun at 67...
You don't spin in miles per hour. The Earth rotates once per day. It takes 24 hours to do this. It's not very fast.
7,000 miles an hour, whizzing around the Milky Way at over 500,000 miles per hour while driving forwards at 500 million miles per hour. And what about the sun? Is it really 997 million miles away? And is it really close to 1 million miles?
What did...
1 billion miles per hour? And what about the sun? Is it really 997 million miles away?
Nobody says it's 900...
And what about the sun? Is it really 997 million miles away?
Nobody says the sun's 997 million miles away. It's 93 million miles away. Less than 10% of what you have said there, you fucking puppet.
Away? And is it really close to 1 million miles in diameter with a circumference of nearly 3 million miles? And
yes, we checked. We sent a probe there. The Canadian Space Advocate says that I've changed. In what way have I changed, young sir?
A constantly illuminating light that lights up half the Earth's surface, with the rotation of the Earth creating 24-hour day and night phases? Or is the Earth flat and completely still, just like we experience?
Option A, because we don't experience it being flat and still. We can measure the rotation. We experience Coriolis, and we can, observe the curve. So, you're a fucking puppet. Oh yeah, actually a puppet.
So come on, boys and girls, make your selection now before we move on and see if we change any minds along the way. Is it A, a globe, or B, a flat plane?
Let's vote in the chat, guys. A globe, or B, a flat plane. Remember, if you vote B, you are retarded. A or B, guys. The 200 of you here, A or B. Let's have a look. Yes, Eric Burns, I did lose a lot of weight. You are correct. C, says Joe. D, Orion Cooper for some reason. And 50E60, 5E60. Single Step says he's voting B. He wants to be retarded, apparently. Oh, it is the same old nonsense, but that's what Flat Earth is. So let's just get through it.
Make your selection now.
A.
Okay, if you chose B, you can take a cookie and go and relax for 5 minutes while I talk to the fools who chose A. If you chose A, you have been...
I want a cookie. We all chose A. There's like 200 of us that chose A, so don't we all get cookies? Cookie. Could it be like low carb, high protein cookie though, please?
Been watching too much Toon and Fight the Flat Earth on YouTube.
That's me!
You definitely need to...
Yeah, it was me!
Been watching too much Toon and Fight the...
It's me! Look! It's 2 pictures of me because we're the same person.
Flat Earth on YouTube. You definitely need to stay and see the next part of today's lesson, and nobody better let me catch them watching Simon Dan, or there will be hell to pay.
I mean, the production's actually relatively good for a flat earther. It's got a concept and a theme. This is far beyond the ability of a flat earther, so I'm saying that he's a Poe.
Okay, you lot, listen up. Maybe the sun isn't big, but is very small and very close, and not illuminating the Earth from millions of miles away, but is illuminating locally instead.
Yeah, so how come, people thousands and thousands and thousands of miles away from me can see the sun at the same time? That doesn't seem very local. Ryan Cooper for $2 says, do you really want a Flerf made cookie? Really? That's a good point. I have said several times that they shouldn't get jobs at McDonald's because I don't want them making my food.
And maybe the sun, moon, and stars and everything else is not far away, but is circling overhead, relatively close. In this part, we will discuss the latter option, and at the end, we will reveal startling evidence that the sun is not millions of miles away, but is rather close as it travels locally, traversing our flat realm. The Copernican...
I feel like reporting this to YouTube for misinformation because it's clearly targeted at children. Let me check. It doesn't say it's for kids, which is good.
Principle. And this is what they tell us. The sun is 93 million miles away.
Yeah, we
now,
checked.
I'm going to show you evidence through sunsets that shows the sunlight following the sun over the horizon, and it shrinks as it goes over. Now, there's no way it would do that if the sun is 93 million miles away, okay? First, I'm going to show you some footage from the International Space Station.
Brandon, 199 says, what's the best cookie? I prefer oatmeal raisin. The fuck is wrong with you? Who wants oatmeal raisin cookies? Dude. Although you did just make it up to another £10, so I have to add a minute to the timer. The timer, which I notice, is below 3 hours. Happy days.
Okay, now watch this animation. Watch this sunset now. This is exactly how I would do it if the sun were actually 93 million miles away. Just like that, they have the whole horizon fade evenly, but that's not what we see.
That wasn't an animation, that was a video. I hope this music doesn't get me a copyright.
Wow, look at that. Look how the light lifts up from the ground, like lifting up a sheet of paper.
Yeah, but if you're in space, high up seeing the whole thing, that doesn't happen.
That's incredible footage! Definitely the light is following the sun.
Sorry, the light is following the sun. No, the light doesn't follow. The sun puts out the light. That's backwards. The person who's got his hand up this puppet's ass is dumb as fuck. Oh, here's Mr. I've got a co-exhaust again, fuck's sake.
Right, okay. Next I'm going to show you how a sun that is circling over the Earth creates the horizontal aspect of the sun. If you combine that with perspective, which creates the up and down of the sun, the rising and the setting, you get the 23.5 tilt that they talk about. It's nothing but perspective.
What? No, you don't get a 23.5 degree tilt by looking at perspective. That doesn't make in the slightest bit of sense. Plus the fact the tilt changes. Holy fuck. Yeah, Mark, it's pretty fucking warm, like.
Okay, here's a phenomenon that you might be wondering. How the heck do you explain this on a flat Earth? Well, this is
Mark, it's still 18 degrees here right now, and it's 25 past 10, which is, you know, absolutely boiling for this time of night.
Taken from Alaska during the summer, and the sun does look like it's going up and down. The reason it's doing that is that this town in Alaska is not in the center of the sun's circular circuit. In other words, the sun is making a big circle, and the town is not in the center of that circle.
But it doesn't do this all year. It only does it half the year, and then the tilt relative to the sun changes. Oh dear, it debunks you.
So the sun will be closer and further from the view of the camera. That will cause it to go higher and lower, and also maybe even bigger and smaller.
But it doesn't get bigger or smaller. Is that it? Just music. Well, that was one of the dumbest things I've ever fucking seen. But you know what? That's probably going to make a good episode of Flerfs Are Idiots. How we doing, people? Oh, we got Charlene Moore, who's became a member. Welcome to Scrappers. You've added 3 minutes to the timer. I very much appreciate your support. We are going to do part 2 of the Catsoid Stupidity, covering the Jaronism Austin Whitsitt debate.
In Whitsitt versus Jaron, it was only the two of us that popped up on the whole YouTube.
If
He's got like 12k views, but I've got almost 3, so I'm not doing too bad considering he's got like 5 times my subscriber base.
If the globe is such an evident...
Yeah, people thought it would be fucking funny watching you do this. But I've already had more views on this stream than you had on yours in total. So, hey. JM Daniels JM Daniels 1532 for £5 says, bring on the measurements. That's what I say to Flerfs all the time.
Thing as they claim, you know.
Don't care. Get on with what you're doing.
No, if it's really such an evident thing, then why do they spend so much time trying to convince people of it?
You know,
Why
shouldn't
is
it
my
be
button not working?
Shouldn't it just that it be that evident that it's
So far, was the debate worth the $65? It's very. I didn't really.
I don't think any of you want to hear them fucking waffle, do you? So let's just get through that nonsense. 2 hours and 40 minutes left on the timer. Stream will finish at like 10 past 1 in the morning.
Really have anything to fault him on, so.
And, you know, maybe I'll ask a question of you. You can answer it, then you do one of me, just so that we can kind of stay.
It's a Rubik's, the real NASA shill, says for $2. We had a 40-degree C heat wave last week, and now it's 27 and stormy. Yeah, weather fucking sucks. Like where I live in Scotland, we are well. Actually, I'm not really surrounded by mountains anymore because I'm not that side of Fife. Where I am now, we've got like ocean, and then some mountains and stuff. So we still get crazy weather here, but we can literally have all 4 seasons in the space of an hour. It's crazy. What's his problem?
On these topics, because I think you've hit some good points that I want to kind of iron through. So the first one is that the stars do not act as perspective acts. Perspective does not adjust equally, meaning that if I move...
J.M. Daniels, $5 says, bring on the measurements, Nathan. Oh, yeah, but the Earth's just measured flat, didn't you know?
A certain distance, it lowers a certain distance, and if I move a certain more distance, it lowers the exact same distance. If anybody wants to go outside tonight, find a north-bound longitude line and measure wherever 69 miles from you will be. When you get there, the North Star will change its position by 1 degree.
Yeah, and we showed how that works.
No, you've not shown how it works. You've shown how you can't count past 3. you got it wrong. You did the opposite of showing how it works. There's literally no way it can work if the Earth is flat. At all. It only makes sense if the Earth is a globe. Otherwise, there's multiple positions of the things in the sky at the same time.
Literally due to the stars in the sky appearing to drop down thanks to perspective.
Except it doesn't match what perspective says, because perspective wouldn't have the same kind of relationship that you get with the 69 miles per degree.
Simple as that. It's not hard to understand, Jaron. It's sad that he's like literally punting the opposite now, like, oh, it can't be perspective. It has to be a globe Earth, when he was literally fighting against that.
I know, it's
for
weird.
how long?
It's weird to see him. Like, I mean, I know people were sus about him all along, you know what I mean? But to see him actually going against the arguments he's used, you know what I mean?
Yes, because he's honest enough to admit that he was fucking wrong. Caucasian Sensations, been a member for 41 months, says Ficatzoid is modern day foghorn leghorn. Yeah, I'll go with that. Well, I say.
Plenty of times. It's mad to see. It's weird.
Hello? Thought someone knocked on my door then.
Yeah. This is weird. Something to get used to there.
Well, guess what 360 times 69 miles is? 24,901. Why is that? Because that's the shape of the Earth. That's the circumference of the Earth. You can go prove
That's the shape of the Earth.
He's right.
No, it's not the shape of the Earth. That's you begging the question, affirming the consequence.
He did none of those things. He checked. And if your only argument is that he's made a fallacy, you've got no argument.
Literally making things up, but yeah, shame. There is no circumference of Earth, to let you guys know, when it comes to a globe. They want it to be that way, but it doesn't.
The fuck did you just say to me?
Making things up, but yeah, shame. There is no circumference of Earth, to let you guys know, when it comes to a globe. They want it.
Can somebody clip that, please? I'll play it once more for you.
Literally making things up, but yeah, shame. There is no circumference of Earth, to let you guys know, when it comes to a globe. They want it to be that way.
If Earth is a globe, then yes, there is a circumference. Is he saying spheres don't have circumferences? We just added 5 memberships because Dib gifted 5. Thank you very much. Taking us up to 192 new members, adding another 15 minutes to the timer. But yeah, Ficatzoid just said that... No, I have to...
Literally making things up, but yeah, shame. There is no circumference of Earth, to let you guys know, when it comes to a globe.
There is no circumference to Earth. There is no circumference of Earth when it comes to a globe. No, I yeah, that hurts my brain.
They want it to be that way, but it doesn't actually exist. So Jaron's again just let's put it this way, Jaron's been sniffing up Mr. McToon's bumhole. That's why he's talking
You need a
straight
constant degree
shit.
of coverage.
Why are you guys talking about Toon's bumhole? That's a little weird.
For to be able to get a radius, you know, and they say they've got an oblique spheroid as well as a sphere. So how does that work?
Yeah, I mean, we're really
radius, you know, and they say they've got an oblique spheroid as well as a sphere. So how does that work?
Jaron's again just let's put it this way, Jaron's been sniffing up Mr. McToon's bumhole. That's why he's talking
You need a
straight
constant degree
shit.
of coverage for to be able to get a radius, you know, and they say they've got an oblique spheroid as well as a sphere. So how does that work?
Right. The Earth is an oblate spheroid, but the oblicity, that's not a word, Craig. Oblateness? Oblateness? The oblateness is so slight that for all intents and purposes, it's a perfect sphere. It's very, 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 very slightly not a perfect sphere. So it definitely has a circumference. Hey, Tiny Captain, how you doing, my friend? Oblateness, yes, that is the right word. What the fuck did I say?
Yeah, I mean, we literally showed them that the elevation angle requires the flat plane to make these angled measurements. How else are you going to see a measurement of angular degree? So if you measure a star at 70 degrees in elevation, that baseline is flat. It's a circle of equal altitude for a reason. That means that GP of that star is on exactly the same plane as you are. So if you're 3,000 miles away from the star, observing it at a certain location, it's on the same plane. Hence, flat Earth.
Right.
But they aren't just 3,000 miles away. And they aren't on the same plane. Flatzoid, what you just said is one of the most incredibly idiotic things I have ever heard. Not once during your rambling, incoherent response were you anything close to resembling a rational thought. Everyone watching this stream is now dumber for having listened to you. I award you 0 points and may God have mercy on your soul.
All right.
He got assimilated by the Borg, man. That's what happened. I don't know if any of you ever watched Star Trek, but they had this Borg, these cyborg.
Resistance is futile.
Yeah, they had a single consciousness.
No one's
they got a
no one here
got
watches
put
Star
into the
Trek.
Borg collective.
Yeah, man. Even Patrick Stewart, what was his name in it?
Locutus.
Yes, and Jean-Luc Picard. Yeah, even he was Borg for a little while, wasn't he?
Yeah, man.
Listen to these fucking nerds watching Star Trek. How dare they watch Star Trek? That's my show.
Remember, Data got to get down with that.
Did.
His name was Data, not Data. Oh my fucking. You just triggered an entire fan base. His name is not Data.
Oh, 7.
Yeah,
Oh, 7 was it? Yeah. Or 7. 7 of 9. Sorry, 7 of 9. 7 of 9.
Who's Big
Oh,
Smoke King?
He was in my chat. He was in my chat earlier.
I feel sick with these guys talking about Star Trek. Can they not do that, please?
He used to be under a different name.
Hey, Mr. Smith.
Yeah, that's me. I'm Big Smoke.
Yeah,
that's my
well,
YouTube
that's
name.
him. That's
Yeah.
him.
Oh, okay.
Sorry about that. Yeah, it said I could restream it, so I was like, you know what? I'll restream it, get more views.
Yeah.
I think all the links and stuff still lead back to your channel, so like it's I'm not trying to like publicity grab.
Yeah, it's all there, man. No, it's just like I'm trying.
So someone is restreaming for Catzoid stream that no one watched. Good, nice.
Who's Big
Hey, Rachbot, how you doing?
But yeah, guys, I don't think this is definitely worth $65. To me, this just seems like a whole grifting thing, because he's been very desperate for money lately. I mean, look at the.
All right, I don't think you understand. This wasn't Jaren making money, right? This was Witsit making money. This was Witsit's, etheric thing, whatever it was, his conference. It was not Jaren's. Jaren was just a guest there, a speaker. Was he paid a fee? I'm not entirely sure, maybe. But this wasn't about him making money. Evil Producer says 7 of 9 is okay. I prefer 44 of D. Or me, who is 7 of 12. Tactical Node 3, species 5008.
Yeah, I think it was like last month or the month where they like asked for like 10 grand, didn't want to tell anybody for what. And now having this kind of online show, like $65 for what?
I know.
Are you just jealous for Catzoid that no one wanted to pay to watch you? With your like 3 members to your channel or something.
But I mean, the thing to ask for help with that amount of money and say, look, you just have to trust me on what it's for. You'll be happy, but you just have to trust me. I think with that amount of money, with a little amount of money, I suppose you might do it. But with that amount of money, you want to know what you're investing that into. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Look, everyone knew. Everyone that paid money to watch this knew what they were doing, right? They were watching Witzit's Etheric Summit, which happened to include a live debate with Jeranism. They all knew what they were doing. They weren't getting scammed. They knew exactly what they were getting. A debate between Austin Witzit and Jaron Campanella. They didn't not know that's what was happening.
And Austin is not like a person who doesn't know how to operate with the bare minimum. It's like he's writing checks like that he can't cash.
Right.
Mr. Meeps has now disappeared from chat. Yep, he's gone. Tim Davidson for $2 says 4 of 20 plus 68 plus 1. Lovely lady. Are you doing bingo? And that adds another minute. Thank you very much. Guys, remember, you can increase that timer. All you have to do is gift a membership. There are still some people in the chat that aren't members. I'm sure you can sort that out, right?
Like, how did you get that far down, man? I mean, maybe I'm just wondering to myself, but yeah.
Yeah. Tonight, yourself. You don't need anybody. But, flat earthers aren't going to tell you that. They're going to tell you, oh, it's perspective, and that's how perspective works. It's not how perspective works. Go measure the height of a telephone pole, walk halfway to it, measure it again, walk another same amount of distance, and you'll notice that it changes it.
Of course.
It changes. Like the sun. Remember, the difference between the
sun doesn't change angular size that we checked.
The stars and the lamp poles is the stars are way, way too far away to have the same effect from a light pole that's way, way close.
The Strayer says, how many Flerfs did actually email you their evidence after a live stream? Oh, none. None at all.
Closer. It's called parallax for a reason, Jaron. You know, like if you're driving in a car and you're looking right and you've got trees and you've got a mountain in the distance, that mountain's not really relative to you moving, but all the trees close to you is going like this past you. That's the same thing with the stars, you moron. The reason the star takes so long, in other words, 600 nautical miles before it actually drops a degree, is because it's so...
no, not 600 nautical miles, you dipshit. So it's no longer 69 miles per degree, it's 600 miles per degree. Good job for Catzoid. The Mr. Svensson for 20 secs says, for Catzoid seems even for catsier than usual. Big facepalm. Ow, my head. That hurt.
So far away. Now, when you're trying to compare it to light poles that's literally a few meters away from you, and saying, "Oh, look, look how quickly it's going down." It's like, yeah, that just means you don't understand what you're talking about. Literally, he doesn't know what perspective is, guys.
He does. He's just trying to.
The irony of Flatzoid saying that someone else doesn't understand something will never get old.
He's just playing the Glover part. That's all.
That's it. He knows. He knows what perspective is.
Both these creeps are just up here putting on a show. This is not a debate. This is just a show.
That's right.
Money grab.
Yeah, I mean,
I think Jaron's aware that it's just a show because no one takes Flat Earth seriously, and he's realised that. Every time I have a debate, what do? I call it a debate because it's not a debate; it's a debate.
they're still business partners, aren't they? So obviously they're both getting something out of this. I mean, you would think after this whole thing, especially what Jaron was calling flat earthers and things, you would think Austin Witzit would pull out from Jaron and not be business associates.
And I find it hard to believe that this is the first time they spoke since.
Oh, yeah. Always.
If you're walking towards a building, it gets bigger faster as you get closer to the building than it does when you're far away. This is not how the stars work. So the stars, he was false in that. He said that the stars operate as perspective would. That's not true. They don't. What's your, I guess your...
Let's stop right there.
Oh, that's such nonsense. Yeah, but when I go to work in the morning, sometimes I see the moon, and it's sitting just perfectly above the Waterberg Mountains. And driving to work, that the mountain seems to stay the same size, really, but the moon seems to stay the same size as well. But the closer I get to work, the moon seems to get occulted by that mountain.
Hold on. So the mountain stays the same size. Apparently, like, it appears the same size as you get closer. So it doesn't appear to get bigger as you get closer. So you're now denying how perspective works. Oh, right. Huh. Interesting.
I wonder why.
That's weird. Maybe because the moon is very far away, and so is that mountain. So the angular sizes aren't really changing, but the angle towards them is changing. So therefore, the moon gets occulted by the much closer mountain. And that's why this celestial theodolite argument is such a good one, because
they're trying to say that the fact that something goes behind something proves that the Earth is flat, when that's kind of what the globe says. They are becoming dumber, aren't they?
It shows that everything's local. And it's not too far away as they want it to be. By the way, I want to ask if you guys ever thought to this. Remember, Jaren always brought up an argument. The inverse square law of light shows that it's impossible for the star's light to reach us. What's he now calling? What's he now saying? The distance
Billions and trillions. I mean, who knows?
Oh, yeah, but that was because he didn't understand the inverse square law of light. I had to explain to him that means it would never reduce to zero. There would always be some light. And he was like, oh, right. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. You know? Because he's not a fucking idiot anymore.
To find that stuff out.
It's over there. It's over there. So you agree, like, if a plane flies over your head and goes away, it looks like it's going down. As it flies close, okay. So perspective does in fact cause things in the distance to appear to go down towards the horizon and converge into that place.
Agree.
And okay, so that's what I'm not talking about the exact ratio. The sky is for sure a very interesting phenomena, right? I mean, indisputably, in the paradigm of the globe, it's like wildly crazy phenomenon.
Wild, yeah, the things are.
It's not wildly crazy. It's easily explained when you're not a fucking mental midget.
Pretty crazy, but I think that the flat Earth model that calls for stars.
Jaren, why did you just overtalk Austin? He let you talk, and as soon as he talks, you overtalk him. What's going on, man?
It's a conversation that's back and forth.
And I must say that is really unlike Witzer to just sit there and let him talk over.
Later on, I mean, I know Sean kind of explained it a bit, but later on, there's a good few things. And Witzer says the amount of fallacies you just come out with that I could have called that, but I won't bother. And I'm like, and I stopped there. And I was like, why? I said, any other debate, you would have called that out just like that. As soon as it happened, like, that's that fallacy, that's that fallacy, that's that fallacy. You would have called it. So why are you letting him off with it? I know.
He's already mentioned fallacies about 1 million times. What the fuck are you on about?
Sean explained it a bit to me, but still, you'd have thought he'd have pushed it a little further.
Yeah. But I have to say, everybody's saying this. Yeah, Jaren's face looks weird. He doesn't look like the same Jaren. But even Witzer,
he's not. We replaced him with a clone. Unfortunately, when we tried to clone Jaren, because we had to increase the intelligence stats like several thousand times, we had to reduce some other stats. You know how it works. You only get a certain amount of skill points that you can apply. So because we put a lot more into intelligence, we had to like reduce certain like aspects of how the face looks and things. So, I mean, he's basically the same, but you know, there's a few little differences, like uncanny valley type stuff. Surprised for Catsoid picked up on that actually.
He's got a different look to him, but Jaren, on the most part, it just doesn't look like the same Jaren. I don't know. It's weird.
Circling your head would have parallax issues. They would have all kinds of stuff that we don't see anything of, right? We don't see the constellations change their orientation. So it does
The reason we don't see that is because it's not a globe, Jaren. We're supposed to see redshift and blueshift because of the globe. We don't.
Parallax issues, they would have all kinds of stuff that we don't see anything of, right? We don't see the constellations change their orientation. So it does.
The reason we don't see that is because it's not a globe, Jaren. We're supposed to see redshift and blueshift because of the globe. We don't see it.
But we do see redshift and blueshift. So what are you on about?
He doesn't get this, does he? He's just literally debunking himself.
Do exactly what the sphere calls for with these stars at a very, very far distance.
Well, let's just talk about it. So like, okay, so perspective does cause things to look like it goes down when it goes away from you, and the stars do that. So like I said,
but at a predictable exact rate. So like if you did that with perspective, you wouldn't get the same. We move 69 miles north, the star drops 1 degree. 69 more miles, 1 degree. 69. That's not how anything perspective.
I got it. I know why he looks different. He's got the face filter.
He has got a filter on, hasn't he? I think he has got.
He's got a beautiful.
No, he doesn't have any filter on. What are you on about?
55 face filter, maybe, guys.
He has. He has.
Oh my goodness, that's so generous. JM Daniels, 1532, $20. Thank you. Staples sells staples, and TFE measured the Earth whilst in Antarctica, and it matched the globe prediction. The flat Earth numbers failed miserably. Oddly enough, WITS did not participate in that experiment. Staples sells staples? Thank you very much. I really appreciate the support. That also adds another 2 minutes to the timer. 1, 2, and you made my lights flash all orange. Pretty.
Nice. Nice.
If you did
that actually isn't even entirely true, right? So there is, yeah. So it's claimed to have like a linear 1-to-1 ratio. This actually isn't true though. Like if you actually look at like the celestial navigation, like the manuals, right? You cannot take any of the angles like all the way up to something like 15 degrees, and then a few degrees away from 90. You can't even take them. And so actually, it's like logarithmic. It actually starts to compress, almost like a hyperbolic.
No, it doesn't. That's a complete lie. It's always 69 degrees per mile. It's always 69 miles per degree. Sorry. Words hard.
And you also got to point out that if you have to take it based on algorithm, they got different corrections you have to make it as accurate as possible to that 1 degree 69 miles. But they make it sound like it's definitely the 1 degree every 69 nautical miles. It isn't.
It is. It's just a lie to say it's not. Why is like the Catzoid's stream so out of like sync?
It isn't. You have to make corrections to make it that way.
You have to make corrections because you're using a flat line. Oh, no. I mean, no. You're talking about the star. No, okay, there's no corrections being made. It's 69 miles per degree every time.
Like a geometry. But everyone just says it's 69 miles, it just works, and everyone acts like it works. It doesn't. It like factually doesn't. You can't actually use the angles to the stars lower down. Meaning as things get closer and closer to the horizon, right, that claim linear ratio doesn't happen at all. And just to
Yes,
I'll
it
just
does.
make the bigger claim though, because I don't want to get lost.
It's a complete and utter lie. It's always 69 miles per degree. It doesn't change. He's just straight up lying. Hey, Christopher Marlowe Kane, how you doing, my friend? I need a container says, you have to make erection. No, corrections, not erections.
What I'm saying is, it is special pleading in that we're claiming the exception to a universal principle, which is everywhere else. When we look, we know that because of perspective, that things get further away, they appear to go down, right? And we see the sky appear to go down, but the globe is claiming, so yeah, it has the same effect as perspective, but it isn't because of perspective. It's because we're physically changing our orientation, right? We agree with that?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I just want to know if you're talking about if perspective is a mathematical equation, is there a formula?
Perspective is not a mathematical equation. Perspective is an optical.
Yeah, he's asking, is there a mathematical equation for perspective that we can apply to something?
Or phenomena explained using mathematics.
Oh, well, let's see the mathematics explain it then. No? Huh.
Did he literally just say perspective is mathematics?
I think he's asking. Or asking if they agree, or
You don't see with mathematics, guys. You see with your eyes.
No one. He didn't say that. Sorry,
And the thing
fuck's
is, because we are three-dimensional beings, and our eyes, our retina takes in the image of the
your brain is fucking two-dimensional.
Three-dimensional world, two-dimensionally in. Our brains have to reconstruct it in 3 dimensions, and that's why we see it in perspective.
Makes sense.
That's it. Not mathematical. It's just literally how reality works. It's the same with like a camera, and that's why you have depth of field when it comes to cameras. Because you got that infinite plane moving forward and back, and you're able to see that difference. That's why when you have different focal lengths, you can see different compression ratios between the subject and the background between them.
Yeah.
That's it.
Formula for perspective?
Well, that's a good question, right? People do use a formula for perspective, but I don't agree with it. And so,
Okay,
if you actually look into it, it's well known that like visual space is much more complex than this really rudimentary trigonometry that people try to use, assuming that there's
Visual space is more complicated than the maths we've got for it. No, you just don't understand it. It doesn't mean it's more complicated.
Look at this. We see in 3 dimensions because we have 2 eyes. No, we see in 3 dimensions because
So you
we
tell
live
me
in
if
3
you've got
dimensions.
one eye.
Yeah, if you have one eye, you don't have depth perception. That's the point. It stops you seeing 3D properly. Depth perception go away.
What happens to people with 1 eye? They still see also 3 dimensions.
You don't see in stereo
Oh,
anymore.
man.
Fuck.
No, you don't.
Really?
What on earth, man?
Even blind people live in a three-dimensional
Height,
reality.
width, and depth. Yeah, we literally live in a height, width, and depth reality. The thing is, when you look out with your eyes, your retina can only bring it in as photographic 2-dimensional. And your brain has to reinterpret that as 3-dimensional again as you're seeing it. And that's why you
Well,
have
at this stage, you're not in that space, but you're seeing that space. So your mind's it's working out. It's putting it in a way that you can work out the 3D, and it's so simple to work out.
Is listening to two idiots talk to each other like they're smart as painful to you as it is to me? Like, it physically hurts, actually.
When you see it, you know what I mean? It's so simple. What I mean, what your brain does it, and why it does it, why it does it, you know?
Yep.
No, I'm not sleepy.
there's linear visual space, and this has been tested and written about at some of the highest levels.
Are you saying that do you think if we went to 25 degrees north and then we
your pal Al, welcome to Scrappers, thank you very much. Add another 3 minutes to the timer. Nearly below 2.5 hours. Nice.
Kept going 1 degree or north each time, so we get up to 45 degrees. Are you saying that the star wouldn't adjust by exactly that amount of degrees, based on if we go 69 miles north, 69 again? Say we do it 10 times, it's 690 degrees, 10 steps to that way, so the North Star would be.
No, it's not 100% accurate. No,
It
because
is.
you have different refracted indexes and values in that day which you're observing. So no, Jaron. Remember, even when somebody does celestial navigation, and they have the almanac and they observe a star or something, and they look in the almanac, they have to make corrections for a reason. Why? Because it's not just plucked there as a certain thing and say, okay, because then you wouldn't need an almanac. You wouldn't.
Are you admitting refraction happens the way we explain? And Bill Tetley gifts 10 memberships. Adding half an hour back to the timer. Thank you very much, my friend. I really appreciate it. Yeah, intelligent circuits have short-circuited. You are correct. Right. I need a quick potty break. So, I'll be back in 1 minute.
Yo, listen up, it's your boy Dirch in the his house. Plan so slick, gonna make your pockets fizz out. I got an app that's gonna change your life, but before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. It's your boy Dirt H into his house. That's the whose house. Got a plan so slick, gonna make your pockets this house. I got an app that's gonna change your life. But before you download, let me slice through the strife. They say the earth's a globe, but I beg to differ. I'll make you believe, I'll make you shiver. Spectroscopy needs a container, that's my claim. I've got no clue, I just hang my head in shame. Flattener, that's the line I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Flat Earth, that's the lie I'm preaching. Sell my app, it's what I'm seeking. Fake challenge, try your luck. While I'm laughing, pocketing a buck. I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
I'm a scammer.
Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, the icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go. It's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. I'm a scammer. Yo, Dave Weiss is a scammer. Talk about Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. Antarctica, that icy place. Offered a free trip, dangled it in my face, but I won't go, it's not about thrift. I'm staying home, gotta protect my grift. I'm a scammer. The scammer, I play the game. Gonna hustle hard, gonna rise to fame. But remember one thing, it's all a ploy. To make that green, I'll be your decoy. So if you wanna join, come take my hand. But beware the tricks, it's all planned. Titrh, that's my name. In the world of scams, I got the fame.
I'm a scammer.
Hi there, I'm a soulless corporate CEO, and today I've taken a break from one of my favorite hobbies, devouring the blood of infants. And I'm here to ask a question. Is a gamer not entitled to the contents of this disc? No. Do you like owning things? Are you proud of the time you spend working for a paycheck to be able to afford basic comforts like entertainment? Well, that's too bad, because I'm here to steal all of that from you. You will own...
Whoops. I didn't make it back in time. Bob No $5 says, worst part is when they say something technically correct. Then I'm confused, like, am I the moron here? Then they derp it up again and it's alright. Actman? God, I haven't watched him in ages. Why is he on my list? Okay. Arg. Okay, in an hour. Right, so in about an hour-ish, we'll start one of my reviews of my debates with Borg and Rachbot. Computer, remind me in 1 hour to message Borg. Pardon me.
Wouldn't need an almanac if it was literally, oh guys, I see the star at 40 degrees, so therefore I know I just... No, they literally have to do calculations to get their direction, get how far they are, get their GP. You understand?
I'm needing the Red
This isn't
Bull,
just
guys.
simply, it's 40 degrees, okay, this is the distance. It's not as simple as that. Does Jaren think that the stars are observation is not optical. But this is the same issue that all globers have when it comes to the horizon as well. When you explain to them a horizon is only an apparent position when the sky and Earth appear to meet, it's not physical, it's optical phenomenon.
You can only have an optical phenomenon of something that is physical. The horizon is a physical thing. Everything is an optical phenomenon because of the way we see. But we have a refracted horizon because there's a real one to refract.
Phenomena. They claiming it's physical. It's literally retardation. These people are dumb. Jaren literally has, how can I say?
Irony. Is my irony meter exploded. It's a big puddle down there. I should not fill them with mercury. Wait, that's not mercury. It's burning through the floor. I think it might have been acid.
He used to be stupid, but now it's like...
He used to be stupid, but now if you said that, that's a compliment.
Yeah, Jaren did used to be stupid. He's not anymore.
No, but now it's like on a whole new level. I mean, what's more stupid than what he used to be stupid? I don't know. Dumber and dumber.
We 10 degrees different. You agree with that?
It will be, yeah, it'll be very close. It will not be exact. And
if you're at 25 and 45 degrees, it should be close, right? Because you're not.
Because he looks like a
refraction
game avatar.
Okay, so that's what you're saying.
It really does look like he's got some kind of weird face filter or something.
There is even in StreamYard, there's a filter type thing on it, a smoother. Even in StreamYard. Yeah.
Is there?
Yeah. There's a smoother in StreamYard in one of the settings somewhere. Yeah.
That's just what he looks like. Why is Katsoid's stream so delayed? Like, was it like this when he was live? Out of sync? I don't know.
Let me just see if I can... Oh, no, I'm not in StreamYard. I'm bloody restreaming.
Look, I got StreamYard.
I was just about to check.
Oh, apparently DP Debunks says that Durf now doesn't say the horizon rises to eye level. Ooh, interesting. Send me the link to that, please, DP. And welcome to the chat, my friend.
But yeah, there is one.
Yes, Terry, the debate was $65 for the cheapest ticket, and for VIP was what, like $96 or $97? Nice thing is Mojo has it on his channel, so we are able to get it from there and watch it. I just find it sad that Austin Whitson's not calling out McToon for showing the debate review, but he's saying I'm stealing it.
Oh,
weird.
Oh, no. He absolutely did call out Toon. Very much so.
Everyone just says it's.
Look at the top comment here. Yeah, let's just steal. No surprise after you blatantly lied and never paid my attorney after months of dragging it out and moving the goalpost. I have all the receipts undeniably proving you're a liar, of course. This debate was part of an online event that people paid a ticket for, and you just shamelessly steal it and post it on your channel almost immediately. You're a complete joke. Oh, lovely. If anyone wants it, it's just here. The entire debate posted here. I don't see Witsit complaining on that. I was thinking of just posting the debate on my channel, like the whole thing.
How do you steal something that's literally for public on the
Because at the
internet?
end of my sort of partial review of it, someone came right at the end as it was finishing, called Mr. Mystic or something like that, and said, "You want to challenge me to a boxing match?" You know, I mean, I've got a big mouth, and do you want to have a boxing match? So why not?
I
by
love
the way,
it.
guys, it was a
I
paper.
absolutely adore it when flat earthers challenge me to a fight, right? It's kind of one of my favorite things, to be honest, because I'll accept every single time. And why will I accept? Well, why wouldn't I? come at me, bro. Every time I accept, they disappear. Hilarious. PJ's never been in the gym in his life.
Paid event. These things are after the so-called paid event, so can't steal something that's free on the internet.
And even with that aside, I know Austin doesn't claim to be a Christian, but like a believer in Yeshua, right? Well,
he's a weird one.
But, I mean, even like a basic as a believer in Christ, you should be understanding of like as you have been freely given, or as you have freely received, freely give. Like, there should be a foreign concept.
Right. You're missing Witsit's point. Witsit's point is that to access this debate, you had to pay $65 or $95, right? That's what you had to do. And he's pissed off that people are now just freely sharing it online. So he's accusing everyone of stealing. And in a little sense, we can see his point. But that's without taking into account that he doesn't understand what fair use is, right? Once that was there, to be able to view it and comment on it is under fair use. The fact that it got leaked and is now there to be used for fair use, there's no problem. Nothing's stolen. Stop crying, you little fucking baby, like you did when we met face to face.
Even without like legalities involved. Yeah.
Yeah.
These people that whoever said that a minute ago about the video and stealing it and shit. No, wait a second. Your Duffy guy condones going down for the marathon so you can get that check and then not doing the marathons as a method of dishonesty. Okay, and that is kind of stealing.
What?
So doing the marathon guy condones and stealing it and shit. No, wait a second. Your Duffy guy condones going down for the marathon so you can get that check and then not doing the marathons as a method of dishonesty.
What?
Okay, and that is kind of stealing. So I don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Something that's freely available on the internet is subject to the same copyright laws as anything else, and it is public domain for illustration and commentary. Absolutely.
We're reviewing. So
But the
it's
thing
weird.
is, that's kind of Witsit's point, though, right? Is that it wasn't freely available on the internet until somebody posted it without their permission, right? It doesn't matter because it's still fair use. But Witsit's point is that you had to pay to get it, and now it's freely available, so you don't have to pay. I mean, I understand his point. I don't agree with him. But how can you not understand his point? Oh, that's right, because you're a flat earther. And all flat earthers are, say it with me, fucking idiots.
All we're doing is reviewing the debate. So it's not like we're literally just taking it and just plonking it on you and say, hey, we're reviewing the content. If you guys didn't want to watch it, you wouldn't be here,
pay no
would they?
$65 to go look at it. Go get a job, bitch. You know what I'm saying?
And I am thankful that we're watching.
Flat earthers are the most unemployable people on the planet.
Watching it because I honestly, I try to get through 5 minutes of it by myself. I can't. I can only watch it with a group for some reason.
That's because you're a flat earther and you don't have an attention span.
Yeah, but I have to point out, guys. Flipping $65 is extortion. It's literally it's scamming people. You don't pay $65.
It's not scamming people if they agree to pay it, guys. This costs $65. This is what you will get. That's not they're being told what they're going to have. Oh, the dumb. Docs and Greenlight for $2 says, please go over Mikey Smith getting decked. Is that actually on a video on his channel? Because that could be funny.
For this, which he would have probably anyway released it on his channel in a week's time or something. You understand? So the guy's probably just peeved that we jumped on the wagon quickly and reviewed it already when it was available. Simple as that.
And this is let's make sure everyone understands this. Conveniently, we call the refraction zones all the way up to like 15 degrees or more above the horizon, because what actually happens is the stars start to act way different.
But that's the thing, Mojo. The reason they're buttered is because they are not the ones that's reviewing it. Hey, we're not stopping you. Go ahead. But oh wait, the guys have troll channels. They can't review it. All they are is keyboard warriors. They're little Karens on the internet that can't do anything better than moan.
How is he not understanding that he is that thing he just said? Right, come on, guys, get on with the review.
Different, right? I mean, that's 15 degrees is super high above the horizon, right?
I agree.
No, but the stars start acting different. Well, this is what like hyperbolic visual space would predict.
No, you're also
it would be a logarithmic
Admiral
relationship. So like on the globe, it's very simple. We're standing on a globe. There's basically nothing between us and the stars. They're super far away. So the only reason the stars look like they change positions is because we're tipping over.
Okay.
Right, I need to see this.
Very important aspect. So you got somebody here. Here's their eye level. I throw this mountain in that's 3,000 feet above this guy's head. Let's just call it 3,000 feet. So here's the sun, and the sun just goes away. It looks like it's going down due to perspective. Now, is that below the horizon, or is it just beyond the mountain? Easy answer, it's just beyond the mountain. And if he rose up in the sky, he could see the sun again. Doesn't make the earth a ball, it just makes him seeing over the mountain. It gives him a better perspective. Or if I make him go back 20 miles, he can see the sun again. And if the sun goes farther away, is it going below a horizon or is it going beyond a mountain? Now, this line right here, which appears to him to be at his eye level, flat or globe, it's still 3,000 feet above his eye level, but it looks like it's at his eye level. So just like I can take this sun right here and I make it go away, it looks like it's going below a horizon, but it's just going beyond the horizon. The question is, we're all brainwashed into believing the horizon is at our eye level. But in reality, it only appears to be at our eye level. Take this a step farther, throw some clouds in here. So the clouds, let's say they're 10,000 feet above the mountain. Got the sun above the clouds. The sun goes away again. This line here now, not only is it just the mountain, that's the ground ramping up. The sky's ramping down into this line. So this line here is now the mountain 3,000 feet above his eyes, the cloud deck or the atmospheric deck 10,000 feet above the mountain. So this line is maybe 13,000 feet above his eyes. So did we go below an Earth curve, or did it just go beyond something that's above our eye level? But the way we see, we think it's at our eye level. So here we go. You all, if you all been on an airplane, you look down, you see the cloud deck. When we're underneath, we see those clouds.
So the horizon doesn't rise to eye level. We just think it rises to eye level. I fucking see. Oh, come on, play.
Hey, Luca, this is the last I'm going to say. When are you going to pay me the $1,000, dude? Or the $50?
I reviewed that last night, Flats, on the Rumble site.
He doesn't owe you 1,000.
He's literally still running from it, by the way, guys.
Was it on the YouTube site, Dave? Or was it Rumble site or the YouTube site? I reviewed it.
It was on the YouTube.
Or perhaps you can be generous.
Oh, I did do it on the YouTube site. I did it on the YouTube site. I reviewed it, yeah.
So he's calling me an extortionist. So, Luca, how exactly am I extortionist? What am I doing that's
oh my goodness.
extortion?
You are the one
Go ahead.
who offered it. You should never have offered it, dude.
No, but that's the weird thing. He placed a bet. I said I'm not a betting man, so I don't expect the money. Then he said, okay, I'll give you $50. I said, okay, the gift's more than welcome.
Yeah.
I can use it. And then decided not to give it because he
take
gave
out
money
the money
before.
I already gave you for a service that I already had more than twice. A debate. It was debates. It was debates, wasn't it? 3 debates you got out of it.
Yeah.
He was only meant to get one debate out of it.
So Luca paid you for a debate.
Here's a tenner. By the way, you can take it out of what I've given you before.
Yeah.
Look, just get on with the fucking review, you
weird.
morons.
It's no point. It shows you how. You didn't think I'd be able to. I said I don't.
Like I.
Right, and you couldn't do it.
Now, it's refraction.
Right, start doing it again.
Okay, let's carry on.
But that's actually not what we observe in reality. All the way 15 degrees or more, we start to see them start to compress and get logarithmic, meaning that the way that they change is exponentially different. And even all the way up towards 90. So you're told specifically not to utilize those. So we can say it's refraction. That's not even like a realistic or viable explanation, like 15 degrees. So conveniently, the difference in the linear perspective and a hyperbolic perspective, it's a wash, right? According to the globe, but just conveniently, we're going to change that range and not use it. We're not going to use the range that would be different between a linear and a hyperbolic visual space.
But that's also the place where refraction would cause issues with the observations of stars?
15 degrees above the horizon?
Yes. Sure. I mean, if you're looking out in the direction, that's not very high, and that's where all the atmosphere is, right? So you're going to be looking through the most amount of atmosphere at about 10 to 15 degrees from the ground. That's where you're going to have, again, I'm saying if refraction is true, which I believe that it is, and then you just have to say, well, that's what the globe is saying, is that the reason that the stars get mushed together is because they are being refracted, or they kind of disappear.
Yeah.
The reason you see the stars.
So the stars still drop 1 degree, 1 degree per 69 miles. But you have to take into account refractive effects and apply that to what you see. That's why there's corrections in celestial navigation. So Witz's entire argument is, well, refraction happens, so it's not really that, except it always is. Every 69 miles you go, it drops by 1 degree. And it gets close to the horizon where refraction's the most, and you have to apply the refractive corrections.
Stars go, quote unquote, below the horizon is thanks to refraction. Jaron, remember, this is the double speak they have. Don't they claim, oh, you guys, when you see the sun at sunset, it has already actually set, but due to refraction, you see it longer, correct?
Refraction.
Refraction, exactly.
Magic
Refraction's not scary, it's real.
It's amazing how they're always very selective, and they're hypocrites because they only want refraction to happen when they need it, but when it doesn't suit them, they don't want it to exist. It's really sad. The only reason we see stars go, quote unquote, below the horizon is thanks to refraction, Jaron. That's the only reason. Why? Because refraction causes your Earth curve. It's an optical phenomena.
They kind of get faded in that area. So again, I don't know if that's really...
Refraction doesn't cause Earth curve. We can do the corrections for refraction to show the Earth curve is there because we understand how refraction works. That's why I'm wearing glasses, because we understand refraction.
Because I'm saying we could still take the distance away from 15 and away from 90, and then we could, if that's working perfectly as a sphere, that'd be really weird that works as a sphere, but not the 15 degrees that we have left to go. So, I mean, you could just keep doing that one section that you have, and you would be able to figure out that the Earth is 24,901 miles around.
Luca just debunked himself, guys. He says due to the bottom there, that doesn't
What's this drama with Luca?
change it all in angular size at all.
I don't even see him in the chat.
Oh, so the refraction doesn't change the angular size of the sun then at the horizon, which you literally, that was your argument. So refraction didn't cause it to change angular size. It was literally the sun. Not a very smart guy, is he?
I mean, I thought he had potential at one point, but wow, Luca. Come on.
He keeps digging his grave deeper.
I don't know who's trying to impress.
Simply because we can keep going north, and you would always get 1 degree every 69 miles. So I see what you're saying. I mean, again, you're just going to claim that that's... I'll have to look into what exactly the formula is, because I do know that refraction does break down as well. Not refraction, sorry. The perspective breaks down close to you and far away from you.
It does because...
What? Perspective breaks down close to you and far away from you. That's literally an oxymoron statement. So in other words, you never see perspective then.
That's not what he said.
Is that what he's saying?
No, not in the slightest. Right, guys, I need to quickly take a break and
what is a
grab a drink and have a chat with my wife. About 2 minutes. Enjoy this brief video.
Full moon and what is a new moon on your model?
Probably like a magnetic cycle, and just like the center of a barrel cell image of a magnet.
I think it's probably like a magnetic cycle, just like the center of a barrel cell spiral. Image of a magnet, it's just black in the middle. It's actually pure inertia, not just a little. In the ferrocell cell image of a magnet, it actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up. It becomes like etherically displaced. Yeah, you start to see it charge up once more, and it goes back like it did before. Once it becomes like etherically spaced, you see it charge up and take its place. Oh shucks, ain't that so? That's how moon phases work, fam. Pass the dresser. In the magnet's heart, centrifugal divergence flies, centripetal convergence pulls, defying all science. Etheric whispers sing, light and shadow blend, magnetic cycles spin, where physics seems to end. In the ferrocell image of a magnet, it actually goes into its inertial state, then charges back up. It becomes like etherically displaced. Yeehaw! Grab your partner, swing them round, magnetic cycles up and down. Either song in the air, hillbilly science everywhere, cause it's like etherically displaced. Yeehaw! Yeah, belly on up to the Wixit word salad buffet. Who has light vinaigrettes? The Jugger Ranch.
Then charges back up, and once it becomes like etherically displaced again, you start to see it charge up throughout a cycle, and it goes back.
Where does it go? I want to know. Right. Crack on with the stupid. And then we will take a break if we don't get through it and do a review of my debate at DebateCon. Now, Borg, which debate did you want to cover, by the way? I should probably have asked you that. Pardon me. Wolf, if you want to hear more about it, then I'll gladly talk about it.
It does because of the way that everyone tries to use like linear geometry for perspective. So like, and this is just an assumption, but this has actually been written about for decades, and it's just people don't even want to go touch it. And like, I've done a stream on this, right? It's a very basic way to disprove this idea, because when we look at railroads, we know that they're physically parallel in reality, but they look like they converge. Okay, but according to planar geometry, they don't ever converge. They're just parallel. So if we were seeing in planar geometry, we would see them just remain parallel. So obviously there's a difference between how we see in actual plane geometry, right? Because it's converging. They appear to converge. And what they end up saying is,
they don't appear to converge.
Yeah,
well, okay, they appear to, yeah, right, but they don't actually touch. And that kind of disproves so many things about the flat Earth. Like, why doesn't the sun change in angular size? How are you not realizing this? Right, Borg, cover the moon landing, no worries.
You made a corrective adjustment to the trigonometry because planar geometry doesn't work. And this has been like a well-known problem. It's just like the elephant in the room in any discussion about visual space. And I will say they actually recently had to address it because they were utilizing planar geometry for perspective with robotics, which required extreme precision, and the robots were off. They couldn't accurately position things even in small rooms because it was such a precise need of visual alignment. So they actually had to start to integrate like hyperbolic visual space. So now we have a huge situation where we're assuming that we see in straight lines on a globe, and we map the whole globe out that way. And if we actually see with curved visual space, right there, if perspective is not perfectly linear, the globe can't be true, like on its face, because that's like every angle measurement, the way the entire globe model is set up, it's based.
But he's doing the thing that he said that Jaren can't do. Oh, just this one thing disproves the Earth being a globe. But what about all the other evidence? Or evidences, as you keep saying. The double standards.
Based on assumed straight lines that we see in. Because we actually don't even...
I don't agree with that, though, Austin. No. They claim, based on geometry, those straight lines are curved. So that's not true, Austin. I don't know where he's getting that, though.
That'll be one of your options.
Literally did, Luca. Literally did. Look what it said. Look what it said. So it changed size. Angular size is.
My goodness.
Guys, I want to ask this question. Is angular size
Of course it is.
optical?
It's not actual size, is it? It's angular size, which is optical. Wow.
No, that's not what
Luke,
Is vision an optical effect? Huh? Come on now.
Goodness.
I rest my case.
Even see it that way. And
So you're saying that we see curved lines to the stars?
I'm saying that like the collective visual space itself, yes, like starts towards the bottom. What happens is the extremity, so like towards as far as you can see, when you get closer and closer to the limit of how far you can see, you start to have like an actual curved convergence.
But we don't see that with the stars, right?
We do see that with the stars, and that's why even in the manuals they say don't even take the measurements like up to like 15 degrees.
No, they don't.
Thank you, Mr. Jingles, for your £2 super chat. It says, Keith, what is the angular size of the sun? That all depends on your position. So guess what? The angular size changes due to position. So it is an optical effect. Thank you.
No, the angular size of the sun tends to stay the same.
It's a different word. It doesn't come to the same thing sometimes. You know, some things are synonymous. Oh, it's nuts.
Quite crazy.
Guys, don't super chat Flatsoid to ask
Let's put it this way. If you look at an aeroplane in the sky, do you see the actual size of the plane, or is it the angular size of the plane? Is the plane really that small, or is it only appearing to be that small because of distance?
I meant, do we see, you were talking about like railroad tracks converging in the distance. So things as they...
Flatsoid, you keep telling me that the sun and the moon are the same size. Yeah, that's all I need to say.
Go away from us, converge, but stars don't do that. Is what I'm saying. The stars...
Oh, no, yeah, they definitely don't do it like the rate. If they do, it's like hard to even notice at all, for sure. Right. But that's why I did immediately concede that, yes, the sky isn't just like very basic, but they're in like a different realm almost, right? We don't... Regardless of what you think about the Earth, it's well known that what happens in the sky is like something totally different, right? Like we don't know. Like according to the globe, it's pretty crazy as well. It's actually, I would say, much crazier. I'm not claiming to know exactly how the sky works, and I'm also acknowledging that perspective is not exactly like this one-to-one. I don't even believe that it is linear. You have
I agree, Austin, but you also got to understand that
he doesn't think that perspective is linear. Huh.
The reason perspective looks different in the sky is because the objects we're looking at is further away than anything we really see on the ground. So the rules are a bit different because of parallax. That's it.
It shows on the Earth that perspective is not that way. So now if we're going to add way more distances to the stars, right, we have to account for curved visual space.
Let me just say, for you, so you understand my position too, is I'm not buying into any of the other stuff yet. That all takes being convinced like I was of the sphere. So everything else is on the table, but the sphere is not something at this point that
Except Jaren has now accepted the moon landings happened and gravity is real. He's having more and more of his brain put back in.
I think can be changed. Nothing's going to come out that now the sphere doesn't
Why is
work
Jaren a
anymore.
little
It's the
bit
Earth
in
is
the
mapped
corner
as a sphere. It operates as a sphere.
That's a hypocritical statement. He's literally like, he used to say the same. It's flat and you have to deal with it. You know, it's like nothing you're ever going to do is going to change my mind. It's the reality. Blah. Now it's, no, I saw the sun in the sky, so therefore it's a globe. I'm just going to accept everything as a globe. Look, even Austin's face.
Yeah, I know,
I'm
right?
like, what? So nothing you present is going to change my mind. So it's literally become a globe.
You don't think Toon slipped at any one night there in the tent or something, do you?
Decades
Maybe.
later.
And
I mean, what did you say?
Literally become a globe.
You don't think Toon slipped at any one night there in the tent or something, do you? Maybe.
What? Why would you go there? You've already accused Lisbeth of being a prostitute.
And this is why I asked the debate. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, this is why I asked on Monday what's going to happen with like all of Jaren's work with NASA, you know, when so much of their work is based on a flat and stationary Earth. Like, how do you reconcile that?
And he accepted that on part one. He literally said, yeah, he understands. But his answer was, oh, it's because it's local. We just work in local.
I just don't understand, why does he want to debate if there's no evidence that could possibly be presented for him to change his mind? That's just disingenuous. Like, it's not even a debate.
Yeah. That's not, you know, you don't debate to change the other person's mind. You debate to have an intellectual discourse. You're not always going to change the other person's mind, or that, you know, people ingrained in their beliefs aren't going to admit that they're wrong. I love debating flat earthers because it's an exercise in showing stupidity to the world. Like, yeah, but Jaren has also shown that he can change his mind. That's the thing. He has literally displayed that he is capable of changing his mind when evidence is presented that goes against the beliefs that he held. That's why he's not a Christian anymore.
You're just one-sided the entire time. He's already said there's no amount of evidence that you can come out and say that it's not a ball. So, like, what's the debate about that? What are you even debating? You're stuck in your ways. There's no evidence. Even if it came...
He literally didn't say that in the slightest. He said that there isn't any evidence the Earth is anything other than a ball, but he didn't say that there isn't any evidence that can't come up. If evidence was presented that he was wrong about this, he'd probably go back to the flat Earth.
Out right now and has literally pictures of a flat Earth. He'd still deny it. That's basically what he said.
Right.
But he's going against his own how can I say, his own rule. His own scrutiny he put against flat Earth is not hold to same standards as what he's put on the globe now. He's literally just accepting the globe as for everything. But you see, this is exactly why I called him out as a shill from the beginning. The guy was never a flat earther. Clearly showing now the guy was a plant. Finished. It's
a plant. Yes, for a decade he's told people the Earth is flat. Gone to conferences. Done everything to convince everyone that the Earth is flat for a decade, but he was a plant. Yes, this is what a cult does, Keith. He doesn't think that the Earth is flat anymore. So your cult has to attack him, call him a plant. Yes. You're not truthers. You're dipshits.
If you don't see it now, then there's something wrong with you. The guy has always been a globetard.
Again, yeah, is it...
I love how Flakatzoid was not going to be covering any flat Earth stuff anymore.
Flat locally? Yes. So do we treat the Earth like it's flat? So it doesn't surprise me anymore that we have manuals saying treat the Earth as a flat, motionless plane, because that's what you do. If you did anything else, you would crash, because you don't need to do that. The Earth is so big, we just don't have any understanding of spheres that are large enough that are in the entire world.
That's just a bullshit.
That's a comment.
Hence why, if you look at...
he says we don't understand. What do you mean we don't understand? I thought you have all this evidence of a sphere. Now we don't understand how big the globe is?
No, you don't. That's a fact. You think that you should be able to see the curvature just by standing outside. You do not understand. That is why you are flat earthers. You're not, stupid because you're a flat earther. You're a flat earther because you're stupid.
So now he's copping himself out. He's like, we can't explain it because it's just too big and we don't need to explain it. Just trust me. It's ridiculous.
But the question is, let's look at flight data, for instance, okay?
Oh, the all
on a globe, does it physically curve?
No.
Yes, so when the plane flies...
Wait, what do you mean? On a globe, does it physically curve? Yes, the globe physically curves.
Locally flat constantly, and it doesn't physically go around the curve. What is that telling anybody?
But it does go around the curve. It stays level to the ground. And it stays within the air that gives it the correct lift. Going around the curve of the Earth. Does exactly what we expect it to. On a globe.
The same thing the manuals are saying. Flat stationary plane. The same thing they're reading on the manual.
There is no manual for planes that say the Earth is a flat stationary plane. I will give a flat earther £5,000 in stocks and shares if they can show me a flight manual that says the Earth is flat and you have to treat it as flat.
So flat then, not a globe.
Well, it's like when pilots are trained to fly, that's how they're taught, is to treat the Earth as flat and stationary. And it's more than just local, because you can do it from continent to continent, and there's no change for derivation in that principle that you're going over level Earth.
Level does not mean
the whole
flat.
Circumference of the Earth, and it will...
Do you know how we know that level doesn't mean flat? Because they're different words. If level and flat meant the same thing, they'd just be the same word.
Still stay on the same plane. You can literally end up where you started on the same plane without having to adjust for any curve. So it's not local, it's just the whole Earth is flat. Deal with it.
I'm also curious, does it specify in these documents that it's only on that small portion local to the plane that's flat, or does it just say in general treat it as a flat stationary plane? Does it specify like the local
It doesn't say that at all.
of it only being around that specific part of the plane? Because I don't think it does.
Flight manuals will mention the globe.
No, it says you have to treat it as rigidly flat.
Lies.
A motionless flat plane.
So in other words, not only locally, like Jaron is saying right here.
That's the whole
Yes,
thing. Yeah. The whole
literally
flight.
locally. But flight manuals don't say what you're saying.
Not just local.
Because you're liars.
So it's quite it's quite idiotic for anybody to talk about anything when it comes to the globe, and they want to claim, especially this now. Oh yeah, locally flat, fine. Okay, but that's literally throwing your whole globe in the dustbin, because you can't have locally flat on a globe.
That would mean the Earth's faceted.
It's a what's a dodecahedron? What do they say?
They're saying you can't have locally flat on the globe. Well, when it's so fucking big relative to us, yes, you can. That's the point. That's so fucking big that locally it can appear flat. And for all intents and purposes, you can treat it as that. Because we're so small compared to the size of the fucking planet.
Oh, they'll get it. But imagine it's like you're flying off something.
Yep.
And
This is retarded, man. Oh, the Earth is faceted like a diamond. Shut up. These people try anything to try to reaffirm their stupid belief, man. Anything. They'll just jump all over. Man, I got these people scrambling all over the place with this shit because I'm sitting there going, I'm like,
You're
okay,
afraid
so
to debate me, son.
you claim mass is attracting mass. Okay, why? What's the mechanism? Where's the energy coming from? Where's the energy
Curvature of
coming from
space-time.
for that mass to convert into gravity? Where's that coming from? See this?
To mass to convert into gravity. All mass is gravitational. The mass is warping space-time, which makes other things fall towards it. Just because you don't understand, you are literally doing the argument for incredulity at this point. You don't understand what gravity is, so therefore it's not real. Mass doesn't convert to gravity. Mass causes gravitational attraction.
This is exactly why Newton never published it. They waited till after he died. He realized it violated his...
well, that's a lie. Some just claimed that Newton never published anything about gravity whilst he was alive. Should we fact check that? Yes! Isaac Newton published his groundbreaking work on gravity in his book Principia Mathematica, often shortened to Principia, which was published in 1687, whilst he was still alive. This work included his laws of motion and his law of universal gravitation. So, shut the fuck up, son.
His law of conservation of energy. So,
don't you just love it don't you just love it that we daily get trolls in the private chat just giving us death threats and calling us assholes and telling us how dumb we are and we should.
No one's giving you death threats, but yes, you are.
What does it tell you about the Globies? What does it tell you about them?
Listen, I'm begging some of these guys to come and try to act on these threats that they have, because I'm getting tired of not having nothing to shoot at and hunting season being
a lot of talking.
Oh, you got to use a gun.
Quite sad.
Som wants to shoot us, guys. But you know what, Som? Here's my guns. I don't need those pisty little pop sticks that you've got. I've got lefty and righty here.
I want to show this real quick, just so I'll get your answer on this one, Austin. So this is,
Jaron,
you can see my screen now that I'm sharing these little things here?
Yeah, actually, I did find out that I can help you share your screen if you want.
Okay, well, I'm all right. I think as long as people can see it. So this was on...
Someone just said something in the chat I want to ask. How stupid is Flatsoid. Oh, Craig, mate. Flatsoid is the poster child for what appears when someone reaches adulthood without a functioning brain. Honestly, watching him try to explain literally anything is like watching someone trying to teach algebra to a brick. This dude's arguments are so bad, they make toe fungus look like it should be running NASA. You know what? Next time he speaks, I'm going to need subtitles just to understand what flavour of dumbassery he's serving that day. I reckon even a potato would be insulted by the comparison. Shall we do a Flatsoid IQ guess game on your next stream? Winner gets a tinfoil crown. Yeah, even ChatGPT thinks that Flatsoid is stupid. On a scale from 1 to all of it, how stupid is he? Oh, on a scale of 1 to all of it, Flatsoid is a solid all of it plus VAT level of stupid. This man doesn't just hit Mount Stupid on the Dunning-Kruger scale. He's planted a flag, built a house and started selling timeshares up there. If there is a scale from forgot how to brain to flat earth genius, which is a contradiction in itself, Flatsoid would be off the chart in a special category labelled so dense light bends around him. Honestly, I worry for the oxygen levels when he starts talking. Yeah. ChatGPT thinks you're stupid, Flatsoid. Oh, guys, we are 9 hours and 47 minutes into this stream, which started with a 45-minute timer. Now, we are down to 2 hours and 13 minutes to go. I might even get to go to bed tonight. That sounds awesome.
Twitter. Let me make you bigger then. It's like it's super small, right? So.
But it is kind of a serendipitous, or whatever you want to call it, that this is the 6th month of the day.
So Bev is in.
I was going to say, I see we've got some backdoor burglars.
Oh, that's not Bev. That's someone else. Nice calling us anti-Semitic morons.
Whatever happened to Rachie?
Bev in the chat, apparently. I mean, Bev is just a troll. Oh, they must have removed him from the chat because I don't see him.
She got drunk in this, remember?
Quite a few times.
Remember, the thing is, when you really are flat Earth and you leave the flat Earth, you become a drunker because you can't handle it.
She tried for a little bit to become an anti-flat earther, but I mean, she still comes every now and again, doesn't she? But I mean, her time of being here prolifically is done, I think. Yeah. She started making a fool of herself.
No, Cassie, we haven't reached that part. We haven't reached that part of the gravity yet. He's now showing the sun again, claiming that the sun now debunks the flat
It's
Earth.
funny. He's like, "Yo, watch this," and then he pulls out this as if this is like new evidence or something we haven't already seen.
Elder Bear, no one is saying anything about killing. That would be ridiculous. I want to leave something with a reminder they can carry for the rest of their life, and also have a story to give a lesson to other people that might be as stupid as they were in their actions.
By the way, guys,
they went and checked. Shut the fuck up, old man.
This Flerf wiki page thing has become to my attention that it has got to borderline insanity. And I think everybody that sees it should start taking legal action against it because it is putting everybody's personal information on and creating a little hate.
There's no personal information on there. Don't lie.
Site against people. It's dangerous because you're literally putting not only our lives in danger, our families' lives in danger too. So yes, everybody that is pushing Flerf Wiki, I am going to be taking legal action soon, and hopefully other people will do so as well. Because you are literally...
Of course you are. Of course you're going to be taking legal action. Shut the fuck up. Alright. Just setting up the next stream, so bear with me one sec. He's going to take legal action, guys. Rubik says, will this be your shortest membership drive ever? Well, possibly. It depends on you guys.
Inciting hate against people and their families, and you're giving personal information out about them. This is including you, McToon, because you're the one that's literally instigating this.
It's
you
going to come on.
Markley.
Let's have a look, shall we? So let's have a look. So I'm just looking for Flatzoid on here. I don't even see him. Nope. Nope. He's literally not on this list, so I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Okay. Can't even find fucking... What's his name on here? Solve. Well, someone sent me the link to them on there. Maybe I could find it, but I don't see his details.
It's going to come out and they're going to get the wrong one. They're going to get the wrong one. They may have already gotten the wrong one. You know, revenge is a dish best served cold.
And I haven't looked at that site since you last looked at it or on screen.
The thing is, it gets updated daily. No, it gets updated daily, but they keep putting personal information about everybody on there, and they're creating a hate narrative against
Elder
everybody.
Bear, I've never killed anybody that didn't deserve it, okay? And furthermore, no one has ever found any of the bodies that I've buried.
Nice.
No, but why do they care what like about what we're doing in our families and our normal lives? Like, why do they care? Because
no one is putting that or cares about it. So I don't know what you're on about. I'm looking and I literally can't see him on there. Ah, okay, here it is. Don't know why I couldn't find that. So let's have a look for this personal information. Keith Reynolds, known online as Fakatzoid, is South African flat earth proponent. Yeah, those are all information that exists. No. He leaked his own IP address. Just looking. Yeah, no personal information there at all. Who would have thought that he lied? Yeah, nothing personal there. Just dumb things that he said. Look, references as well. Yeah, just looking for this personal information. No, none exists.
I couldn't care what they do with their lives. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're very obsessed. Yeah. The Sonic, thank you for your $10. He says another propaganda to push 24-hour South Pole sun, which they both agreed upon and both states they witnessed it and saw. As if now we still don't know if there is one or not. It's to dig on the big and cons. Exactly, that's exactly that. That's what I'm saying.
Who called that?
Sonic?
Who called that? This guy right here. I said that. I said we ain't gonna be no more better off than we was before they went. Come on.
Except we are.
It's more confusing now than it was.
Because
Exactly. But
no longer can you say there's no 24-hour sun and a bunch of the big flat earthers left.
It's the whole thing. Why is he bringing up the subject of the sun like this towards Jaren if he knows Jaren is
Shut up,
agreeing with
Borg.
him on
This
the sun?
thing with this
Don't summon Stiggy.
It's all propaganda.
Flerfs or whatever. Just keep in mind when they can't attack the argument with anything logical, You have to attack the person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but like I say, it's different from attacking us like they do. It's another thing putting our personal information for everybody to see on the internet,
They ain't got nothing that wasn't
and
already
making
public record, though.
making a hate page and putting our families in dangers as well.
There was no personal information. You leaked your own IP address, and you know what people are going to do with your IP address.
Because you might just get the wrong sick person getting that information.
Could you imagine if they pulled up on one of my boys?
It's not like they got a bunch of secret stuff, Keith. It's, you know, everything they got is through public information. So it's like, and I've never made any bones about anything in my past at all. None. In fact, I've shown it on there because I would like that to be a lesson. I would like that to be a lesson to others. That's what I would like that to be.
What?
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you're a fucking criminal.
Don't worry, that other troll won't be able to come in and bother us anymore with his spamming.
It's certainly not going to make the Earth a globe.
Yeah.
Is it?
Elder Bear, why do you want to know for Vicky's Flat Earth Epiphany? She wouldn't want to talk to you about that.
No, I've got nothing to say to you.
Why?
See what I
This
mean?
is exactly what I'm saying. Anybody watching this, everybody
You guys
watching
just get
this,
on with the fucking review,
realize
please.
how obsessed
Yeah.
and sick these globies are.
Absolutely.
Yet you've done how many streams about us?
Mm-hmm.
Anniversary of if you look,
what bunch it is.
Let's go.
Anniversary of this particular observation. So this is the 24-hour sun on December 14th in Union Glacier. So this is what Austin and I both saw. We both know that we were both there. We both know there was no trickery. There was no funny business. That's the freaking sun, and it does circle your head in Antarctica. So once we see that, something interesting is if we go now to the Google Earth here, you can see that. Yeah. So I've got Google Earth pulled up, and you'll see up here that I've got the date as 6/14. You can't see that high? No, I still don't. Let's see if I can get this. You can see it.
Can't see anything, Jaron.
Hold on, I don't want you to see. Sorry.
Notice how he's showing us a 3D rendering CGI.
It's worth noting Google
You know, the
Earth
thing
doesn't
you
have a
always
North
been
Pole
fighting
either,
against?
so I'm pretty sure that whole Google Earth model is like totally incorrect. They can't even model the North Pole, and we
Yeah, they
expect them to
can.
model the South Pole. Okay, sure. I mean, if you want to believe that.
Stop. Okay, let's go with this one instead. That's better.
Why are you
All
not showing
now
the
I can see
actual
it better.
sun,
Right. So you
Darren?
see at the top here it says 6/16. I went back 2 days, but you'll notice that this is at the north, at 80 degrees north, so the complete opposite of where we were 6 months ago. And if we play the time lapse, you'll notice that the sun.
Oh, but why is he showing a CGI? Why is he not showing the actual sun?
What do you mean CGI?
No, because he's saying, look, this is at the same time where the sun was, you know, at our time.
Oh, right, yeah, because he's trying
in
to
the
show
north.
you what
You're
it
showing a
actually is in the north.
CGI computer-generated
No.
model.
Picasso,
You're not showing reality.
He's showing the north in a CGI thing, not the Antarctic sun. Oh dear. David became a member. Welcome to Scrappers. Thank you much. Adding 3 minutes to the timer. We are almost below 2 hours. In about 10 minutes, I will end this stream and start the second one, which will probably only last for a couple of hours at this rate. And great, I get to go to bed, which is always fun. I want to thank you for the support, guys. It is absolutely insane. It's a stupid level of support. Yeah, I think it will be as well.
Reality.
I wonder how hard it would be to take this before they went and then make the fake footage match what it says on Google Earth. I wonder how hard that would be. And they're saying they're doing it the other way around. They're saying, oh, we went and then we compared it to Google Earth. I'm thinking they did it in the opposite order.
Does it matter which order they did it in? They can use Google Earth to make a prediction and then check.
Yeah, but my point is now, if he's trying to prove his point that, look, the sun was showing here in the north at the same time, okay?
Oh, Rach, calm
then
down.
show the actual damn sun. Don't show a computer-generated model. Because that's not reality. Anybody can create a computer-generated model. Hence why we got damn
Come on
Avenger.
then, do it.
Does the exact same thing that we saw it do, only the opposite. It's the opposite direction. And there'll never be a flat model ever in your life or your children's lives that will ever explain this. And it doesn't matter if you say it's personal incredulity, that I don't know how something works. No, because there's been flat earthers forever, and they've never, not one person, not one entity, not one Daniel Shenton, not one Lady Blount, not one St. Pierre, not one Allen, not.
Luca, the fact that you think it doesn't say defamation when it literally has personal information about people on there.
Oh, yeah, I need to add a minute for the super chat timers.
IP addresses, home addresses, and then giving people's
It has an
records
IP address, which is fucking easy to find. It's public. You've made it public, but there's no home address. There is not one home address on there.
talking about their children and their wives and where they live, and then literally saying hate things, literally hate and bigoted things. That's literally defamation. Luca.
Luke, yeah, but Luca's as bad as them. They all need to go and get a life.
Right. Right. It's only defamation if, one, it's not true, and I dare you to find something on there that isn't true, and two, if it harms you in a professional capacity. It reduces your standing in a community. It impacts you financially. The Flerf Wiki does none of those things to you. You, being a flat earther, has reduced your financial capabilities because, you know, you're a spray painter, Keith, because that's all you ever could be. I mean, it's a good, honest job, but there's a reason you're not an engineer.
There's little times, little periods, no, little short times. You have a little bit of hope for Luca, and then all of a sudden it's like, whoa.
Well, yeah, but he does have to do this because he got demolished so badly the other night, and he can't just humble himself and say, "Yeah, guys, I was wrong."
Yeah.
How would they?
Right, let's have just a little look at Sovs, shall we? Sovereign soul, unchanged mind. Let's look for the personal information. Nope, everyone knows what his name is. Violent threats, yes. Bunch of Sov's criminal records, which are public information. What's this one for? Obscene display. Ooh, I don't like the sound of that. What's this for? Money laundering. Oh dear. So he's a literal felon. And an anti-Semite. Right, yeah. Absolutely nothing on there that would personally identify you.
Autodico, I don't think Jaren ever believed it was flat.
Of course you have to say that, you fucking moron.
And this, more or less, what I'm watching now, this more makes it seem to me that it wasn't genuine from him. And no, it's not satirical, Luca. It's literal physical information put on. There's nothing satirical about putting hate speech about people and personal information on a site. He literally created a hit list for people to hate upon. That's called defamation. You're literally creating hate towards people, and you're giving people information on where they can find those people. So you're creating a narrative for someone to hate someone, and you say, hey, you hate that person, go there and do what you want to them. That's literally...
No one has suggested that they go to you and do anything. You are making that up.
What they're doing. They're giving that platform for people.
Luca, how would you like it if we leaked stuff about your parents or friends or whoever?
He has friends.
You wouldn't like it, so why do it?
Exactly.
He has friends.
Why justify it?
Oh, yes.
Let me put it this way.
No one has leaked anything about their parents or friends or anything. It's just a lie.
He has friends.
But let's put it this way. If anything happens to anyone on that list, the first people that are going to be in question is McToon and Peter Mock and them, the ones because they're the ones that's giving all the personal information out there to everybody. They're the ones that's creating this hate narrative against the people.
Yep.
Notice that.
And if somebody does act on Toon or Markley, you know, and something happens, that list of suspects is going to be that entire Wikipedia page, man. It's going to be that entire Flerf Wiki page. And then how do you've got like 50, 70, 100 people that all have motive.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
To one person that might get
you guys acting like you understand the law is fucking hilarious.
A joke. You just get that one psychopath that gets on there that's not going to take it as a joke.
Or get at one person that you're going to screw with their personal life or their livelihood, and they figure, well, I don't have nothing to fucking lose.
That's right.
But you know, they're putting kids at risk. Like my kids are grown men. My kids
computer stop.
Batter them, but You know,
you fuck with my livelihood, I will end you. That's all there is to it. You fuck with my livelihood, I will end you.
Yeah.
And I am saying that literally right here on this platform.
But you know,
you fuck with my livelihood, I will end you. That's all there is to it. You fuck with my livelihood, I will end you.
Yeah.
And I am saying that literally right here on this platform. You fuck.
What's your livelihood, son? I'll take you up on that challenge. Right? I will fuck with your livelihood because you deserve nothing. You're scum. Right? I will take it away from you. Somebody clip this and send it to Some. Some, what is your livelihood? Let me know, and I will fuck with it. And let's see what you do. Some, I challenge you to a fight. Me and you. Let's do it. Right, guys. I'm going to end this part of the stream with this clip. And we'll see you in a few minutes. Remember, stay in the chat. You will be automatically redirected to the new stream. And in the new stream, me, Borg, and Rachbot are going to go over my moon landing debate and have some fun with that. So, enjoy.
We got Austin Whitsitt here now. So, harm. Flat Earth is not that harmful. It's it's not as harmful as anti-vax and all this other stuff. I mean, he's obviously also an anti-vaxxer, but the Flat Earth cult is like kind of adorable in comparison with other, Christian nationalists that are trying to erode the separation of church and state, like actual, real, tangible harm. So I think I'm either going to go D or D- on this for harm. But he does try to do other political stuff too. Let's go D- for harm. D- for harm. Malice, he definitely knows he's lying. But he also is, I think he's fooled himself a little bit into thinking he's like doing anything that's good. Let's say F- or let's say F- for Malice. Toxicity, it's funny, a year ago I would have put him very close to the bottom here, but it's like after dealing with Ashton Forbes, I look at Austin and I'm like, all right, I guess he's nowhere near as bad as him, so we can't put him at scum for toxicity. Well, but he is a dick. I mean, he harasses and he's pretty bad. He's pretty toxic. Let's call him F- for toxic. He kind of feigns. Sometimes he pretends to be, like, hey, we're just having a conversation, like he harassed the hell out of me to try to get that debate. And then in a debate, he like tried to be friendly and stuff, or a little bit anyway.
You ruined him.
So yeah, that's a little bit manipulative. We'll go F- for toxicity, and then qualifications, scum. I mean the bottom because he has none whatsoever. So D-, F-, F-, scum. Let's average that out to F-. That seems pretty good to me. We'll put him right there. He's not as toxic as Ashton, but more malicious because he's not quite as mentally ill. Although I don't know, I'm pretty sure he's an alcoholic, and I don't know what he does. I mean, it was. Somebody sent me a file with all of his like arrests and DUIs and all that stuff, and I was like, well, I never ended up using it because I was like, it's not really pertinent, and like, I don't know, that it didn't seem as relevant. But anyway, all right, he's an F-. That's fine. We'll put him there. Okay, David Weiss. Oh boy, David Weiss. Okay, harm again. Flat Earth is not as harmful as other things. What did I say for other? What did I say? D- for harm for Austin. Let's do that again. Malice, he definitely knows he's lying. Definitely is scamming people with the app. All kinds of stuff. Making the lady in the elderly home lie, and all that stuff. And he's a complete grifting fraud. Let's go F-, on that. Toxicity. not as bad as Austin. Nowhere near as bad as Nathan. What's his face? That guy. If he was on here, would be scum level toxicity. He tries to be cordial, I think. Let's put him at F. Okay, then qualifications, scum. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I'm pretty sure he didn't go to college. So we've got D minus, F double minus, F, and scum. So that actually mathematically works out. We'll put him F minus. That makes sense to me.
Okay, guys, I'm going to end this stream. Stay in it, and you'll be directed to the new one. See you in 2 minutes.